Welcome back to your coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. It's very exciting to be here for our second day of coverage. Make sure you guys are tuned in on either YouTube or Twitch, because all day we've got plenty of amazing dueling content. We have 3 more rounds of Swiss to take us into that top 64 cut as we make our way towards the final. We're currently waiting for our pairings to be finalized so we can get you into our round 10 feature match. So before that, let's have a cheeky welcome video and then a quiz. This is your coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. Let's introduce your coverage team.
Sebastian Lemke and Leonard Koenig. Tom Payne and Nadir Mazzoni. Marcello Barbary. And Alberto Marazzi. And Ed Templar.
This is your coverage team for YCS Bologna. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. A boogieing welcome video is the best way to kick off your YCS Bologna content. So here we are. I have Leo and Basti with me, and we're going to do a little bit of a quiz to make sure that you guys have something to watch while we quickly get those pairings finalized. Just so you guys at home understand, some things will often make things take time between these rounds, so during those, we want to make sure you guys are entertained while we wait for those, so then we can get you into even more dueling content. And throughout today, we have lots of pre-recorded stuff that we've done, including some Time Wizard formats and our Dueling Chronicles, which are very, very exciting. It gets to remake situations between 2 duelists in YCS finals from the history of YCSs. Very exciting. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
I'm absolutely fantastic. Again, day 2 is always really special on a YCS, especially of this size. Day 1, it's great duels, you know, you can see who's performing well and stuff like that, but on day 2, everyone gets going. The tension is higher, the air is electric in the venue, and yeah, I just can't wait for the games to start.
Either. What about yourself, Basti?
Yeah, it's the day that matters. Knockout stages. You play against someone, one player moves on, the other goes out. One person left at the end of the tournament. Sundays of a YCS, we crown a new champion. What else could there be to ask for, right?
Quite right. Well, speaking of crowning a new champion, we're going to be doing a little bit of a quiz between the two of you. So, you guys are aware that we sometimes do a category quiz. These are quizzes where each of the questions are within their own category. So, for instance, our first category is Duelicious cards. Now, this is all food-based card questions. So, I'm going to have you guys buzz in, and we're going to see if you guys can get it. So, let's start with our first question. What card do you need to be able to summon Hungry Burger?
Buzz.
Go on.
Chef's recipe.
Close, but no. We're going to pass it over.
Chief's recipe.
No. I'm afraid the answer is hamburger recipe.
Oh,
you were
that
nearly
makes
there.
sense.
Yeah, it's
It
really
makes sense.
simple. You were nearly there. We got to see more of these cards printed in Wild Survivors, but they didn't know. They didn't know. Question 2. What is the name of the only Madolche Link monster?
Buzz.
Go on.
Glass of Flea.
Incorrect.
I'm in absolute shock right now.
Glass of Flea is an Exceed monster.
Buzz.
Go on.
Pudding.
Pudding? Pudding? No, it's Madolche Fresh Sistart.
Almost.
You're almost
I knew
there.
that one. I really knew that
This
one.
is not your category, gentlemen, but let's see what happens on the third one. What is the one Gunkan... I'm going to start this again. What is the one Gunkan Suship normal monster?
Buzz.
Go on.
Shari.
That is correct.
Let's go.
Okay, 1 point. 1 point.
I know my Gunkan.
Yeah, he knows his
Since
Gunkans
when?
really well.
Since when?
Okay, here we go. What attribute is Chocolate Magician Girl?
Buzz.
Go on.
Light.
Incorrect.
Buzz.
Go on.
Earth.
It is water. Not your category, as I said. But let's find. Let's one more question, and then we can move on to a new category. What type of food is featured on the artwork of Chef's Special Recipe?
Buzz. I thought that's a burger card, but no, wait. Sushi.
Incorrect.
Buzz. Obviously, because I love the card and it's my favorite food. It's pizza.
It's not.
Pizza's also not my favorite
the
food.
confidence you said it with. It's a hamburger. Okay?
No!
Yeah, come on.
That's how I got confused.
Outplayed
Okay.
you there.
Right, we're going to move on to a different category and hope
Thank
that you
you.
guys can find your feet within this one. So this one is called Cloudy with a Chance of Dueling. I quite like that category name, but this is all about weather-based cards. So,
Okay.
what attribute is the Weather Painter Moonbow?
Buzz. Rock, paper, scissors.
I actually think Basti was slightly quicker
course.
on that.
Water.
Incorrect. Wind.
Incorrect. Dark. Maybe this isn't your category either, guys, but it's
I
fine.
mean, it makes
it's
sense.
fine.
It's in the night, apparently, right? Because it's Moonbow. I could've-
Exactly. So now you're understanding. Now you're getting your head in the game. So, next one. What card is listed in the card text of Harpy's Feather Storm?
Buzz.
Go on.
Harpy's Feather Duster.
Correct.
Let's go. 2 and O.
Oh, God. Okay, this is getting hotly competitive. Right, next
You
question.
have awakened the dragon.
Oh, here we go.
Maybe.
What type of spell is Ancient City Rainbow Ruins?
Buzz.
Go on.
Field spell.
Correct. 2-1. 2-1. The confidence. Okay, which core booster set featured Armed Dragon Thunder level 10 as its cover monster?
Buzz.
Go on.
Blazing Vortex.
Correct. 3-1. 3-1. This is now getting hotly competitive. Final question of Cloudy with a Chance of Dueling is, what monster type is Ghost, Ogre, and Snow Rat?
Buzz.
Oh, that was Basti.
Psychic.
Correct. Ooh, 4-1. Okay, don't worry. There's still more categories. So you still have a chance. Now this is a Italian. Oh, I'm gonna butcher this. It's an Italian named. So this category is a tempo di duelare.
See.
I think I butchered it, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll do my best.
I understood.
Okay, that's fine. What type of spell is the Kaiser Colosseum?
Buzz.
Oh, I'm going to make you rock, paper, scissors for this one. Okay.
It's a continuous spell.
Correct.
Most important rock, paper, scissors of my life.
It was, yes. That's 5-1 currently, but there's still plenty more questions, Leo. It's not the end of it yet. Okay, next question. What attribute is Medulce Messengelato?
Buzz.
Go on.
Earth.
Correct. Okay, you're clawing it back now. 5-2. 5-2. What is the... Let me try that again. What is featured on the artwork of the Twin Kings, founders of the Empire?
Buzz.
Go on.
Is that a prize card? Is that wolves?
It is wolves. Very good. Okay, right. He's starting to claw it back. 5-3.
That was, well, it's in Italy, right?
It was. I think it
Rimini.
was.
Yeah, Rimini back in the day.
Goodness me. See, you knew your stuff. This might be your category. What is the original attack? Oh, this is an Nadir question. Of Dante traveling the
Buzz.
Burning Abyss. That was Leo.
1,000.
Correct. 5-4. Okay, starting to claw it back. Next question, the last one of E Tempo di Duelare. What is the level of Gladiator Beast Octavius?
Buzz.
Go on.
6.
Incorrect.
Buzz.
Go on.
7.
Correct. Okay, so 6-4. So it's still close, and we still have a category left. We have 2 categories left, actually, so let's
Ooh.
see what happens. Okay, this is Blast from the Dueling Past.
Let's go.
Which monster was featured on the 100th YCS participation game mat?
Buzz. I fought on you for a second.
So you buzzed.
I did, and I will just go with Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Incorrect.
Buzz. Dark End Dragon?
No, it's Torb Bus from the Underworld.
Oh, yes.
Right.
For the 100th participation map.
Yes.
Okay, next
true.
question.
That was an American YCS, wasn't it? Yeah.
Which city and in which year was the last Italian YCS held?
Buzz.
Oh, that was you.
2019 Milano.
Correct.
Ooh.
Ooh, 7-4. Still chance, though, still chance. There's still a few questions. Let's see what happens. Next question. Where did the first ever European YCS take place?
Buzz.
Go on.
Bochum.
Correct.
I live there.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to remember. So that is 7-5. Okay, clawing it back at this point. Question the fourth of this category? What was the deck that won Bochum?
Buzz. Mermaid.
Incorrect.
Dino Rabbit.
No, it was X-Saber.
Okay.
Okay.
Clearly neither of you are going to get that one. Let's go on to the last one of this particular category.
Oh, that was a different Bochum.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I've got the one that's won that championship. I need to start reading words. It's too early in the morning for me to read words right. I'm really bad at this.
Same.
I don't do words good no more. Which deck has seen the most wins in YCS history so far?
Buzz.
Go on.
Oh, it's a difficult one. I think it might be a tie. Is it
It's
Sky
probably
Striker?
not.
It is Sky Strikers. Okay, right. So that means
My
it's now-
favorite deck.
After that, we have Gladiator Beast and then Burning Abyss somewhere.
It is
as well.
something along those lines. I only have the top one written here, but you're probably right. So Sky Striker was, which means it's 7-6. So it all comes down to this category, which is called Luck of the Draw.
I have a lot of luck.
No, that's true.
I'm confident.
Luck of the Draw.
That is true.
It's a good one to have for this. So,
You're lucky
your first
to cast with
question.
me.
While using the effect of Gambler of Legend, what happens if you toss a coin and it lands on heads 3 times?
Buzz. You win the duel.
No.
I was going to say the same thing. Buzz. You draw 2 cards.
No. The answer is you destroy all monsters your opponent controls.
Oh, that was the
That's
next
a
guess.
totally
Okay,
fitting
yeah,
reward.
that's
Totally going to be what happened next. Okay. Slightly easier one, I think. What is the color of Time Wizard's cape?
Buzz.
Buzz.
Blue.
It's not blue.
Red.
It is not red.
Is it green?
It's purple.
Oh,
it's
come
a
on.
You were
mix.
close with blue, but it's purple.
He was also close with red.
You were both equally as close on the color spectrum. But there's still chance. So we have 3 more questions, which means if you guys can all get this, we basically have our winner decided, okay?
Oh, man.
Okay. What monster is engraved on the coin featured on the artwork of Lucky Chance?
Buzz.
Go on.
Is it Wing Karibo?
It is Winkaribo! So right now, it all comes down to who can get one more question right. We have 2, just in case you can't get one of these. But we're going to try, whoever can get this one next wins, okay? Good, good. Sportsman. A sportsman-like handshake.
I didn't listen. Can you repeat this for me?
We have to,
There was no question.
there was no question. Whoever, whoever answers this wins, okay? And if you can't get this one, I have one more spare one. Okay, here we go. Are we ready for the final question of the category quiz between the 2 German commentators? How many life points do you have to pay during each of your standby phases to keep Fairy Box on the field?
Buzz. 500.
Is correct! Which means Leo is the winner of the category quiz. Congratulations, Leo. How does it feel to win this early in the morning?
It is absolutely intense. I did not think it would be.
But as intense as the stare you're giving the
But this-
camera.
This is what I'm talking about. Okay?
It's like watching a wrestler do a weigh-in.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Well, I appreciate your real enthusiasm for winning. Commiserations to you there, Basti. But there'll be plenty more time for quizzing. Good, yeah, good sports. Slightly smug there, but we're going to have a little bit of our feature round coming very, very soon. Once those pairings are finalized, guys, don't go anywhere. We've got loads of great coverage coming your way for our second day here at YCS Bologna. So for those of you at home who have either never been to a YCS or you simply couldn't make it here to YCS Bologna, we'd like to take you guys around the venue on a little tour so that we can give you a little bit of a taste of exactly what this venue is like. Now I'm going to subtly walk off frame here and then we're going to very unsubtly transition to the next area of the tour. Magical. So this is our main event stage. This is where all of our duelists who are taking part in the main event here at YCS Bologna will be signing up to make sure that they are registered for the tournament. Now, once they've signed up for that main event, they'll be sitting down here at one of these many long tables which have all of these multiple flags on them. This is where all of the duels will be happening during those rounds of Swiss. It's very exciting to see what happens here because this is where all the action takes place.
Now this is the public event stage, so if you're not taking part in the main event, you could take part in some of the public events which have different formats and also allow you to win points. When you win those points, you can exchange them for prizes over at the prize wall. Now this is the prize wall. Here you can see plenty of play mats, sleeves, all sorts of goodies that you can get your hands on with those points from the public events. Now Marcello and Alberto have done a full video breakdown on some of the prizes that you can get, so make sure you stick around for some of that coverage later on. But there's more. And if the TCG isn't quite your bag, well, we have plenty of our digital titles, including a Duel Links area that you can come and play, and also a Master Duel area. Now, there are also prizes available for taking part in Master Duel tournaments, so there's always something to do here at YCS Bologna. Now, for the last bit of our tour. And this is where all the magic happens. So right in front of me is the coverage area. On the right, that is where our commentators will sit during the feature matches that you guys see, and that is where they are broadcasting from, watching all the action, which you then hear throughout the duels. And on the left is where those feature duels happen. Right now, Basti and Jess are currently taking part in some of our pre-recorded content so that you guys have something to watch between those feature matches. That's it for our walk around here at the venue at YCS Bologna, but don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord. Swing into action. Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye. Discover the tomb of an ancient king. Your path to the top begins here. Age of Overlord, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
A few more minutes to get the round started, so we thought that we would go back for some, I think this is Blaster by the way, for some guess
He's
card.
doing the intro and still defeating us in Guess the Card. And it is Blaster even. Okay, Leo, you take the lead
Let's
here.
go!
All right. Yeah, some little together Guess the Card playing. I think that's always a little bit more fun. That, of course, is one of the Dragon Rulers. Is it though?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, right?
I
Yeah.
think Leo's actually made all of the Guess the Cards.
pretty
I think that's
sure
why
he
he
did.
always gets it on the first frame.
Yep. I think so too. But we are here also looking nice, giving a bit of company, making Leo look good.
This is my segment and you are all just there supporting it.
Yep.
This is my
We
segment.
can already prepare for the main event that hopefully is going to continue soon, and then, yeah, we can think about other stuff already. But wait, this is Guess the Card. oh, this is, I think I know this one. I think this is,
It looks unchained.
Yeah,
because of
oh,
the
it's
chain.
chained. It's not unchained.
Yeah,
it's
but I think
there's
it's
clearly a
Scar-
chain.
it's Skull thing.
He's got some muscles and he's wearing like a shield.
Leo, you can say it. I know you know it, so go ahead.
Oh, that's
It looks like a
difficult
ninja,
one.
honestly.
I'm gonna say Demise, the King of Armageddon,
Ooh,
just
that's
for fun.
a good one. Is it really a good one? I don't know.
I'm just saying it.
Oh, no,
this is
Bestial
Saudi,
Saudi.
Beastial Saudi.
Yeah.
We'll call that a tie.
Oh, very good. No, I think yeah.
Yeah, Tom just didn't bother saying Beastial Saudi and just
I said it.
Sa-
I just didn't say it as loudly.
Fair. Okay.
This-
We will
the
call it a
enthusiasm
tie.
of-
We will
of
call
getting
it a
one
tie.
right is,
I'm down for a tie. Okay, but we still both get 1 point.
think we
just
should
to be
half
clear.
point. Just
No,
get
we
Leo
get 1
minus
point
one,
each.
yeah,
1
yeah.
point each. So we are completely even right now.
Okay.
Just so you guys know, Beastial Saturday. We have seen this card in the featured match even. For example, in the Beastial Synchro deck of Joshua Schmidt. Ooh, what do we have here?
I think
Is this adventure related?
Oh, I know this card.
Is this
I have a
the-
strong feeling this is a Vanquish Soul card. Isn't that Pluton? It's not. No, I'm sorry. Don't mind me.
Maybe it's
you are
the,
forgiven, Basti.
Is it the bird that Josh was playing yesterday?
Nah.
The tuna?
Oh man, I'm very lost here.
No.
I don't think this is a bird, by the way.
No, it's not a bird. It's definitely not a bird. Although
I
there's
mean,
definitely
it-
feathers.
Yeah, exactly. There could be some kind of a bird maybe behind, like a draw and lockbird kind of card. Oh, I think it's a
yes,
Mayakashi
no,
card,
no,
right?
it's a equip spell card of the Mekankos, right?
Oh.
Is this Rondo? Reverse Rondo?
Reflection Rondo?
Reflection Rondo?
If it is, no, it's not. It's a Mayakashi card.
It's Shino Birds.
Oh, it's a Shino bird card. You're right.
It's,
Yeah.
Oh, is it the trap card?
I mean, you're not winning saying that.
Stars align across the Milky Way.
Okay, that's how it is.
Fair enough. I was almost there.
Indeed,
No.
you were. But still, it's even score, right? 1-1-1.
Yeah.
Okay, who do we have here? What do we have here? It's sunny out there.
I think that's an easy one, actually.
then
Well,
go
what is it
ahead.
then?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the problem behind this statement. I have no answer for this. Oh, this is a Shadow card. This is.
I think it's Teal'em and Kid Colors. Just
Oh, this could also be true.
It could be Kid Colors, right? Oh,
I think Rule Colors.
oh no, really? Did I give you the hint that it's a Teal'em and then it's not the Kid Colors?
I think it's Rule Colors.
I'm not sure. I think it still might be Kid Colors, honestly.
Oh,
It is
yeah,
Roll
it's-
Colors.
yeah,
it's definitely
very
not
clear.
Kiss.
Colors.
Yeah.
Oh, I brought you on the way, but it was like it was weird because in the first zoom you had the sun in the background, and then in the second zoom the sun was gone all of a sudden.
It's not the sun. It's just the reflection of a
Yeah,
of a
true,
little
true.
sparkle
Maybe it is a reflection of the sun, though, huh?
in the water.
I like this game because you really get to look at all of the details
Yeah.
and the artwork. that you
Normally you don't
normally.
really pay that much attention to
Normally,
it, right?
yeah, you just see like the main monster on the card.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yep. It's a beer. I'm saying it's a beer, okay? Like a bear. I have problems pronouncing that, you guys know, but I'm pretty sure this is a bear. It's a
Kuribo
curry
card.
bear. It's a curry bear.
Curry.
Curry
I think it's Curry Bros.
Curry Bros? Nah.
Is that a card? Does Curry
I think
Bros
it's Curry
exist?
Bandits. No,
Curry
it's not Curry
Bandit?
Bandit, right?
Curry Angel. I feel like this is a spell trap because there's something going on with the
Yeah,
Kuribo.
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. That's a good point.
I think if you really want to win Guess the Card, you should just look at all of the Kuribo cards.
Yep,
That is a
true.
good advice,
Very
yeah.
good point. Very good point. Who do we have
Some
here?
Kuribo level modification card, which I did
Kuribo
not know
level up.
existed.
Kuribo.
Level of the Kuribos.
Kuribo
5-star for a Kuribo.
Party. I will say Kuribo Party.
Are these like...
Kuribo Party.
let's get Kuribo,
Kuribo
Star
Star
Party.
Party.
Curry
Okay.
Bros. Let's go. 5-star Twilight.
It's a Kuribo card, though. Knew that.
We were again almost there.
Okay. Is it still 1-1-1, by the way?
2-1-1.
Oh, yeah,
I
true, you
the
got
roll
roll colors, you got
after
roll
you
colors.
gave it to me, but that's how the game goes.
That's indeed how the game goes. Oh, I would say that could be another Kuribo card, to be
I
honest.
think this is a B.
A beat
Is it
trooper?
wannabe? Just
no,
saying
B
wannabe.
from ABC.
Oh.
Oh.
No, A.
A.
A
What's
assault
the full
call.
name of A?
I'm saying this is Genta. And that's the shield that
you think
Genta is holding.
that's a guess.
That is a good one.
It's-
All right, we're
it's
getting
still the
closer.
shield, it's
This
still
could
the
also
shield.
be an artifact, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. Artifact to Randall, just throwing it. Oh,
Oh, it's
it was.
Kuribo.
I was right saying in the beginning that this is another Kuribo. Yeah, it is Sphere Kuribo.
When did you say this again?
At the beginning.
Oh,
I
did you?
almost,
like-
do you know what? I've been shouting this backstage. I knew the answer to this. I'm disappointed in all of you.
Okay, so no point for Leo, but for
all right.
Ed. So it's 1-1-2.
I'll take it.
1-1-1-2. Okay. You're on the board, Ed. You're on the board. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you.
That was a whirlwind entrance.
I know. Sorry, I had to really make
I
a
was
dramatic
completely.
entrance.
I was shocked when there was someone behind me all of a sudden. Okay.
It's
Oh.
another
Stromberg.
Golden Castle of Stromberg.
I said Strongberg.
That is
All right,
definitely enough.
let's take a half
But
point
is
each.
it?
Okay, cool.
Is it that? That
I
would
don't
be
know.
easy.
That's Gold Castle of Strongberg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really
Yeah.
is.
It's gold. It's a castle. What more
Looks
do you
like the
need?
entry
in
to my new
Stromberg.
apartment.
Didn't know you played that card in Dinos, honestly.
I know. I know. That's just how versatile I am as a dino duelist.
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, this isn't even an entrance. That's a window. I was far off there.
I mean, you don't really know the rules in the country of Stromberg, right? Maybe you enter through
Oh,
the
that is
windows,
true.
so
Yeah,
you
I mean,
might
good
be
point,
right.
yeah.
everyone,
you might
everyone
be right.
can fly in the Golden
A
Castle.
sovereign citizen of Stromberg.
Exactly.
That is Golden
Oh, but
Castle of
there
Stromberg.
is a door, though. There's a door.
Oh, yeah, there is. But
Oh,
you
it's a-
prefer going in through the window.
Yeah. Or the wall.
Yeah, true, yeah.
That's how you make a
Golden
proper
Castle of
entrance.
Stromberg.
Don't use the window.
Did Ed just enter and now all of a sudden it's tied
Yeah.
for the lead with Leo? That's crazy.
To be fair,
Okay.
he came
I've gotta
after
get
Sphere Kuribo and said he said this backstage, and now he got a point.
Do you not believe him? Do
I
you
do,
not
I do.
believe him?
I
Let's
do
be
absolutely
real. huh?
believe it. Ed knows his Kuribos.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, this is
Is
a
this
tough
an Evil Eye?
one, though.
Evil Eye, is it?
No, it's
Oh,
not an evil eye.
Kyber Man.
What?
Is it?
No,
Does
there's,
Kyberman
too,
have
there's too
feathers?
much red in that. No
No.
way,
Yeah, that's
no way.
not. That is Blackman
Oh,
Chris.
No, it's Ignis. It's Ignis Heat.
Oh, that's a sword.
Are you out of
Oh, it's a Blackwing. It's a Blackwing.
Oh, it is a
It is.
Blackwing.
It's a
Blackwing
Blackwing.
Is it Chris though?
Scythe.
Is it Chris?
I don't know.
Is that the one you said?
I said Chris. Yeah.
Just in case, I will say Kogarashi. Oh no,
Oh, no,
it's
no,
Borea Storm.
Borea
Borea
Storm.
Storm.
Oh, so close, Leo.
Let's hope it really is
It
Borea
is
Storm,
Borea
by the
Storm.
way.
It definitely is.
With the
Borea
confidence you
Storm.
said it.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go,
Let's
Boreas Storm.
Wicked.
That's really wicked.
Wicked.
Yeah. Okay. Tom, you have some catch-up to do there.
I got the Golden Castle of Stromberg with Ed. I'm going to
Yeah, we're
count
on
myself
half
as
points.
on.
Okay,
I
so
was
we're all on 2
2
points now.
Yeah.
We're all on 2 points. I can definitely agree on that. Leo, of course, also loves that.
This is getting intense
Is this
now.
the bird from Golden Castle of Stromberg?
It must be that.
Fitting.
I need to look at more
But
cards.
I can't remember it. No, okay.
You
Oh,
really
this is
don't need to do-
Abysphere.
Is it?
No.
No way.
Abysphere is doesn't. have-
Abysphere's
Is it a Wild
underwater.
Chalice card?
No, it's not that blue. Like Abysphere is more dark, so this is definitely not Abysphere.
This is some like illusion magician.
I think it might be a mermaid card. It's definitely a water card. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's Heartbeat. Telemann's Heartbeat.
I'm saying Kaleido Heart, by the
Oh,
way.
you might be right. No, it's Heartbeat. I'm pretty sure it's Heartbeat.
Oh yeah, it's Heartbeat. Yeah.
You're
I
saying
see
Kaleido
the,
Heart
I
just
see
in
the
case.
second card as well there. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, there's Visa Starfrost.
Yeah.
Very good.
And Scarecrow
Spotting the card
Lightheart.
lore there. Heartbeat, you were right.
Okay.
Basti wins this in a heartbeat.
We appreciate all of your patience at home, by the way, while we're live guessing the card with you. This is quite fun for us, because normally we're sitting backstage shouting it. Draconic Diagram.
Oh,
Yeah,
if that is true, full credits to Leo, because Leo did the same thing yesterday, I think. But I mean, now if it really...
I don't think it is.
It's not.
No,
it's
it's not,
definitely
it's
not.
not.
Oh, it's,
Oh, it's
the
Nimble
white
Angler.
whale.
Nimble Sunfish. I'm saying Nimble
Oh, that
Sunfish.
could be true. I'm going with White Aura Dolphin.
Ah.
No, it's not Nimble
I
Sunfish.
am.
It's
Yeah.
neither. That was
Is this like
two very valid guesses.
Yeah, I think so too.
it's a mermaid of some sort?
Oh.
I'm sticking with the Aura Whale, too, but this one is grey, right?
What's the hair?
I think the last one will give it away.
Green-haired whale.
Oh, it's White
It's a White
Aura
Aura Whale.
You were right. Wow. You
Let's
got
go.
that from the grey bit.
Yeah, I'm just weird like that.
I just
White
know about white
Aura
aura
whale.
whales, mate.
There we are, okay. Leo joining me at the top.
It's nice up here.
Okay, what's next? This one is going to be easy. I'm telling you, we're solving it on the next one.
Okay.
Not me.
you don't get a point for that though.
I take credit though. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're
Trying
not
to disrupt the others by saying
on the next one. I'm sure we solve it on the
One
next
day.
one. Next one though.
Abyss Lin? No, Abyss
Gandhi.
Turch.
Mermal Abyss
Abyss
Gandhi.
Turch. Abyss Turch. Mermal Abyss Turch.
We'll go with.
Oh, I see
yeah,
what
it's
you
not
mean.
Gandhi. Yeah, I think he might be right on that.
I think it's Abyss
Oh,
Turch.
yeah, that's
I think
Turch.
it's Abyss Turch.
I think you're right. That's a lot of water monsters currently.
It's the water round and the Stromberg round.
True.
It's
Oh,
nothing
this
to
is
do with
Abyss
water.
Turch. Discard one water monster or something like that and destroy a spell or trap card. Or
No,
or
it
so.
adds water from your grave to your hand.
Yeah, you won nationals with the deck,
Yeah, I
right?
was going to say, I played this deck, so I should probably know.
Oh yeah,
You
that's
should have guessed the card then.
No, good
I
point.
didn't even get that it was a... Yeah, I saw once you mentioned that it was a water monster. I saw the scales and stuff, but I didn't see it before that.
Oh, that's an easy one. Easy one. Come
Star
on.
Seraph's
I will give you a
Scepter.
chance, guys. I will give you a chance.
Do you know it already?
Thunder Seahorse.
I know it already. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Is it a thunder?
You guys have to know this.
This is Gallus.
Come on, you guys have to know this.
Which Gallus?
Gallus the
Star
Star
Beast?
Beast.
Is there? I think there's more than one Gallus.
You're kidding, right? You guys have to know.
Power Tool Dragon. Super Power Tool Mega Dragon.
You guys really don't know this one?
Basti, stop.
I don't think Basti knows
Oh,
it.
this
I
is
think
Yamato.
He's just bluffing.
Finally, no, it's not
No, it's
Yamato.
Bujintei Tsukuyomi.
It's not Yamato.
I will say everything now. Bujintei Tsukuyomi. This is Tsukuyomi. This is Bujintei Tsukuyomi.
Finally.
Good card.
All right. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
Bujintei
It's been a long
Tsukuyomi
way,
is-
but we got there in the end.
Yeah.
Rocky
Say that
road.
3 times fast.
It's been a long way. I can't say it once. It's been a long way, but they got... Okay, no. The critical cricket
Professional
critic.
caster.
Guess it from this.
Oh,
Pause the
mole
video,
cricket,
guess
mole
it from
cricket,
this.
mole cricket, obvious mole cricket angle here.
Sunflower.
Is it not one of the Venusaurs?
Oh, this might... It's
Works
the
on
field
Econo-
spell.
It's Viking Island.
Vernusylph's field spell.
Vernusylph's
It's Vernusylph's
That's
field
how it's
spell.
named.
The name of it is
Happy Enchanted Forest.
Vernu City.
I'm guessing against that.
There's movement. I'm just going to be back just in case parries might have happened, but I'll
Thank you
report
very much.
back
Sure.
live when we know.
This is not Viking Island, right?
You should, it might
It's
be.
still the Vernusyl field spell.
Yeah. I don't even know whether
Oh,
it's
is
a field
this
spell, to be
Ayers
honest.
Rock Sunrise?
It should
This is
be
absolutely not
Mount
Aeros.
Sylvania.
No,
Let's just
no.
say Mount Sylvania because it might be
That's
Mount
the
Sylvania
Sylvan
too.
field spell.
Vernusyl in full bloom. I
Alright,
can't
alright,
take
alright.
the point for that one, though, because I had no idea about the name.
It looks like a lovely valley, though. I want to
Yeah.
go. I want to go there.
Let's go there.
All right, okay.
Not sure about going to Fire King Island, but
Kashtira Birth, let's go.
Oh, that's a really good one. I kind of was seeing something there, but you are totally right. That is Kashtira.
it's definitely got the color scheme
Yeah.
of the cache.
And that is some Fenris at work. With the axe, you know.
Those are way too small for Fenris, so it would be interesting if it's not Kashtira Birth. But
Oh, it definitely is.
it is, yeah. It still is.
So what's are they building
this
a
is how,
Fenrir?
No, I think this is how they're born, because it's birth. So this is like the birth station.
What a hot take.
But it might also be the people building it, so I can see Tom's point as well.
Are they...
Is it birth?
It is Birth.
Yeah, it is, right? I mean, yeah, there's like breeding stations all around, I think.
You have been playing this deck for a long time, Sebastian.
Yep. I read the card text. I totally did that. All right. Ooh, and I think there's some close movement to us even. I think
Yeah,
we're going to
it's
have a
okay.
featured match soon.
There's
There's
already
already
a familiar
players
face in the feature match area.
gathering. That's good to see.
After
is,
we have discovered Abyss Megalo.
This can't be Abyss Megalo. No way.
I don't believe so either.
Yeah, it's not.
He's got a sword.
Nightmare Magician? A
Oh,
sword?
it's not a sword. No, I thought that was a
Oh,
sword.
there could be a sword somewhere. I see.
But-
It's like a... Yeah, there probably is a sword there.
Yeah.
But I hate to interrupt this,
How could
but not
you?
only do we have our pairings, we have our feature match duelists. Would you like to know now who it is?
Please.
Yes, this is Ether, by the way.
We have Marvin Kamara versus Samir Bashar.
Oh, returning
Very
YCS London
exciting.
champion.
Idea.
This is going to be a good one. So both our players are sat ready. So I'll let you guys guess until we're ready to kick that match off. But don't go anywhere, everyone. We're about to get straight in to our round 10 feature match. See you in a bit.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, so this was not a demoderation for us.
I don't think so. I think we are continuing. And there's another Karibo card. There is another Karibo card in
It's
this.
always Karibo.
All right.
I think
Karibo
this
has
is a
multiplied
Dark
against the
Magician.
card. This is like Ghost Karibo because it's kind of ghosty.
Pink Karibo.
Pink Karibo. Is there a pink Karibo?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think there's a Ghost Karibo.
I think at some point we have done this a lot.
it's
We
probably
should know
called
the
Curry
Karibo cards now.
Ghost.
This is Kurizo.
Kurizombie.
I think we are. How do we
Oh.
always immediately forget the name of the Karibo cards?
Yeah,
that
we
are
have seen
getting?
them so often by now.
Angry
Every single
Karibo.
time. Angry. Oh, that is a good take.
He looks angry.
He definitely does look angry.
Oh, he is angry.
Oh, he's sweet though. He's pretty cute.
He's cute and angry.
just a bit upset.
Curry Rage.
Curry B. Okay.
But it is still a Karibo card,
Of
as
course.
it says on the text.
Oh yeah, important to note because we couldn't have told by the picture. Important to note that.
That is true. All right, another one. Karibo.
Yeah, true. It's the original one, right?
Or Sangan. I'll say Karibo.
Curry Bandit, just for fun.
Might
That's my
also-
favorite Karibo card.
Yeah, same, because it was the best one.
Oh, this is.
I'll
absolutely
just say
just,
detonate.
You think
because-
this is just original Karibo? That would
I
be
think
that
it
would be
was,
very
yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, but like maybe it's also a spell featuring the original Karibo, right? Oh, it's not.
That helped. Thank you.
I think it did help. That's not the original Karibo anymore, I think.
I feel like the original Karibo had a very
that's
dark
true.
background.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is Christmas Karibo. I mean,
Maybe it's another
It's
type of
wearing a
insect.
Christmas hat, isn't it?
Holiday Karibo.
Holiday Karibo. It's
Sleepy
Christmas
Karibo. Curry Sleep. Curry Sleep. That sounds like a card. Curry
Is there
Sleep.
like a
I could
Santa
see Curry
Karibo?
Sleep.
This
Is
is
like
a
a Santa
pajama.
Claus?
Curry Sleep.
It's performed by Kuribobly.
There is a performable Karibo?
There you go. Apparently there is.
What does it do?
Are we gonna make a Performer Pal Karibo deck now?
Yes.
Is that
Oh, one step ahead of you, Keldo.
Okay, let's see.
the Spellbook Star Hall?
Maybe.
I know the stars. It's not.
Oh
Spellbook
no, this
Star
looks
Hall.
like Constellar Ptolemy M7? Or is it the Diamond? No, I think it's Ptolemy M7.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay.
Can we make?
Yes.
Can we find a solution here?
We can already
Also-
tell you
yeah.
that we are going to the match after this carcass, and I think
Oh,
this is
yeah.
Ptolemy M7.
Is this not?
I think this is Sky Centurion or something.
No, I've forgotten the name of the archetype now.
Constellar.
The ones that, the ones that summon when they're pointing to. Okay, that's
That's
Ptolemy.
definitely Constellar. Yeah.
It's
okay.
Ptolemy.
All right.
But it's not
so
M7.
Tellarknight
we
Constellar.
are going
oh,
to
right,
sign
yeah.
off just for a second, giving it back over to the feature match table finally for some
it's
Yu-Gi-Oh action.
Ptolemaeus. I meant that one though.
Thank you so much for your patience. We are now here with our round 10 feature match. And what a way to kick off our second day here at YCS Bologna. We have Samir Bashar and Marvin Kamara who are ready to kick off this match. You guys have already rolled first, and Marvin, you're going to be going first, is that right? Excellent. So with that, they've just been guessing cards, but now they're going to be guessing each of these players' moves. Not the smoothest segue of my life, but let's go over to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to be your commentators for our first match of today. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Enough of the playing. We are getting back into the tournament. Round number 10 coming up. And as you have already seen, it is going to be Samir Bashar. Of course, former European champion and also just in this year winner of YCS London, beating Tom Kleinereber in the finals with his cool Sprite strategy. I mean, he threw a bunch of cards in there, right? It was Sprite, but also Fenrir, Kurikara, all those kind of cool cards. I remember this day very vividly still, right?
Yeah, it was Sprite with everything, basically. Yeah. All of the engines, even the engines that some people considered as not that strong. But I think that the players are ready and we don't want to waste any further time, so let's go straight into game one.
So Samir, I think, was very famous for playing the Sprite deck for quite a long time, and it was a very cool deck, and he had a very creative take on it, but this time he's turned up with Rescue Ace. What do you guys think of that?
I think both decks that we're going to see here are very interesting because I expected more from both decks to see so far in the featured match area, because Rescue Ace is tied for being the most represented deck in the tournament, but still we were missing it so far in the featured match area. But here we go with Samir picking that deck, maybe the most popular deck or like the most popular choice among top players of this event. And then also, of course, we have Vanquish Soul's second place finisher deck of YCS Dortmund returning again here with Marvin Kamara, and he gets his Stake Your Soul ashed right away by Samir Bashar. And does he have a way to extend from there? Because we all know he really, really needs access to Raisin, the best starter card of the deck, Vanquish Soul Raisin.
Oh, and it looks like Marvin has just Engine, but not the good card. He's going to reveal a Pantera right here, special summoning it, after the Stake Your Soul got Ash Blossom. So it looks devastating for Marvin, because with just the Engine, you have barely any interruptions.
That is true. We use the Rock of the Vanquisher right away to get back that Pantera to our hand. And I think we give it over to Samir. So we're just staring down that one Rock of the Vanquisher and nothing else. That card has 0 attack points. So Samir basically facing a free field here. But let's not forget, Rock of the Vanquisher also has a quick effect in our opponent's main phase to bring out one monster from our hand. So that is where Marvin could get things started, summoning out like a Heavy Borger, summoning out a Caesar Valiers or something like that. So it's not over just yet.
But what a dream scenario for Samir. Like, normally you go second, you expect your opponent to do quite a lot of things, but with just the one Ash Blossom, it's pretty much past Marvin's turn.
Your opponent passed on no attack points on the field at all, and now you're basically hindering yourself from OTKing your opponent by activating Pot of Prosperity, because you're only going to deal half of the damage you were supposed to deal originally, but you get to excavate the top 6 cards of your deck and just choose one and add it to your hand, which almost always leads to a playable hand to access to your combos.
Yeah. Samir having a big think here about what he wants to banish. Do you think the cards you banish change a lot based off of what deck you're playing against?
Yeah, I think you are definitely mixing it up a bit, and I think in Samir's extra deck there are some very interesting decisions, because for example I see Power Tool Braver Dragon, which is a pretty unpopular choice, but he has decided to go with it. And I think also the Rescue Ace deck is one of the very few decks that is relying on 2 copies of SP Little Knight, so I'm pretty sure SP Little Knight at the end of the day is probably going to be the most represented extra deck monster in the entire field. Oh, and of course we see there's also the Sinful Spoils package in there. And we are going to go with the Abelstar, the Black Witch, that we add off the Prosperity.
And of course we have also seen the enemy controller in there to dodge possible impermanences or effect veilers or ghost mourners going second.
He just loved this card.
Yeah, it's a very Samir card, isn't it? He just kind of plays one of everything.
Yeah, and we discarded the Rescue Ace Fire Attacker there for the Witch, and that is another interesting choice because it's not really the most like people don't see this as a staple in the Rescue Ace strategy because it only lets you draw cards. So usually people do something else instead. Oh, okay. It looks like we use the on-field effect of Pantera. Which one is that even? We revealed...
It destroys a spell or trap card.
Ooh, that's pretty good. In the same column, so that worked. We do go on with a normal summon, and that's Ricadato. So we, in theory... I think we're also playing... Yeah, we're playing the Isolde package in our extra deck, so that may be the route that he wants to go for.
That's a very creative interruption there from Marvin, because normally the Pantera, you don't think much of it, it just summons itself, but knowing like the ins and outs of your deck can be very key in situations.
Ooh, but that's also, of course, a potential Synchro summon here, and yes, of course, it is a Synchro 8 into Axel, Synchro, Stardust Dragon, and we are trying to get that Ricadato back to the field.
Then this would let you make a level 9 Synchro, which is
that must be the power to a Braver Dragon then, right? Okay, but Valius is being chained to that. Valius is bringing himself to the field. And if we have the right attributes to reveal for Caesar Valius here, we could maybe destroy one of the monsters on Samir's side here.
That is looking good. Depending on Samir's extra deck, he could then tribute the Stardust Dragon to someone.
Oh, look at that. He's revealing his entire hand. So we do have the right attributes to at least destroy one card, and we are destroying the Axel Stardust Dragon there.
Samir Bashar now has perfect information, though, because he has seen the entire hand of Marvin Kamara, so he knows what is coming his way. He started with a Pot of Prosperity. There are only, I think, 2 cards, maybe 3 cards, I think rather 3 cards in the hand left of Samir Bashar. He has 1 monster on the field. Now this is going to see... Oh, did he? Okay, no.
That looked like a pass, right? But...
Very briefly, though, so we are not completely sure about that. Maybe we are discussing the interactions right here.
They're just confirming what happens there.
I think he hasn't normal summoned yet, or did he normal summon the Ricard yet?
He did normal summon.
Normally when somebody starts with Pot of Prosperity, it means that you don't have the engine that you want, because you would start with your engine and then you thinned your deck a little bit and then maybe you can grab some non-engine, or if your opponent interrupts you, know what you need. So if your opponent's first card is Pot of Prosperity, it's normally not necessarily a weak hand, but one without a lot of engine, and we've already seen multiple interruptions come through Marvin, so maybe this might be enough.
Yeah, there goes original Sinful Spoils Snake Eyes activation in the graveyard now, though. And you can draw one card through this, so maybe Samir kind of hoping for a Destiny draw moment here.
He is.
Wait, he's searching
Hydrants. You can search a level 1 fire monster.
Ooh.
Is that effect?
True, you're right. That's also the other way of searching out Hydrant, but do we have a way to bring Hydrant onto the field, or is it just a setup for next turn here?
Maybe we can just activate Rescue Ace Arias, discard and special summon out the Hydrant, but I don't think that this is somehow possible. Let's see what the Ricciardetto is going to do right here. We see another spell card in Samir's hand. He is linking away now. This might just be a Linkuriboh.
Linkuriboh, something like that.
Linkuriboh?
It is Linkuriboh indeed.
It does banish itself to summon... It just has to summon a warrior, or does it have to can it summon any fire, the Ricciardetto?
Let's see.
Oh, but there is another card that he can use, and that is, of course, one of the one-offs in the deck, and this is Alert. And Alert can just special summon out one from the graveyard, one of your Rescue Ace monsters, and there we go.
That is a card that could lead to more draws. However, I think he would much rather just try and go for an SP Little Knight right here to get rid of the Rock and the Vanquish Soul Caesar Valiant right here, because I don't see how Marvin is going to add some cards to his hand so he could draw. So I think this is much rather just trying to break the field and not give your opponent follow-up.
Okay. Yeah, are we banishing
Can
the
he
Rock?
not target this? Caesar can protect itself.
Yeah, but Caesar, you can only use one of the effects.
All right, okay.
I think. I don't think you can use both, so I'm a little confused as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so set one and giving it over. So Marvin, in theory, has a very easy way to get rid of that SP Little Knight, because there's a monster already on the field being big enough to just attack over it.
And generally, you don't really... Okay, now an effect was activated and we are banishing the cards again. So SP Little Knight is now in the main monster zone, which is a little bit more convenient.
Yeah, I didn't think that made too much of a difference.
Yeah, I agree.
It just kind of, moved the SP Little Knight.
Okay, it's back to Marvin after a really, really, really bad opening. he is still in this. He found a way to interrupt Samir enough, and I think Samir's hand also wasn't that great. And now Marvin kind of taking over the leading position here. And just imagine he picks up another Stake Your Soul, or maybe just the Raisin itself. That would be really good for him.
Yeah, I mean, the face down card for Samir is also very vulnerable. Just another pop for Caesar Valius.
Ooh, yes, indeed. We are revealing the 3 cards we have already revealed, and Samir just lets it resolve. It's impermanence, and that's just gone. And that's an interesting decision that he decided to set that card, because it was pretty obvious that Marvin can just go into the battle phase, go over the SP Little Knight, and then the field of Samir would have been free, so he could have kept the impermanence in the hand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this Caesar Valius being a proper boss monster here, it's going to pop a card next turn as well, if it stays on the field. But, I mean, Marvin can do some shuffling around. He can bounce it for Heavy Borger. He can turn it into a rock and then add it back to his hand and special summon it. He's got a lot of options, even with this suboptimal start.
Yep, there comes another Rock of the Vanquisher. And we want to summon out the Pantera again, as we did in the last turn. And there is now, okay, we have a rank 4 coming up with the normal summon of Kashtera Rysart. And there comes Dempsey, and Dempsey would finally be the way into the Raisin. There we have it, but he cannot normal summon this turn anymore. But, of course, we can summon it out through the rock.
Yeah, he hasn't used the rock effect, so yeah, he should be able to do that.
And now maybe he also finds his way by using Heavy Borger in his hand to get some non-engine going, to get some of those hand traps that are very valuable, or maybe there can only be one. I don't know if the deck is actually running that right now, to be quite honest.
I can answer you that, because I have his list right in front of me, and scrolling through it, there can be only one included.
But this is still a great situation for Marvin.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Madlov is being added to his hand now as well. And Dr. Madlov, of course, gives you the option to also get into spell and trap cards. And let's not forget, there was a really, really great addition to the deck in Age of the Overlords. It's Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, which is a trap card now, which kind of has replaced Dust Devil a little bit. Dust Devil usually was just a Book of Moon effect, which was nice, but Vanquish Soul Snow Devil does so much more for you, because it has 3 different effects. It can be an entire field wipe, so Snow Devil really is great. And Samir realized there's no way coming back from this, and Marvin, after a not so great opening, sealing the deal here for game number 1. Impressive performance, and Vanquish Soul, after being in the finals of YCS Dortmund, maybe coming back and taking down YCS Bologna. What are your opinions on the deck?
I just thought that was kind of, even though the Vanquish Soul didn't have its ideal opening, it was kind of a good showing for the deck, because it seems to want to be a deck that kind of has a 1-for-1 trade with your opponent, and then you get incremental advantage with Caesar Valius, with Raisin. So I thought that was a really great showing for it.
You kind of have to fight your way there. It feels a little bit like Time Wizard 2005, the Warrior deck that just wants to trade 1 by 1 and then get a little bit of tempo, a little bit of chip damage here and there. We haven't seen the Heavy Borger, my favorite card from the deck, that is sometimes just a great win condition by dealing 1,500 damage directly to the life points of your opponent multiple times. We have seen that a lot also from Lukas Janssen at YCS Dortmund. I mean, the deck has gotten new support, so it's gotten a little bit better, but what's striking me the most is that the main win condition of the deck was that it just plays perfectly with there can only be one. That was the point, that was the reason why it stood out to everyone at YCS Dortmund. Now the deck is not even running it anymore, so you can't rely on this floodgate.
Yeah, for sure. It's still super successful. And I mean, I was speaking about Snow Devil being a new card in the deck, but there's also a new monster that is really, really strong, and that's Vanquish Soul Jiao Long. Jiao Long is actually incredible, because you can just special summon him out when you have revealed cards in your hand for Vanquish Soul effect. So that's happening a lot, as we just saw in game 1 already. And then you can just reveal 2 fire monsters, and there are plenty of fire monsters in the deck, to search any Vanquish Soul card. Monster, spell, and trap, it doesn't matter. So I think Jiao Long, huge implementation to the deck, definitely helped the deck to improve a lot more. And Marvin, maybe that was the final reason for him to pick this deck for this event, honestly.
Yeah, I think any extra way to get Vanquish Soul monsters onto the field is really important in this deck, because one of the issues with the deck is it's very reliant on its normal summon to get that first monster into play.
Totally.
So having more ways to get a monster into play is going to be very important. So I think it's a really nice addition. Yeah,
and I think it's a super cool toolbox deck, right? Because we have, of course, there's the Rock of the Vanquisher, which is a Link monster, but you just saw you can also go into some Exceed summons, so you can just use your entire extra deck. It's very versatile. When you look at the extra deck of a Vanquish Soul player, it could be going 10 different directions, which is quite funny. Funnily enough, but it's the same thing for the Rescue Ace deck. When you look at the Rescue Ace decks, you have like 10 different ways of approaching. You can have the Synchro approach with the Baron de Fleur package. There's the Isolde package being very popular at the moment too. Sometimes there's a Firewall package. I saw that at the top tables too. So there's really many different ways of approaching the Rescue Ace deck.
And funnily enough, Rescue Ace is considered one of the best decks in the entire format.
Sure.
Maybe it is even considered the best with just a little edge on the other top 4 decks right now, which are probably Tearlaments, Pearly,
and
then
Unchained,
Unchained. And Labyrinth is also up there as well. But people have considered Rescue Ace as to be a little bit better, to target it a little more. This is why people were also shifting away from the deck, because everyone is so prepared against it. But we haven't seen it on day 1 in the feature match. Of course, there are Rescue Ace players in the tournament, but we have spotlighted other decks. And now this is the first showing, and it loses 1-0 to Vanquish Soul right here in the first game. But I think that the players are ready for game 2. Let's see if Samir can take it back. Let's go over to the game.
His opening certainly wasn't perfect either in game number 1. Let's see what Samir can do here, whether he can show us some set 4 moves, some turbulence effect resolutions, or maybe just a Hydrant to begin things.
Do you think Rescue Ace is kind of the opposite?
Oh, but first of all, Marvin wants to lead this game off. In the standby phase, there's going to be Dimension Shifter, and is Samir doing anything? Okay, once again the Pot of Prosperity. Funnily enough, you would think he's running free of that, but he's playing this as a one-off, and so he opened it in both games here.
You can never question Samir's deck building. He makes some decisions that I think a lot of players make differently. You know, he likes to run one of a lot of different cards for different situations. And yeah, the Prosperity, I think, has been a pretty stable 3-of for a lot of Rescue Ace players.
He likes to keep it fun and breezy, you know, improvise in some situations. I mean, that's what makes a great deck builder and a great Yu-Gi-Oh player as well, if you're confronted with new situations. And you're also confronting your opponent with newer situations because of those creative deck building choices. People do not always expect what Samir is running, and then he throws them off guard. I really like his playstyle.
I think it's actually a really good decision, because when you just mix it up, your opponent cannot, because it's very popular for top level players to look at the opponent's deck in game number 1 and then prepare their playstyle towards the tech cards that they're choosing. And if Samir is having different tech cards in game 1, game 2 and game 3 because it's all just one-offs, then you cannot really prepare against it. So I think it's really working out for him, and that is why Samir has been such a prominent player at the top tables over years now.
It's very hard to play around every field-breaking card there is.
Indeed, indeed.
What do you think? I mean, what do you think Samir was looking for off that Prosperity? Because he doesn't look like he was very happy with what turned up. But I'd have thought the Fire Hydrant is pretty high priority.
Hydrant is high priority. The thing is, Hydrant on its own is not combo. So I don't know whether that's going to be the perfect card to grab there.
Under Shifter, it's pretty hard to combo. You need basically you need an emergency to summon out the Turbulence via that, because you can't banish anything from your graveyard, because there is nothing.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Durandal being activated, equipped to the Hydrant and searching himself out. Ricadetto.
Now let's see. Are we going to go into? Okay, we're banishing the Ricardetto.
Does that have an effect in your hand?
We just have to check. I'm also not aware, but of course we can just have a quick look at it.
Yeah, hand or GY, special summon 1, level 4 or lower Fire Warrior monster, which will be the airlifter that we just searched off of the Hydrant.
That's nice, using it as an extender there. And we get the emergency, and as you were just saying, Leo, this might be our way into the good old Turbulence, which he's playing as a one-off, by the way. I think it's like really popular to play this in multiples, like 2 copies of it, but only as a one-off. Just Samir loving his one-offs, right? He does not care. He just wants to play 1 copy of it.
And he even does not send a card from the field to banish. He chooses to get rid of the impulse from his hand. Oh, and there's the impermanence. And this is also a reason why you try to sometimes play multiple copies of Turbulence.
I'm just a little confused. Sorry, Leo. I was going to say, surely Samir's about to make an SP Lil Knight here, so why didn't he just make that before? Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Oh. There is a Dark. All right.
What are we going for?
Oh, wow.
Here? Oh, we use the Dimension Shifter as synchro material for our Baron de Fleur. Impressive play there by Samir. Even coming to that solution there, realizing there's a level 6 monster sitting in the graveyard of Marvin, and then going for his own Baron de Fleur. And all of a sudden, Marvin only with 4 cards left in his hand.
Does Ricardetto make the Airlifter a tuner? Is that what's going on here?
It must be.
Yeah, as a tuner.
Because Leo was looking, I was like, which one was the tuner? But Samir knows.
That was great stuff by Samir. We all expected SP Little Knight there, but it didn't come down. Ooh, okay. Pressure Planner race off.
Okay. And we're letting this resolve because, I mean, now, especially as the Turbulence is a one-off, you have used a lot of your resources. If you can get your Preventer into the graveyard, then you can special summon out the Turbulence later on, which I like a lot. But you've gone through a lot of your stuff. You really want to win with this little setup that you have.
Indeed. So Fenrir has been at it.
But it's a very little setup, isn't it? There's just one Baron de Fleur, maybe a face down. But he's got no Rescue Ace monsters, so that can't be one of the Rescue Ace trap cards. Well, it could be, but it wouldn't be useful if it was.
Yeah, and we haven't even really talked about it just yet, but you see the score of the players. Both of them are on 7 wins and 2 losses. So this game, this match, really matters to both of them, because most likely the loser of this match is going to be out of the tournament, and only the winner is going to stay in and have a shot at making top cut in this.
And Marvin is far ahead right now, because the Baron was already used on the Fenrir, a card that is not even part of the Vanquish Soul engine. You're going to banish 6 card now. Find the Raisin, hopefully find the Raisin, and just get going here as Marvin.
Yeah, that's true. But like, there's one card in the back row of Samir that I could see him helping to survive this turn, to just use it right away on the summon of a Raisin, and that would be the Solemn Judgment. If he just uses Solemn Judgment on the first summon of a Vanquish Soul monster, he makes sure that Marvin never gets to a monster on the field, and then the Vanquish Soul can kind of struggle. Okay, so he does have access to Raisin if he wants it there. He could also go with the beautiful Ultimate Slayer there. What a nice looking card.
Not so good under Dimension Shifter.
Indeed, it is not. You're right, you're right.
That was one of the reasons why it fell off, I would say. Well, a Rise Heart rather than Dimension Shifter. But
Caesar Valius was putting in the work in game number 1, and he has decided to just grab it again because it was so good in that first game. Is it going to have the same impact?
What that says about the rest of his hand. He already has the Raisin.
Oh, and as I was anticipating, Samir is saying no, 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 no. And he's going to activate Solemn Judgment, paying half of his life points, getting rid of that Raisin right away. And that might be the window how Samir can still win this, because it is his turn again. Can he put up 8,000 points of damage here somehow? What did he draw there?
Samir is thriving on that Solemn Judgment, on the reaction of the crowd. He was smiling there. He knew, oh, this is going to stop your turn, isn't it? And now he is just sitting there waiting with a few cards in his hand, quite a few. But does he have Steam? He didn't have the easy way into the combo last turn. What was the draw that Samir Bashar got? Because the Baron effect to special summon something from the graveyard obviously is not working this turn.
Yeah, it's looking very empty there, that graveyard, isn't it?
Both players without a graveyard. Samir at least trying to figure something out here, so there could potentially be a way. There is probably a monster that he drew. Okay, we have the Diabellstar Witch, which is a pretty big monster already. This is close to game like that, but I think he's not done with it just yet. Discarding the Ash Blossom, understandable. He figured out a way, I think, to go for the game here, I'm pretty sure.
At this point, you can just start to go for your normal combo, right? You must have some Hydrants in your deck.
But no more Turbulence, as Basti mentioned, just the one.
Yeah, but you can summon out the Preventer.
Oh yeah, that's
good. And then link it away and special summon out the Turbulence Banish. But you don't really need the Turbulence, you just need the damage.
Let's see, Samir thinking about it. Is he going to activate the Sinful Sport Snake there that he just sat?
I mean, this plays into Ash, but I think you really want to win this turn. You don't want to give your opponent another turn, because the only thing that stopped Marvin last turn was that Solemn Judgment. You don't have that anymore unless you drew it from the top, but I think that the Diabellstar, the Black Witch, was the top.
Oh, Samir breathing heavily after seeing that Marvin has no response to the Sinful Spoils card, and there is Hydron on the field now, and that is a good-looking field now for Samir already. He gets into his engine. I'm wondering whether he drew that Diabellstar Witch, because that was a really, really good card to draw there.
Very uplifting for Samir that he's now in his Fire Engine, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So is this just enough with the, if you just search emergency here, activate emergency, get preventer, and then tribute the preventer and get turbulence? That looks like more than 8,000 damage.
Would absolutely be more than 8,000. Samir just trying to figure it out finally. Trying to get to the final point. I think Samir can do it even under 5 summons, right? This should be easily doable.
Yeah.
Also, Nibiru is a light monster, and you don't really want that in Vanquish Soul, right?
Yeah, true. You kind of have struggles to include that card, and I can confirm there is no Nibiru in the main deck, yeah. And also not in the side deck even. Okay. What is that going to be? Appaloosa, just in case there is a Nibiru, we just go for the Appaloosa. And I mean, we did link away the Preventer with that, right?
I think that was an airlifter. Wait, was there a Preventer?
Okay, we're just sorting our banished cards. Appaloosa is being summoned. Oh wait, there was no Preventer, you're right. Emergency being activated. Scrolling through our deck, so there is the Preventer now.
Love it. Special summon out the Preventer and immediately send it to the graveyard to trigger it and special summon out the Turbulence. And now we finally get to resolve the Rescue Ace Turbulence, the heart and soul of this oh so powerful deck. Setting now, I think, 3 cards because we drew the one-off.
It depends, because actually he's siding in another trap card for the Rescue Ace cards. And yeah, there we see it. He has decided to side reinforce, so he still is going to set 4. He's shuffling, of course, those cards, now setting them.
He can activate the rescue this turn, right?
Yeah, exactly. He didn't even shuffle it. He didn't even want to bother with that, because he's just going to activate it right away anyways.
Now we're having a little bit of a discussion, but now we get
it's all good.
Did he set alert rather than rescue? But that still works anyway, because you just search another preventer and special summon it.
I think Samir totally knows what he's doing. He probably has tested this deck for a very, very long time, and he has found a way here with the top deck of Diabellstar Witch to put 8,000 points of damage onto the field.
Oh, and now we're going to attack for 2,400 and the 2,800 and 3,000, and that is supposed to be enough for the game. Marvin Camera packs up his cards. We are now tied 1-1. Samir having a crazy good Solemn Judgment, followed up by a Diabellstar, the Black Witch, from the top of his deck to grant him victory in this game.
You can't beat a European champion that easily, he says. I think his move was really cool. He was like, nah. Solemn Judgment is going to stop this, and we're going to move on with this duel. And he's now fully back into this match, clawing back into this game number 2. What do you expect? I mean, he's having so many good cards going second. Do you think going second is going to be even more impressive now? Because we see there's Change of Heart, there's Drolan Lockbird, there's Enemy Controller, Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, Nibiru. There's plenty of cards he could bring in here. It's crazy.
It's really, what do you side against Rescue Ace? Not Rescue Ace. Vanquish Soul. It's a tricky deck because it doesn't do a lot. Most of its interruptions, you have a few on the field and then a lot from your hand. So what's the play here?
I think Nibiru is like the most interesting card in the side deck because it's hit or miss. And I wouldn't even be sure myself whether I would include it versus Vanquish Soul, because if they start comboing really, now especially with Jiao Long being around, being another card you summon out, I think it's usually around the 5 summons mark. So you could be lucky and it's 5 summons. You could be unlucky that it's only 4 summons though. So Nibiru is interesting, and I don't know whether I would want to be relying on that luck, whether it is 4 or 5 summons, and therefore Nibiru might be a card you don't want to include. But I think one card, again, only a one-off also in his side deck, that I really like is Triple Tactics Talent, because Vanquish Soul is non-stop playing on your opponent's turn. Rock of the Vanquisher only is an effect that you can activate in the main phase as a quick effect on your opponent's turn. So Talents will basically always be live versus Vanquish Soul. So that card I really want to include, and I think Change of Heart and Enemy Controller are also great options.
The only problem is your opponent can basically choose which card you're taking with Triple Tactic Talents, because you can just always bounce your monster back. However, I think that only the big Vanquish Soul monsters bounce something else from the field to the hand. Yeah. So that means that you're basically giving your opponent your best card, and that's not what you want to do.
I don't think you want that exactly, because like some decks don't really have a way to do anything with that stuff. For example, if a branded player takes over one of your Vanquish Soul monsters, what is he going to do with it? Like the worst case, he's going to use Polymerization to fuse it away, but like he can't link it away. But Rescue Ace, of course, is just probably going to make SP out of it, so they have good use for your monsters. So it's going to be interesting to see, because I'm not ruling out Samir here at all, even though he's going second in this last game. Honestly, both games, going first for players didn't look impressive at all, right? Because Marvin also passed on Rock of the Vanquisher in game 1, still managed to win. Then Samir followed up with Baron de Fleur, Dark, and a Solemn Judgment. Also was enough. Interestingly enough, there was also probably that Ash Blossom left in his hand there, right? So his setup wasn't that bad. Against 4 cards, he had Solemn Judgment, a Baron de Fleur negate, and an Ash Blossom in hand. That usually can win you the game, and it did win him the game there.
Do you think it was actually the Ash Blossom in his hand? Because there was a resolved Pot of Prosperity. So maybe the Ash Blossom was the drawn card in there.
You're right. It was either the Diabellstar Witch or the Ash Blossom, one of the two.
I will have to read the Diabellstar because maybe you can't even activate this under Shifter.
I think
by sending 1 card from your hand or field to the graveyard. I think this is not cost, right?
That is it cost or is it not cost?
I don't think it is cost, but you can't send a card from your hand or field to the graveyard. We should know this.
I mean, it's pretty easy to answer. When it is cost, you can't activate it. When it's not cost,
it's not cost.
When it's not cost, you can activate it. But still, like, banishing it, of course, is not that nice. So, I don't know. We see players are finalizing their shuffling. They are ready. They know what's at stake here. Especially, of course, Marvin Cameron knows that he has to stake his soul here, basically, with his Vanquish Soul strategy. He will be able to go first in this deciding game number 3. So let's get into it.
Alrighty, it's time for the decider right here. Samir versus Marvin. Samir Bashar versus Marvin Kamara, 2 very established players. Samir arguably a bit more established than Marvin because he has been to the World Championships before. He is a European champion and he has won a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. The biggest one in Europe, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so there goes another Pressure Planet race-off as we had it in the last game. Nothing on Resolution. That would have been another card that Samir could have brought in from his side deck. Droll and Lockbird. I have to say, I like that one a lot more than Nibiru, to be honest, because it's not that much hit and miss. You are usually going to have a problem with that card resolving against you if you are a Vanquish Soul player.
Well, it depends. If your first action is to normal summon Raisin, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
But if your first action, if your hand looked like this, then Droll and Lockbird. This is something a lot of people say about Droll and Lockbird. You know, sometimes your opponent has Terraforming and Durandal in their hand, and it's amazing. And other times they just normal summon, get their 1 search, and you look at it and think, oh.
All right, yeah. But this setup right away looking a lot better for Marvin. He has Fenrir already on the field. He has Stake Your Soul now as well next to the Raisin that he already picked up through the Durandal. That's a great setup there.
Souls are being staked so hard right now, and we're going to see. What has he revealed for Stake Your Soul, by the way?
I couldn't tell, but there is the Jialong that I was talking about that he just summons out off of the Stake Your Soul here.
Must have revealed a Razin then, right?
Yeah, most likely it was just the Razin that he revealed.
Oh,
okay, there is... Oh, it's 2 Razins even. He has 2 Razins in hand. So we are revealing 2 fire monsters to search out whichever Vanquish Soul card he wants there.
Except for another Vanquish Soul Jialong, but I don't think that's high up on the priority list anyways.
It's not even possible because he only runs 1, to be honest. Oh, but Impermanent on the Jialong, but there's Caesar Valius being chained. So that's so good about the Vanquish Soul strategy. You have so many ways to dodge infinite Impermanence, and therefore Samir just wasted one of his cards in hand, and nothing really happened with that. That was very, very, very high value of a play there for Marvin.
Yeah, it's always a risk. Sometimes you just have to take the risk, don't you? When your opponent, you think, well, they might have an answer to it, but this is too important.
Yeah.
So I have to try.
And now the 2 new cards working together. We see Vanquish Soul Jialong fetching Vanquish Soul Snow Devil from the deck, so the trap is also ready as well. We grab another Earth Monster through the effect of Kashtira Fenrir, being another Kashtira Fenrir, so that our Caesar Valius also will be able to destroy cards next turn. We have not even normal summoned. Yeah. Marvin lives in a beautiful world right now, grabbing himself Heavy Borger 2 here.
Yeah, Marvin is just overall having a really good time right now. Fenrir is so good in this deck. He did not get rolled on this very search-heavy hand. He has multiple interactions already on the opponent's turn. He has this very powerful trap card.
Yeah, he has the Fenrir as well. He has all the attributes for that Caesar Valius. I don't know if he's got a second Dark Monster to draw off Heavy Borger. I guess we'll find out. But, I mean, he's got, having all the attributes for Caesar Valius already is fantastic.
Yep, there goes One card into the spell and trap zone. It's not really something that we have to guess about because it's very obviously the card you just see here on the screen is going to be Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. And depending on how many attributes he can reveal for that, all of the effects are going to resolve. Sometimes you have to choose. Are you going to go for the 1, go for the 2, go for the 3? But with Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, if you can reveal all 3, you're just going to resolve all 3 effects too.
Well, you do have to destroy all monsters on the field, so maybe you don't want to destroy your own.
Yeah,
Yes.
the thing is you can protect your own monsters very regularly through, like the Vanquish Soul monsters at least. So you would have to destroy your own Fenrir, but your Vanquish Soul monsters can easily be protected. Okay, but Samir starts things off with the good old, Change of Art, taking over Fenrir, and that is pretty good for him.
Is he running the Kashtira package himself?
I was thinking that. It would be a very
That would be
Samir thing to do.
even better. But he went for the old school Fenrir in his deck. He's main decking Dino Wrestler Pankratops. But there's no Fenrir package in his deck, so he can't capitalize as much, to be fair.
To be honest, this is still a very, very good change of heart right here.
For sure.
This is one of the best cards you want to take away from your opponent onto your own side of the field. It progresses your own game state so much more, and you're immediately attacking the raise and probably activating the effect to take over to banish face down the rock.
Okay, so we are in the battle phase. Marvin was thinking about whether to do something at the end of main phase 1. Obviously, it would have been the effect of Rock of the Vanquisher, but he decided against it. And now he's going to get that one banished, and also the Raisin is going to be run over by the Fenrir.
So I guess maybe he will be destroying all the monsters on the field with that Snow Devil now. All of
How do you like that now? Exactly.
I like it a lot now, yeah.
Exactly. So, Raisin.
Just calculating there. So the Raisin, the Kashtira field spell buffs all of your monsters by?
Yeah, for different attributes. So Raisin should have been boosted by 200 attack points there, but that's still enough for Kashtira Fenrir to run over it.
Raisin can protect itself as well, but only from card effect destruction. And let me tell you, this attack was not a card effect destruction.
True. Okay, now another summon, and that's another convenient way of getting rid of the Kashtira Fenrir by just sending it for the effect of the Witch.
That was the most value out of one Change of Heart I think I've ever seen. It just took took the one Fenrir, which then destroyed 2 other monsters, and then got sent. It would have been even better if he'd had his own Fenrir to add. That would have just been...
Yeah, that would have been top-notch for real, yeah. Okay, we use the on-field effect of the Abelst of a Black Witch, setting the Sinful Spoil spell card. And Marvin just lets it happen for now.
Marvin is going to still be able to destroy all the monsters on the field at one point, and the battle phase of Samir is already over. So Marvin has a lot going for him. He has the Jawlong in hand, he has the Heavy Bogger, he has the Caesar Valiant, and he has another Raisin, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And that is a big setup.
When do you do it?
When there are more monsters than just the Hydrant.
But the Hydrant will get more monsters.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil itself is just going to protect your own monsters, because by revealing 2 different attributes, it says Vanquish Soul monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects this turn. So it's kind of protecting its own effect, you know? So that's really cool. Oh, I think we just used it there, right?
We have immediately Snow Devil right here.
It summons a monster as well?
Yeah, that's the thing. You summon one out, you protect all of your monsters, and you destroy all monsters on the field. Like, this card is completely crazy, and that's why it was high priority for Marvin to search it out.
Yeah, that's incredible. I didn't realize it also summoned a monster.
Yeah, it's really good. So Raisin is being summoned here.
And remember, there's no battle phase anymore.
Indeed. So Marvin's turn is going to come back to him there.
Raisin is going to sit there pretty, searches out a Dr. Madlove, and don't forget there is also Heavy Bogger as well. But now, that's what I told you, Marvin can now choose which card Samir will take over, but it's going to be very much annoying for him regardless.
Raisin reveals the Jawlong, but I think that's a really smart play here by Marvin, because that will lead to the Jawlong being able to trigger after the resolution of the Triple Tactic Talons, and then Marvin will have a monster again on the field, which he can use with the Valiers. Look at that, Jawlong on a new chain. So even though Samir wanted to make sure there's no more monster on the field for Marvin, there again is the Jawlong.
Very well played.
Absolutely, and Samir doesn't like it. He again is shaking his hat. In the last game, he was shaking his fingers, signalizing you ain't going to win this game, but now he's shaking his hat. So I don't know whether we can really have too much hope with Sami here for this game.
There is still Heavy Borger and Caesar Valiant in the hand of Marvin. And of course, no, not another Raisin, because that one is just on the field on Sami's side right now. That's his Raisin now. Gets to keep it after the game, of course. And I mean, that's another Fire Warrior on his side. We have got to be something he can do with it, right?
I was wondering if he can activate the Raisin effect, but I don't think he'll have a Dark Monster.
Probably not, no, you're right. I mean, if he has an extra copy of the Diabellstar Witch, maybe.
Oh.
Wait, is she dark? Yeah, she is dark.
However, still all of the monsters would be protected by card effects.
Yeah,
from
true,
card
true,
effects.
true. So it seems like there's a judge question going on right now. Yeah, that's why we quickly bring it back over to us. So something to take care of there for the judges. And in the meantime, we can enjoy talking about those two decks. Do you think Rescue Ace is going to win this tournament? Quick and easy question.
No.
No.
Okay, so which deck is going to win this tournament then?
Okay, so here's the thing.
Quick and easy.
You asked
it
me that
was.
question.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe your
there's
mind changed
there's
overnight.
A lot of very good decks. So
No,
I think
no,
if
no,
you ask
that
me
was
if you
not
think
the
Rescue
question.
Ace is going to win, I'd say no, but it doesn't mean I know which deck is going to win. But if I'm going to make a decision, I'll say Dragon Link.
Okay, so hear me out. No, I said Fluwanderies yesterday. But there's plenty of very good Italian players who shifted away from Fluwanderies.
Shifted away from Fluwanderies.
Shifted away. So there is one player, I think, who is going to win the YCS Bologna, because the story is just, it just fits. And that is Lorenzo Muselli. And I think that he's going to take it all the way with his Centurion deck.
Okay, I like the call.
I said it.
I will, if we talk about players, I will add up to this. And I know you will like my call as well, because you also
Is
have
it Dinkabui again, Basti?
Usually that would be my call, but I'm shifting away from that call for this one right here too. And I'm going to call out a player that was in top 8 at YC's Dortmund, but I think he came back even stronger now to YC's Bologna. I think Gabriel Nats changing to a different deck for this event is having a really good run. He was X1 after the first day of the tournament, and I have high hopes for him to this time maybe go even deeper into the tournament compared to YC's Dortmund, where he already made top 8. So, Tom, do we have a player you're looking out for as well?
Okay, I'm going to give a really boring answer and say Joshua Schmidt. Honorary Dragon Link deck. We saw it yesterday. It wasn't exactly a Dragon Link, but I think it's close enough. It's a Dragon Link in spirit.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, those are all high-caliber players, so I definitely think we made some good choices there. I do really like the Lorenzo Muselli call as well, because the Centurion deck really looks impressive. And also one more thing that you may have not really seen on the live stream, on the coverage here, but something that we can tell you because we are also going through the top tables there and we have some extra information there. I think the Fire King deck is doing more than we were anticipating. There are like 4 or 5 Fire King decks at the top 30 tables or something like that. So impressive performance so far by the deck, honestly.
Yeah, there's always that advantage of playing a new deck just as it's come out, because not everyone's going to know how to prepare for it. Maybe they won't have the right cards in their side deck. Maybe there's some excellent water card that negates all of your opponent's fire monsters that exist somewhere, but no one's going to have it in their side deck for this event. So,
I mean, honestly, if there is a card to counter fire card, I would expect it to be a Rescue Ace card.
It has to be, yeah, just by nature. You're right, you're right, you're right. So deck-wise, that means we're having a Dragon Link, Centurion, and also, I will not give away just yet what Gabriel Nats is on, but he's definitely also on a very good deck for this event. And overall, I think when we looked at the metagame breakdown for the first round, we saw that there was Rescue Ace, which we are just seeing, and Unchained on top of the leaderboard. Do you expect this to change majorly moving into top 64 when we have our next breakdown, or do you expect to see something similar there?
I do expect a drastic change, to be honest.
Same, to be honest.
Because I don't think that the Unchained players and the Rescuers players have performed super well so far. Both of these decks were super hard prepared for by all of the other duelists. And it's just looking like it's going to be a tough time for them to win this tournament in total. And I think that we have other decks like Labyrinth. I've seen a lot of Labyrinth. I've seen players play the deck in different ways. Like there's like proper inventions in there.
Yeah, for sure.
That this is maybe going to take over the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be some changes, and maybe, as you guys both mentioned, it'll be the decks that people haven't prepared for that are gaining ground in day 2 or in the top 64, like Dragon Link.
Which would usually be the case, right? The decks that people are prepared for are going to be heavily countered, and therefore they're not going to perform that well in comparison to the other decks that are like underdog decks. But do you think we're going to have a new first place? Do you think there's I think the Labyrinth call I like. I think when I walk through those top tables, Labyrinth left and right, honestly. Like, Labyrinth seems to be taking over the top tables, and I would as well not be surprised if it would also be taking over the top cut, honestly. But another deck that I was also seeing quite a bit of, to be fair, is Telemans. Telemans was sitting in third place in the overall breakdown, but I wouldn't be surprised if that would also be jumping up maybe to first or at least second place, to be honest.
One thing I have about Telemans is it's a deck that occupies a lot of space in people's minds because it's so much fun. So I think a lot of people play it, even when it's not necessarily the best deck. I think everyone's going to play it. Everyone wants to play it. You know, at Dortmund, I was talking to a lot of people before the event, and they said, "Oh, you know, I'm going to play this cool new deck. I've found this great build of Telemans. Like, no one's going to expect it." And then it was like
everyone plays it.
It was the most popular deck almost. So, and then again, it's another card that it's very easy to side deck for. There's so many cards that just you know, you side your Abyss Dweller, your Gravekeeper's Inscription, your Dimension Shifter, and it's one of those decks that's so powerful that people is going to have a big target on his back.
I will admit, maybe I also just had tunnel vision when walking through the top tables, and I was like, Telemans, and I just saw those, and I actually, maybe there aren't that many, but it seemed to me that there were a lot.
Fusion summoning from the graveyard is just a different experience, right? It's just so much fun, and I mean, we have all played, I think all of us have played the format where Telemant was by far the best deck, and I think it was incredibly enjoyable. I really love the deck. I love going back to that deck. It's not quite as strong now as it was back then, but it is still a powerhouse. There were so many limitations on the Forbidden and Limited list, and the players could still find a way to play this deck, even though all of the names, I mean, not Rhinoheart, not Castilla Telemans, but Shiren and Merle and Hafnis are limited now. The deck is still incredibly strong and rather consistent as well, even though I do think it does not play well into hand traps. I think that is a major problem of the deck. Not even Beastials necessarily, even though these are incredibly strong against the deck. I think that when I played the deck recently, a lot of the time when you just get ashed on the first thing you do, there's a high chance that your turn is over.
Fair enough, yeah. Also, so now we spoke about the great picture of all the decks in the room. Let's maybe try to get a little bit back into the game we are just seeing. And the only question that I could ask myself right now, what could be the issue here, is that trap card, right? Dust Devil. Maybe it's a question of how do the three effects resolve. So maybe the problem is, and it does say the first one first, and then the second one, and then the third one? Or
I can read the card out for everyone.
I mean, just tell us, is it going to be in sequence, or how is it going to be? Because
reveal up to...
I don't want to hear the full card of that.
Yes, it's part of this sentence.
Okay.
Reveal up to one each of Dark Earth and Fire monsters in your hand. Apply the following effects in sequence based on the number revealed.
Okay, so that means we start with the first one, and then go to the second one, and go to the third one. Because
first one is Special Summon, second one is Protect, third one is Dark Hole.
So yeah, the only question I would have right now, maybe that could come up there, is whether the monster we summon out would already be affected by the destruction effect, you know? That could be the scenario. But if you read the card, I would say it's never ever, right? Because it is protected in the first place.
Exactly.
And I would agree with you that it's pretty obvious, but like that's the only ruling scenario that I would have right now. Or is there anything else you could imagine?
One thing I might think is sometimes if you have multiple effects and you resolve them incorrectly in the wrong order, then it is said that you've missed your chance. So I'm not sure if you have to summon before you destroy, or whether you can summon. So if you destroy the field and then say, okay, now I'm going to summon this, then your opponent might say to you, well, you've already destroyed it, so you have to do it in sequence.
The thing is, does it say you can apply those effects? Because you have revealed 3 at the beginning.
Apply the following effects.
Okay, so when you just reveal all 3, there's just no way you can get around that, right? So you just resolve all 3 effects. And one more thing that I was thinking, because Triple Tactic Talons was also just recently activated there by Sami Bakar. And sometimes there are very confusing rulings about Triple Tactic Talons. When you, for example, using Triple Tactic Talons and your opponent chains IP Masquerade, making a Nightmare Unicorn. I feel like that ruling has been updated 1,000 times by now. So you're making Nightmare Unicorn, your opponent takes the Nightmare Unicorn with Triple Tactic Talons, and
who's getting the effect?
Who is going to activate the effect? And I think it was a very popular ruling that the person that doesn't even have the Nightmare Unicorn on his side of the field anymore can still activate the effect. And it was always just super confusing to me, to be honest.
So it might be the case then, following on from what you've said, that
Yeah.
the Razan is not considered to be...
That's what I'm maybe thinking, yeah.
So maybe you wouldn't then be able to summon the Dialong
Xiaolong, yeah, exactly.
Wait, consider to be what?
on your side of the field anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I was bringing that up. Yeah,
But I think it activated on your own side of
That's
the field.
what I
think
would be
this is
thinking
slightly
too.
different, but I mean, we're not sure yet.
yeah,
so.
we're just guessing at this point too.
But
We're
I mean-
trying to figure out what happened there.
Xiaolong. That's what you mean. But I mean, it was on your side
Yeah, I
of the
mean,
field
you
when it was
definitely
revealed.
activated it. Yeah. So we're just speculating.
Exactly. We're trying to figure out what is going on there right now over at the table. And yeah, I think we're going to have a solution to that very soon. And Vanquish Soul, honestly, I think we were, as I was saying, walking through the top tables a lot. And we have always seen Marvin as the one Vanquish Soul player up there. So I was already telling Leo, yep, Vanquish Soul. We may have a look at that later on in the tournament, maybe consider it for the featured match. But honestly, he was like the only Vanquish Soul player that I could see there for a while.
I mean, Lukas Janssen was also the only Vanquish Soul player we had in Top Cut in Dortmund, right? It wasn't a popular choice back then.
Yeah.
I would have even expected the numbers to pick up after his huge success. By the way, amazing story. That was his first YCS ever, and he got all the way into the finals.
Pretty good success rate.
You know, there can only be one Vanquish Soul player.
But he's not
I'm
running
proud
the
of you.
card. Good pun. Good
Thank
pun
you.
approved by Leonard
Thank you.
Göring.
I've got my pun approved by the professor
I'm
of
like a
puns.
proud father right
Yeah.
now.
But yeah, that is not going to be happening again this weekend for Lukas Janssen at least, because we talked to him
Yeah.
in the middle of day one already. He did not have the greatest runs of all time for this event, so he's already out. Probably playing somewhere in the public events, but not in the main event anymore.
What did he call his tournament experience? 1-3 airport?
Yeah, one free airport, but he's still here, so I don't know how that story even checks out, to be honest.
It's still hilarious, though.
All right, so it seems like I've heard that we have a decision. We are ready to play again, so let's go back to the table and check out where the action is.
I think there's still a little bit of gesturing
a little
going
bit of
on
chatting.
right there. But we have a Vanquish Soul Raisin on the field right now again, and there is no Xiaolong anywhere.
It's no Xiaolong.
The
Well, it's probably in the hand,
still
but it's
is in
not on the
hand.
field.
So we just got a double read on Xiaolong once again. If you reveal a card in your hand to activate a Vanquish Soul card effect, except doing the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand.
Yeah, I mean,
Sounds like it
Marvin
should.
definitely activated the effect
Yeah.
of Razan and revealed a card, so...
So the thing that it was confusing me was that Samir, right away before we even got the judges involved, was pointing towards the Snow Devil. So he was kind of referring to the Snow Devil, but there is no restriction with these Snow Devils. So I really don't understand what the issue here was.
It doesn't look like the Xiaolong's hit the field.
No,
so.
no, we did not get the Xiaolong out there. So
we're going
we
to
summon
the
out
Hita.
Hita, and of course there is a fire monster in the graveyard with the Razan, and Samir is going to use that Razan and his own Hita to link summon up into maybe Celine. Yeah, looks like we are going to Celine.
He was already... Oh, he's probably going for an Appaloosa right here, right? Because I think he's already been in battle phase this turn.
Yeah, after all of this, you do have to remember it's main phase 2. Sometimes
Yeah.
you can forget that after you've had a very long judge call or even like a very long turn. You can think, oh, because it was such a short battle phase.
Yeah, it happened a lot with evenly matched for me as well. At locals, I like a second battle phase.
We have second main phase, why not second battle phase?
Exactly. No,
Then you
sometimes you just forget what happened in the turn. The games are long, the turns are long especially as well, and this stuff just comes up sometimes.
Oh, and I thought maybe Samir now can just establish one Appaloosa and that's it, but he's not done yet. He just starts comboing. We have the alert once again to bring out the Hydrant. Hydrant summoning out the almighty Turbulence, and are we going to resolve that? Or does Marvin have a way to prevent it?
No, Marvin would
With the
have
preventer.
to have... Almost. Marvin would have to have an impermanence, but that's not the case right here. And all of a sudden, this great follow-up that Marvin has in his hand does not look too good anymore because there is so much follow-up by Samir.
Yeah, it's interesting now. I mean, although, you know, we weren't quite sure what happened, the fact that it did happen means we're going to have an exciting kind of battle now, right? Because Marvin's going to be playing his whole engine, Samir's got access to his whole engine, so it's going to be really exciting to see the two engines fight off against each other, especially the big fire engine.
I can't get over the fire engine pun, right? I love this. It's a reoccurring theme this weekend. having a lot of fun with that one. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's really hard to overcome the Rescue Ace deck if they set 4. You basically need a Harpy's Feather Duster from the top.
Does he have Harpy's Feather Duster in his...
I mean, if he had one, he would have probably sided it out going first, right? I mean, do you still side it out? It's such a good card.
I think you might be siding it out. Also, everyone, I can now finally present you the ruling that we were talking about, the reason why the Raisin was not able, or the Jiaolong rather, was not able to activate. Because, and that's why Samir pointed towards the trap, because Raisin was already protected to not be destroyed by card effects. It could not activate its effect anymore to not be able to destroy by card effects anymore, you know? But that's the effect that he was trying to activate there. It was already protected by card effects, and therefore he couldn't activate the effect again to further protect it from card effect destruction. And therefore, yeah, that was why we couldn't even activate the Raisin there anymore, and Samir could just take it over. And that's why Samir was pointing towards the trap, you know? He's like, you are already protected from card effects, so that is not going to work there. And yep, that is why Samir now is able to do all of this.
That is a very valid point.
Yeah.
That's an
excellent. We didn't even think about it, but that's the answer there.
Yeah.
There we go. Very quick catch by Samir also, right?
Yeah.
Like, Vanquish Soul is more of a rogue matchup, but still immediately he's like, is that really how it's going to work? Okay.
Oh, and Preventer is immediately trying to set the Kashtira Fenrir face down, and it is going to work. Just like a charm right there. Now Marvin needs to find the follow-up in his Raisin. He knows that this is not going to be an easy turn for him. And he normal summon Dr. Mad Love. I mean, he summoned the Raisin already. He's in the graveyard.
He had 2 in his hand in the first turn, so there's probably 1 more.
Yeah.
What more Vanquish Soul spells and traps does he have, if any?
Let me just
Does he have
check his
Continue?
list. I would think maybe Continue is one of the cards you would want to
Please, there is a
include,
question mark, Sebastian.
But there is no Continue in his deck. The only spell and trap of the Vanquish Soul stuff, he's just playing the Snow Devil, yeah, but nothing else besides that.
And the return to hand effect of Mad Love, is it the lowest defense monster, I want to say?
quick double check. Is it going to be the lowest defense monster?
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was the lowest or the highest defense, but the lowest defense would get rid of the Hydrant. But if it's the highest defense, yeah.
Okay, there comes IP Masquerade's effect, and Marvin wants to respond with Dr. Madlove, revealing to Samir quickly follows that up with the FR. He's considering it, already playing around with the dice, but he's considering the Appaloosa effect activation as well.
Now, I find IP Masquerade as an answer to this quite interesting, because if you link away one of the monsters, then the other one is going to get returned to the hand. However, you can also link away both of those.
And then the Mad Love would go back to the hand.
Oh, yes!
But I think it was Mad Love activated as Chain Link 2 in response to IP.
Indeed, okay. I think we now have oh, no, still no activation from the Appaloosa, but finally Sami decides to use Appaloosa there as chain link number 3.
IP is looking so good here. We are probably going to see the card of the tournament again. SP Little Knight might be the next card that is coming from Samir's side, but Marvin is trying to go for another monster. Caesar Valius is going to be summoned by returning the Vanquish Soul Dr. Mad Love to the hand.
And it is not a cost to return Mad Love?
I don't think it is.
No, it's definitely not. Okay, so there is Caesar Valius now. Marvin still able to play into this field.
A nice play from Marvin, because you can only use Appaloosa once in the same chain, so he's going to sneak that Caesar Valius into play before Samir can do anything about it.
Oh, Samir not sure with which monster he wants to link summon, but he does ultimately decide on the Hydrant, bringing out the SP Little Knight that Leo was already anticipating. Most popular link monster of the weekend, being played twice in the extra deck of Samir Bakari.
Linking of a Preventer is, of course, always value. However, it looks like there's only one card banished for Samir right now, and that is not a Rescue Ace monster. And now we are trying to activate the Caesar Valius effect.
Oh, and
no, I think, yeah, the Jiaolong.
Yeah, this time Jiaolong is
Jiaolong,
able to activate the effect, because the Dr. Madlove activated.
Now everyone is reading different cards right now at the
And
same
now we
time.
have to figure out...
I mean, Dr. Madlove still activated his effect on the field, so it should absolutely be possible to now also activate the Jiaolong. Yeah,
But does
there we go.
Appaloosa negate effects or activations of effects?
That is a valid question, but he... Oh yeah, he did negate that one, you're right. Good
negate
old
the activation.
Appaloosa. Okay, so, oh, that's a good point then, right? So we cannot activate Jiaolong all of a sudden.
This is a very confusing situation.
Yeah,
so much going on.
Those interactions are really, really interesting here. So, indeed, Appaloosa.
At this point, we also have to take a look at the time right now, because there's only 4 minutes remaining. This is getting closer and closer, but now the Caesar Valles is going to be banished. Of course, Jiaolong is hitting the field right here, but there are still 2 powerful trap cards on Samir's side.
Is there any more sort of tag out effects? Is there a heavy Borger in hand, maybe?
There must be a Borger.
There must always be a Borger.
At the end of the day, there will always be a Borger somewhere. Just going to show you guys the Rescue Ace trap cards that do not have Rescue Ace in their name, but of course they are always treated as Rescue Ace cards, as you can see at the first line of the card. By the way, this is round 10 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna, if you have just tuned in. And we're having a pretty intense duel between Samir and Marvin.
Okay, there comes Contain. Going to go after the Rocket the Vanquisher. Marvin considering whether to respond to that or not.
Was it in response to the rock effect?
It seems like it, yeah.
Oh,
and there's Typhon. Of course, Samir was summoning from his extra deck a lot last turn, and therefore Typhon is going to hit the field here.
And now Marvin can't summon any more monsters this turn, having summoned Typhon.
Yeah.
That is indeed correct.
So do we think that was just too much stuff from Samir for Marvin to overcome?
Okay, so I was just double checking with the judges whether Jiaolong was able to activate, because we were wondering when the activation of the effect was negated whether you could still be able to even then trigger the Jiaolong in hand. So I
oh, but the Caesar Valles,
it is still possible.
The Caesar Valles activated anyway afterwards.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, it is all right then.
Also, I gotta say, I like Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis a lot as a last resort play. However, I have not seen this weekend that someone really won the game off of summoning that Star Slayer.
Well, I mean,
right, yeah.
Yeah, you often don't have a lot to do.
Yeah.
You can't do anything afterwards, right? So, I mean, sometimes it can be clutch, but it feels like you're playing it in quite a bad situation. Your opponent must have done a lot last turn, and you're going to get to bounce one further monster.
Okay, so Samir now activating multiple trap cards. And
let's
remember all those trap cards.
You can't use it as an XYZ material, but he doesn't control a Hydrant, so you can still use it as an XYZ material.
Yeah, but like all those cards there were free, right? He was just giving them for free through the Turbulence, setting 4 cards. This card still blows my mind. Like just saying, hey, set 4 different Rescue Ace spell and trap cards from your deck. And if you have Hydrant on the field, you may as well just activate one of them this turn as well. So that's just crazy to me.
And all of the cards get extra effects as well. So you're not even just negating a monstrous effect, but you're completely blocking it out.
Yeah.
So maybe it would have been a slightly better play to link off the Preventer with the IP Masquerader and keep the Hydrant on the field.
Fair, yeah. I do absolutely understand that. So it's no surprise to me that since the release of the Sinful Spoils cards, we had a YCS being won by Rescue Ace in the hands of Steve Santoli, of course, over in the US. Very accomplished player, piloting this deck all the way to victory. In the finals, they played out even the mirror match. It was 2 Rescue Ace decks in the finals, and still, even though we are not convinced that it is going to win this weekend, we have our underdog picks, but I would also not be shocked if it ends up winning the tournament, right?
No, I mean, it's definitely a very powerful deck. I think sometimes, you know, it has a very straightforward play of activate Turbulence, set 4. So some players love that, and some players...
I love it too.
Some players love to do something slightly different every game rather than have my one power card which just resolves and wins me the game.
That's why you play every single card as a one-off.
Exactly.
If you are a Samir Bar card, you mix things up.
Exactly, you win with other cards every single game. But there's an interesting phenomenon at most of those tournaments, and that is that there is most of the time before one of the matches, before the tournament starts, that there is one deck that nobody has thought of before, or some people have considered before, that is just going absolutely crazy now. I remember when it was Sprite Runic Live Twin, or just Sprite Runic in Utrecht back then. I don't think that we had this tournament. We didn't have like a crazy We didn't have like a crazy combo that was just revealed on the Friday. We didn't have a crazy control deck or any tech card that was crazy. And yeah, the game seems to continue. That is quite nice, so we can continue that thought as well. And yeah, I think we should just go into the game.
All right, here we go. Back into the action, back into where we left. So Typhon was just coming to the field, and here we go again.
So Typhon, it looks like he's going to be extinguished.
Yep, and there we are extinguishing the Typhon. This is still looking rather good for Samir. Keep in mind that the clock is ticking down right here. There's just a set monster on Marvin's side. Can he continue playing?
Marvin trying to get back his Caesar Valleys, but maybe that's not going to happen.
Not that kind of SP Little Knight effect, no.
Okay, Hydrant now coming to the field. So Samir with a great setup going into this turn. Less than 3 minutes. Currently Marvin leading in terms of life points, but Samir certainly with the advantage right now on the field.
And he plays very fast when he knows what he's doing. He thinks for a minute and then just kind of zooms everything onto the field.
Absolutely, yep. Okay, so there we go. Samir is having a party in his camera, you can see it. He just wants to get this done with. I think that's what he was referring to. I just want to be done with this. Let's get this over. I think this is the turn where I'm winning this game, where I'm winning this match, where I move on with still an X2 record, which gives me a chance to top this tournament.
And I think it is going to be very easy for him to find game at some point right there, because you normal summon Airlifter, you get another Emergence out, you can just take the 0-attack Appaloosa and go into another SP Little Knight to banish the face-down monster if you even have to get rid of that face-down Fenrir. I don't think it's the biggest threat.
Leo. If you banish with SP, you can't attack directly.
That is true, yeah. That is maybe not the solution, but there's Access Code Talker ending games for a while now. And oh, he can even point towards the Appaloosa, making the 6,300 attack points. Access Code Talker destroying the Fenrir, and that should already be enough to seal the deal here.
Yes, and Samir is going to announce the battle phase. He is attacking with the Access Code Talker and the Preventer. There's the Handshake, and Samir Bachar advances now in round number 11, and he is still in the tournament. Marvin Kamra, of course, lost for the 3rd time in this tournament, so that means I don't think that there is a chance for him to top cut this, but that was a good showing of the Vanquish Soul deck as well.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, we can't even rule them out just yet because we have so many players always here at our European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship events, like 2,500 players. We play 12 rounds of Swiss. I couldn't even necessarily tell you where the cutoff will be. I think some X3 players might even sneak into top 64 because we will be playing top 64. We will have a huge top cut, but it's going to be close, so I can't guarantee you, but I would recommend him to play on just in case he makes it, right?
Yeah, it's always unpredictable, and I guess sometimes that adds to the excitement of an event. So, you know, sometimes you've just got to keep going and maybe you make it in.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I always advise to every new player as well. If you have the shot, why go home? Like, just continue to play.
Play some Yu-Gi-Oh!
Sneak in as 16th into top 16 or whatever top cut it is. Just make it out of a surprise factor, and then you're there, and then you're even more motivated because you worked so hard for it, you know?
Yeah.
It's easy to just run through, be first up the Swiss, and then be in top cut, but just work for it. Put in the work.
Easy
put in the
for
energy.
you, maybe. You always go X-Zone top cut after Swiss, do you, Basti?
Didn't want to say it.
To give a rather more fitting example, Marcello Barberi won a YCS after being 32nd place, so that's a good example. But another guy who has won a YCS before and just won our round 10 feature match is Samir Bachar, and Ed is about to interview him.
How can you not feel energized around Samir Bachar, the winner of our round 10 feature match? And as you said already, Leo, an incredibly decorated member of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community World Championships, a European champion winner, and also the winner of London. So, you're here in Bologna. How are you feeling?
Me feeling it's a little strange because I didn't arm for the time, and I mandatory playing a speedy whole game, and it's really difficult because Rescue Ace is really a long road for playing the optimal move.
I understand. So, let's talk about Rescue Ace, because that's one of the most popular decks this weekend. Why do you like Rescue Ace?
Oh, I really like Rescue Ace because this deck can good permissive. If you lost the dice, you can really playing Go Second, and it's really good part of imagination for create the play, for come back the situation. On this deck, it's the best deck for all this situation.
You reckon you could take it all the way to the finals with this deck?
Again? Yeah.
That's what we like to see. We're going to keep this interview short because this is about time we get into the next round. So thank you so much, Samir. Best of luck in the next couple of rounds of Swiss. I hope we can see you in that top cut as usual. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got our next round coming up. Got our next round 11 feature match very, very soon. But first, we're going to take a look at a quick deck combo tutorial in one of the most popular from this weekend, the Unchained deck.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of YCS Bologna. I'm here with Jordan Gallagher. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, no problem at all.
So Jordan, you're here today to tell us about the Unchained deck. So I've seen you playing it at a couple of events recently. So how long have you been playing it for? What have you been doing?
I've been playing Unchained for a couple months at this point. Yeah, I played it at YCS Dortmund, and I've been playing it at a couple of regionals that I attended, and local events, of course. Yep, it's just my favorite deck of the format right now.
Okay, and so just as an overview, how would you describe the deck? What do you like about it? What does it do?
It's like a kind of mid-rangey combo deck. It does combos, but it doesn't end on massively huge oppressive boards with tons of negates. It ends on a small board that has a resource game that interacts with your opponent in a good amount. That the board is completely breakable. It doesn't make unbreakable boards, but you just interact with your opponent and you grind each other out, and you usually can win if you play it correctly.
Okay, so should we have a look at some of the the different cards and some of the combo lines? So
yeah, sure.
What's kind of standard combo for the deck?
So the standard combos are usually 2-card. The entire deck is almost always 2-card combos. There's only one specific 1-card combo, which is Tour Guide from the Underworld. The rest are all 2-card combos, and it usually involves drawing an Unchained trap or the spell. You play the Wailing of the Unchained as well, plus a way to destroy it. So there's multiple ways in the deck that destroy your own cards, such as Aruha, the new one from Julius Nexus, the Sharvara. And then the other way to destroy it is also Rakea, the Unchained monsters themselves. And then there's a supplementary engine of the DDD package we play, which also helps you trigger your own cards by destroying them. So a bunch of these are all 2-card combos, the most standard of which is this I can show if you'd like.
Yeah, let's have a go.
Yeah, sure. So 2-card combo of Aruha plus Trap. So we'll go for Escape at this point. Usually it doesn't matter which trap you have because you get access to the other one during the combo. You would set it, and then Aruha can summon itself from your hand by destroying a set card or a fiend. Aruha specifically destroys any card, but we'll set the trap and destroy it. And then when the trap is destroyed, it special summons an Unchained monster from your deck. So usually we go for Shayama here. This is because it's better into hand traps and such. Shayama's effect on field lets you destroy a fiend monster or a set card, and then I can optionally choose to destroy a spell trap or not. So you can use Shayama to destroy the Aruha, even if there's no spell trap you'd like to destroy, just because you want to trigger Aruha's graveyard effect.
So if I had a face down here,
yeah, going second, if there's a face down, I can destroy it. So it helps back row removal as well for the deck. So we destroy the Aruha, and then Aruha's effect triggers and special summons from the deck. You can summon Sharvara. And then you would use these to perform a link summon of Unchained Soul of Yama. So Yama's effect, when it's summoned, searches your deck or graveyard for an Unchained monster. And then Sharvara will also trigger. When it's sent to graveyard, it sets an Unchained trap from your deck. So you can go Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2. And we can set the other trap card that we didn't open in our combo, the Abominable Chamber. And then the Yama can also search. So in this instance, because we didn't use normal summon, there's multiple ways you can go about it. Usually you can go for a Rakea here, but there's multiple ways that this combo goes. We can go for Rakea and we can normal summon it. Use Rakea's effect, we can destroy the set card and trigger its effect to summon from the deck. We can get the Unchained Twin Sarama. And then there's multiple ways we can go from here, but usually one of the safer ways is just to link these two off, make our Unchained Soul of Rage. We can use our Sarama's effect to set the chamber from our graveyard and destroy our Soul of Rage. Soul of Rage effect triggers and adds a fiend monster from your grave to your hand. So add the Sharvara back to our hand. And then we can use the graveyard effect of our Shayama after resolution. It destroys a set card or a fiend, summons itself from grave. And then this triggers the Sarama, which can summon one from deck. And we get another copy of the Sharvara. And then you would overlay these two into your DDD High Wave King Caesar. So, like I said, it doesn't make big flashy boards. This is what the board ends on, but it is a lot of interaction. So we'll just go through it. We've got Caesar, which is two negates of things which include an effective special summon. It's because it's not once per turn. You detach material, negate, and destroy. We have the Reborn trap card, Abominable Chamber, which can reborn the Soul of Rage during our opponent's turn. And then Soul of Rage can be used to link summon with one of our opponent's monsters.
So if I summon a monster, you can link with it?
Yep, so any special summon monster, Rage can target it and link with it. And we can make a few options, but usually the best one to make is obviously from Age of Overlord, it's SP Little Knight. It's a really powerful card. On summon, you can target a card on grave or field and banish it, and then obviously it has the second effect, which makes it really powerful. But also, there's another layer of interruption which a lot of people overlook is when we use our Caesar at any point, we're detaching this Sharvara, which triggers and sets an Unchained trap from our deck. So then we also have the hand interruption of Sharvara, so we can use Sharvara to destroy our set trap, trigger the trap card in the graveyard, and because this is a 2-card combo, we obviously have other cards in our hand, and we can summon the Abominable Soul. And then when it's summoned, it also can discard a card to destroy any card on the field, non-targeting.
So that sounds like a ton of interruptions there, because it looked quite small. You just had one trap and the Caesar, but so then from this, everything. Yeah,
from that, there's 2 interruptions here. There's one by linking off your opponent's monster with Rage, another with the Little Knight Banish, another with the Little Knight Tag Out, and then another with the Soul of Rage Destroy.
And this Caesar as well, when it's sent to the graveyard?
Yeah, so when it's sent to the graveyard, if they're destroying it out on your board, which they frequently do because this deck doesn't put up insane interruptions, it also adds you follow-up. So another reason why we run the supplementary DDD engine, it will add you the DDD Dark Contract from your deck to your hand.
So you can use that again next turn to
Yep, you can use that again next turn, and you also have your Shriyama in the graveyard as follow-up because you overlay with it. Usually if you don't overlay with it, it would go to the bottom of your deck. Because you overlay with it, it will go to your graveyard, so you have that in the graveyard as an interruption, or as a follow-up rather, to destroy any card, bring itself back, and start comboing on your next turn.
Wow, so this sounds like, I mean, you get quite a lot, and this was only 2 cards.
Yes.
And as you said, you can do pretty much the same thing if you start with just the tour guide, right?
Yeah, you can do that as well. If you'd like to see the tour guide combo, it's almost identical once you get to a certain point, but...
I mean, we could see maybe just how you start it, and then...
no problem. Yep, so just one tour guide. Normal summon, use its effect. So the deck plays Fiendish Rhino Warrior, and the reason for this is that when it's sent to graveyard, it sends a Fiend from your deck to the graveyard. So when we link these 2 off, Yama only requires 2 Fiend monsters. So we get to summon Unchained Lord Yama, and this triggers to search, and we trigger a Rhino to send from deck to graveyard. Rhino sends the Sharvara, and the Lord Yama adds the Aruha to her hand. And then the Sharvara triggers and sets a trap. If you don't open a trap, you don't have access to both traps this way. The usual way we usually go, which is the safest route, is to go via the chamber. We set the chamber. Then we can use our Aruha in hand. We destroy the set card.
I mean, so here, yeah, because you remember, I think last time you started with just these 2.
Yes.
And then Tour Guide's got you that plus a bonus.
Yeah, so Tour Guide, by using our normal summon, we've gotten to the start of the last combo, which was the Aruha plus trap, and we have just an extra body on the field. So we don't need to use our normal summon later when we get the Rikea like we did in the last combo. So once we get to this point, it's pretty much identical, where we go the Aruha, we pop the trap, and we summon the Shriyama. And then this time we use the Shriyama to destroy the Aruha, and we get the Sarama. And from here, it's basically the same combo. You link these into the Rage. The Sarama sets the trap card by destroying the Rage, and the Rage adds back the Sharvara. Shriyama destroys the Sarama, and you get another Sharvara from deck, and make the Caesar, which is, so it's the exact same end board from 1 card instead of 2.
Oh, so it sounds like a bit of an upgrade.
So obviously it's better to draw a tour guide on its own, but yeah, you just need more ways to combo.
So let's imagine I'm your opponent now.
Yep.
So if I've got an Effect Veiler or an Infinite Impermanence or something like that in my hand, what should I be thinking? Should I be using it? When should I use it?
So Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence are a little different versus this deck. Infinite Impermanence, because it has the capability of being used on your own turn, it adds a little bit of consideration to this. It depends on your deck, if your deck struggles specifically with the DDT High King Wave Caesar, which is because it is 2 interrupts on its own, a lot of people choose, if they have infinite impermanence and only infinite impermanence, to not use it during the Unchained player's first turn and save it for their own turn and then use it to negate the High King Caesar. It's very mid-rangey, it can deal with a lot of options. There's not like massive things that you particularly instantly lose to. There are just generally strong cards like Nibiru. If you can pair Nibiru with other hand traps, that can help you a lot. A common thing that people like to do is Beastials, because the Unchained Yama is a dark monster. So if you do your combo in a specific way, like the generalized standardized combos put the Yama in the grave kind of early, and then you get to, if you get to Beastial this and summon, specifically Beastial Druisworm is quite hard for this deck to deal with, because when it's sent to graveyard, it just gets to send one of your cards to grave, and this deck likes things being destroyed rather than sent. So Druisworm is quite a standard side deck card for this deck, because it removes the follow-up that Yama generates you and just puts an annoying body on the field. DD Crow is also kind of popular because the graveyard effect of Shayama is really powerful in this deck. It just generates the rank 6 on its own a lot of the time, and removing this from the grind game of this deck can be really strong.
So you just run the 1 copy of that?
Yeah, so this is just generally a one-off because it's not really something you want to draw. It's a part of your engine that you want to summon from your deck and get access to via comboing.
And this is one of the rare Fiend water monsters. I don't know any other Fiend waters.
Rakea himself, the other Unchained monster. Yeah.
Other than somebody just learning the Unchained deck?
Top tips just generally would be to play the deck.
Keep following for more live coverage of YCS Bologna.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
Welcome back to more of your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2023. In front of me, I have our round 11 feature match, our penultimate of the Swiss rounds that we're going to be seeing today before we get into that top 64 cuts. In front of me, I have Firat Karatas and Ilias Fassi, who are both ready to get going. However, both of them have already done the dice roll, and Ilias is going to be going first. So, with that in mind, I'm going to hand you once more over to the wonderful Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to take you through this round 11 feature match.
Welcome back. Here we are again. Quick, actually. So because the last round took so long, we of course got our next round very quickly here. And let me tell you, I don't even know whether I ever casted this deck before that we are about to see. It's a really, really cool deck that I was excited about all day yesterday, and he's still in the tournament, so I'm really looking forward to see what Firas brought to us here.
I was going to say, which one of these decks, because I don't think I've casted either of these decks
Both of them are really
before,
interesting
so.
for real, yeah, but I think one of them at least had some kind of success in the past.
Before you continue talking about this and accidentally drop a name, I can see that the players are still arranging their headphones right there, so we don't want to accidentally spoil anything to the players. Want to keep their tournament integrity. I know that we discussed this a lot before the matches as well, but if the players are still like doing this sometimes, then this can be kind of dangerous. So, but yes, very exciting decks on both sides, and I cannot wait to see those. Firat is also a very innovative player. He's a very well-known player. He's from Switzerland. Yeah. And he's been very good. I know that he's, I think, the player who invented the crazy trap tricks combos with Champion Sargas and
That's what you have been telling me, yeah, definitely. I didn't even know about that one, but I saw that he also invented like a crazy Synchron deck as well with Stardust Synchron, and I really was in love with that deck too, so he is creative. He was creative for this event as well, because this deck is really something I've never seen before. I think there are a couple of reasons why this deck is now the way it is and why it's working the way it is working now, because there was a recent release that makes the deck a little bit better overall, and therefore, hopefully, we're going to see plenty of great combos. We're not going to spoil the decks, but we are going to spoil it now that we're getting into the action, and you will be seeing some great Yu-Gi-Oh! Here for round 11 of this tournament.
So here we have it. Ilias, you can see the deck names there. Ilias, who gets to go first, is on Pearly Sprite, which I think some people might be a bit on your radar. I've seen people playing it a little bit, not as much as the pure Pearly deck, the Pearly deck, I suppose. And Firat on something completely crazy. Runic Generator. I hadn't seen most of these cards until we just started reading them now. So what do you guys think?
I love the deck, and I mean, I have heard about it before, and I was just saying, I was referring to one card kind of releasing, making the connection between the two engines better and maybe even existed in the first place, because now that Sleipnir Runic main was released recently as one of the new Runic monsters, you have a level 9 monster that you can summon out with your Runic spells, and that is really good, because at the end of the day, Generator is moving around level 9 monsters. You try to summon out rank 9 exceeds, and therefore that is very, very helpful. And yeah, on the other end, we have Elias with his Pearly deck, with the Sprite cards as well.
And one more card I want to highlight is the World Legacy Monstrosity, which is an insanely powerful card that is based around level 9 monsters. So this is, of course, also included 3 times in Firat's deck, because he has easy access to level 9 monsters.
Yeah, indeed, like any Runic is a level 9 monster.
Yeah, he has plenty of ways to go into it. You will see there's a lot of cool level 9s in there. Okay, we're revealing 3 different cards. So that's always interesting, because usually you're trying to maximize your chances of getting one specific card, but Elias is like, I'm trying to get one of those 3. The cool thing about this way, though, is your opponent really does not know what you got there, because it's one of the 3, so there's a 33% chance. It is straight Pearly Street, which you just activate right after, of course. Okay, now we go for Pearl Lily's effect on the field. And we are going to bring out the newest addition to the Pearly Extra deck, and that is going to be X-Pearly Noir.
Yeah, but that is a very good setup, because this is still quite early in the turn. We're now going to special summon the Jet next to the
We're revealing it.
Noir.
Also, excuse me, it was E-Pearly Noir, of course. X-Pearly Noir is the big one, which was around for a while, but the small E-Pearly Noir has been a recent addition. But let's hope he also still has another quick spell that he can activate.
How do you feel about this Pearly Sprite deck?
I do like it. I think it's pretty cool. And you were saying you've never casted it, but one name that instantly comes to my mind regarding this deck is going to be Sebastian Ma. And Sebastian Ma has been playing this deck non-stop, I want to say, over the last 1.5 years. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't he even make top 8 at YCS Dortmund?
Yeah.
Or at least top 16, that's what I'm thinking. And so, in fact, Pearly Sprite was the more successful variant of the deck in Dortmund, because it was the version that got the furthest. So maybe that's just the way to go.
It really popped off right there, and we're going to see some great performances again right here. Sprite Sprint is now going to be summoned. Of course, you are playing the Nimble package, because if you have a Nimble Angler plus a Pearly card, that is some value right there.
Absolutely. Normally, you only play 1 or 2 Nimble Anglers because you don't really want to draw them, but here in this version of deck, you do want to draw it badly, because it's a super good discard for all the memories, and then you can just summon out 2 Beavers for free, but we can also, of course, get to that point by summoning Sprite Sprint right there.
And here you can make any of the Pearly monsters, but I don't see why you would, but maybe there is a reason.
I mean, Beauty is a decent one, but we could also just go into Gigantic Sprite, maybe summoning out Sprite Carrot or something, so there are different ways to handle the situation. But looking at this list, there's not even Sprite Carrot, so we're only playing Sprite Red, but no Carrot, actually.
So you do have to keep in mind that the Pearly monsters have some of all of the effects you know and love. Some of them are granted by the spells, and some of them get extra effects. So E-Pearly Beauty, for example, doesn't have its effect to negate an opponent's monster effect. It's only a quick effect if it has a pretty memory as a material. So in this case, it wouldn't if you just make it with 2.
True, that would have just been 1 rank 2 that doesn't really do a whole lot, you're right. But it's interesting to see he did not have another quick spell to actually get access to Pearl Leap. Oh, but there in the end phase. Okay, of course, that works just fine. Elias was playing around cards like Effect Veiler there.
Very good.
Very, very decently. And we are going to set that Pearl Leap there to our field. And we have a 4 material E-Pearly Noir. That means we could get out a 5 material X-Pearly Noir. And in the meantime, also draw a bunch of cards in the standby phase, because we have double Sleepy Memory attached to this.
That is 4 draws and a monster that is absolutely unbothered by effects at all. Now let's see if we're going to do something about that earlier. Maybe in the draw phase, one of the Runic spells could affect the Noir.
One question. Did he set Pearl Leap? Because I feel like that card was set before.
That is a good point.
Yeah, so that face down must be Pearl Leap.
It must be, for real, yeah.
All right, Fiat is still thinking about his draw phase. Maybe a Runic Destruction.
Runic
Tip.
It
Perfect.
is.
That is going to search for Flashing Fire. I think. Yeah, now I got it. Maybe.
I think.
Oh,
we just go for Pearl Leap right away. Understandable.
That's interesting. It's kind of a bit of a mind game here. So it gets you to your X-Pearly Noir before your opponent can search any possible interruptions.
Yeah, I think I really like the way he does it here, because Fiat might already have Runic Destruction or Runic Flashing Fire in his hand. But like with the resolution of, oh look, he already has the destruction. So with the resolution of Runic Tip, it would have been more likely that he has both pieces, the destruction and the flashing fire, which would be an answer to this scenario right now. So I like that Elias just immediately responds with the Pearl Leap. Okay, destruction going after the field spell.
Right, that is interesting. Does not really care about the My Friend Pearly there. The question is, does Firat have cool interactions with generators for this turn to show us?
Hopefully.
You know, this
Oh, and Forbidden dropped it to also come down here, making perfect value out of the 2 Runic cards, just sending them away and probably going to negate both the IP Masquerena and the Sprite Rat here.
There's also the sprint to keep in mind. There's going to be a lot of materials you have to detach.
But we are focusing on the most important ones, the Sprite Red and the IP Masquerena right here.
Would you say this is the most action we've ever seen in a single draw phase on a feature match?
Personally, I would agree.
This is a record, I think. Number of spells or cards activated in a draw phase.
And I think I like that we didn't negate the Sprite Sprint, because if you want to use Sprite Sprint, that would make your Noir vulnerable again, because you would have to detach a material, and it would make it a 4 material Noir then. And therefore, I probably would agree of handling it this way around. And if he wants to use the Sprite Sprint, so be it. Then we can at least attack the X-Pearly Noir.
If Elias decides to, at some point, use the Noir effect to put something back into the deck of Firat, then he can also use the Sprint later on to return something to the hand. But that is for a problem for future Firat, maybe.
Okay, Firat trying to figure this out. We are apparently just going to search out the Runic Fountain. Yep.
Flashing Fire is not going to do anything for you, so you can just go for the Fountain, and maybe if you have another... does he have another Runic spell, though? I think there's 3 cards in his hand. I saw 2 monsters that might be generators.
I mean, that's surely you wouldn't add Fountain unless you had a...
That is an excellent point.
Was that 2 Pearlies banished already?
That's what I was thinking. That's really good, because the grind game of the Pearly deck gets majorly distracted by that, and I think we just passed it over, right? Oh no, we're in the standby phase. Now we finally moved over to the next phase of this turn, and that is going to be the standby phase where we are drawing 2 cards.
No Time Thief Morganite draw phase right here.
And what's next?
Okay, time to read cards, guys.
Ooh, that is Lopter. We are summoning out Lopter, and of course Elias smiling, immediately grabbing the card he has to read. So we are going to give you guys the card to read as well. Lopter, Shadow of the Generator Bosses. We never really had a super successful generator strategy, but now, second to last round of the day in Swiss here, we have it still competing in this tournament, ready to top YCS Bologna here. And this is like the generic monster that can special summon out all of the other generator monsters, basically.
And keep in mind, the generator monsters are level 9, so they are likely to have high attack points, which can just attack over the X-Pearly Noir, because there are no delicious memory on that Pearly.
That is a pretty good point, yeah. Okay, we are summoning out Model, and before even selecting a zone for the Model, we are just going to give it over to our opponent so we can both read it together. And Model Generator Boss of Light is having 2,400 attack points, which would not be enough to run over the X-Pearly Noir, of course.
A real boss monster right here.
Yeah, indeed. Quite literally. And I think we do have more spell cards in our hands, so I think there might be more Runic spells. But let's see.
Honestly, there's also no battle phase. I completely forgot that
True,
part.
yeah, you're right. That is a very valid point. So, we are going to now search out what... Oh, there we see the monstrosity you were talking about. And we are just going to grab, by the looks of it, the new... Oh, not the new field spell, but the field spell. And it's going to be the... not just, Generator Boss stage. But I mean, in general, we can already look at this card, because it is the card that the whole theme is centered around. It's the best field spell, or like, it's the field spell of the deck, rather. And the only thing that is kind of putting me down on Runic Generator is that you have 2 super powerful field spells that you both want to use on your opponent's turn, because Runic Fountain makes your Runic cards live in your hand to activate them from there, and Generator Boss Stage is giving you all those valuable effects as well on your opponent's turn. So I think you sometimes just have to evaluate on which one you want to keep.
I think there was just the 1 Fountain and 3 Boss Stage in the deck for Firat, so I guess we can decide, we can see which one he prefers.
Yeah, fair enough. But this is Hela, Generator Boss of Doom, that he decided to add there. But it was quickly discarded right away for the effect of Fala, Cider of the Generator Bosses, which is now summoning out itself. And that means we finally have 2 level 9 monsters on the field. So we have access to rank 9 monsters in our X-Rec as well.
How scared are you if you're Ilias? Do you know what level rank 9s are going to come down?
I mean, there's one more card left in his hand. I feel like shuffling away one of those monsters and then also having more materials to shuffle away the Runic Fountain seems good to me, to be honest.
Oh, and he's immediately starting with a
I mean, that makes sense, right? Because then we still have 2 more shuffles.
Yeah, and you can have a good read on Firat's last card being a Runic spell of some sort.
Yeah, I think it is Freezing Curses as well. And now, I mean, I was going to ask that earlier. Oh, we are immediately chaining this.
Oh my. If it really is Freezing Curses, that might turn out to be a really, really, really valuable Freezing Curses.
I don't
Imagine
think so.
he chains again.
If he chained the Freezing Curses right here, you just chain the Noir again to put the fountain back.
Yeah, but imagine he just chains the Noir one more time, because he already chained it twice now, so maybe a 3rd time is also coming.
I mean, it would be... Okay, yeah. Let's think.
Is Elias going to chain Noir one more time here? That could be a crucial moment for the entire game, but no, it seems like we are going to resolve just now. And we made sure that Lopter is going to go back into the deck, so let's double check. Does Lopter also have a quick effect in the graveyard somehow?
I did not expect this, so...
So the Cider has targets a generator unless you special summon it from the graveyard, but I'm not sure why it wasn't. Does it target a monster in the graveyard, maybe?
Apparently not, because we still managed to summon out the Hela there.
And Hela is now sitting good there. We are still at... Oh, we are now activating the last Noir, and this is Freezing Curses, the last card in Firat's hand. The crowd is applauding already. This is going to negate the Noir, and it is going to get 3 cards back to Firat's hand as well.
That is so brilliantly played by Firat, waiting with this Freezing Curses until the last moment where Noir could not respond anymore, and it is resolving. Wow. This fountain will be drawing him 3 extra cards if the effect is resolving. Does Elias have a response to that? No, he's nodding his head, so Firat really is going to draw 3 cards here. What a game already. We had a draw phase that was going on for ages, and now the main phase also is giving us quite some value here.
Now, Firat has outed the field of IP Masquerena, Sprite Red and Noir. I mean, they are still on the field, but they have no effects to use this turn. And he's just getting started. He still has 2 level 9 monsters and 4 cards in his hand.
And Elias is out of interruptions. IP Masquerena negated, Sprite Red negated as well, and the other effects were used.
I was just going to mention, like, there's one potential downside of running droplets along with the Runic cards, because negating your opponent's monsters is great, and then you can just attack them. But in this case, Firat can't just attack them. He's going to have to use effects to destroy those monsters.
There comes Levitain, Generator Boss of Shadows, which was
looks cool.
The most recent addition to the Generator part of the deck, because it was released in Photon Hypernova. And it's a pretty good card. When this card was announced, people were pretty excited about it, to be honest.
Oh, this card can just tribute itself to special summon out a non-fairy generator card from the extra deck. No, yeah, non-fairy exceeds generator.
Indeed.
And that must be Jormungandr, Generator Boss of Eternity. A question mark attack and defense monster.
And look at that, we drew into the boss stage there. Ooh. We drew 3 cards, and one of them was the other field spell, the boss stage. That is so huge for Firat. I think another card he picked up is evenly matched, which is not going to help him that much, but still, that 1 field spell pickup is huge.
Oh wow, and Jormungandr is actually going to make your opponent draw a card as well as you will, but then you have the boss stage, and that is a combo because boss stage is going to fill your main monster zone up with tokens.
That is indeed the case. Okay, so Firat right in this. Okay, there comes Jormungandr, Generator Boss of Eternity. All those unknown cards, but here they are. Elias keeps on reading his opponent's cards, and Firat just confidently going through his moves, knowing that Generator Runic may be the most underdog deck to pick for this event, but still he's in this.
And Firat has just surprised so many people with Jormungandr this weekend.
And look at that. There is the surprise factor you were talking about. We did the Pearly thing, actually. This looks like we just resolved Pearly Pretty Memory, but no. We are just going to use Jormungandr, and we just attached IP Masquerena and my friend Pearly underneath it. What is going on here? We are taking apart the field.
Yeah, I can't believe you didn't say when you said what deck you think is going to win this weekend. Runic Generator.
I mean, it was definitely... I didn't want to give it away just yet because I was looking forward to present it to you guys here on stream to see it here first. Oh, and we drew a Runic card there as well. I mean, okay.
I think that was even the Flashing Fire.
It was the Flashing Fire. I think so too.
You can still use that one, right? That wasn't used this turn.
Yes.
You do actually have to set it. There's no Runic
True, yeah,
field
there's
spell.
no Runic Fountain anymore, which is a little unfortunate.
I mean, you can still activate it this turn, right?
More and more materials are going underneath.
Yeah. Both players draw one card and then choose one card from their hand or field, I think, and detach it to the Jormungandr Generator Boss of Eternity.
Okay, now of course boss stage triggered because his opponent drew a card. We get to summon out Har, Generator Boss of Storms, and that is a huge interruption now on top of everything. Firat, out of nowhere, building up this impressive field, even though Elias before that was building up such an impressive field.
Yeah, this all came from just resolving that fountain once.
I love it.
That last card in hand was not supposed to be Freezing Curse, as Elias thought, but it was. It definitely was. Now the Runic Flashing Fire is going to destroy this. Bright red right there. Expali Noir is identified as not a threat anymore. We're banishing 2 more top cards. Price Print is also not going to do too much later on in this game, and Field is just sitting there really comfortably.
Indeed. And they're in the draw phase because Generator Boss Stage doesn't care how your opponent draws a card. It could just be by nature drawing it in the draw phase. You are going to summon out one more Generator monster from your deck. And you already have the Har, so you can add onto that with, I think, just Lopter, because Lopter could then activate again. Yep, there we go. Level 4 monster, not as impressive as a level 9 monster, but that then afterwards is going to trigger the second effect of the boss stage, now providing you a bunch of tokens.
Do you think there's some like deck out combination because the generators like to make your opponent draw cards and then the Runics?
That would be fun, bringing your opponent down to 0 cards and then make them draw an additional card, or like 1 card and then make them draw an additional card. That's nice. I like
that is something that Ed could ask in a potential interview. I hope he's listening.
Okay, normal summon Nimble Angler. You want to discard this card, not normal summon it.
Look at this field. This looks so much better for Firat right now, and Ilias just probably just doesn't know what is happening to him. This is such peak play by Firat. The Runics and the Generator really go along together. Of course, it's a little bit unfortunate that you can't get the draw 3 on your opponent's turn with a Runic Fountain, but the boss stage is doing a good job. You have a negation with Har as well. It's looking fine for Firat.
Yeah, and I think it looks even better here on the featured match stage with the YCS tokens, doesn't it? Like those YCS tokens there on the screen. Oh, Underworld Goddess is a card Elias is running, and you are just going to link all the Jormungandr and your own monsters for the Underworld Goddess. But still, there are the Generator cards on the field, so I don't even know whether Firat is caring too much about this, to be honest.
It did just come out of nowhere. I do love the Underworld Goddess.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely is a great inclusion into the deck.
Ilias running that possibly for the Pearly Mirror match.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. So, now we established the Underworld Goddess, but what's next? I think now, in the long run, it really might hurt Elias that he would not be able to have that many Pearlies in his deck anymore, because we banished those with Runic spells, and therefore it's going to be a hard time for him.
All right, and now we are going to see another Generator monster, which is a very good removal. I think even as a quick effect, I think this is Utgada, a very cool castle Generator Boss of Delusion. I always thought Basti was the Boss of Delusion when he decided to play Plunder Runic, but that is a different story right there.
I will not respond to that.
Quick effect, you contribute 2 Generator monsters and or rock monsters, then target 1 card on the field, banish it. That is pretty good. You have Har, Negation, and the Utgada Banish. That is pretty strong. You have a set card as well, 1 card in hand. Fiora is just set up here.
Yeah, it sounds very expensive, tributing 2 monsters, but when you have a field spell that just gives you 4 tokens or something to tribute, that doesn't sound so expensive at all anymore.
It feels free even, honestly. Okay, but now there comes the delicious memory. It is limited in the TCG, but still it found its way into the hand of Elias there. And we are going to chain to that with the graveyard effect of Pearl Leap. So we at least have some more Pearly monsters in our deck that we could potentially summon out. Okay.
Or will it be a delusion that you have more Pearly monsters left? Will they all get banished?
We'll see. So Firat is checking the graveyard, trying to confirm how many more there are in the deck.
I think at this point Basti is slowly losing his mind because we were making too many puns. But now Per Lily enters the duel right here. I mean, we've seen one before, but it's another one.
It's another one.
Absolutely. So that one can, of course, just grab out the My Friend Pearly. It was last turn being taken care of with the Jomagander, but now it is back. Ooh, okay. We want to bring out... Oh, my. And there's another Flashing Fire.
Yeah, Flashing Fire is going to take care of that Per Lily. This almost looked like a scoop right there. Ace is considering his options, looking at the extra deck, taking away the Per Lily, is offering to cut. I think that he only has 1 card in hand, and that is My Friend Pearly. We're banishing the top 2 cards. Nothing too valuable there. Nothing that could stop him from continuing. But he puts the cards together. He scoops. Firat Karatas just broke the best field that the Sprite Pearly deck can make with Runic Generator.
That was absolutely incredible to watch. I hope you guys at home understand now why I was so hyped for this deck, because it's crazy, isn't it? Rank 9 summoning. When have we seen that for the last time? And we have only seen 2 of the Exceed monsters. And let me tell you, there's plenty more to discover in his extra deck. It's crazy of a deck.
You know what card we didn't even see? The
Go
World
ahead.
Legacy Monstrosity.
Ooh.
Summon 2 level 9s from your deck.
For free.
For free. What an amazing card.
Yeah, and it turns out that you don't, You didn't even need the level 9 Runic Fusion monster right there to play. Turns out if you draw 3 cards from 1 field spell, it's enough to put it in your deck as an engine.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's also funny to me, maybe we always looked at Runic decks the wrong way, because Sleipnir is the one he's playing the most copies of. He's playing 2 Sleipnir and only 1 Hugin, 1 Gary, funnily enough. I always thought Hugin is the good one, but maybe we were wrong all the way through, huh?
They're just fantastic cards all around because it's so consistent. You have 12 cards, all of which give you access to that first level 9 if you want to activate World Legacy Monstrosity, or any of them search the field spell. It's a fantastic engine.
For sure, for sure. There's one, I almost want to say, gimmicky card in his main deck that I have never really seen in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! To be honest, and it is Condemned Witch. And Condemned Witch basically says, on the summon of Condemned Witch, you can search out 1 Forbidden. It has to have the word Forbidden in its name. Quick play spell card from your deck. And we just saw him using a pretty good one there in the first game.
I was going to ask, can you search Exodia pieces, but it has to be a quick play spell.
It has to be a quick play spell.
This card it's very good in the format right now.
Forbidden Droplet. Let's mention the card we were talking about.
Exodia. Exodia also, we have just seen this recently, has a spot, apparently. But searching out Droplet is really, really strong, and especially with the Runic card, it pairs up so well because you have so many quick effects that you can chain to each other so that you can basically negate a whole field for free. Sometimes this can be negated, so you will want to throw a monster in there as well, like the Condemned Witch that you just normal summoned, so you can actually protect your Forbidden Droplet by multiple cards.
The thing is, you might be catching people by surprise there non-stop. If your opponent is normal summoning Condemned Witch against you, are you going to respond to that? Are you expecting Forbidden Droplet? You have to, right?
I was thinking if you could search Pot of Greed, because that's a forbidden spell as well.
It's not a quick play spell.
It's not a quick. Oh,
it's not a quick play spell.
I don't know any. Then now you've caught me.
That's a good quiz question to be honest.
Yeah, it actually is. It's very, very interesting all around.
We'll tell El to write that down.
Yeah, and now we of course will have the situation occurring where the side decks are being used, where players can prepare their deck a little bit more. And I gotta say, there's plenty of options that Elias can now add to his deck, which are really good versus Runic strategies in general. Because your favorite card, Cosmic Cyclone, might be coming in. Who knows? Might be the case. And also Dimension Shifter is of course a card that is pretty decent against those kind of decks. And we see the players are ready, as we are. I hope you guys at home are as well. Game number 2 starting now.
That was such an intense game number 1. I was almost going to announce game number 3 starting now, but we have only seen one. Firat is leading 1-0 with his Runic generator strategy, seeming unstoppable. I wonder what would have happened if Ilias played this out differently. Oh, we're starting immediately with the generator cards.
Yeah, but it's surprising that Firat starts playing here, because that must mean Ilias has made the decision to send Firat first. And honestly, I kind of like the approach, because Pearly is a really good going second deck, and when now Firat has sided in all the forbidden droplets, or capped in all the forbidden droplets and evenly matched, that's a pretty good move to make. But there's also the Droll and Lockbird now.
The Droll and Lockbird is pretty strong, especially against Generator, because now...
but is it really? Because I have something in my mind that I see Firat doing just there. We are just going for the first rank 9. Haven't seen this yet. I have seen him summoning this card a lot at the top tables. Well, this is Phantom Fortress Enter Bloodnear, and we are just going to take one card out of the hand that is a driver there. That's not the hit he wanted, but it's definitely something that the crowd loves. And when we get another Enter Bloodnear out, that might mean that we bring Ilias down to 2 cards here in total. Oh, there's boss stage as well. That's huge. That is so good. Normal summon Lopter after. This is honestly not looking too bad for Firat.
This is looking great.
Yeah, he hand looped for 2 already.
So far. But will there be another?
There might be. So Hela coming to the field. The Generator Boss of Doom. This deck really has plenty of boss monsters. They're all bosses, which is so nice. And there's boss stage too. But now, with 2 more set cards, his turn is over, and Ilias can present the options that he has brought into his main deck here to make him be the winner in this game number 2. Perfect English by me as always. Okay, but there in the draw phase, after Ilias drew for turn, we are going to, of course, use the effect of boss stage again, and there is going to be Har once again.
Har. That's what Firat is thinking. And Basti was thinking when he was playing Plunic Runda. No.
Runda Plunic?
Plunder Runic.
Indeed.
Har.
Okay, so we are double reading on the Har once again. And I would also be reading those cards non-stop. I kind of know what they're doing, but still, if you play against it in one of the most important tournament rounds of your life, because you're about to top YCS Bologna at 2,500 player YCS. You really want to get into that top card, and then you play versus this deck here. It will be throwing me off like crazy, honestly. And there we go again. Just summon out 3 tokens for free. And you might be thinking, yeah, those tokens can't be big, right? They must be like 0-0 or something. But no, Generator Boss Stage actually summons out tokens with 1,500 attack points, which is not too bad, right? Because this alone would be 4,500 points of damage next turn.
I mean, they are getting destroyed in the end phase, so you won't really have anything off of that, but you can use them in your turn if you give your opponent a draw, and then you get multiple tokens. But I just want to say this is truly a boss performance on stage by Firat so far.
Yes, I agree. He is the master of the bosses.
Master of disaster, or was that Hela?
I think it might have been Hela.
There was no disaster.
Oh, okay, my friend Pearly is the first card that Ilias wants to use here to try playing into this field. And he's also going to use the effect, bringing Firat ahead in life points here, because of course that is costing him 500 life points, and the immediate response by Firat, Runic Destruction. But there is the happy memory for Ilias, and that's so huge, because this can protect my friend Pearly, but immediately being met by the effect activation of Hard, Generator of Boss of Storms, negating this.
Oh, and this is strong because there were already 2 cards ripped out of the hand from Ilias, which is really big. Now there must be 2 cards remaining in the hand of Ilias. He was really lucky that the Cyframe driver was hit by the Enter Bloodnear.
Oh, that's a good normal summon right there.
But we have used my friend Pearly already.
Yeah, true. It's not a way into another quick spell. You're right. It's not even that great.
It is a way into Zeus.
True. It is a way into Zeus. That's right.
This is a quick effect?
It absolutely seems like Vala is a quick effect, because we just used it on our opponent's turn. So Vala is being used in the graveyard, and now Lopter is also coming back to the field. Lopter using its effect. And we are going to summon out the other favorite generator monster that Leo has found here. I think you're in love with this one, right,
it's
Leo?
Utgada, of course, and it's such a cool card, boss of a delusion, which is just, it reminds me of the castle of Stromberg, but it looks like it's moving.
And that's the
wow!
2-0 by Firat Karadas with Runic Generator. What a show he's putting up here, unfazed by the Pearly Sprite deck of his opponent, just slicing through the field in game number 1, and now also quickly, by the surprise of going first. I think he was very happy about that situation. He was like, okay, I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to call him a hero for turning up with this deck, but we should call him a boss instead.
He's an absolute boss. And honestly, I don't want to be biased, but I want him to win the last round to make it into Top Cut, because I want this deck in Top Cut. I want to play it myself even. I honestly...
Is this the next thing?
This is the next Runic Plunder.
I like Runic decks.
It
Obscure Runic decks.
It is fine. After this showing, I'm with you on that. That was looking absolutely fantastic. Played. I think this one plays through hand traps quite well as well. It looks like you have lots of extenders. You can use every effect you have in your opponent's turn as well. Of course, the surprise effect is there, but I think that Ilias even knew what he was doing.
Yeah. True. It looked pretty good from Ilias' side as well in game number 1. He was like using the quick spell in the end phase. That was pretty smart because it came unexpected. Because before that you would be thinking, that is only going to be a Noir with 4 materials. Is that even that scary? But then in the end phase he was like, hey, I have something to add on to this. He was kind of unlucky to draw the Pearl Leap in game number 1 because that would have just been extra value to set it there with the E-Pearly Noir. But in the end, the field was still very impressive, but that Forbidden Droplet, is that maybe the non-engine card of the weekend here? Because, of course, here he even plays a card to search it out. So for him, for Firat, it's super high priority. But I saw it a lot at the other top tables too.
Yeah, he's gone kind of for the old school Runic approach almost, because he's also running evenly matched, which, you know, a lot of Runic players, they say, look, I can only run, you know, 5 or 6, or in this case 7 non-engine cards in my whole deck. So when I play one, it better be really good.
I love this approach of players choosing those high impact cards that can be quite risky from time to time because there are certain conditions under which the card cannot be activated. However, he's also playing cards like the big Exceeds monster that says, hey, both players attach one of their cards to me, and then you can just say, hey, I cannot use this evenly match right now, so let's make this an uneven match and put it under my Exceeds monster. I'm very sorry that I have forgotten the name of it.
It was Jomugandr actually, but we have seen plenty of Exceed monsters here by him in this game already, but I want them in the feature match again because there's plenty of stuff we haven't even seen yet from his extra deck. It's so interesting, such a unique deck, such a great take to bring into a tournament like that, because honestly, you have to be very confident in your deck to bring it all the way to Italy, to bring it into the YCS. Pretty insane accomplishment, and now I of course want to hear it by himself. I want to hear it by Firat, so let's go over to the winners interview. Firat and Ed, take it away.
Thank you very much, Basti. I am here with Firat, who has just won that round 11 feature match with Generator. Now, this Runic Generator deck, very, very interesting. This is something that we haven't seen at all in this tournament so far. What is it that's made you go with Generator for this tournament?
Well, to be honest, I have to credit some guy that won an original because, yeah, he won it and it piqued my interest because a friend wanted to buy my deck, but I was like, why? And he was like, yeah, someone won and I wanted to play it. I looked at his deck profile, I optimized it, and I was like, it's pretty good. Let's take to the locals. Won the locals, undefeated, and I was like, okay, that could be a choice because this meta of this format is you can play everything you want.
It's so diverse at the moment. We've been saying this in every interview. There's so much happening, and I don't think we were expecting to see this deck. And I think, like you said, you weren't even necessarily expecting to pick it until that regional, but it was so effective. That was a 2-0 sweep, and you just kept building all these amazing fields and just not giving your opponent any chance. So talk to us about game 1, because there were so many exchanges going on. There's a lot back and forth. It lasted a while. You just ended up dominating in the end. Talk to us about what was going through your head in game 1.
Well, in my head, it was like, first of all, I was like, okay, he's playing Pearly Sprite, so I have to be wary of his Sprite ones like Carrot and Red. And the Noir, I can deal with it. It's okay because of my Runic spells. And then when I saw his end port, he didn't set with the Little Noir, so I realized he had the trap already. Okay, good for me, so I know his whole field. And then in the draw phase, I wanted to see if he reacts to the tip. And he did it. He did. And that was nice for me because, okay, I can Flashing Fire, but I can go for his other monsters with droplets. And that's what I wanted to do. I did that, out of this whole field, as you saw. And there was one little misplay when I passed the turn. I thought about the Goddess. It was the whole time in my head, but I was like, that's not shot. He's playing Pearly Sprite, his extra deck is too tight, but he really did play it. And I was like, it's okay, I have Flashing Fire, I don't really care about this. So yeah.
And then game 2, pretty much the same. We weren't really sure what was going to happen going into game 2 after such a long game 1, but you just built a huge field, and there was just nothing you could do. So again, game 2, talk to us about that.
It could have been better. To be honest, it could have been much better, but I didn't want to show everything. So yeah, they shouldn't know my secret. The thing is, I can hand loop more, but I had Destruction. If it had been any other Runic spell, I would have done it, but Destruction is such a nice card because of his field spell and my friend, which I did, and I just want to hit that. That's why I kept it and just managed a random hand card because Pearly needs his hand to discard. So yeah.
Well, fair enough. And look, it's taken you to a win. And so now you said you had 2 losses, 2 draws and 1 loss. So what were those against?
Both draws were against Menadium. Right. Yeah, it's a combo-heavy deck, and I play board breakers, so I have to wait for him to do his whole combo and then break it. And it took me like, the first Menadium took me like 40 minutes. Yeah, because it was back and forth. It was a cool game, but game 2 he started, and then it was time. He can just deal damage. The other one, 1 minute. I needed 1 minute more, so yeah. And
what about the loss?
Purely.
Ah, okay, interesting.
I got my revenge.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. Best of luck in that last round of Swiss. Maybe we'll be seeing you in that top cut with that generator deck. Very exciting. Congrats, man. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got our next round 12, the final Swiss round coming up very soon. But before that, we've got another episode of our Dueling Chronicles.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the YCS Bologna in Italy. And, well, it is the 25th anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh! And we decided that we are talking a little bit more about the history of this beautiful game at this tournament. And we are kind of recreating some YCS finals for you guys. And this time we chose
YCS Liverpool 2016.
Yes, exactly. And that was a truly fascinating tournament. We have both of these decks that were in the finals. On my side, I'm going to be Tom Feargoods for this one. You're going to be Tom Rose with?
I don't know why he's saying historical. Like, this deck is still very relevant.
Oh.
So,
yes, of course.
But this is Tom Rose's Burning Abyss Phantom Knight deck. A nice combination of those dark rank 3 monsters. And yeah, the synergy they had at the time was, well, I guess you'll see in this duel.
Yeah, we're going to play a little bit right here. We're going to perform the dice roll now.
7. And that is a 6.
Aha, all right.
Both my dice rolls today.
I will go first then.
No problem. You may begin. All right.
Perfect.
I'm very scared because a certain rank 4 is your deck can make turn 1.
No. Let's see. Let's act like I'm blind starting this one. Okay. All right.
All right. Good luck.
So, YCS Liverpool was supposed to be the tournament of the ABC deck. The structure decks were just released, and it was really good. It was incredibly popular. However, both of those decks are not ABC right here.
Yeah, no, this is a final that was, arguably supposed to be had with the, the structure deck, which was very accessible at the time, which was really cool about it. But we've got here a Lightsworn Shadow. How good is it? How good is it?
I'm opening with Brilliant Fusion.
That's nice. Okay, so the only downside to Brilliant Fusion is it doesn't send from deck. It only sends from deck, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
he
did not draw.
I've drawn a few hands with this deck before because it's incredibly pretty and it's so much fun to play. And I've drawn Garnet every single time.
The actual OG literal Garnet.
Yeah.
That is the origin of where this came from, is Brilliant Fusion.
And now we're going to say
2 normal summons with the Seraphinite. Trying to put it in the EMZ.
So Seraphinite is
times.
A very interesting card because it just gives you a second normal summon.
Yeah, no, this was a very popular engine that was played in multiple decks across that period. Monarchs as well, it was really good in, for those who were enjoying the extra deck version. And especially in this deck, Lightsworn typically has been an archetype limited by its ability to... Okay, can you relax? Like,
All right, okay. So this deck is playing very few spells. The only spells that are in there, you really want to draw them because they are incredibly powerful. And now I'm going to summon one of the best fusion monsters that we have ever seen in this entire game, Elder Entity Norden.
Yes, a special summon for basically an instant rank 4, as well as I don't know how popular it was, but there was some silly combos you could do by actually contact fusing it. But you know, good old instant fusion here.
So I was playing this tournament as well. I almost stopped. I bubbled out with ABC, and I decided to not run instant fusion at Norden. That was my actual decision. I thought this was not that good.
Don't feel too bad. Hindsight 2020. I only played 2 Soul Charge when it was at 3, for example. You know, that's also a pretty poor choice.
Strategic masterminds right here.
It's just once per turn, right? All right, there's the the good
one of the best prize cards we have ever had in this game. So Minerva. If you detach a card, it's a generic rank 4. You mill 3 cards, and for each lights one you mill,
draw
a card.
All right, here we go. 3 lights ones. Instant.
Never lucky.
Spell is not ideal. Oh wow. Okay. That's
all right. We draw one and we special summon one. So there was a.
Even the judge is laughing at me right now, by the way. Just saying.
That was a rather neat one. Okay, so
you haven't normal summoned, have you?
Oh no,
okay,
and I have 2.
Right. But wait, there's more.
All right, so first normal summon. First of all, I'm going to activate Charge of the Light, which I just top decked.
Okay, very cool.
Maxi,
and Twin Twister. All right, we didn't mill another wolf. I assume there's 3 in this list. Does it run the zombies?
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Those.
Don't worry, I have those too.
those are good cards.
This is also going to happen.
Okay, getting Lumina. Nice.
Going to get Lumina, yeah.
I wish you had an EMZ at this point because you're just running out of space.
I was really afraid to mill more wolves, you know? Or a Trick Clown.
Oh, that would have been so terrible.
Yeah, right. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to normal summon. Unizombie.
Yep, that's not bad.
And Unizombie can actually now send from deck to the graveyard another zombie monster, and then I can only attack with the zombie monsters this turn. However, this is my first turn, and if you know your Yu-Gi-Oh, then you know that I can't attack anyways. So I'm going to do this.
Not bad.
And I'm going to send Mizuki. And now this is level 4, by the way.
Yep.
I can also send a card from hand.
Yeah, you can do even more level manipulation with this. This Unizombie's been relevant for many years, from 2016 up until recently. All right, you're gonna hit a card out my hand with Omega. That's cool.
Not for the moment. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. All right. So next thing we're going to do, obviously, is activate the Mizuki.
Yep.
You know, we have the Omega already that can, in the standby phase, put the Mizuki back. I'm enjoying this way too much right now.
Oh, it's a really fun deck. The zombie engine has always been relevant. 5 is a relevant level here, so it means you don't need to discard. That gives you a second level 8. Okay, so we're hand looping. Nice.
Oh, we're doing so much more than that. Okay. No.
This was a duel, right? Not a combo tutorial?
Oh, this is the best thing ever. Okay. I'm going to normal summon Lumina for my real normal summon.
My real normal summon.
And I'm going to activate Lumina's effect to discard Raiden and now
bring back the Raiden. Nice.
I'm going to activate one of the Omegas. You know, it has to happen at some point.
Sure.
All right, this one.
It's face up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a Fog Blade.
Wow. Now I know which deck you're playing. Okay. Now I'm going to finish 5 of those and the 2 Max C. I'm going to summon back the Snow.
Yep, that's good.
I'm sorry?
Did you have a light run already?
Yes, I had the Wolf.
Can you special summon it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's German. Is it a legal target?
It can't be normal summoned. It's a legal target.
Yeah. Yeah, so contextually, the way Lightsworn Lumina works, for those of you who are wondering what just happened, you can discard the same card and then special summon it back, provided that you have an initial legal target. But you can't discard with Lumina and then bring back the card from your hand if there was nothing that you could have theoretically discarded in the first place. So are we going again?
Yeah, I'm going to activate Lightsworn.
Okay,
it's nice that you have time to explain like what's happening while I'm doing the biggest combo that has ever been seen by Mank. Oh, no, another Snow, that is always good. And I think the first 2 were so nice to me. I'm just going to summon another Omega.
All right, that's 3 cards, potentially.
Yes, exactly. And you know what? I think I'm done for this moment. So I'm going to end my turn by activating the mandatory effect of Lumina.
Okay, that's 3, right?
And I'm going to mill Solar Recharge, Lila, and another Wolf. So I'm going to summon that as well.
Very cool.
Doesn't help me now, you know, but it's a body on the field. And it's your turn.
All right, let's see. We have a bit of a mess to get through here. Draw.
Standby phase?
Standby, yep, you may return with double Omega.
Yes, I'm going to use this Omega first. I'm going to return the Mizuki, and I'm going to use this one to return that Maxi.
Sure.
Honestly, the Wolf is really bad for me. I mean, not bad, but the Omega can't return now.
Can you activate Snow in this circumstance?
Oh, absolutely, I can. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. I can use the Snow.
Obviously, you have to banish something from your field, but you can attempt to activate it.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, this is quite. Stop smiling. I'm gonna normal summon Tour Guide from the Underworld.
Oh, iconic.
This basically deals with any game state in the game, so I'm pretty confident still. Is the effect okay?
The effect is perfectly fine.
All right. I will be special summoning from the deck here, and I'm gonna get myself a copy of. I think we'll just go for. I guess that's Rhino or Graph. I think I'll just go with the Graph. Anything on summon?
It's a tough one. Could you activate one Omega?
One Omega.
I'm not playing
first
into
and
Talons
foremost.
because the card didn't exist, by the way.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would have played this out differently, of course.
All right, now you may pick a card from my hand to remove.
Yes, that one.
Okay, it is Rhoda.
All right.
Anything on resolution?
No.
Okay then. I will overlay for a rank 3 monster, probably the best in the game ever printed. It is Dante, Traveler of the Burning Abyss.
Oh, very nice.
Anything on summon of this?
I think I should, but I want to let you have your fun as well. So
That's very generous.
I'm going to
honestly.
let it slide.
Okay, that's fair. Activate the effects. Milling. Okay.
Might regret this afterwards, but.
So I'm going to go Chainlink 1, Graph to special, Chainlink 2, Alich to target your Omega.
I'm going to chain my Omega.
That is fine. Might as well get this out of the way now. Here, that is the card that has been sitting in my hand the whole time, feeling really terrible. It's Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherry, so Tom Rolls historically, as you mentioned, the ABC was one of the most powerful decks at the time. It was essentially there to just remove Dragon Buster. And without Dragon Buster, you are quite limited in your options with the ABC deck.
Yeah, that was one of the few formats in which Ghost Winters and Ghost Reaper and Wind Cherries actually shined. Because the card had a lot of hype when it came out, and it never really took place in the formats, you know, it never really came through, but in this one, where there were so many people playing ABC, it was really strong.
It's been in and out for a while, but generally, I think we saw it maybe semi-recently in Spiral format. That was quite popular. But here, I think what we're going to do is... Let me just double check how you work. Oh, it's German. Does it need to go to the graveyard, or is it
destroyed?
And even if it's banished, it still triggers?
Oh no, it just has to be destroyed, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, just destruction.
Okay.
Cherries was also good in the Telemon format.
Cherries was
sometimes
not bad.
I remember opening Cherries and Instant Fusion against Yoho at a regional, and I still lost that game, and I have no idea what I did.
How?
Yes, same.
He did kind of take me apart in Tengu Plan earlier, so you know, I'm sure you'll see that on stream at some point. All right, so we're gonna a few options here. I think I'm going to. I think I'm gonna enter the battle phase first and foremost. I'm gonna go and attack over your Lumina with Seer.
Over Lumina with Seer is. Okay, I gotta think about this for a second.
Yes, you do.
So I'm gonna let this go through. I'm going to take 600 damage.
So that takes you down to 64. And I'm going to go Dante into... I'm not sure. It's one of those things where it's like, do I just get this Minerva out the way, or can I force this? I think I'm going to attack the Minerva for 500, if that's okay.
You're not making this easy on me, right? Okay. Let me think. So I want all 3 Omegas back in the next turn. That is important to me. So I need to have some space here. I kind of want to keep the Minerva as well. You attack Minerva, right?
Yep.
But I think a level 4 is more valuable, actually. I got what I wanted from Minerva, so I'm going to...
That's fair.
Let this one get destroyed, and I activate the effect to mill 3 cards, and for each Lightsworn I hit...
You pop a card.
Exactly.
Alright. Not a Lightsworn. Not a Lightsworn. And not a Lightsworn.
Yes, but 1,000 damage from me, so...
Another 1,000 there.
500 from the damage, and I go down to 4,900. But with a Trick Clown.
So paying for the Trick Clown as well.
I'm thinking now after this, actually.
Sure.
Because... I have 2 cards in hand. Alright.
I have to do a think here.
Please, be my guest.
This is a odd situation.
Other honorable mentions in this format actually were pendulums that were sometimes still performing. I think there were 2 in the top 32.
Was it Josh who played the Odd Eyes pendulum deck? I think, right? That was national format. When was Liverpool? Was it after nationals?
Liverpool was definitely after nationals. It was 1 week.
Okay, right,
actually, it was the sneak peek weekend of Invasions of Venom.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I remember
that set was good.
Playing the sneak at the tournament, and the guy next to me got a totally awesome from his packs. He won the sneak tournament. It was really good with his Paleozoics that he got.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna go to my main phase 2.
All right.
And... Pardon?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Classic. The original submarine ride. I'm going to set 1 card, and I'm gonna pass.
All right. So
I'm gonna draw
phase.
Yep.
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay. Step by phase.
Yep. So the Omegas come back here, and I get all of these back to my hand. Yay, my winter cherries.
Okay. So I have a lot of stuff to do now, basically. First of all, I'm going to activate the first Omega.
Just to send a card from my hand, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to... You've got me really in a bad spot here. I'm gonna... I think I'll chain my mass change too.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm getting kind of nervous.
Yeah, I'm gonna discard this Farfa for cost. Familiar monster, I think, right? Targeting Seer, sending it, special summoning, Masked Hero Darklaw.
Oh, pretty. Rarity collection.
Yes, it is those lovely rainbow colors. And on the new chain, we're gonna go Seer and target the Graph, and Farfa target the... oh, so this should still resolve.
This is bench.
Yeah. So this should still resolve.
Get this one out.
This will hit my cherries at the hand, and then, yeah, I'm going to use the... I suppose I'll just use it on your wolf. And then Seer will bring back Graph, which will instantly destroy itself.
Yes, because you have the Darklaw.
Yep, and it is one-sided, I believe.
Yeah.
So I'm going to summon with my Graph here from the deck a copy of... Gosh. I'm trying to think like how much of this is relevant. Scarm for Tour Guide would be nice, but Tour Guide is limited to 1 in this format.
Oh, right, yeah.
So we'll just go for Scarm, which destroys itself.
Yeah.
All right, you may proceed.
I just thought for a second that you don't have a graveyard. I was really surprised when you activated the Sir.
Left-hand players, you know.
All right. Oh, sorry. Okay. So now I have some tools somewhere in here. I'm going to activate Fairy Tale Snow, first of all.
Sure.
And I'm wondering if that was the right play immediately.
Setting Dark Law is pretty good.
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Not once per turn, Snow, link off with Masquerena. She's been such a menace.
Effect.
Yep.
Set the Dark Law face down.
No problem.
So, what we can do now. Honestly, there's too much.
Rank 4 plays. The world is your oyster right now.
I'm going to activate one more Omega.
Yes.
This one.
Sure.
I'm going to activate Mizuki.
Oh, how did he get back? Oh, yeah, the Omega returned
Yeah.
it. Yeah, of course. All right, I get to make another Pixie or Synchro play.
So I'm going to Synchro off those.
That's 7.
To Michael.
Michael, this is a generic card. It just needs a light non-tuner.
Yeah. And that was the Trick Clown that is going to return now for 1,000 damage.
Technically, I'm winning on life points, so...
Oh, that is true. I'm going to pay another 1,000 in just a second.
Great. Judge, he revealed public information.
Yeah, that's not what I want. I'm sorry.
I think anything involving Snow is going to be just fine, realistically.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to... I don't know how this is called in English. Build the Überlagerungsnetzwerk.
Castel the Sky Blaster,
yeah.
Musketeer, something like that.
And that one is going to take care of your Dante.
Sure. Back to the extra he goes.
I'm going to pay another 1,000.
Yep.
Going down to 2,900 life points.
Mm-hmm.
To banish the Dark Law, ironically. And I'm going to enter the battle phase.
Yep, this looks like enough.
Let's do the counting now.
Unless specifically if you...
3, 8. Yeah, that's enough.
That's enough? Okay, you're not going to BM Snow me?
you want me to.
Yeah, no, that's a good game.
Okay.
All
GG.
right, there it is. Thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure. Any particular recaps?
Yeah, this deck was incredibly powerful.
Very, very powerful. Yeah.
Not many players had access to Minerva, but it was really good in that format. It was surprising everyone. Everyone was thinking, hey, ABC is going to be the best deck for sure, but nobody took Fairy Tale Snow into account. This card has been absolutely powerful in the formats that it was allowed in. Even recently, this card is just so incredibly good. And the players that could take advantage of this card were just, they were having a big advantage in this time.
Yeah, I think this might be the first deck that truly took advantage of Snow, filling up the graveyard with all these Light Sworn monsters, Charged Light Brigade, the Xyz Minerva. You know, it is, real powerhouse of the deck. One of the first, like, I suppose, mill decks that really took off, I think.
Yeah, apart from the OG Lightsworn, of course, in 2009, 10,
It is
11.
still Lightsworn.
Yeah, that is true.
Surely.
And it's just so much fun. So the cards are all very cool. It is always fun to play with milling decks. And yeah, it was just incredibly powerful. Also, the zombie engine was really good. To combine Omega with the Mizuki is incredibly powerful.
The versatility of the rank 4s and level 8s is super powerful.
One thing I wanted to show off is because first it struck me as a bit odd was Desires, because you mill a lot of cards in your deck. You don't want to banish 10 more from your deck. You will deck out. But if you didn't have access to Snow in your first turn, but you could end on an Omega, you could go for Pot of Desires, banish the top 10, probably hit a Snow, and then put it back to the graveyard with the Omega. That was really strong.
Omega is one of the few cards, very few cards, that interacts with your face down, remove from play cards. So, yeah.
But we have discussed Lightsworn a lot now, but this was not actually the deck that won the tournament. I don't know if we have mentioned that so far already.
Yes, my deck, historically, I should have won this game, but, you know. Perhaps I didn't play well.
Burning
into Instant Fusion, Brilliant Fusion. I don't know.
Where was your Maxi, Nadia?
I know. Inside deck, I think, actually, is where he ran Maxi. Not maining Maxi is crazy to think about historically, but yeah, this has been a great display. I think mostly for the Lightsworn deck anyway. You got to see a little bit of the PK, the Phantom Knight Burning Abyss strategy with the Dark Claws, one of the most iconic sort of techs of the time that Tom Rose incorporated, just being a card that allows you to remove from play all cards that are sent. So even against ABC, you would remove the pieces and the Dark Cloak, which is hard carry. You know, Desires was popular, so you could get like the bonus removed from the hand effect as well. Yeah, cool toolbox. Both decks very varied in their win conditions and how they approach the game. So, yeah.
Tom running very cool cards as well, like Chaos Hunter. I think Book of Eclipse, also one of the few formats where Book of Eclipse was already a powerhouse. Just easily getting rid of ABC Dragon Busters. There were so many cool interactions versus Dragon Busters. ABC, even though the lines of the decks are very linear, I think it was really a cool toolbox deck as well.
Yeah, it was definitely a pretty iconic year. There was a lot of different decks and formats in 2016 that players historically are like massive fans of, and maybe we'll see a Time Wizard event or two in the future featuring 2016. I would love to take advantage of it because this deck, my all-time favorite, was very, very relevant.
All right. So, guys, thank you very much for watching. We hope you enjoyed this little blast from the past, this little adventure that we are doing right here, and we're going right back to the live broadcast. Welcome back. We're in between round 11 and round 12, our final round of the Swiss rounds here at YCS Bologna. But as you can see, I have my two UK commentary duo here in front of me. I have Tom and Nadir, who are ready to take on the How Well Do You Know Your Tag Partner quiz, which is basically a bit like the Newlyweds game, if you guys are familiar with that. Tom, how are we doing?
I'm doing well. I'm really enjoying the event. We've had some great feature matches. I'm excited for the last round feature match, but I'm also excited to see how well I know Nadir.
That will be interesting. And Nadir, how are you doing?
Yeah, great to explore our relationship and develop a long-lasting friendship. So if you get any of these wrong, I'm going to be mega disappointed, Tom.
How long have you two known each other?
First time I ever saw you was 2014 Nationals.
Okay.
Okay, I have a feeling like sometimes you make friends in Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of through osmosis. You go to enough events, you see them. So I wouldn't know like when the first time we'd be like
We've been
friends.
on the peripheral of each other for years.
So
but you've been working together, what, a year now? Maybe slightly less?
We did 2019 together.
Oh, of course, right.
Milan.
Pre our little squad of 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
I see. So you should have some knowledge of each other. So I guess we'll see what happens. So I'm going to let you guys put your microphones down on those seats over there. And the way this is going to work is I'm going to ask one of you a question about what the other would say about something, and you'll both write down an answer. So let's start with the rock, paper, scissors to see which one is going to be asked a question first. We'll go 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, so Tom, I'm going to ask you something first about Nadir. Are we ready? Okay. Thank God you got this question. What is Nadir's favorite deck to play? You have to write down your answer. I mean, hopefully, I can imagine the chat are already going nuts at this. Or is Nadir going to throw you off with something? Possibly not. Hopefully, it's the answer that you're all thinking of that we all know. Get ready. Show your answers in 3, 2, 1. Of course it's BA. What else would you pick? That was a great one for you to start on. Were you confident immediately?
Very confident.
And I'm sure you were as well.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if you didn't get this one.
Okay, next question. So this one is for you about Tom. What will be Tom's go-to deck in Time Wizard's 2010 format? Slightly tougher. Now you're even having to think about it now as well. I will say, both of the last 2 ones that we've had with the Italians and the Germans said exactly the same deck. So that was quite interesting. So let's see what you guys say. Okay. Okay, 3, 2, 1. So you said Lightsworn and you said Fairies.
Same sort of deck I think we're referring to.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's the light engine with the mills and the do you play Valhalla?
No.
Okay, maybe we don't get that one.
No? Okay, right. Then we won't give you a point for that one, but this is an uphill battle. Right, Tom, I'm going to ask you one about Nadir. Which card would Nadir include in any deck without fail? This is a tough one because actually the Italians didn't get this one, the Germans did. So it's going to be quite tough, but let's see. Let's see what you guys both say about this. This is always so interesting because we've had two pairs who've been working together religiously for a long time. And these two have known each other for a while. Okay, I had a feeling it was going to be what he's written down. 3, 2, 1. You wrote Farfa. You wrote Tour Guide of the Underworld. Tour Guide, probably a good answer.
You can't just put Farfa in every deck. That doesn't work. You could probably fit Tour Guide, but not Farfa.
I just picked it because I thought it was your favorite card, so...
It has to have some kind of relevance, but you are quite fond of Tour Guide from the Underworld, so that's fair enough. Right, I'm going to ask you one about Tom. What was Tom's best Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG event performance-wise?
So I don't remember the year, but can I say the placing?
Sure, let's go with that. Do you remember?
I mean, I know there's a couple which I could pick, so am I supposed to pick which I think is the best, or which... I don't know, like, objectively which one is the best, because they're different tournaments and so on.
Performance-wise?
What are you, like, performances?
Like how well you did.
Okay, but, like, is a first-place locals, like, that's first place, isn't it?
Yeah, that's first place.
Yeah, so is that as good as any other? Is that because...
I think I'd say getting first at a YCS is maybe slightly above first at a locals.
Okay, but is first at a YCS, second at a YCS better than first at a locals?
Oh, I'd say yes. But maybe that's just me. But I'm trying to think about how we gauge this for the question. Let's see what you both write. I'm so interested by this. This is fun. I like getting able to do this. By the way, for those of you at home who are patiently waiting for round 12, don't worry. The second we know when it starts, you will also know. We'll be heading over there to bring you a round 12 feature match when it is ready. Okay, 3, 2, 1. UK Nationals 2013 winner, top 4 Euros 2017.
Surely Euros is more important. Surely Euros is the better one.
Okay, so I would think so as well, but we just had a chat with Ed. I know that I would probably have written that, but we had a chat and you were like...
I'm sorry. Well, it was because you compared it to locals compared to YCS. Well, YCS compared to Euros makes sense.
Yeah, but I couldn't say, like... I couldn't say the answer, like...
Yeah, okay, right, okay, fair enough.
We both know that those are the events. I don't know. It's dodgy, I guess.
The event time has just been reset, I've heard in my ears, which means very soon we might be getting that placement. So keep an eye out. We're going to maybe be having our round 12 feature very shortly. Right, okay, my turn to ask Nadir a question about Tom. Wait, or did I just ask Nadir? Okay, so I'm asking you. What is Nadir's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG event to attend? Or what was Nadir's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG event to attend? Again, these are always interesting. There's so many options. You guys have been to so many of them. Okay. Okay, 3, 2, 1. You said UK Nationals and you said Milan 2019. Why Milan?
Because we commentated it together.
You were hoping he'd reached out with a personal answer. Why did you pick UK Nats?
I just love the Nationals, you know, meeting with everyone from the same region. I think is really kind of wholesome.
So you tried to go for a nice brotherly approach. Okay, right. Let's ask Nadir a question about Tom. So, what is Tom's most favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG set of all time? That's quite a tough one, and I'll be honest, no one has got this one right yet. I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm sure I'm right. I'm sure no one got it. Okay, okay. I'm interested to see this. Okay, okay. 3, 2, 1. You didn't get it, but that's fine. So you said Duelist Alliance, you said Phantom Darkness. Why'd you go for that?
I think it's a nostalgia thing. It was when Allure of Darkness came out. It's when Armageddon Knight, Dark Arm Dragon, these are like iconic cards. Duelist Alliance is definitely up there, though, so it's a fair pick. I would have written that if we'd asked Nadir, because that's when Burning Abyss came out.
That's why then. Yeah, so I was thinking about Phantom Darkness, but I thought you might have been a bit too young at the time to really explore it as much as you did in 2014 with something like Duel.
I think like the nostalgia, I think you're right, but like it was so nostalgic, and I have a special story, a very special story, not investment advice. However, I bought a pack, a special edition, where you got 3 packs. And in those 3 packs, I got a Dark Arm Dragon and an Allure of Darkness. So that kind of sealed it for me.
Certainly did. Okay, fair enough. Right, so Tom, I'm going to ask you a question now. Or did I just ask you one? I keep losing track. I'm sorry of this. Right. Okay, next question. Nadir. Okay, is Tom more likely to spend a long time playing Duel Links or Master Duel? Slightly easy one. And I've just heard in my ear that our players are on the way, which means our round 12 feature match is almost ready to go. So we're going to ask one more question after this, and then we're going to get over there and then get this in. 3, 2, 1. You both got it right. Okay, Master Duel. This hasn't gone so badly. I think actually this has been a fair round. So let's do one more, shall we? Okay, I'll go for one. This is a personal one now that I'm going to ask you about Nadir. What is Nadir's favorite type of food? This is a tough one. You're going to have to take a total guess. Nadir's already writing it down. Okay, take a guess, take a stab. You've got to write something. This is the last time you get an opportunity to do this. Okay, 3, 2, 1. You said Indian, you said kebab. Why?
Kebab's great.
He's not wrong. So you like Indian food, do you?
Yeah.
Good. That's the best we're going to get out of these two. So, not the best performing out of the two of them, but to be fair, Marcello and Alberto have been working together for a long time. Basti and Seb have been working together for equally a long time and know each other in and out with these kind of facts. So, you guys have done well considering. Congratulations, both of you. This has been good fun. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be straight back with our round 12 feature match in just a moment. Welcome back. We're here with our final round 12 feature match of the Swiss rounds here at YCS Bologna 2023. In front of me, I have Mattia Biliotti and Simon He, who we've already seen on our feature match stage this weekend. But how will he fare now? Let's find out together. Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see who is going to be going first. Simon, do you want to roll first? We're going to do 2 dice, roll high, see what happens. That is a 7. Let's see what Mattia gets. Oh, 12. Okay, Mattia, you going to go first? Mattia is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to the wonderful Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to be your commentators for the first time today to take you into this round 12 feature match. Guys, we're almost into our top cut. Take it away.
Thank you, Adam. Welcome to round 12 and welcome to the issue also from us. This will be our first match. Hi, everybody. And I'm having a little bit of a flashback because basically we ended yesterday with Simon and now we're back once again with Simon. But do not be mistaken. Usually in the past, we usually picked, you know, a bubble match or 2 players that were fighting it to get us top in the top 64. But in this case, both duelists are guaranteed already a slot in the top 64. So why are we featuring them? Well, if you follow YCS Dortmund, you know that there has been a huge introduction here at YCSs in Europe, and that is because top of Swiss will be guaranteed a giant copy of our prize card. You know what that is? Another verse Glutonia, and that is an amazing prize to be reckoned with. And I think this gave it for a match that is actually really, really good. And as we have seen, Simon is also playing quite the spice, right? With the Mikanko deck.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the decks once we get into the game. Not to reveal anything too early, but as you mentioned, this is a huge prize, actually, for both players here. The opportunity to attempt to get the first place in Swiss, which allows you the oversized card, and another versus Glutonia. Beautiful, beautiful artwork. One of my favorite artworks, I think, in the game.
Yeah,
so that's up for grabs today.
Yeah, and I think Simon's also playing relaxed, I would say. I mean, his Tenno is guaranteed top cut, but I mean, you know that you can win quite a huge prize, no?
Yeah.
So at least, why not? You can go for it.
And he's actually 11, or even one more, because yeah, so the thing to mention is that Simon is actually the only player left with such a record. So his opponent is on X1 at the moment, so quite the achievement from Simon, especially if we consider that yesterday it looked as if he would have lost to that Rika deck, but instead with an incredible comeback he made it in game 3, and now we are ready. Here in round 12, I would say let's find out who will be the winner of game 1.
For those of you who missed the action yesterday, make sure to check out the social media, the YouTube channels. The highlight will be there, and you can catch up on some of the amazing gameplay from yesterday. So Simon's deck is something we've shown before here, and we've talked a little bit about the Mikanko strategy, how it has really good options going first and second. But Mattia is going to start us off here, and he is playing a very good start. He is actually playing Tier Laments, and beginning with the Kelbeck discard off Himseti to get the gold sarcophagus, sorry, not gold sarcophagus, King's sarcophagus.
Might have been a good one.
From the deck to the hand here. And now it's time to mill 5 cards. Let's see what we can hit here. All right, both players gonna use the, send from the top of the deck 5 cards here. We hit a Havness Tier Cache.
Okay.
And Simon is getting the Ceremony in the Grave. Ooh, as well as the one of Rise Heart. Might actually be an important piece to lose there.
Not bad, but Mattia only plays 2 Pearl Rhino, which are now gone.
Oh, he only plays 2?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, so he might need a shuffler. Yeah, later on. It will be very good.
Back potentially if he hits a Trivikarma.
Yeah, let's see first these 2 additional cards off the top of his deck.
So we'll see if he has a...
And
there's one. Okay, nice. And using the Havness as Chainlink 1 on Tier Cache to mill, just in case you mill any other potential options so that you can choose something else to fuse on Resolution. But I think we're going to go for the rank 4. The Quarter Century, right? Mud Dragon. Really important tool in tier limit because it is a water rank 4, facilitates Bahamut Shark. It's also just a fusion as a target for further fusion plays into something like Dracostapelia. So a very important key piece of tier limit, plays very differently across the different formats. For those of you familiar with Mastodon, for example, different kind of strategy here. We've also got Foolish Burial.
Okay.
Potentially resolving 2 of the Ishizu Millers in this turn 1 here. Let's see if that's what a key is going to go for. Yep,
yes.
we got a Guido. Time to shivel up here and see 10 more cards from both players. Wonder if Simon can potentially get any valuable resources. That's a good hit. Sulik is going to search for anything. Malicious, huge, and another shuffle. And Destrudo. Simon does hit a Jet Synchron, however. That's pretty relevant.
Yeah, almost as good as his opponent, right?
Sulik going to get a search here, potentially for Shirin if we want to get more cards into the graveyard from the hand, or if we just need a normal summon with Rhino Heart.
But again, I mean, some people might call this, you know, jackpot, but when you consider that Matthias sent 12 cards off the top of his deck, out of 12 cards, you should get some good effects, and it's not a matter of luck anymore, so.
Noticing that there's only one Synchro Monster in Matthias' list here for the Destrudo, so I think you want to manipulate that into a level 3 by targeting a 4.
Yeah.
Gives you a play with Tier Cash, and 7 and 3 is going to give you Baron as well, so full combo generally resolves with a Toad, a Baron, and potentially a play into an SP Little Knight as well. Banishing the Sulik. Did you see what he added with the Sulik?
Yeah, he did the Rhino Heart.
Rhino Heart? Okay, cool. And Tier Cash also hits a Shiren.
Wow, good meals, because he also has the King Sarcophagus in hand,
Crazy,
right?
yeah.
So, I mean, he will be able to special summon later on either the Happy and the Imseri as well.
And as you mentioned, now we might have access to that Baron with the Destrudo, so.
Okay, we're going to go for a Beatrice play by returning the Malicious. That's going to give you the hero level 6, facilitating a Beatrice play.
This may be an insane opening, especially because, like we have seen Simon's deck yesterday, he's not playing any interruptions in the main deck. He doesn't have any hand traps at all. So
the Lava Golem could be huge potentially if he sees it off the top here. And Mattia now has enough information to recognize that that is an issue. So I wonder if he will try and play around it, or maybe you just put him on Better Have It and just do your full combo, right? It's very hard to play conservatively with Tier Limit. It's a deck that sort of just mills, gets full combo going, and you just kind of set up your full field.
Yeah, the more you mill, the more you want to mill. You know?
Yeah. How did we synchro with the Baron? It was the Destrudo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so half the life points being paid here, which is generally the last point of life is usually all that matters. But in a deck against Makanko, it could be kind of scary to be on 4,000, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be careful, especially because, like, we saw yesterday Simon's strategy, and I think he may be able just to seal the game very easily. Here with the Beatrice, I think he can also send the Merle if he really feels like. He has a lot of options, honestly.
Yeah, no, there's so many good targets. Both the Millers have been used. Shufflers are both in the deck here, so it really is just about, we don't even need like the resources anymore. We just need to keep going and pushing with combo plays here, and that's exactly what he's going to do by sending a fusion here. Potentially end on a Dragostapelia. I think he... Oh, we're going to go for Trivikarma.
He also plays the Rainbow Bridge.
Oh, sorry, it's not Trivikarma. Yeah, Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
With the, what's it called, the Crystal Beast.
Yeah, the Emerald Turtle, right?
I feel like this engine was significantly better with Kick Coloss because the turtle acts as a aqua. You can always shuffle it back with Kick Coloss, and the trap card is always live. So it's a tiny bit bricky, I feel, especially with the Horus cards. But he's opened very well, so we're not going to be inhibited at all. Remember, we still haven't even used the Horus portion of the deck here. Couple in the grave with Obsedi and another name with the King Sarcophagus in the hand.
Makes sense.
So he put back 2 of Simon's card. Did he put back a Perla Rhino? Yeah.
Yeah.
He did. And that is it. So get to see a Crystal Beast 2023. It's actually not that bad of a deck, actually.
Yeah.
On its own.
It is level 4, correct? Or is it level 3?
Let me check. Level 3, I guess.
Oh,
yeah,
it's level
it is
3.
level 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't overlay with the Mud Dragon, but if we do want to normal summon it.
I think also a good catch from Mattia, who shuffled back the ceremony in Simon's graveyard, which was the only one card that could have been banished itself for sending a Mikako card, no? So a good catch from him.
Yeah, Ceremony and Jet Synchron, pretty good resources that we gave Simon with 10 mills, but that's why the shufflers are so good. Even if your opponent does mill something, unless it triggers immediately, you can actually take that away from them, and then you still get the full value out of your 10 mills.
I think he's got another one potentially. Let's see. Yeah, he has a lot of options.
Shuffler? Yeah, he hit both of them. Yeah, we got Medora and Keldo. There's the King Sarcophagus coming down. Let's see what these Horus cards can offer the tier limit strategy. Wow. Over the last couple of months, we've seen people play around with different versions of tier. We've got King of the Swamp with Polymerization. Some people play the Hero version.
Wow.
And Zombie Vampire. Hitting 4 cards here. We can just special summon the Rhino Heart if we want.
Also the Trivikarma as well.
And we have Trivikarma.
Master Reborn making an appearance for Simon.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the few decks we've seen all weekend choosing to play the OG Monster Reborn.
Yeah.
Gotta love that ultimate rare Rhino Heart. Looks incredible. And we still have a send if we want to. Is he choosing not to send with Rhino Heart? Unless he sent the Trivikarma? That was definitely milled with the Zombie Vampire,
it was milled. It was milled.
Yeah. He only has access to Merlis, I think, as name. Yeah.
But I can still get a Dracos Depilia, I think, right? Well, let's see what he does with it. Got the Zombie Vampire in the main monster zone.
Wow, what an opening, though.
He's impressive.
Yeah. The Horus card's just giving you like instant easy access to a Zombie Vampire for even more mills. You know, 9 cards sent from the top of the deck to the graveyard this turn. And our Link 2 of choice here is...
This is the SP?
Potentially Cross Sheep if we have even more ways to fuse.
Yeah, it is SP.
Yep. SP taking a resource out of the graveyard. SP, Toad, Beatrice, Baron. Huge start here. But you know what does deal with a field like this? Lava Golem. Let's see if Simon is going to be opening or top decking that.
Couple of Lava Golems, I'd say. To be fair. But yeah, great stuff.
How do you feel about the Horus engine in tier? Because it's not the standard, I would say, but it does offer a lot of power. And I suppose one of the only issues I would think is maybe just it can be a little bit bricky.
Yeah, consistency-wise, yeah. It's... I think it depends a lot on what you expect the rest of the format to be, because we saw some of them cutting a lot of, these engine cards. Because when you send them off the top of the deck...
the Merlin was in the hand.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, yeah, that's why we didn't use Rhino.
And he sends the screen, but I think he might be out of traps, because like he just added one.
Yeah, unless, I don't know, we're playing Meta Noise or something. Probably not. Merle gets the fuse with a fusion here, and I think we do really want to go for Dracos Depilia.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best start that we have seen so far from tier elements. Yeah. This is insane.
No, he goes for Kaleido.
Kaleido.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, Kaleido Heart is huge on Simon's turn. You can send it with the Sulik, bring it back, fuse again, and spin a card.
Yeah, and now Lava Golem definitely isn't enough.
Yeah,
so.
And pop a card as well because the Perla Rhino. It's like 3 disruptions just by itself.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. I mean, it's just going to be revealing information to Simon. Didn't have to, but some sportsmanship from Mattia.
The Destro has also been hit back into the grave again, so follow up for next turn if we need it.
And yep.
Well, I suppose the one thing Simon has going for him is that Mattia is on half of his life, so...
Not so humble combo.
If we can do any sort of push here, then there's a world where we can get through this, but we'll see. And these are the kind of fields that Makanko scarily can actually take apart. It's not exactly over. I think Simon is still very much in this, but I think we will probably need a Lava Golem here. It doesn't look like we're going to start with that. Nope, we've got the Sinful Engine. Diabellstar going to offer some kind of assistance by taking apart this field here, but so many good resources for Mattia available
Yeah,
follow
you can do so
up.
much.
Yeah, we got follow-up, we've got multiple disruptions, Beatrice acts as a toolbox for basically anything as well. So overall, Simon has just been completely dominating Swiss. He is the only EXO player left, and I don't think Makanko has really been played at all. I haven't seen it anywhere in the top tables.
No, I think he might be the only one,
Yeah, he is showing great mastery over this deck, getting this far, this deep into such a huge tournament with a lot of big name players, a lot of talent out there in the top tables. So he's definitely performing super well with this Makanko deck, and I think it's maybe something people don't take too seriously, but proving that it can indeed be something formidable.
Deck is super interesting, honestly. Has a lot of consistency. Plays. We talked about this before. It's like triple tactic. Trust as well. It's not easy to deal with this.
Wow, a normal summon, I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the only target for Souls the
Illusion?
Bellstar?
I don't know. Maybe he's playing.
He plays Illusion.
You should have Illusion, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. We chose to normal summon this. All right, well, we are using the effect for cost here to send the Sinful off the field here to draw 1. Bear in mind here, Mattia has not activated any monster effects this turn, so if Simon has a talent or a thrust, it's not going to be usable right now, so I think Mattia definitely wants to hold as long as possible, just in case that is going to trigger.
And this is exactly what's going on. Maybe he's not even using the tier afterwards. Could be the case. No, okay. He does. So he goes for a monster effect.
Yeah, and as mentioned, this is so much disruption just by itself. The Solid can trigger, the Kaleido triggers off the Shiren, the field spell can pop.
And you also get the Stabilia on top.
Yeah. The Kaleido setup is massive. Puts the Diabell Star back into the deck, and
now he can potentially destroy the souls, yeah.
This is a reason to not destroy, maybe? I feel like there isn't really anything relevant.
I mean, it's just that you can use Beatrice afterwards, maybe, to trigger it, so maybe he doesn't feel like he wants to use it right here.
Yeah. Like Relinquished maybe could be a relevant card that Simon would play in Makanko. That's something I would be scared of.
We have seen some of that around at the top tables for our Ultimate Time Wizard event, which is 2005 for this weekend, so that's still going on.
That's the other Relinquish, but sure.
No, it's actually that one. Well played.
Well played. Simon picks up, and we're going to head into game number 2 here.
Yeah, well, very explosive start by Mattia with pretty much sending half of his deck even more away turn 1, and what an opening that was. No Lava Golem on site, but now Simon gets to go first, and maybe he will try to set up some of his own combos. Yesterday we didn't really see too much of it because 3 out of 3 got it by Droll and Lockbird, so let's see this time around.
It's unfortunate. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a showcase from Simon's turn 1 here, but yeah, we haven't seen the Makanko deck really utilize the full power of its Acid Golem trick, which for those of you who may have missed, for example, YCS Richmond, Acid Golem is a huge part of this Makanko win condition. Geonator Transverser gives your opponent the Acid Golem, which says you cannot special summon monsters, and I think Tier Limit probably wants to be able to special summon.
Here and there.
Just a few.
Sometimes. No, but in general, I think Simon going first...
shouldn't side that much, right?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think he's going to side in
Yes,
anything.
one card, which is the one-dimensional barrier, that is really nice, and considering he has obviously the trust, you can even set that, and that's obviously amazing against tier, but probably that's about it.
That's it.
On Mattia's side, I mean, we can expect him to be somewhat familiar with Simon's deck just because they have been sitting next to each other for at least the last 3 or 4 rounds. But yeah, he does have an interesting side deck, even with the Garura and Dweller, a lot of those extra deck monsters you mentioned, Nadir.
Yeah, I think Super Poly is really what he's looking for with the Garura. Cowboy, of course, if you ever get into time, that's always going to be extremely relevant. I think it's interesting that he plays Cowboy instead of Scattershot. I suppose, and getting access to your extra deck is easier than the main deck. But
I'm mostly surprised by both Garura and Dweller, because Garura usually you could combo off in tier with the Beatrice.
It's kind of something you play in the main, right?
Yeah. And using, I mean, I agreed with you that using your side deck like that is fine, but 3 out of 15 extra deck cards in the side deck, wow. But regardless, our duelists are ready, so let's jump back into game number 2.
Game 2 starting up here, and Simon will be opting to go first. Lava Golem's easy to remove, bring in something a little bit more useful, like those There Can Be Only ones. We'll see what he chooses to do against Mattia here, who I think I saw put in a Nibiru mid-siding. Doesn't look like he's drawn any of that here.
Let's see.
No Droll and Lockbird to worry about. All right, that's a good start. We've got the Wanted. One thing to consider, I suppose, is, and you know, we talked about the diversity of the format, just how many decks there are. I think Tier Limit is maybe one of the few like explosive combo decks around that don't lose really hard to Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah.
I find it quite difficult to really have answers to Tier Limit in your side deck. Do you think just because of how many decks there are, you would dedicate things specifically to Tier Limit?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not easy, honestly, to counter it, especially because, like, as you mentioned, it has so many plays. And Mattia's deck as well also has the Horus cards, which is, I think, a nice addition to the deck in this case, especially because, like, I mean, either you put some pressure on your opponent by having, you know, big monsters on the field, and I mean, in general, I think that I feel like that, you know, like compared to the previous format, it's been even more difficult to side in cards against tier elements, honestly. Yeah, which are more specific, you know.
Yeah, seems like Beastials are pretty much ideal. This format, they're good against a lot of the decks that are popular, but chances are one Beastial doesn't do much against these tier element decks nowadays. So,
yeah, Nekobane King is the only thing that I still haven't resolved on a feature match, unfortunately, but we'll see it one day for sure. Here's the Arabesque coming out. That's going to give you a access into your Makanko engine, bouncing the Delia Bellstar back to the hand, special summoning the Hare.
yeah, it seems like for now there might be any response from Mattia. So finally we get to see some of this openings from Simon. Maybe the Acid Golem combo you mentioned. So
yeah,
nice.
Ken and Jen from Age of Overlords has been a massive part of the Makanko development and evolution of the archetype, because it's a great way to just give your opponent a monster. And I think typically Makanko struggled with turn 1 plays because your opponent doesn't really have a field, and so Ken and Jen giving you good synergy, especially with the talents and the thrust. It lends itself really well to Makanko. I think with Ken and Jen's reveal for the first time, a lot of people were on the train of, you know, something like Dart World, taking full advantage of it, ripping a card with Silva, and then going into thrust and talents because you give your opponent Ken and Jen. Speaking of which, funnily enough, Simon played Dart World the last event, so maybe he just enjoys these style of archetypes. I think that was a Rise Heart we added to the hand with the Isolde. Now we're going to get to send special summon out of the deck here any warrior.
That could be it. Yeah.
Isolde, part of the infamous Link Vrains sort of era, where we had just so many incredible Link 2s: Jasmine, Hulk, Isolde, Union Carrier.
Yeah.
Half of those I mentioned are no longer with us.
And here we see the Ganans mentioned. Usually you can decide, but against tier element specifically, you really want to do this way around, because like the Gan could come back to hurt you if you allow tier element to discard a card, maybe that Kelbeck again, you know.
Yeah. So giving the opponent the Ken.
Yep.
Draw 2 and discard. Extra Wanted in the hand, all right, nice. And there's thrust. This is exactly what we talked about. You give your opponent a monster, because they control it, you can actually add the talons to your hand.
Yeah, this is amazing, honestly.
So let's take a peek here and see what we've got. We've got Droplet, Merly, I think that's the Imseti.
That Droplet could be
Yeah, Droplet
juicy.
sending for cost is like huge. So I assume if he hits Droplet here, we might see Simon go for that combo. Oh, he's also got the there could be only one in his hands here. Simon's really open insane. All right, so actually opting to not need the Droplet, it looks like.
Probably asking for, Do you like that there can be in this matchup?
No, I don't at all. But it's probably just because there's nothing better, right, to bring in going first, right? You're probably not going to need evenly matched.
And the Lava Golem, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. The Lava Golem in the main deck, kind of useless going first, so it's just an easy straight swap, I suppose. What else would you really bring in
Fair
here?
enough.
He's only really got Book of Eclipse, I suppose, as an option.
Yeah.
So yeah, deliberating hard here over this talent return because it is important that you consider potential top decks as well.
Yeah,
makes sense.
As expected, Droplet is the card here, which leaves Mattia with not that great of an end, to be fair.
No, he doesn't really have anything to get his own engine going except normal summon Merly Mill 3.
And now Simon, throwing a card. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see just how we get through this. You always give your opponent the monster in the middle zone. It's the easiest way to swap over with the Geonator Transverter. And with modern sort of transferring effects of all the different extra deck cards available, you always want to play around like various zones. You don't want to summon in zone number 2 and 3. Potentially because of Relinquish. You don't want to summon in 3 and 1 because of Transverser. There's just so many things to like
and
consider and play around.
Anima as well, which
yeah,
it's kind of contradictory then. Yeah.
All right, here is Fire Dance. So level 3 is the relevant level of Hare. Because that is going to be able to let you go into that combo. Now, can we also... Oh, no, we're just going to pick up the cards instantly. All right.
Okay, wow.
As soon as we got the second level 3 on the field, I think Mattia knows where that's going. Yeah. It's a shame we didn't actually get to showcase it and see exactly how it plays off. But basically, what likely was going to happen there is the summon of Transverser, then into the Lava Golem, give your opponent... sorry, not Lava Golem, Acid Golem. Yep. So many golems in Yu-Gi-Oh! Give your opponent the Acid Golem. They aren't able to special summon. And
but then you can tribute summon Malicious.
Tribute set the Malicious, maybe. Yeah, that's actually a good point.
There was an out. But I mean, the end was not looking like it could go anywhere. But I guess you wanted to save some time, doesn't risk. Just ending in time, and with 20+ minutes remaining, that's not gonna be the case. But once again, now Mattia gonna go first. And I am now reminiscing of the last round of Swiss yesterday, of a certain rounded card, shiny rounded card, which is the sphere mode.
Yeah, a certain spherical object might be headed Mattia's way here. I would genuinely be very scared if I was Mattia. Now, in a deck that you know wants to go second, and Mattia, if he's done his research, potentially could have looked at the feature match from yesterday, may have been in preparation for Simon. There is a world maybe where Mattia lets Simon start.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that Simon is starting in to go second, right? So if Mattia let him go first, then Simon might be in trouble because he might set in cards such as Evenly Matched, Sphere Mode. He has Lava Golem as well. He has a lot.
He has Ultimate Slayer. A lot of these go in second cards, and that could be the case, absolutely. And but you need to be brave to do that.
It's a bold move to try and do that, especially when you know your opponent has such a powerful, almost instant win combo available to them. It's a big risk to take, but it's something that over the years players have sort of experimented with when it comes to side decking strategies, is actually choosing to let your opponent start.
And I think this is the last time in the event where Mattia can actually take a pretty significant risk without not many consequences.
True.
Regardless, he is guaranteed that spot in the top cut. So maybe it could be the time to do a bow move on stream as well. So that could be amazing. But regardless, it seems like our duelists are shuffling up. There is one more game for this Swiss to crown who will be the top of Swiss most likely. So let's go to the table.
Yeah, we do have the bonus prize available for this match. The top of Swiss will be getting the win of the oversized Glutonia. So some sort of commiseration for the potential Curse of Anubis that usually occurs for the winner of Swiss. Getting knocked out instantly to top 64 might not feel as bad if you get yourself an oversized card. So yeah, good little prize on the line here, and we'll see just exactly who is going to go first here. I'm really curious to see if Mattia actually let Simon start. I think he's most likely, yeah, I think he wants to go first himself.
Not looking like it, and let's take a look at these openings. Mattia trying to look. Let's see.
I think it could Strudo, Crystal Beast.
I see a foolish Buddha Goods, maybe? Yeah. Which is a great card in this deck. Can send a lot of different targets, so that alone is okay.
Yeah, I think there's a good amount of options in place here available to Mattia. I'm just really curious, you know, how all in do you go here? Do you go and do your full combo like you did in game 1, or do you maybe play around Lava Golem and Sphere Mode and only summon one monster? It doesn't really feel worth it, I feel. Yeah, we'll see just exactly how it plays out here. Foolish Burial Goods going to send the Trivic Karma. Trivic Karma is...
Oof, but I think... Yeah.
What were you going to say?
No, because I was thinking he could have sent the rainbow, but I did see the turtle, and there it is. Yeah. So he drew the emerald turtle, unfortunately, so yeah.
Always one of the most frustrating types of parts of deck building is a lot of decks do just have these engine requirements. The OG Gem Knight Garnet is usually how they are seen with Brilliant Fusion, if anyone recalls. And over the years, the development of different decks and strategies, you will find that there's a lot of cards in your deck that work specifically in your deck only.
I think many recall because we literally just saw your match against Leo, and that was quite a spectacle. Yeah.
All right, Trivic Karma. I think Pearl Rhino is what we're gonna get out here, and I think we do have a really cool combo with Tear Cash and Shiren in the hands, potentially. Sure. Although you do want to get the maximum effect of Tear Cash in both ways. That is including the on summon effect, which mills 3, not inducing your normal summon. Is that a Dogwood I saw in Mattia's deck that's still there?
Really?
I think I saw him. Yeah, because he is citing Dogwood. I was just curious because it might have been a little early to cite that. We'll see if he gets it into the grave at all. I'm not sure there's going to be much relevance to time here. I don't know. To be fair, 16 minutes. You never know how long Tier Limit can take. Yeah, okay. Choosing to send a Denier instead of the Tear Cash here. Keldo! Oof. And we got a Guido! Amazing. All right. No Neko Main Kings in Simon's side deck, so I don't think there's going to be too much risk in actually choosing to resolve this Agido here.
Yeah, you can see Simon smiling as the last card is revealed.
Bro, I can't believe you hit the one of Agido.
Yeah.
I think he was actually thinking about whether or not he wants to activate it.
Really?
For a moment there.
And yeah, it is the dog.
Okay. All right.
Spooky. Nothing
relevant, no.
Nothing for Simon, really.
Does he just play one Ken and Gen, I assume?
Yeah,
or
he plays only one Ken.
One of each?
I think one Ken.
One Ken, 2 Gen. Okay, that might be a little bit unfortunate if that actually comes up and is relevant, deleting the resource out of your deck that you need there. Do we have a target for Rhino in hand? It looks like we might be triggering it here.
Yeah, I think we have a Tear Cash.
Yeah. Okay, discarding the Tear Cash. Unfortunately, he won't use the on-summon effect to mill 3, but we'll see if he can bring it back at some point, potentially. Gonna send with the Rhino, but first milling Scream Kellback! Wow. Okay.
Crazy.
I'm going to mill 10 cards for my deck.
Maybe flashback of game 1.
Yep.
Yeah. Admittedly, there's like so many ways to mill in this deck. There is a pretty likely chance you will get to resolve one of them in Tier Limit, especially with Beatrice just guaranteeing it if you need to. So there's definitely lots of different paths to getting there. Tier Limit can sometimes suffer from consistency.
Interesting. He's actually sending 5 first, risking maybe to send all of the traps, but eats them early too. Wow.
That is amazing. I don't think you can be too upset here.
No, we see the Lava Golem, but...
Yeah, Lava Golem, no Sphere Mode has been detected yet.
And 10 cards are gone, which, maybe
Statistically
speaking,
there's a good chance.
Statistically speaking, yeah.
3 and 30, 10% off the top. Unless we've already opened it, like that's
what I'm saying.
Those are not bad odds. See if
he might be holding one, honestly.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
It's most likely that he is. Yeah.
Right, so Scream gets Sullick to the hand here, and we saw just how powerful Sullick is when you've got the setup with Perla Rhino into Kaleido Heart. So I think Mattia's choosing whether or not to use Merle here. I think you have to, right? Because all of these are limited. It's going to be hard to access it again.
But I think he's still resolving the upness from the chain of the Kelbeck now, and so he needs to figure out what he wants to go for.
Some type of rank 4 play, I think, is
probably
what we want to go
Mad
for.
Dragon.
He did put the Garura back into his extra deck, it looks like.
Oh yeah, it makes sense,
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's Mad Dragon, and now he gets to activate them early if he wants.
What can you make with Merle here? It's a big investment to go Kaleido Heart this early.
Is it though? Let's see.
Yeah, you can tell he's considering whether to use it or not. I mean,
yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he does. He has a Destrudo in hand, I believe, so this will also give him quite a few plays. But okay, he did have the Denier, so this makes sense. He can now access the Malicious once again, if he wants. Yeah, makes sense. Why not?
You've got a lot of available plays here, so this is your level 6, which is extremely important. Gives you into the gives you the Beatrice line. First, it looks like we're going to go for a rank 4.
Yeah, just protect from any possible disruption, and we get to see the Toad.
Bahamut Shark overlaying as well is really important for the Rhino Heart as a nice resource that you get to keep, because when Rhino Heart comes back from the graveyard, next time it leaves the field it would be banished, but by overlaying it, we get to keep that resource.
And there is the Destrudo I was talking about. You can get rid of that to send the Malicious.
Discard Destrudo, send Malicious. I mean, that is just value town right here.
And this is a Beatrice, straight up.
Huge field coming out here from Mattia. What's left to resolve at this point? With the Beatrice.
Most of his
Have we used all the names?
I think it's Shireen that's left, right? The one on field, and that's it.
So if we can maybe have Beatrice get us into some sort of rank 4 play, we could trigger the Shirid, make a Kaleido, or use that Destrudo for some sort of a synchro play.
Okay, gonna go for it.
Not to mention as well that you can send spells and traps if you like. Tier Cash has already used its effects. Send Sullick. Because did we not use Sullick already this game?
No, I think he didn't.
No? Okay. All right, we're adding Tier Cash, which means we can use the on-summon effect of Tier Cash, right? We haven't used the field effects, I believe.
No. So we can summon it, go into the Baron, but first we make either the SP, because we need some field space to do that. So could be the line here. Yep. Still revealing everything he has. Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be pretty much exactly the same thing as game 1. He just needs to find the space here, and that's exactly what he's going for, I think, right? You go for SP here.
Yeah, I think it's... Oh, okay.
Okay.
We forgot that he still has access to the King's Sarcophagus.
Yeah, no, it's the same
Free special
thing.
summons from the grave.
Same thing, yeah. Now we go for the Tier Cash.
It's interesting because the deck itself for Tearlament has no sort of set combos, but it sort of does kind of congregate into like the same end field. And so you can see here, like this is literally like going to be card for card what we had before, right, in the last game.
Yeah.
But how you get there is going to be different depending on your starting hand. You know, you can start with a normal summon, you can start with Shiren Mills, etc., Foolish Send. Lots of ways to get you to this point, and I think that's why Tearlament is just such a really, you know, sort of fan favorite deck. It's really enjoyable and fun to play and see what you can mill.
Well played here.
Yeah, for sure. Credit where credit is due. Mattia has played this and executed this perfectly.
And yeah, this is gonna be pretty much the same thing, except there will not be a Kaleido, it seems, unless he wants to use his fields. But yeah, he can do it with the Baron here. Makes sense.
Yeah, the value that you get out of Baron popping your own cards is, I mean, not every day that's going to be relevant, but here it is, resolving the last and final fusion. Going to go into the, using the Shyren to fuse up into the Kaleido Heart, and this is going to be everything you need right now.
Yeah, that's about it. Exact same field as game 1. Will it be the exact same result? It's up to Simon to now find, you know, that sphere mode.
Yeah, really does need one of those heavy-hitting tributes. 6 in the deck total. We've milled a lot here. I think we've only hit one Lava Golem. Yeah. We just need to see any one of those, and I think that Simon is going to be in a really strong space here. I'm curious to see if Mattia wants to use this Beatrice in the standby phase, potentially, just to get value out of it in case we have that big tribute, because he should be more than aware that Simon does have, or at least plays it.
But doesn't look like it.
Okay, standing stoic. To be fair, it doesn't really matter because you're basically forcing your opponent to choose to hit the Beatrice, right? If you don't, if you don't use it immediately, then the Beatrice becomes useless, so you don't need to tribute it anymore. Whereas if you leave it up just now, you don't play into Talents or Thrust. And
there it is.
Okay, right, we did draw it. Sphere mode. A card that has basically very rarely been used for its, shall we say, effect to summon the Winged Dragon of Ra. Unless we get to Mattea's turn and surprises us, but yeah, this is typically what we use the sphere mode for.
Not the Toad though. Interesting.
There's just so much, isn't there, right? Because if you get rid of the Beatrice, if you leave the Beatrice can go into a fusion. You get a valuable monster off of the Beatrice, plus a pop off of the Perla Rhino potentially, so it's like 2 disruptions on 1 Beatrice, whereas Toad is like kind of just 1 negate. Yeah, like especially when you have Sullik set, I think Beatrice is really important and needs to go.
I agree. This makes sense.
Okay, that's an Arabesque. That's probably the best engine you can have going second.
For sure. I think we might even have to negate this one.
No, I think it's this one, the Rondo.
Oh, is it Rondo?
Is it Rondo?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, yeah. Then no.
So if we can get a Makanko onto the field, we can just instantly steal this SP. If we let this resolve, I feel like Mattia needs to use this. Can we double check if you can target the sphere mode? Because it might be untargetable by both players.
I think it is.
Yeah, it cannot be targeted for attacks or card effects.
Even by the turn player? All right, we're just going to double check this because it's very relevant here to remove your Sphere Mode and Little Knight off the field, especially to remove the... removing off the field.
On your opponent.
Okay. Yeah, your opponent, yeah, okay.
So you can definitely do that.
Okay, that's relevant. And we've got now Fenrir onto the field here. This is really looking not too bad, actually, from Simon, despite the full combo performed there by Mattia. No. Simon does have...
wow, he goes for it. Interesting.
Negates the Toad here.
Well, this sounds like very good news for Simon. I wouldn't expect him to activate it if, if he goes for this Fenrir, it means yes. Oh, but what?
Toad at Dogwood? That's amazing.
Crazy.
Okay. 8 minutes left on the round. I mean, he is down on half of his life points, so even regardless, Simon can choose to... oh, God. I'm just wondering, is this actually going to be relevant, this Dogwood? We'll see. Preparation of Rites is activated. And that's going to get Ohime from the deck here. And that is basically access to the entire rest of the engine, but only one more card in the hand. Mattia has nothing left remaining, at least that's relevant. I think that's a Sullik face down here, so it really is just down for Simon to play this out and see if we can do something about this, especially with the Dogwood. I think he might not potentially be in range to end the turn, but... we have to clear and then set up and then have another turn potentially on Simon's side. With 7 minutes left on the clock, I think things are getting a little bit more relevant right now. Choosing to pick up with the Preparation of Rites, the Illusion of Chaos, which is interesting because Bohime seems like a very important part of the deck here. We're trying to get an update on just exactly what the current situation is, because there appears to be some discussion as to the current game state. We'll have an update for you in just a moment. Yeah, so this is an intense duel, because you've seen your opponent do full combo. You have the tools and resources available to you. You just have to get over that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to wait. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, Simon's not playing any hand traps or no interruptions at all. I mean, you just let your opponent play, and then I have 3 lava golem, 3 sphere mode, 3 evenly matched. And then we see.
Yeah,
okay.
But the pressure is definitely there. As mentioned, there is a lot on the line. Not only, you know, pride to stand on top of our Swiss, which is always a nice feeling, but there is that oversized, another versus Glutonia for the top of Swiss, which is a huge deal. And on top of that, you're always, you know, the nerves are there. You're playing on stream, there is a huge crowd gathered here to watch these duos compete. And we already saw yesterday, exactly with Simon, how, you know, the tension can get you. And
yeah, just as a small update, we're just having an investigation into a slow play potential, because I think there's already been one issued. So for a second one, it could potentially result in maybe a game loss. So our judges are just checking that to have a look and see yeah, how this one is ruled here. So we'll get back to the table once we have an answer. But yeah, in the meantime, we have us here as a discussion. We're going to be having the deck breakdown at some point to you as we get into Top Cut. I'm sure you're all very curious as to what has managed to get into the Top Cut of such a diverse event with so many different decks available. Do you have any predictions for the breakdown?
I mean, I already did my prediction yesterday about the deck. I mean, I'm actually afraid
for like that. You know, the kind of the breakdown of.
So the percentages of the deck that will be most represented in Top Cut, I will say. I don't know if Rescue Ace, because I've seen quite a few of you know, playing you know, Rescue Ace, but also Labyrinth.
Yeah.
So let me say around 10-50% of Labyrinth, top 64. I will say.
That many for Labyrinth.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I've seen a lot of them. I mean, I don't know if they will make it to the top 64, but I've seen a lot of them.
So that's like
in between 10-15% of Labyrinth, I would say. Yeah.
That's like 7-8 Labyrinth decks?
Yeah.
Okay, confident,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah, I'm confident
about it. I do agree with them. Maybe
that many?
On the numbers, but like I have seen even at the top tables, but like meaning top 8 tables, I saw 2 Labyrinth mirror matches in the previous round. So I mean that deck is performing really well, and we still have even some big names with it. We saw Joho, Christian Urena, even Dinka was still in fighting. He was more in the bubble section, we could say, but there is still in the bubble side of the, you know, not as comfortable as these.
I think that's one of the important things, right? Because there's a difference between a deck actually being potentially, in theory, the best deck for the event, but there's also conversion. If you have so many top players playing Glad Beast, you might see Glad Beast in the Top Cut, right? If you put that many good players on a specific deck.
So your prediction is Glad Beast.
That's what you took from what I said?
Exactly.
Right, that's the takeaway.
You heard it here from Nadir. Glad Beast will be in the top 64. Maybe there is a chance. No, but we did see quite a few diverse decks. Obviously, I mean, Simon is taking a lot of the credits with the Mikanko deck, but even Tier Elements, your pick for the event, is still showing up strong, and we see a lot of different players. Absolutely.
I think Top Cut will probably be most represented by Rescue Ace, I think, just out of pure...
you think Unchained will not do as well?
I think Unchained is a solid deck, but I do find that it's a little bit more difficult to play. I think there's a lot of technicality behind it, but just based on how people have been building their deck lists, I haven't seen too much hate for Unchained, you know? I think it was Jesse Cotton that popularized, what's the electric virus for Fiends called?
Marionette.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I saw one person citing that.
And that was Jesse. Actually, not even joking. Yeah. So,
respect.
Yeah, but I mean, I do agree with you that maybe it is one of those decks that can flew under the radar, and yeah, it could end up, although it was top 12% alongside, you know, Rescue Ace and other picks maybe not perform as well. But I definitely expect the Centurion to show up.
Yeah.
It was not. It was below 4% of our participants, but I saw definitely a few at the top tables, and I'm expecting Centurion to show up. We still
saw a lot of top table as well.
Exactly, yeah, and it wasn't even 4%. So that could be a very nice transition from those low numbers in the top cut.
I think it'd be really cool to see if a deck that has that few people playing it, at least in the grand scheme of the YCS, and then to convert into like, you know, big numbers in top cut. I think will prove that that deck is solid.
Absolutely. Yeah. And just as a reminder, our duelist, I think we'll need a record of like 9 wins, 1 draw and 2 losses to guarantee that top cut spot. Usually X3 is quite risky considering the numbers many might miss, and that, you know, requires quite the grind to make it. We saw some of the duelists we featured still on the bubble for this last round. I think, for example, Joshua was one of them, was fighting for 1 spot, even Pac. So, you know, we have some of them.
I was talking to Quanto earlier, who's X2-1, and his tiebreakers are terrible because he started 0-2, and now he's gone all the way to X2. So we'll see if he can make it. Yeah. That's like the crazy thing, right? I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you have such a terrible start, but then you keep playing, and it's like every round is like a fight for your life, you know?
It does, yeah, it does happen. And actually, funny enough, here we are in Italy, and we are in Bologna, which is also kind of famous for this, because we had 2 national championships, which were won by a player going 0-2 and then winning the event, and a player going 0-1-1 as well and then winning the event. So maybe Italy can make that happen. So it could, you know, be the one that's going on. But yeah, regardless, there is still a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh to be played, and on parallel with what we are witnessing right now, just as mentioned, we have our Ultimate Time Wizard event from 2005.
That's being played currently, right?
Yeah. And those national champions I mentioned are here, which is always nice to see these people, you know, coming back and still competing. Yesterday they had the 3 rounds of Swiss, and today they're competing 5 more for a top 8 cut, which is gonna be quite tough. And you know, 2005 is no joke. We had a few matches on stream between you know, our casters and masters yesterday as well. So if you missed any of those, you can go back and check some of that content.
Yeah, I was really enjoying walking around over there and checking out some of the old sort of names that used to be huge back in the day. And I think 2005 is not exactly the most popular. I think people generally like to go with 2010, but I think Italy has like a huge following for 2005.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, there's a big turnout for it. So if you ever go to a YCS, you know, you'll find that the Time Wizard events are super popular. So some people attend YCSs exclusively for the Time Wizard events. That's how much they've grown and how much people have been putting emphasis on it. So there's so many different ways to explore the game now.
Yeah, for sure. We have even digital tournaments going on this weekend, and it's fun. Yu-Gi-Oh is fun no matter what, so you can find your own way of playing the game at these large events, which is nice. And regardless, I mean, the competition is tough. We mentioned it, basically 2,500 players gathered this weekend just for that main event, and at some point they you got a significant amount of them, but it means the competition gets even tougher, and that brings out you know, the best. So we'll see in this top 64 even who will manage, and if we manage to get some of those international players in there. We saw some of, as mentioned, I think I saw Christian Urena was still in, but we have some players from the US, Canada, and you know, even South America. So we'll see. Always tough.
Very nice, honestly. Yeah, a lot of different decks also at the top tables. I mean, maybe 10 plus different decks. So I think for our YCS is huge, no? But I mean, our picks for the moment are resisting, I think, more or less.
Mine.
Yours, I think there's one.
No, there is one.
There's still hope.
Yeah.
There's still hope.
Okay. I'm not that confident anymore, but sure. We'll see how that goes.
When we get to the deck breakdown portion, I'll also try my best to get the full breakdown to make sure, because I mean, there's going to be so many, right? We have about like 6 or so top names for the deck breakdown, and then plus other. So I'll try scout around and make sure that we have a complete picture, because it's always really interesting, and you know, there's so many archetypes to celebrate at this event, and it'll be interesting to see just how this develops going forward, especially with over the Christmas period and stuff. People will attend their locals, various regionals, and usually people base it off of the success at the major Tier 2 events.
Absolutely. So we'll see which one of those that is, and that could be also a nice way to get a Christmas present, get the YCS winning deck maybe for your friends, you know. That could be a nice way to celebrate, why not? So new traditions. And
so just as a small update, if you're just joining us here, we are in the middle of a judge call here. We have an appeal, and we're just investigating a slow play warning, just to see whether or not that could potentially be upgraded. If not, you know, we'll get the updates for you as and when they come. So right now we are currently in the final round of Swiss, and it's been a huge event, almost 2,500 entrants. So this is going to be 12 rounds of Swiss. This is the last and final round. We are currently in the middle of our oversized card presentation here. So for the winner of Swiss is a new concept that's been introduced over here. For anyone who is going to be the victor, we can actually issue that oversized Glutonia, which is what's being played now. And I believe we've had a update here. Yep, we're going back to the table now. Play can resume, and we can begin from where we left off here. So if you're just joining us, Simon, he has been going second here into the full combo of Tierlement. And as you can see, Mattia's got no monsters left. Where did it all go? Well, we had a Toad, a SP, a Baron, more things.
Beatrice,
what else did we have? A Beatrice.
And something else.
I think that was something else as well, yeah. And that was removed. Yeah, that we've removed it with a sphere mode. And then further than that, Simon has actually given the Fenrir over to the opponent here. Yeah. And that's been booked face down. And now we're going to special summon out and continue the plays here by summoning the Magician's Souls from our hand.
The last card face down is the Saliek. That is not really useful at the moment, but he does have access to one last interruption, which he's going to use here, which is that Pearl Rhino to destroy the Magician's Souls. So let's see if Simon remembered about that. No, that's not going into the deck. The Souls should go to the graveyard. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Bit of confusion, but makes sense. And with 3 minutes of extension, now there are about 9 minutes remaining in the round. And also we should keep in mind that from the Toad we got that Dogwood added back, which is the last card in hand from Mattia. And with 4,000 left points remaining, that could help tie things up. If not, Simon could also take this one, because right now Mattia is also relying on the top deck. He has nothing left. So.
Yeah, Dogwood added back from Toad is a really niche interaction that I haven't seen anyone do in time, actually. But Mattia pulling it off here, most importantly, isn't even to gain ahead in life. Because we use Destrudo, I think it really is just a case of survival, especially against Makanko, which can just deal so much damage out of nowhere. And I think we still have an Ohime in the hand here that I believe Simon is in the middle of resolving right now.
Yeah, he just used the Ohime.
All right, we're tapping, we're thinking, and
yeah, it still has quite a few cards left. And
Simon does have to be a little bit careful here because we are very close to potential penalties being involved. But there is the search out here. We're getting the Kagura. Yeah, this is a Kagura. Ritual spell, can bring out the Ohime. Defense on Fenrir is 2,400. Which would leave Mattia...
shaking his head though. Maybe not happy with what he's added. Maybe a little bit of a miscalculation. Could be.
If we can put 2 Makankos on the field, I mean, it would be enough.
But the Dogwood is there. Yeah.
Well, Dogwood summoning into 0 attack monsters isn't relevant, right? So, dealing reflected damage into a defense position Fenrir for 24 twice would seal this for Simon. Let's see if he can navigate to there. Okay, just wondering what's going on right now. I think is this a translation we're looking for?
I don't know. Apparently, it seems like Simon conceded, and maybe.
Oh right.
Wow. why. Okay.
Okay,
But
back to us over here
yeah,
at the
that's
desk.
it.
Yeah, so Simon has conceded the game here. I can only assume potentially we're conceding to avoid the potential upgrade of a slow play. So just keep yourself in the Swiss rounds, I think maybe is what maybe is happening here. But yeah, Simon has conceded that game. And it looks like Mattia will actually be the victor of this match. And so
yeah, we will see.
Yeah,
Regardless,
okay.
that's it. Yeah, so nice round of applause. In the end, it seems as if he would have had a chance, but not really. So a bit of anticlimactic ending, maybe for what was though an amazing round in both game and one. They, game 1 and 2, they gave it their best. They each showcased why their decks are so successful at YCS Bologna. And regardless, just as mentioned, this match was mostly to figure out who the top of Swiss was going to be, but we are going to see more of these guys because they are both guaranteed that spot in top 64, which is a huge deal. And regardless, we'll see how the tournament will end up being. And what do you guys think after seeing this deck in action once again? Does it have what it takes to win the event?
Well, provided that we can play in a timely manner, I think Makanko should be able to do something, a little bit of damage in Swiss, through the top cut, because I think that it just offered so much power and explosivity, especially in the defensive line. If you draw any one of those lava golems or sphere modes, it's going to put you so far ahead, depleting your opponent of all of their resources. Maybe not specifically against tier limit if they open that wide of a field. But yeah, I think the important thing is, well, both of them are still in. That's what matters.
Yeah.
This wasn't a knockout match that we were presenting to you here. So unfortunately, that misplay costing him. I think the Kagura search was probably incorrect. And I think he still would have been able to take that away, provided that he... I think maybe he should have went with something like a Fire Dance potentially, but...
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep from Simons, but still, I think his deck is very consistent and he has a good chance in the top cut, honestly, especially because, I don't think that all of his opponents could be ready to face his deck, no? And it's consistent, and also I think the die roll is not super important for Simon, because, this deck is also even better by going second, especially because, he's playing the Lava Golem, and his side deck is super well prepared, to go second in general. So, still... very impressive from Simon, 11-1 record, but yeah, I think he has a chance in top cut, honestly.
Absolutely. We'll see. Regardless, later on, as mentioned, this was the end of round 12. Now, as usual, we will pretty much wait for all of the remaining matches to be concluded, and then the moments that most of us and even our duelists this weekend have been waiting for, the finalization of those top 64 duelists who will compete in a single elimination bracket to find out the winner of YCS Bologna. As Nadir was saying, later on we will be able to show you the deck breakdown for the top 64, and then we will try our best to find who the potential winners, both in terms of deck and players, could be, if there is anybody standing out. But regardless, it will be a great end of a day with plenty of matches remaining. A lot of action still for YCS Bologna, a lot of rounds.
Yeah, so much action still to come. There's most likely going to be a bit of a delay now into Top Cut as we get those final standings, but there's plenty of pre-recorded content that we prepared for you. So make sure you stay tuned. Lots of historical formats to check out. And yeah, as we progress forward, a lot of the players are still out there going through the final round, and it's usually the most intense and the most high part of the competition, because this is really where those so many bubble matches are going to be taking place. And yeah, it's all about the final finish. Can we sneak it into Top Cut?
Yeah, this is the final round, and you can feel the pressure, in the venue, and that's imposter round, of the tournament so far, and you really want to win it and make Top Cut this huge event, and yeah, it's in or out regardless, and
we're just double checking to see if we have a player interview incoming.
Yeah. We are gonna try and speak to Mattia. Obviously, his emotions will be all over the place. Great performance, and again, I would say, yeah, you can celebrate, but don't celebrate too soon, because then your nerves need to be in check, because there are still 6 match remainings for what is the top 64 today. So a lot of action, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, and yeah, we'll be able to showcase all of them for you. But regardless, thank you guys for being with us for round 12. This is the end, but before we go on a small break, let's hear it from Mattia and Ed.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, I am here with Mattia, who's just won that round 12 feature match and is now making his way into that top 64 cut. Mattia, how are you doing?
Pretty well.
Yeah, feeling quite good about getting into the top cut?
Yeah, pretty well.
That's what we like to feel. So, Horus tier elements. Talk to us a little bit about that. How do you find the Horus engine or the Horus cards are synergizing with tier?
I think the Horus cards are pretty mandatory right now in tier, and I think that they give a boost, an incredible boost to the deck, and at least without it wouldn't be the same.
Thinking about everything that we saw from the synergy of your deck, you had so many amazing moments where you just built this amazing field throughout all the combos. So the huge field in game one, Simon just couldn't play about that. We didn't see a lava golem from him, so I had to go straight in. So in game two, you then scooped during his combo. So do you want to talk to us about your thought process? Did you just want to basically see turn 3 in game 3?
Basically, I saw that he was taking his time to combo, and I saw that the time was like 20 minutes left. I wanted to have my time to combo and feeling pretty safe without having the rush of time, so I just scooped the game. And game 3, in game 1, I saw he had lava golems while milling with Kelbeck and Agido, so I just tried to put as much things as possible on the board so that even Sphere Mod and lava golem couldn't like do much, and keep a shuffler in the graveyard to have like the Pelerino effect to pop. And that's what happened, and that's it, basically.
And then game 3 was slightly more complicated. I mean, you started off really, really strong. There was the sphere mode moment from Simon, but you still managed to play around that despite all that. And then we had the issues with the judging with the slow play warnings and things. And then eventually Simon did concede, possibly due to the slow play warning not wanting to be escalated. We're not entirely certain. But either way, that's led to you getting into that top 64 cut. Are you feeling pretty confident with your deck against this quite diverse meta going into the top cut?
Yeah, with tier lands, I feel pretty confident. I think there are a lot of kind of free matchups, so I think the deck is too strong.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck in that top cut. Perhaps we'll be seeing you as we head towards the final. Congratulations. Guys, don't go anywhere because we're going to have a little bit of a gap before that top 64 feature match because sometimes it takes a little bit of time just to finalize who the top 64 are 100% certain. But we have plenty more coverage coming your way, including what we're going to show you now, which is another one of our Master versus Caster pre-recorded duels, this time with Marcello versus Jesse Cotton.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage for YCS Bologna. We are here once again actually with Jesse Cotton, but for quite a different reason. Before we had the pleasure of having an interview with him, but now we are actually facing one against each other in what will be once again a Master versus Caster battle, and it's an excited #1, and it will be based off Time Wizard 2005, so we go quite a big
very far back,
very far
almost
back.
2 decades, right? Yeah,
absolutely. And funny enough though, you told me that you already played back in the day.
Yeah, it's around when I started. Yeah, I started when I was 5 years old, which was 2005, and then I've been playing ever since. I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Absolutely, I do too, but I gotta admit, I did not play back then. I joined a little bit later down the line. I think it was 2008 or something. I did own cards ever since I was that young, but I couldn't say I could play with it. I think that was around 2008, I would say. But yeah, it was definitely good old days. A lot of things have changed, as we will see. But I think I'm excited, first of all, to play against you, because we never really had the chance of playing in a tournament against each other.
Don't believe so, right?
We have been close, like as we were together, especially around 2017. We often, hang out, even at the World Championship. We never got the chance, and I'm excited for it. What do you think? Do you think you have the lead? Do you think I'm rusty?
I think I have the lead. I don't know. I haven't played this in years either. Even back then, I was very young. I suck. So okay. I'm not sure.
Okay, but I could say we can see later on. We can walk the walk. But yeah, thank you guys. And now let's see who will win this match. Let's go to the table. So first of all, let's see who will win the die roll. But yeah, we can cut just the decks, and obviously there are quite a few differences as we will see. And first of all, I do need this die roll. Let's see.
Let's see what you got.
Oof, oof, oof. I think
house always wins, huh? Yeah.
Okay, that's good enough. Okay, that's exactly half. Good luck. Good luck. I'll go first. And obviously, first main difference, we drew 6 cards back in the day. So
Yeah, that was for a long time.
Yeah, definitely not just back then. So let's
Wait,
see.
Do you not have a fusion deck?
I don't have a fusion deck. And that's okay. That's already quite the tell, right? Yeah.
Huh, okay, so that card's not in your deck then?
Yeah. Spoilers. But let's take a look. So first of all, I'll draw my 6th card, and well, as mentioned, it's quite different from what we will see this weekend around for YCS Bologna, I would say. But maybe not so much. We'll see.
Oh,
we'll
well,
see.
that scares me.
No, actually no. I'm bluffing. But what do you think in general of just exploring, you know, through Time Wizard, reminiscing some of these old moments? Personally, I love it. But yeah, are you a fan of some of the Time Wizards? Do you have you know, specific favorite moments back in the day?
Favorite moments from back in the day? Yeah, absolutely. Formats I enjoyed a lot, remember very fondly. But I think it just a change in pace as well. Like, this is way slower. Can be very interesting, and also you get to, you know, flex different sort of skill set, which is cool.
Hopefully we get to. Hopefully.
We'll see.
Let's see how this will go. But for now, safest approach, I would say, to the game. So just set one from each zone and plays back to you.
You didn't even do classic T set. You're playing around column cards, but they didn't really exist back then anyways.
Okay, I'll fix it. I'll fix it for you. There, made you happy. Sorry, judges. Okay. Go for it.
My turn?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Okay. Well, my turn is very simple. I just had a monster and passed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see how it is. No need to think there.
No.
Oh my, okay. Now there is a fun, okay. Because I'll need to figure out something about my deck while we play.
Okay.
Okay. I'll start things off by flipping one of the many flip monsters that were popular back in the day, and that is Gravekeeper Spy.
All right, cool.
So this card we have seen plenty of times, actually. So ever since it has been played in a lot of different formats across the years. But here is exactly what I hoped and knew was going to happen, because I drew into my last one for turn. Perfect. So yeah, but it's mandatory. So I mean, back in the day you had to shuffle decks regardless. So it's what you needed to do. Perfect. Great start of my luck. That's why I don't play much anymore. Okay. Okay.
Gravekeeper Descendant wasn't out back then.
Nice. And this is also a very nice play to flip it when you don't have a target in deck.
Yeah, you know, right where it's weak as 1,200 attack points.
Exactly. Great start. And well, without much of a choice for now, I'll just try to attack over your monster. Is it the good spy? Let's see.
No. So you've attacked Magical Merchant.
Okay.
Flip effect, another flip effect.
Okay.
All right. So I mill until I had a Spell Trap, and then I add the Excavate.
Yeah.
Excavate didn't exist back then.
No,
What did he
no.
call it? Yeah, Reveal.
Yeah, send from the top of the deck.
Yeah,
I guess.
and then the rest goes to the grave.
Absolutely.
So,
Let's.
Sure. just
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Right,
Good old
scapegoats.
scapegoat. Why not? Usually you're good at you know, sending cards off the top of your deck. I know, right? You have quite some experience with some.
But
of these
there's no
decks.
Fairy Tale Snow in here, so I don't need to
Fair
load it
enough.
up that much.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll just, for now, set. Not really happy with my top deck, but it's fine. You can go.
All right, I'll drop a turn. I can't even kill the spy.
In attack, okay. I'm glad, because honestly, that could have been embarrassing.
It's gonna live, it looks like.
And you know what this could be, you know?
Sounds like a second
Exactly.
spy. All right, well, I'm going to set a monster and then 2 back rows.
Oof, okay. Switching it up a bit.
Play it on impermanence.
Ooh, okay. And you play my T set. Let's remember. Let's remember. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, your turn.
Okay, let's see. I know I cannot draw into another spy. Okay. But
if you did, we have a problem.
Imagine I do. Imagine I do, and then yeah. Okay. I mean, for now, I'll just enter my main phase and I'll flip one of my...
Play Gravekeeper Guard?
I hope. That, I mean, imagine I drew both, yeah. No, it's one of my favorite ones.
Oh, dude, I think most people love that one. That one's sick.
I love it. And I'll draw a card.
Yeah. Have you ever resolved the bonus effect with Bokoichi?
I wish. That would have been so cool. Did you?
I was playing a sealed format with the old packs back then, and I pulled off I set it and then protected it with Sakuretsu armor. Then someone Bokoichi machine duped it and drew.
Wow,
Yeah. I was popping off.
Okay, I mean, you've always been kind of the combo guy, right? So, you find your way across formats, I guess. Now I'll play a card that was not really popular back then, but we play it nowadays, which is Upstart Goblin. So
and no one played that.
Yeah.
I mean, some people did, but not
some.
Yeah, mostly really heavy combo decks, like the
Yeah.
Dimension Fusion decks.
But I believe it was at Shu too. So yeah,
it was at Shu. Yeah.
So I guess they did see what was going to happen a few years down the line.
Reckless Greed as well, I think, was hit, right?
Yeah.
Same thing.
So for now, I'll play it a little safer, I would say. So I switch this to defense, and I'll try to declare an attack with the Koichi.
So now you have attacked my spy. So you will take
fair enough
600 damage.
Perfect. Do you have a target for it?
I do. I did not draw for turn.
Okay.
Very thankfully. I thought it was going to be ironic and I would just mill the spy with my Burst and then I'd have it dead as well. But
definitely wish that was the case.
Fortune is a little bit better on my side right here.
Fair enough. But now you have 2 monsters. So if you
I
set
do.
that scapegoat that you got last turn, maybe you could be punished. No? Let's see.
Do I really care about that?
I don't know. But for now, I think I'll just set a couple cards. Let's see. I'll set a monster, and then I will not read your impermanence bluff. We're using the same columns. You can go ahead. Yeah.
All right, draw.
This could take a while, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spy was like one of the biggest
Yeah.
walls back then. It's just, it feels so inefficient to kill it, but it's so hard to kill it.
Yeah.
So like, what do? I'm setting another monster, I guess, and passing my turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll draw. Okay. This one is a good one. And this one you should know pretty well, especially talking of
Thunder Dragon, let's go.
Thunder Dragon, yeah.
I don't think my deck has that one.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, this allows me to search for what I hope are at least 2 copies, because then, okay, yeah, please.
Okay, 'cause like, yeah. I'd be kind of concerned.
Absolutely. +1. +1.
Fake
Plus one.
Yeah, you gotta show me the graceful charity.
Exactly.
That's what you gotta have.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, now if I draw Delinquent Duo, it's pretty bad, but.
But for now, I think I'm happy with just attacking again, but...
The spy, right?
Yeah, of course, of course.
You attack Tengen, effective search.
Okay.
And
Who
I will
doesn't love Sengen?
grab... I don't know if any of these kill spy.
Okay.
There's no Mystic Swordsman in my deck. Serpent.
Why not? Play
Yeah.
against that duo.
Yeah, I don't want to get Delinquent Duo.
I'll just
Set another monster.
another one.
There's no dark hole, so
Absolutely.
yeah.
And I think I actually
Oh,
played
God.
quite defensively. Go for it. Let's see.
Draw for turn. That's.
Ooh, not looking happy, huh? Okay.
It is really fast.
Interesting end.
Okay. I will. All right. I'll tribute summon the spy.
Oof.
For Parshath.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. That's fine for me.
I'll enter the battle phase.
Mm-hmm.
And I will declare an attack on your
spy,
Dekoichi.
Okay. Well. I think I'll actually go for Ring of Destruction on your Parshot.
Ring of Destruction.
What do you think?
All right. I think I'm gonna infinite impermanent.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll force.
Book of Moon.
I'll force a second interrupt here, but no, that's pretty bad. That's so bad. I'll eat it. It's fine.
Okay, so we both take 19. 55, I think. 271. Yeah. Okay.
But
now you got a light and dark. I'm worried.
I already had one. I had Magic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it brings my turn to a close.
Okay. I'll draw a card. And I think I kind of want to play aggressively now. I think I'll flip it. I've been holding it since turn 1.
Oh, no, okay.
Wow, yeah, this little guy. Okay, I'll draw a card.
Okay.
Hoped you would.
Let's go in turbo, upstart.
Absolutely.
And jar, yeah.
Hoped you would actually do something to it, but guess not.
I couldn't do anything to it, so joke's on you.
Fair enough. But you know what he's good at? Destroying Spy.
Knight Assailant.
Good call. Good call. You see? Good read. Good read. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, gotta find a way. I kind of want to play aggressive, but nah. We'll just call it a day, and I'll just attack with my Knight Assailant. You want a mirror force? Okay.
I don't want a mirror force.
And I'll attack with the SHUEISHA as well.
I think I'm fine. This puts us both 55 apiece, right?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Perfect. And I think I'll say, yeah, another one. And both are 55. Yeah. And I'll pass back to you. Yeah, let's see. I see a big field difference. Are you intimidated at all?
Very. If I wasn't being attacked by weenies, it'd be a little bit more intimidating. I'll pay 800 light points for premature burial.
Yep.
Am I being met with any back row removal here, or is
what's the target?
walking?
What's the target?
Oh, sorry. Yes, but it is Parshath.
No, you're good. You're good to go.
All right.
You are good to go.
I will enter the battle phase.
Fair enough.
I think I have to kill this assailant just in case it's a Suklock. Suklock is rough with all these, though.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Tsukuyomi
pretty good back there.
Yeah. All right, Parshath will attack the Knight Assailant.
Interesting. I think I'll flip one of those cards that is an OG.
Saku, Mirror Force, what we got? Econ?
No. You're thinking two purple here.
Two purple?
I'm
MST?
thinking
Okay.
MST on the Boreal if that's fine for you. Let's see what you got. You want to flip that Book of Moon now?
I'll change my book now.
It's fine. It was about time. Yeah.
I don't want to book these flip effects anyways. So
Fair enough, yeah. Why not?
I feel a little more comfortable with this.
And I think the +1 you marked is going to come back to haunt you with that 1600 attack. That Thunder Dragon. Yeah. Let's see.
Perhaps.
Okay.
I'll pass turn.
Okay. I'll draw. It's funny that none of us has actually activated either Charity, Part of Grid, or Duo yet. So.
Well, I don't know how good Duo is. I have Serpent, you have
fair
2
enough.
Thunder Dragons.
Fair enough, but still.
But yeah, Graceful would be good for insane for either of us.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I'll actually go for the cheeky play, but actually my top deck might have changed things around.
Ooh, right.
Let's see, because yeah. But I gotta say, you kind of jinxed it, because I was waiting for the Tsuku for a bit, and now I finally draw into it. I think I will flip back my Knight Assailant, hoping you don't torrential me.
I really wish I had a torrential. This is such a juicy torrential, but
I know.
I don't have
fine?
it.
Yeah.
No.
And yeah, I'll just flip it on your Parshath if that works. Okay. I don't feel comfortable attacking though, so I think I'll just call it a day and enter the end phase, if that's fine?
Sure.
Okay, plays back to you.
Draw.
You need something good here, huh? But you do have that scapegoat from the beginning, fair enough.
Yeah, we'll see. What do I hit?
Do you feel...
So yeah. It's fine. I'll normal summon Sister Serpent. I guess I should have said it. Whatever.
Okay, yeah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah. Okay, okay. We see a fusion monster finally.
Yes, Thousand Eyes Strict.
Yeah.
And then on summon, activate the effect. I'll target the Dekoichi.
Interesting. Okay. That's fine. You take it.
Cool.
Where do you want it? Okay.
Pendulum Zone.
Perfect.
Didn't exist back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll enter the battle phase.
Okay.
And I'll declare an attack on the assailant.
Interesting. Brave. Okay. I think I'll take it, actually. Yeah,
1200?
1200.
Right. Okay.
So, let's shake things around a bit. Yeah. And now that duo would be nice, though. Now that duo would be juicy.
That it would. That it would.
Art of Cards?
I'll pass turn.
Let's see that duo. Not even close. But I think I got another chance with my boy. Exactly, once again. Let's see that duo. No, not even close. But let's see. I think for now I'll just go for the Tsukuyomi that you knew over your Thousand Eyes.
Trick to get back your Dekoichi.
Yep. This time around, I think I will just attack over. Let's see if you get something.
You do have to pressure this. That is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Set one and pass.
Pass.
Do you want to end phase?
Yeah,
Go.
I'm gonna end phase dust the new one.
You're good.
All right. Cool. My turn.
Yep.
Draw for turn. Then I will main phase one.
Yes.
Blackluster Soldier.
Oof. Okay.
I'll banish.
That's a good
I forgot
card.
the snake. Oh God.
Okay. Pro player here, huh?
Yeah. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Master, actually.
It's been a while. I got ahead of myself.
Too excited.
Everyone makes mistakes. Yeah. No
I'll
effect
actually
on
go
summon.
for the summon though. So.
You had two. God damn it.
I did
All
have
right,
two.
all
I did have two. I kind of played this low on that one. Let's see if it pays off.
Oof. All right.
Let's see if it pays off. So I'm down to 2150. Yeah. Let's see. Kind of scared.
All right.
But okay. Okay. Ooh. Take
I was
back.
past turn. I never at the field. Yeah. It's your turn.
Okay.
Never at the
What
field.
was that? A bluff? Okay. You playing games? Okay.
Maybe
So,
I am.
Let's do a. Okay. I mean, that should be the scapegoat. That should be it. But you never know. You never know with this man here. But yeah, I think I don't really want to play it safe anymore. Are you the kind of guy that wants to take the risk when you see the line, or do you usually want to take it? Obviously, it's something that depends
It's
from
always
the
on a
state.
case-by-case basis, yeah.
But like, you know, there are some of those situations. I feel like even when I
You need
look
to take
back,
advantage when you see an opening,
yeah,
for sure. You can't play it safe forever.
Right, I do agree so. And I think it makes a lot of difference between, you know, a player that do win. And I think in the past I did miss on a few wins because of that. But
For sure. I mean, no one plays perfect all the time. Yeah, it's the goddamn snake.
And I think I will go for it now.
Show
Just
what you
because
got.
I wanna lose with the fashion now, but I do
Lose
not.
with the fashion. Yeah, you're looking like you're winning this. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's fair enough.
You have 7 in hand right now, or 6?
I got 7. Yeah. I got 7. But I got my fake +1, as you mentioned, you know, which is not really ideal. But no, I think I don't really got much going on, so I'll flip my spy, which we know doesn't do much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was there. Yeah.
And I'll just turn the other one to attack position. Actually, no. Let's play super aggressive. I'm down. I'll just use the spy and then flip the one just without effect. And I'll enter battle phase to attack with Tsuko. Let's see. Do you want to take this damage? Do you want to lose some goats? Let's see.
What am I, 47?
47, yeah.
I use goat here.
Okay. So
we
you
have
just
tokens. Yeah.
on the first attack, yeah.
Yeah, on the first attack.
Okay, so I mean, I'll just attack over
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I think I'll just set one card and take back my Tsuko. You go.
Draw. Standby phase.
You good.
Perfect.
Yep. Now you remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Better late than never. Let's see.
All right, main phase 1. All right, I'll set.
Yep.
And then I will set again. And that is my turn.
Sure. Draw for turn. And I got good news, but for myself, I think, because we finally drew a piece of. No. I drew this. This is finally here. Okay.
All right.
Resolved, right?
No, I don't think I can change judgment.
Yeah. I don't know.
Nor do I think I can really afford that right now.
But yeah, this card is quite good. And yeah, I mean, we know what's going on. So yeah, not even thinking about that. Both Thunder Dragons are gone. Interesting. So that could be the Serpent. Fair enough, honestly. You are on 37. And yeah, I'll go for the cross out.
47, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll go for
cross out. It's
out.
Tsukiyomi.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you could have Mirror to wrench a bunch of stuff back then. But I do want to push some damage. No, I'll just attack with one of my spies over your token.
Sure.
You take the 12?
I will take 12.
Okay. So 35. And then in main phase 2, I think I'll set one. Nah. Yeah. I'll set a monster, and I think I'll set. It's fine. Hit me with the Pro Heavy. Go for it. Yeah.
Pro Heavy.
Hit me with it.
The good old days, the Pro Heavy.
I love it. It's my favorite, honestly, even in 2010 and a lot of different time wizards.
Am I just boned here is the question, though. That is so rough. I'm going to go...
Oof, okay. But I'm low.
Snatch deal targeting one of them. It doesn't matter.
It does not. It does not. I think I'll book it.
Yeah.
And obviously he targeted the other one now. actually. Okay. Let's see.
Well, I'll just go for Delinquent Duo.
Oof. Okay.
Yeah, I drew the turn after you, Thunder Dragon.
Okay.
That's why I was laughing for a
Fair
second.
enough.
I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, that's good old-fashioned irony.
Use the dice? Yeah.
Roll a die, yeah, so
Sure.
1 to 4.
Perfect.
That's a 6.
Now you roll the 6. Okay.
Bit late, yeah,
3. Oof, okay. That was a good one. And I will actually get rid of my own Delinquent. I also drew it the turn after.
Nice.
I was like, no, I'm on 21. I'm not going to use it. Yeah. Okay.
I will set. I'm just screwed. I'll set it, and I'll set. And I'll
Okay.
call it a turn.
And unfortunately, I gotta say that it has been a great journey. Great pleasure to play against you.
I already know what's coming, man. You can just show it to me.
No, but sometimes, you know, I'll just
Oh, it's
go.
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's that over here.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, I've got the big
Oh, I
boy
would say this is
here.
Moth, isn't
No,
it, right?
No, it's not. It's not. I did set that super,
I know there's-
but
oh,
I've
yeah,
got,
duh.
yeah, I've
Yeah.
got the BLS, which
That
could be a
definitely does
bit.
me in.
Yeah, I don't know.
There
We
is
could
no
see.
Gores in this format.
Yeah, we could see. We could see. You still have a chance technically, I guess. Well, I don't know. It's pretty rough.
Karibo. It's the only like card.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Because it's also, I can just banish and flip, so I'll just use the effect.
Yeah, and you'll see that it is another Tsukiyomi.
Okay,
So
fair
you know the
enough.
last card in my hand.
I'll just flip to put this face down and flip it.
Yeah.
And maybe you have, unless you have Kuribo.
I mean, you know it's in the
I know. But it was great.
Yeah.
It was great match. But finally, I think after 6 or 7 matches, I don't know, for one time a master actually loses, because up until now
Oh,
we were
the first master
yeah, you're
loses?
the first
No!
master. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Probably the greatest that played, but yeah, the first to lose. And yeah, it was a great match though. It was a lot of fun to have you here and, you know, play something different for a change. And before we say farewells, I do want to ask you, what do you think is if there is like a #1 difference on you know, this kind of Yu-Gi-Oh? Is it the mental aspect of the game, or like obviously they are quite different, but there are a lot of similarities as well, right?
There are many similarities that people like don't think of, and they may, you know, associate this with a slower game. But even though like, there are more turns, the number of actions that happen in modern Yu-Gi-Oh is still very high.
Absolutely.
So there's still many like points where you have to be very conscious what your opponent's doing and making sure, you know, you're responding accordingly. So a lot of people may think that the slower format may lead for more decision making in old Yu-Gi-Oh than a modern, and I think the turn count isn't what matters there, and there's still plenty of that in current Yu-Gi-Oh. There are extremely number of similarities. Of course, each format has different card pools. Like, no hand traps in this, man. Clear field.
Exactly.
You know you're free to
You
go.
know,
I can't do anything.
But to get to that point, you need to work a little harder, I would say. And as you mentioned, it's just the beauty of our game. Even for an event like YCS Bologna, you get to compete at the main event against thousands of people, but you have huge tournaments such as the Ultimate Time Wizard, which will be played this weekend here, this format, 2005. And so any of you guys can play, even both, can play multiple formats, and it's a lot of fun. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun regardless, I would say.
Yeah,
and
it was a good time.
Absolutely. So thank you again for being with us. Hopefully we'll see you in action in either another format, which is the main event down the line. But we wish you good luck for the event. Thank you guys for being with us, and keep watching, because we will be back soon with more action from YCS Bologna.
Welcome back. You're here with more coverage of YCS Bologna here in 2023. We're still waiting for the standings for the top 64 so that we can bring you our next feature match as we head towards that final. Now, we've just come off the back of Master versus Caster, where Marcello was against Jesse Cotton, and you managed to win, which is the only time I think we've won over the last two events, right?
Yeah, it's not the best of results on our side. I think we're 1-8, but I'll take it, I'll take it. But yeah, it was a great match against one of the best players of all time, so had fun.
Two titans clashing together in Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, Alberto, do you think you can tackle Marcello in this upcoming quiz and dethrone him after his recent victory?
I think you already know my performances in quizzes. So
to be fair, he has higher chances here than in a duel, so we'll take it.
Strong fighting words. So let's not waste any time and let's get into this. This is the category quiz that you saw us do earlier with the two German commentators, Leo and Basti. And so basically, each of these, to explain to you guys and to those of you at home who missed it, we have 5 questions per category, and each one is based around a theme. Okay. So for instance, our first category is Duelicious cards. So it's about food-based cards. So I want you to say buzz, and that's you buzzing in for your answer.
Buzz.
And if you don't get it, whoever buzzed in, I'll pass it over. And if no one gets it, no points.
All right.
Keep a track of your points, because I'm terrible at remembering, and we'll see what happens. Right. Question 1 of Duelicious cards. What cards do you need to be able to summon Hungry Burger?
I know Alf. Buzz.
Go on.
Hamburger recipe.
Very good. Okay, Alberto off to a flying start. No one got that. The Germans didn't get that. The Germans didn't get it. So Alberto's already outperforming the other quiz. Right, next question. What is the name of the only Madolche Link monster? You can feel the synapses firing. You can feel that they know the answer, but they don't. They don't. They're in a constant state of quantum flux between knowing and not knowing. Do you have no idea, Alberto? Do you want to take a guess there, Marcello?
Yeah. I think it's a 3 words name, but I don't know.
Yeah. Chocolat mode.
No, it's not the one. It's a 3 words.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. I don't remember.
It starts with Madolche.
No, perché Chocolat mode no. Vabbè.
No guesses, guys. I don't remember.
Millefeuille? No.
Okay, no points there. It was Madolche Fresh Sistart. So, question 3.
What is the one Gunkan Suship normal monster? These are tough, but do they know the answer?
Can you read the question, eh?
Yes, I can. I can repeat the question. What is the name of the one Gunkan Suship normal monster?
Buzz.
Go on.
Nigiri.
Do you not know?
Nigiri? No.
No. Okay, no, it isn't that one.
No. Sushi?
No. no. The answer was Shari, so Gunkan Suship Shari. Okay, next question. What attribute even, is Chocolate Magician Girl? What attribute?
Buzz.
Go on.
Dark.
No, incorrect.
Light?
No. It's water.
Perfect.
It's water.
It was impossible.
Great. Yeah.
Great results.
Okay, right, let's go. This is the last question of Duelicious cards. What type of food is featured on the artwork of Chef's Special Recipe?
Buzz.
Go on.
Hamburger.
Very good. Okay, 2 points for you.
Two
So far,
Yeah.
he's working. It seems like the Duelicious cards was your exact category to be doing. Right, let's get into our second category, which is called Cloudy with a Chance of Dueling. Now, this is about weather-based cards.
Okay.
Okay?
Perfect.
So question 1. What attribute is the Weather Painter Moonbow? Anyone? Anyone want to guess? Take a guess. What are the attributes? What are the several attributes? Go on.
Light.
Light, did you say? Incorrect.
Wind.
No. Those are the same guesses as the Germans. It's dark. Moonbow, which comes out at night, which is...
Moon.
Dark. Moon. Okay, right, let's go on to the next question. Okay, what card is listed in the card text of Harpy's Feather Storm?
Buzz. Harpy's Feather Dust.
Very good. Wow, 3 points there to Alberto. Alberto is actually taking this home at the moment. Okay, next question. What type of spell is Ancient City Rainbow Ruins?
Buzz. Field spell.
Correct. Okay, 3-1. Next question. Which core booster set featured Armed Dragon Thunder level 10 as its cover monster?
Please.
Take it away, Alberto.
Which set?
Yes, which set had it as the cover monster?
Oh, you can take it.
Please, please. Someone, go for an answer.
Go for it. Wild Survivors.
It is not Wild Survivors. That's Transcendent.
But you can go and check that out.
No, it was Blazing Vortex. You almost got it. You almost got it. Right, okay, this is the last question in Cloudy with a Chance of Dueling. What monster type is Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit?
Buzz.
Is it me? It was you. It's you. You buzzed.
But that's... Oddio. No, it's... no, Psychic.
Very good.
Oh
okay, 3-2. Still plenty of chances to see what happens. Alberto, this is the best you've ever performed in one of these.
Yeah, I know. 3
Keep it up.
It's a lot for me.
It is a lot.
The comeback, though.
The comeback is true. Okay, now this, I'm going to butcher this because this title is in Italian.
Oh.
So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So it's E Tempo di Duelare.
You made it.
Good.
Was that okay?
That's good.
Okay, could have been worse. Okay, let's go for the first question.
Okay.
What type of spell is the Kaiser Colosseum?
Buzz.
That was equal, so I'm going to let you rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. I'll...
Here we go.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock.
Aspetta.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, go.
Keep spell.
Huh?
Continuous.
It's continuous. Yes. I'm so sorry, Alberto. I have to give that to Marcello. Oh, you were so confident as well.
The comeback.
Okay, right now it's 3 apiece. Let's see where it goes from here. Okay, what attribute is Madolce Messengelato?
Buzz. Earth.
Very good. Okay, 4-3. Alberto, there's still a chance. Don't panic. Just focus on the question and get the answers. Next question. What is featured on the artwork of the Twin Kings, founders of the Empire?
Buzz. Wolves.
Very good. Okay, 4 apiece. This is good. Okay, next question. What is the original attack of Dante, Traveler of the Burning Abyss?
Buzz.
I think that was ever so slightly you. But let's rock, paper, scissors it. Yeah? Okay, go on.
1,000.
It is 1,000. Okay.
Sorry.
Right. So I'm being told that we might have our feature at this point. Okay. Well, that's a good thing to see. So I'm going to make this. I'm going to make this next question. Worth 2 points.
Okay.
To really add the jeopardy.
Perfect.
So you can either win this or not. That's how everything works, I suppose. Right. The last question that we're going to do. What is the level of Gladiator Beast Octavius?
Buzz.
Oh, that was both at the same time. I want. Okay, rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors. 5.
Incorrect. Over to you. You get one chance here.
So my undecided, I was hoping it was saying one of them.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
I think it's either 6 or 7, but I'm going with 7.
It is 7! Alberto wins for the first time ever in a quiz. Wow, congratulations, Alberto. How does it feel to finally have that win?
Sign it in the records because it will never happen
It'll
again,
never happen
guys.
again. But you've seen it here. You witnessed it here in his home country, YCS. That's exactly what you want to see. I'm sorry, Marcello. But hey, at least you got the Master versus Caster, so there's something in that. Guys, don't go anywhere because our Top 64 feature match is coming up soon.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
We're about to have our top 64 feature match in just a second, but first I'm joined by Simon He, who is the undisputed top of Swiss here at YCS Bologna. So you're now through to the top 64, but to know that you are the champion there of the Swiss rounds, how does that feel?
It feels good, but this tournament's just started.
It has only just started. We'll see how you do in that top 64, but we have a very special card to give you. Tom is going to come and present this to you. This is the prize for being top of Swiss, is another verse Gluttonia. This is an oversized card for you. Your prize for being the top of Swiss. Congratulations, best of luck in your upcoming rounds. I hope it goes well, and I hope we'll see you as we head towards those finals. But guys, we still have to get a top 64 match underway. So I'm going to hand you over to Marcello, Alberto, and Nadir, who are going to take you through Juho An versus Emilio Simonuti for the top 64 feature match.
Thank you, Eden. Welcome to the top 64 for YCS Bologna 2023. We have been waiting for this moment, but finally we have those 64 duelists remaining, battling it out in this single elimination bracket. Well, 6 more matches remaining. I'm excited for it, right?
Yeah, no, this is the beginning of the end for some of our players here. They've managed to get it into the top cut, so what an incredible achievement just in and of itself. But as Simon put it, this is just the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beginning, especially because like now the competition gets very high, and our players will try to battling out to win, you know, YCS Bologna. And I saw that in the final standings, there's the last Italian YCS champion who won basically in Rimini years ago, Andreas Vrellos.
Yep, still there.
Still there.
So there is still a lot of different and famous players in the top cut, alongside with a lot of different decks. Later on, we'll be able to show you guys the deck breakdown for the top cut. But spoilers, there are a lot of different decks. And yet again, we managed to find a very interesting matchup for you guys here in top 64. As I had mentioned, it will be the one between Emilio and Joho, but you know a little bit about him as you faced off, you know, in one of those Master versus Caster. And I want to say, unsurprisingly, he decided to bring Labyrinth to this event. Great pick.
No, he qualified to the World Championship this past couple months in Japan with using the Labyrinth strategy. He's been playing it non-stop, even accruing another top at a previous YCS, I think, in North America. So here he is again, doing a huge amount of, just a great performance from Juho. Loves this deck. Labyrinth is a strong pick, and I do know for sure that it is the second most represented deck in the top cut.
Oh, I was telling you.
So it's, a lot of Labyrinth is in the top cut. It's been performing extremely well, and this is a matchup to really test itself against. You know, this is a bit of an odd deck, I suppose.
Absolutely, because Emilio's got the home turf advantage, but he's also playing a deck we have not seen much of this weekend, and that is Vanquished Soul. Well, I didn't expect that to be performing that good this weekend, but...
Specifically with the engine he's running, he is in fact running Vanquished Soul using Horus.
Yeah, but we'll see how that performs now that we are ready. Our players are too. Let's start things off in top 64 with game 1.
It's funny to note that as well, that Juho is in fact the chosen bounty duelist for this event here. For those of you who attend YCSs, if you ever get paired up against a bounty duelist, if you manage to take them down, you can win 2 packs to take on top of your bonus for entry. And Juho has not been handing them out at all. He is X11, I think. So only losing 1 duel. So as the bounty duelist, there is a extra layer of pressure for Emilio here as we go into this top 64 game. He's won the dice roll and he's beginning with a Fenrir, searching a Fenrir. Kashtira's offers so much value in Vanquish, so not only is Fenrir just a good monster, but also because it's a relevant attribute in that it's Earth, it gets another copy of itself, which gives you the added utility of all of the reveals for the Vanquished Soul monsters to get their extra bonus power effects when revealing different attributes in the hand.
Could we be in the end phase?
Yeah, that's a good question, because you just activated a furniture for no reason, right? So it must be the end of the turn.
But that's kind of concerning if you're Emilio. Was that really it? Let's see.
Does he play a ton of hand traps?
Yeah, he plays a lot.
He does, yeah, a lot of hand traps. So the most important one is going to be Ash Blossom. That's the most important one against Labyrinth.
That's it. Yeah, Emilio just Fenrir passed. And this is a great opening by Joe instead.
Yeah, no, Stovey Torby discarding, I think that was the big welcome, setting a regular welcome from the deck here. And activating the effect of the big welcome immediately to return the Fenrir to the hand, which means that he can unimpededly activate his... that's the Ash Blossom we were worried about. Yep, he does indeed have it. Ash Blossom, very staple card for a lot of players, but also specifically in Vanquished Soul, because it is a fire monster. And it's quite difficult to get relevant and good fire monsters in Vanquished Soul to be able to reveal for those effects of all of your different searches with the Razin, the destruction with Valius. Using the Stovey Torby again, discarding the new Labyrinth support card from Age of Overlord.
Yep, the Butler.
Gets another big welcome to the field here. If we have access to Kuklok, potentially with a normal summon Ariana, and that's going to put Juho in a really good spot here, which he does actually have. Wow, so this Ash Blossom faring quite inconsequentially here. I think we're definitely going to want to try and go for the Kuklok search here. Big welcome into Lovely, trigger the Lady, reveal, bounce. Oh, actually chooses to go for the Welcome Labyrinth here. Gotta note how beautiful Juho's deck is with the ultimate rare from the new OTS pack, as well as the Starlights of the Labyrinth monsters.
But for now, it just enters battle phase, pushes some damage.
Okay. I think there's a reason we didn't go for the Kuklok line.
He probably think he didn't have enough to just win the game right here, so instead he'd rather have more resources for next turn if he's not gonna OTK him, I guess. But
welcome, big welcome, gonna get a decent amount of value, especially since you can just do it on your opponent's turn here. Potentially opting to save the effect of the Lady for the opponent's turn so that we can get a relevant trap card that we are aware of, because Juho does main a couple of interesting different tech cards for this specific match. We got Ice Dragon's Prison in the main, searchable directly by the Lady. Also interesting to note, he's playing the Shufflers, the Medora and the Keldo, which act as really good discards for the Stovey and the Chandragleer.
That is very interesting, because we have been talking about, how Labyrinth players this weekend approached the event, and Juho is not playing Skill Drain at all, Wow. So it's,
Juho is actually opting to not run any of the continuous trap cards whatsoever anywhere in his list, unless, I guess, he could maybe consider a different Dimension Ground in the side deck. But yeah, stereotype of trap decks is that they try to control the field a lot with the continuous traps, but no goes in, no skill drain, no there can be only one, nothing like that here in the list being piloted here by Juho, almost like a combo deck.
For now, Emilio still has to play a card that is not this Fenrir outside of Ash Blossom. Two of his cards are the other Fenrirs, but it doesn't look like he's got much going on right now.
Yeah, just acting as a Kashtira stun pile right here. The various hand traps that Emilio has drawn clearly not so relevant against Juho, other than that Ash Blossom, which we did manage to get around by normal summoning the Ariana, which hits the grave from the battle phase of the attack of Fenrir. 800 damage on the board by Emilio. 34 life points remaining for him. Take a peek at his hand here, he's kind of revealing it. It does look like a big mishmash of monsters, but doesn't appear to be really doing anything with them.
I'm wondering what did he draw into, honestly?
It's got a DD Crow for sure, but I can't quite tell the rest.
3 draw.
Oh, wow.
Triple draw and Lockbird is in the hand. That's
triple draw against this deck. Wow.
That's not great.
And we did not use the Lady here, right?
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to use the monster effect yet, because it'll get hit by Fenrir on the new chain, and you don't want to lose your Lovely. So I think by doing it here, and waiting. And yeah, even just now, like still not using it because you want to save your lovely here because you're just so far ahead in advantage. You can reset these trap cards, get massive value here.
And now you can use it because you can just get rid of the Fenrir if you want.
Yep.
So. Makes sense. Very well played by Joho.
Gets to destroy the Fenrir and then trigger the Stovey Torby, returning it, resetting the welcome with its effect from the graveyard onto the field. Masterfully played here by Juho. Got to give credit to Ryan Yu. I think was one of the first people I saw running the Keldo and Medora in the deck list here. Getting 3rd place in the recent Duelist Cup for Master Duel on that race to the World Championship of 24. Resets the welcome, and yeah, there is the destruction of Lovely, clearing the path for game potentially here. Those Droll and Lockbirds sure looking kind of sad. If anything, I probably would have wanted to set one at least, you know, block some damage.
But yeah, this seems like it will be Joho game in just a matter of seconds. Obviously, Droll and Lock, we mentioned that you did a couple times, Nadir, the most popular entrap this weekend, overtaking Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but unfortunately, definitely not good against Labyrinth, and if you draw 3 copies, probably not good against anything right now. So.
Yeah, that's one of the great aspects of Labyrinth is that it doesn't really lose to any particular hand trap except specifically Ash Blossom, which is, you know, going to be just a 3 of, potentially some people not even maining it. You have the protection of the Lady against targeting effects, so Imperm, Veiler, they don't really help too much, and that's just going to be pushing for game, and Juho takes down game 1 quite seamlessly. Unfortunately, Emilio just not drawing anything really valuable in this matchup.
No, indeed, and especially because like I'm kind of worried because usually, I mean, you are well prepared to play against Labyrinth. You know, you have cards such as, you know, Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, but I mean, Joe's version is not really playing, let's say, real traps. I mean, there's Impermanence, for example, but I mean, looking at Emilio's side deck, for sure, the Ghost Bells will go in, especially because, like, you know, this Droll and Lock honestly don't really hurt much at all.
But let's take a look at the silver lining, maybe. There is a chance that Joho doesn't know what he's up against. He literally just saw Fenrir and Ash Blossom, and that are played by, I think, a significant percentage of decks this weekend. So that's, I mean, the only thing that, you know, Emilio can attach to. But at least when it comes to him, he can approach his side decks knowing pretty well what to put in. And what do you guys think Emilio is going to side for Labyrinth?
I think definitely those Lightning Storms and Dusters are staples. They have to come in here. Maybe a world where you bring in Beastials. You know, there's some hand traps just feel kind of bad, like the Effect Veiler. You probably just want to get those out of your main deck. They're not super great against.
Yeah, Ghost Bell's up with Feather Duster.
Yeah, Ghost Bell is really good because it doubles up as a disruption for Welcome. Big Welcome, rather, because it not only does it summon from the main deck, it also summons in the grave. So a relevant part there of Ghost Bell. Fun fact, did you know that you can Ghost Bell Psyframe Gamma? Some people overlook that.
Yeah. Did it happen to you?
A couple times, yes. No? Unfortunately.
Especially relevant now the Gamma is the #1 entrap of the format, right?
Yeah, 1 and 1 driver. Which one will you see? Flip a coin.
Maybe 1 Gamma and 3 drivers. Why
not? No, that's a ratio.
But yeah, in Joso's perspective, to be fair, Labyrinth is one of those decks where you don't necessarily need to side deck that much. The deck is solid against, you know, across the field, and I think you can just cape your main deck right here. I mean, why not? It seems very solid, as we mentioned. It does have those one-offs. I really like the one Daruma in the main deck. We saw yesterday at other Labyrinth match how good that card can be in different spots, and yeah, I'm a fan. But regardless, our duelists are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of Game 2.
All right, we are back here into game number 2. Juho has taken a swift victory from game 1. Emilio opening quite a poor hand, I suppose. A little bit unfortunate. So many Droll and Lockbirds would have been fine against something like Menadium, I guess, but that's much better.
Yep.
You got Razin, that's the most important normal summon in the deck. Ash Blossom comes down on the Razin, though. Not going to be able to get the all-important search and fueling your hand with the different attributes. So we can add with the Fenrir, that's going to give us an Earth monster. Got a really cool Link monster of the Vanquish Soul, the Rock of the Vanquisher, unique Link 1, recycling resources from your graveyard and bringing out those monsters from the hand here. As we pick up the Fenrir from the deck.
Do we have more, or are we just gonna see, as you mentioned, the Rock?
The Horus engine still not being put to display here. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Never mind.
Yeah, we've got him setting to search out the King Sarcophagus from the deck. And I wonder what the real strategy is with the Horus cards. I'm curious what they actually offer your Vanquish Soul. Maybe Emilio will demonstrate to us just how good the synergy is. But the King of Sarcophagus is searched, the most important card for the Horus engine here. And if you have that on the field with a graveyard, you can facilitate a lot of free big bodies. Do we have any interesting rank 8s at all in the list here? I'm seeing a Dingirsu, Hope Harbinger. Yeah, nothing particularly crazy against Labyrinth. Sometimes that it's one of those matchups where you just kind of have to take your concessions because it is not very possible to prepare for everything right now in the main and side potentially. So see if the Horus engine can do much here. Here's that Rock of the Vanquisher. Yeah, this card's really good. Just be able to generate so much advantage, keep you in the game, get your resources going. And yeah, we're adding back the Razin from our grave to our hand. Vanquish Soul seems to really just print cards. It just has so much advantage. You're always adding and drawing with the Borgor. There's a good way to grind, especially against Labyrinth, which you're going to need, because Labyrinth is a deck that also facilitates so much protection and so much longevity with the recycling and the constant reusing of the same trap cards with things like Lovely, tutoring out of the deck with the Lady.
And I think Vanquish Soul is not an easy deck to play against. I mean, game one, unfortunately, I mean, it was what it was, no?
Oh, but plays back to Joe, actually, so still kind of an underwhelming opening, I want to say, in this matchup. And not so much from Joe, who started things off with Extravagance.
Yeah, Pot of Extravagance is a card of choice over the pot ratios, if we could take a look at the deck list here. So you do have the option to play 3 Pot of Extravagance or 3 Prosperity. And it looks like completely not actually running the Prosperity. Yeah, I was wondering because we saw a previous Labyrinth player earlier in the day yesterday, and they were actually opting to run Prosperity over Extravagance. So the sort of benefit is that Prosperity is one less card, but it's like a very specific card, digging deep for a particular combo piece you might need. But Juho going with the Extravagance because raw card advantage sometimes might just be better.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. We talked about this yesterday in another matchup, and I think having Extravagance in the Labyrinth deck and giving you, the extra card you may need in that moment might be impactful.
Yeah, the discard as well of all of the furniture is relevant too, so having a raw card advantage is particularly important in that circumstance. All right, here is the Rock of the Vanquisher summoning the Razin from the hand. Another Ash Blossom comes down from Juho here. Emilio is kind of struggling to get some engine going. What did we pick up with the Ariana?
Big welcome.
We got big welcome here. Choosing not to use the Fenrir. It's interesting.
Exactly. Okay, now he does on the Ash Blossom though, so could have used it before. Yeah, that goes face down. Joe is still holding a lot of cards, and yeah.
Oh, I like that he plays the field spell.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of telegraphed it because he was about to activate a card in that zone earlier on, and now we see, okay, the Butler once again.
Yeah, Butler being activated from the hand here allows you to set a trap from your hand, and then you can actually use it on the same turn.
Which is great, honestly. Yeah.
Is there no response, it seems, from Emilio, although he's playing both Ash and Bell? Yeah, no response. Wow.
Yeah, Ash Bell, super important here, but has not drawn any of them, unfortunately.
And now we get,
Now we get the field spell.
Exactly.
That's going to be a really good grind game. Getting a card popped every single turn on resolution, really, really strong. I'm going to go for the Chandragleer from the deck here. This is going to bounce immediately to the hand, trigger the field spell, pop, and then we can go for the Chandragleer, discard, and potentially go for some more setups.
Thinking about which one to get rid of, most likely. Okay, the Rock.
Rock of the Vanquisher acting as a great resource loop for the Vanquish Soul deck, so dealing with that immediately makes sense. Looks like we hard drew the Lovely there.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Not really the one you want to be seeing in your hand, but it's fine. You can just get it out of your hand with a furniture piece and then bring it back eventually. Big Welcome does also summon from grave, so that's going to be able to be just fine for Juho here. So I think we've got a Welcome and a Big Welcome set here with the Field Spell and a decent spot by Juho. That's the thing with Labyrinth. Sometimes it doesn't look like you have a lot. You know, you might have like 1 or 2 set cards, but just that by itself can really sort of snowball into like multiple triggers. You get a pop a card, you get a recursion of the Chandragleer or another furniture piece from the graveyard, and then a plus of an Ariana or something. You know, suddenly 2 cards becomes 4 into 5, and the disparity is widening for Emilio here, though, as we pick up another card. Let's see if we can do anything with maybe a Mad Love or another Razin normal
needs
summon.
something here because otherwise he's in trouble. Yeah, he's going for once again for the Rock of the Vanquisher.
I'm gonna use his effect, but okay. Gonna get met by an impermanence.
So yeah, Infinite Impermanence is one of the few non-engine trap cards we're actually utilizing in the deck here. But yeah, important enough that going second, you need some kind of answers if you play against a particularly powerful combo deck. A Clutch Imperm could probably potentially save you. And also on top of that, it's very important because it does not trigger the effects of things like Talents and Thrusts. So one of the better hand traps in the game.
I think he activated in the same column as Impermanence.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Though to be fair, we don't really need the effect of the King Sarcophagus. It just needs to be present to bring back. But we'll see if that actually comes up here. Yeah, Resolution, we're going to go Welcome, Special Summon out of the deck here, and we'll see if we go Ariana into a Kuklock or something. Yeah, all right, we're going to Destroy with the Field Spell. Welcome does trigger, or rather the Labyrinth triggering off of the Welcome.
Yeah, and this is a great interaction. As you can see here, we get so much stuff back, as Nadir was saying. 2 face-down cards might not look that threatening, but in this deck they can generate a lot of advantage. And this is what we are witnessing here.
As you mentioned, it looked like he only has 2 back rows, but then was not really, you know, that...
just turns into a lot
yeah,
by itself.
Because he also has the Big Welcoming Grave, which acts kind of like a compulsory evacuation device. And then, yeah, this is a lot.
Destroys the King Sarcophagus. I'm going to keep calling it Gold Sarcophagus. Destroys the King Sarcophagus. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Big Welcome is also another resource here. This is looking like a really, really strong commanding position by Juho. Yep. Masterfully played to perfection and is holding down the field really well. Just not letting Emilio stick anything. Can't really hold down any sort of normal summon. The Rock of the Vanquisher is healed, but that's been impermed. All this card advantage.
Let's see. What is he summoning?
Looks like a Pantera.
Yep, it is Pantera. Oh, and another Raisin, okay. Joe played the entire game trying to stop Emilio from resolving a Raisin, but finally, for the first time in like 4 attempts, that will be successful. So,
yeah, this is going to be a little bit rough here because Juho does not have any more disruptions, which means that Emilio can actually keep pushing forward here as we've dropped that all-important Razin to get our search now.
There is that Big Welcome again, but yeah, that's about it.
True, yeah, we do have the Big Welcome Grave effect.
Have
we used Lovely Pop?
I don't think so.
Was it not on the...
So, because we definitely used Labyrinth?
Yeah.
On the Sarcophagus, right?
On the Sarcophagus, yeah. Because with the Labyrinth, he destroyed the Defender, right?
and then the Sarcophagus.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so no other cards to be played here from Juho other than a Bounce, which against the deck that doesn't really go into the extra, Returning a card to the hand isn't really that incredible. Sort of trading without really gaining much from it here. We are getting the heavy Borgor out of the deck, it looks like.
Okay, now we're using the fact. Columns, they matter, and here is again, the reason trying to destroy that lovely, it seems.
Yeah, revealing 2 from the Razin gets to destroy in the same column. We're going to chain here to special summon out the lady from the hand. I think Juho's debating whether or not he wanted to bounce his own lovely there, but choosing to not and let that resolve.
Yeah, and at this point he just does this so that he's guaranteed having, you know, still that interaction with the big welcome, but it's an interesting spot. Also, Emilio knows that he really needs to push through here. He cannot allow Joho to get another, you know, very consistent turn.
Yeah, Juho is still sort of in here with the advantage, I think. We do have follow-up if necessary, so we do have to try and get rid of all of this with potential Zeus play.
Yeah, I think he's going for the Zeus play. Yeah, I mean, maybe just swings over the lady, and then Memphis Drew overlays for the Zeus.
It's particularly important here because the Zeus cannot be targeted, and I believe the big welcome grave effect does target.
Yeah, the Baguska cannot be, yeah.
So if we just simply attack into the defense position Ariana, fulfilling the activation request, or rather the summoning condition of Zeus, you can go into Zeus, immediately rip apart the field here. You'll probably get bounced away from the big welcome, but you've gotten rid of the super important field spell and the lovely.
You can also chain it on your own card potentially, right?
Yeah.
You could do it on the Ariana.
Because you're not really too worried about Zeus staying on the field, right? It is just a body. It's only got 1 material.
Yeah. Did he? I think he did target the Ariana.
Yeah, he did.
I like it.
Ariana.
I like it.
Which is even better, I guess.
So Ariana returns to the hand here. Another resource loop that Juho has available. We can normal summon Ariana. We've got the Chandragleer in the hand that was returned previously. Normal summon the Ariana. And yeah, I think a Ku Klux play might be looking really nice here.
Yes. And that was a really good spot by Joe, again, returning the Ariana instead of the Zeus. And
it was a good catch. Yeah.
Yep.
He didn't really need to bounce back the Zeus again.
And now he can get to do quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, Hooch turn here. Activate the effect of the Ku Klux. Now we can use traps on the turn that it's set. We've got the Chandragleer discarding Valor. Gets to go for Big Welcome. Big Welcome bring back Lovely. Pop and trigger Ariana. We are off to the races. Juho, despite getting an entire field sent away from Zeus, still in a commanding spot right now.
Let's see if there is a response from Emilio. It doesn't look like it. And then you can get even the Lovely and get rid of most of what we are seeing here from Emilio.
What a showcase from Juho, honestly.
Yeah, this is a masterclass in Labyrinth, taking advantage of all of the... Oh, do we have a third? No, okay. No Snowy Torby as well to trigger. But yeah, Welcome gets to reset itself. Chandragleer gets itself back to the hand. There's another resource and follow-up. And we get to remove a card from the field. Most likely going for the Zeus. And then on top of that, Lovely can then reset the Big Welcome if you want.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing with Labyrinth. It never really seems like it's super threatening. You know, a monster and a set card can just turn into so much just by itself, and that's what Juho is doing here.
Yeah, amazing execution here by Joho, once again turning everything around, and with just 1 card, now we're back to 6 cards in total for Joho. This is looking very one-sided.
Yeah, usually, goes for the Infinite Impermanence reset. That's that's cool.
Yeah, because he keeps the compulsory effect once again, and yeah, this is so much.
What a show off, honestly. I mean, I like it.
Let's see, Emilio needs a miracle. Maybe the way to start things off could be a Feathered Astral Lightning Storm, but even then, not looking too promising.
We need to get rid of the back row because if we normal summon, it's not really going to stick because of Lovely. And there's not too many ways to extend here because we've lost our King Sarcophagus. Small World.
Okay.
Okay.
which at least is something to begin with.
It's kind of a cool card in Vanquish, though, because there's a lot of bridges that it offers you, because you have so many different types and attributes and monsters, etc., etc. It just connects really well from monster to monster, but I think one of the main issues with Small World is that it removes a card. You do go -1, and you do really need the card advantage in this deck just because of you need those multiple attributes to trigger those powerful effects. But at the same time, it is really, really important to get to Razin.
Yeah, and this is the third copy, actually.
Yeah.
We knew about the Burger, which means that this impermanence can be dodged, but then we're still kind of in trouble. Let's see. Yeah, expecting the Burger, as it's mentioned.
And there's a Lovely.
Yeah, you cannot respond to normal trap cards from the Lovely effect.
Good attempt, but unfortunately, yeah, this not work out for Emilio.
Any normal trap card, right?
Yeah.
Your normal trap card affects, yeah. That is such an incredible added bonus of Lovely. Because it protects you from Ash Blossom, it protects you from any response to your big welcome and welcome. Obviously, getting to that point is, you know, that's the whole purpose, is like, can we get to a Lovely on the field, which usually involves going down the path of a welcome or big welcome, but once it's on the field, you really get that engine rolling. It's a trap deck that's got so much resilience towards it. Sometimes even like a Duster might not actually do as much as you think it does against Labyrinth. You have so many resources in the grave. The monsters themselves are really well protected.
And this is great. He chains to the Burger, so he cannot resolve, and now he gets to destroy a card of the end from Emilio.
It's a free draw as well from the Ariana, which then can set from directly from the hand, and actually hits the Borgor here.
And he only has Ferry, right?
Yeah. No, I think...
Doesn't it? Outside of the Raisin, yeah.
That's it.
That's about it, and I don't think that's good enough, so...
Fenrir Raisin is all we've got left. Into a welcome on this Fenrir summon, discarding the Coup Clock to special summon out of the deck here.
This was a Labyrinth masterclass by Joho, and it seems like he is just moments away from claiming his top 32 spot.
I'm curious about this though, because you do get to Fenrir banish the Lovely here, don't you?
But he went for the Coup Clock, so you have another impermanence, I think, now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A second impermanence being activated on the same turn.
Is,
in response,
insane,
you get the Lady to then get more trap cards from your deck here.
Yeah, this is correct.
I think the judges are checking if that welcome was set this turn.
No, maybe the column of the impermanence?
No,
it's okay.
Was it? No, but the impermanence only affects
your opponent.
Your opponent, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Does it?
No, it affects the whole column.
All. I think also yours.
Yeah, it does for sure.
I think that's what they're checking.
Yeah.
Oh, did we imperm the own imperm column?
Yeah, we did.
Oh,
wow, I've never seen that happen.
Oh, no. Yeah, we were teasing that Emilio actually put the Gold Sark, Gold Sark, the King Sark in the same column.
I mean, yeah.
But Joe imperming his own imperm.
That's the first.
I'm never gonna let him live down from this. All right. Interesting.
Yeah, he's smiling. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
it's okay.
I mean, this, it still can happen a lot, but.
Yeah, I guess to attack over the Fenrir in the battle phase, activate the big welcome, bring back Lovely, bounce the. Okay, gonna go for, of course the Lovely was banished face down, but attack directly. That is game exactly 2900, takes it down. Emilio, unfortunately, defeated in his first round of Top Cut. That's disappointing. You must feel really crushed.
Absolutely, but it was for sure a great duel nonetheless. What a show off from Joe. Wow.
Yeah, no, Joe proving why he is one of the best players in the world right now. That's why he went to the World Championship, a complete master of Labyrinth. Absolutely impressive.
I mean, impressive stuff, honestly. I mean, if you want lessons from Labyrinth, maybe you should hit Joe.
And if you win by impermanence, your own impermanence, I think that's a big flex to how good the deck is.
He's going to say that it was on purpose for sure.
Of course, just extended BM on his side.
Yep.
But yeah, now regardless, I mean, we got to give credits to Emilio. He was one of the few players, if not the only one. I haven't looked at the deck breakdown yet with the Vanquish Soul deck. Do you know if he was maybe the only one? We'll check later, I guess.
There were, from what I remember, there was 2 Vanquish Soul players. He was running Horus, the other players running a more pure engine.
Still very impressive, result, making it all the way to the top 64 with our field of almost 2,500 players. But now, obviously, all eyes are on Joho. He advances to the top 32, only 5 duels away from crowning, and being crowned YCS champion. He has had an incredible season, as you mentioned, but he's one of those duelists who is missing that first place, and I'm sure he will be, trying his best to claim it. But regardless, we will have a lot more duels for you guys coming up right next with the top 32, and hopefully we'll be able to show you later on the deck breakdown and see whether our predictions.
I believe we do have a top 64 deck breakdown, so we can actually take a look here and present to you what the decks are for this event. So these are the top 64 duelists here. We've got the standings.
Obviously, we got Simon E on the top, as mentioned, and his opponent from the previous round who beat him. And then I can see Christian Ureno from United States, as mentioned. We have Gabriel Netz against a lot of good, famous names.
We've got Zeki Shah in 13th, really a good player from the UK. Bryce is in there. Third place, that says Victor, for those of you who are not familiar with Cyrillic. But yeah, Victor was on stream earlier today. Or yesterday, I think.
And that's why you know how to pronounce his name. But we also had Alessandro Della Guardia on stream with us. Is number 12 on the seas. But we can take a look at the remaining duelists in the top 64. Let's see more familiar names coming up. And a lot of Italians, I gotta say. Our country, performing pretty well.
Mondini, Diego Ganzerli, former Italian national champion as well.
We've got Christian Foldiger in 30th place, all the way from Denmark. Henry Bancroft in 27th from the UK.
Also on stream, Maybe the stream is bringing good luck to whoever was on him. To be very impressive results from our featured duelist. But yeah, going to the other side of the bracket, again, other familiar's name, Dinka Boy made it after being on the bubble for quite a significant amount of rounds, but also
so many big names.
Jessica.
Jessica Robinson, we've got Luca Forian, Pakawat is in here in 47th. Shout outs to Pak coming all the way over from the USA, making his appearance at a European YCS in 47th with the Infernoble deck. Very cool.
Absolutely. And then the last remaining part of the top 64, we see a lot of familiar names standing at the top. Joshua Smith made it, 49th place, and again other more Italians duelists, and one of them is obviously Emilio. But
shout outs to Konstantinos before we move on. 50th place, we've got a Greek player in Top Cut. That's really cool to see.
But also shout out to Francesco and Lijun, who were the only 2 duelists who managed to qualify with an X3 record. So
we had X3 stopping? Okay,
there were 2 players who made it. Maybe they are the lucky ones. We'll find out whether Simon was cursed with the first top slot. But regardless, we have our winner, Joe, ready with Ed. Let's hear it from them.
Thank you very much, Marcello. I am joined by Juho, who's just won that top 64 feature match and has made his way into the top 32. Juho's no stranger to topping these kind of events. We've seen him at Worlds. He was in the semi-finals of the Euros only this year. And here you are back with the top 32. How are you feeling? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good because I'm playing a deck that I've played for like half a year now, so...
You're very competent with it. In fact, Nadir during the game was saying that was a masterclass of how to play Labyrinth. People were really seeing an excellent display. Even just looking at this, Emilio started game 1 with a pretty bad hand, couldn't do anything to stop you, so you just dominated that. And then in game 2, again, a really expert display of Labyrinth, even playing around Zeus. There's one thing I should bring up, and I think you know what it is I'm going to bring up. Yeah, you already know. You impermed your own imperm. Do you want to talk about this?
I just kind of stopped paying attention to info columns. Like, I forgot that so many times now, but I knew every card in the same anyway because like they were all search and like the reveal of reason. So I know what they had anyway, so it didn't matter. So I just kind of stopped paying attention there.
It's all right. It happens to the best of us, and you are one of the best when it comes to Labyrinth. Best of luck in your upcoming games for the top 32. I'm sure it's going to go great for you. We're so used to seeing you in these. I hope it goes well for you. Best of luck and congratulations. Guys, don't go anywhere because we've got a YCS Spotlight and we've got another Master versus Caster before we get in to our top 32 feature match.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother! You're here! You're here!
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2023. We have another Master versus Caster game here. I'm joined by world competitor Ju Ho-yan and myself, Nadir. We're going to be playing September 2011, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Any particular reason you enjoy this format?
I really like the format because like it's mostly, or like at least back when it was played, it's mostly like the Tangle Plant mirror after it got popularized. So and the deck's like really fun. And it's a lot of back and forth between the decks. So
yeah, it's a big exchange of sort of a combo, but also like lots of simple setting and passing. There's a whole range of mix of plays that we're going to put on demonstration for you. So how about we jump into a duel and give this a little test? All right. So we have shuffled up, and if you would like to begin with a dice roll.
Rolled a 10.
That's not bad. That's not bad. All right. And 9. Okay.
Very close.
Not bad. All right. Would you like to go for a second?
I'll go first.
Right. Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck. So, of course, for many historical formats, turn player gets to go first and draw 6 for turn. All right.
I'll go into my main phase.
Yes.
I will start by also in tour guide.
That's a good play. See, there's always options here because I have Maxi, a card that some of you will be very familiar with in Master Duel. But drawing 1 for every special summon. Do you think it's good to use Maxi here, or do you kind of wait for like a turn where they really pop off?
It's fine because like usually Maxi back when it was new, it was usually gonna be like a 1-for-1. You just draw 1, but in some situations you can punish them when they go like 1-for-1, discarding a monster that triggers to special summon monsters like Dandelion, where it's mandatory, so you get to punish them a lot harder.
Which is the sort of main aspect of and why it's called Tengu Plant. Dandy, getting the 2 tokens to be able to go into synchro plays. There's a whole lot of range of combos that you can go for. All right, so you are just going to be sitting and passing.
Yes.
All right.
Good turn.
And I will... I didn't actually draw my card for the special summon. All right, so draw for turn now.
Yes.
Okay. Arguably, the most important card in the deck, I will begin with Heavy Storm. I do like taking the 1-for-1 early.
That's fine.
Just for any threat. There it is, that's what I was worried about. Because now, why it's called Tengu Plant, normal summon, Reborn Tengu.
Yep.
So, for those of you who don't know how this works, it leaves the field in any way, which I think even when it's banished by Caius, which is an important part of the deck, it summons another copy of itself. Which
it has to be face up when it leaves the field.
Yeah, face up. So what we're going to do is, I suppose, just hit for 700. Take a note of that here. All right. And I think I'll just set 1 card and pass it back to you.
I'll draw for turn.
So how do you deal with a Tengu? Because it's very annoying to remove. You said Solemn Warning, which was probably one of the best ways to deal with it because it doesn't trigger. But generally, stealing, econ, synchroing away with your... Well, I suppose that really doesn't deal with it. It's like it's annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's very sticky monster back then, which why it was that good.
Yeah.
But one of the I guess funnier ways to out Tengu is summoning your own Tengu.
Not bad, not bad. Okay.
Is that fine?
Summon is good.
I'll put the Sangan also in attack.
Sure. Where are you going with this?
I will proceed to the battle phase.
Battle phase is fine.
Attack my Tengu into you, Tengu.
Okay, sure.
And both Tengus get destroyed, and both Tengus trigger.
Yep.
Summon the Tengu from deck.
So we're just gonna clear them out.
Yes. I'm going to attack again to your Tengu.
Attacking again, sure. And that's all 3 of ours. Let me cut here. Okay then.
Then I'm going to crash my Sangan into your Tengu.
You're crashing, interesting.
Take
That's
700.
Fine. Yep, taking out the 700.
So I'm at 66.
66.
And activate Sangan.
Sangan's good.
It adds a Dandelion from the deck to my hand.
Sure. You did normal this turn, did you?
I have normal D Tengu.
Oh yeah, okay, of course.
And I'm going to crash our last remaining copies of Tengu.
Last Tengu crash. Sure.
And I'm going to proceed to the main phase 2.
You're setting up for Avarice, huh? Okay.
Going to activate 1/1, discarding the Dandy.
1/1 Dandy. That triggers, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So that'll get you 2 tokens as well as whatever you're choosing to go for here.
A Spore from my deck.
Okay. So this is kind of like the combo aspect of Reborn Tengu. It's when you start triggering Dandelion, using different tuners, typically the plants, especially because Spore can bring itself back to go for even more plays.
Use the token and a Spore to synchro summon into a Formula Synchro for level 2.
Mm-hmm.
And on the summon, I activate the effect to draw a card.
Yes.
1. Then I'm going to activate the effect of Spore, banishing the Dandelion from a graveyard.
Yep.
Summon itself.
So this is
Comes
your
a
level modulation.
Level 3 of the banished plant monster, so it's level 4 now.
Yes.
Then with the Spore and the last remaining token, I will
and a 1.
synchro summon into a Hyper Librarian.
Not bad.
Then I will end my turn by setting a card on my back row, passing to you.
So this is a setup of main phase only. You can synchro on your opponent's turn.
Correct.
Right, okay. So 2+5 is everyone's favorite potential Black Rose Dragon. Draw for card. Is... I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. How many do you have in hand?
I have 3 cards in hand.
3 cards in hand, okay. I will... I think in this standby here, I'm going to go Book of Moon, target your Formula Synchron.
That is alright.
And then I'm going to set 1 and pass.
Alright, then I'll draw for turn.
Yep.
Stand by main phase.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. I'll check the grave for a second. Ooh,
So this type of game state is, you know, very typical of that day and age, as you're, I am, at least feeling a little bit against the ropes here. Now, Spora has been used as a once per duel effect, but still some synchro plays in 4 cards in hand is quite scary.
I'll start with Monster Reborn, target the Sangan in my graveyard. Special summon it to my field.
That is fine.
Summon it, attack.
Sure.
Anything here?
Nope, that's good.
Then I will proceed by normal summoning a globe ball from hand.
Okay, I'm pretty fortunate here. I'm gonna go with a torrential tribute.
I'll change
Is that
my soul judgment.
Okay, that's strong.
Then I'll go to 33
yeah,
life
that's
points.
33.
Anything new?
At least I'm winning on life points. No, nothing here.
Then I'll synchro some of my Senga and my globe ball.
Yep, so that's 4 plus Sangan gets to get a search here.
To a Almerion. Then since that's how the rules are back now, I have to go. Since both my trigger effects, the Hyper Librarian and the Sango trigger, they're both mandatory. But the Sang activates first because it's from the graveyard. And those trigger effects activate before the ones in the field. So
Okay,
it goes joint
interesting.
1 Sangan, joint 2 Hyper Librarian.
All right, I hope you draw your target.
Draw a card. Then with Sangan, I will go search a
Sangan does so much in this format.
Tour Guide from the Underworld.
Yeah, you can get follow-up with Tour Guide. It also searches Maxi, which is really important to stop your opponent. Veiler. There's a lot of options for Sangan.
Then I will flip some of the Formula Synchro.
Yep.
I will synchro some of the Formula Synchron in the Almerion.
That is 2 and 4.
Level 6, which is the Bryanak. Then trigger Hyper Librarian again to draw a card.
That is good.
Draw 1.
You're really embarrassing me here. You really are. Just for context, we had a little practice game earlier, and it was a little more back and forth. This one, not so much.
Let's see how I proceed here.
So I assume, you know, this deck does have the ability to OTK, and that's probably what you're thinking about here. Do we go for game?
But that's not what I'm aiming here for, I think.
It's not an on-summon effect, correct?
It is not, but I could. But back then we had prior, so
yeah. So you could go on-summon effect priority, use the discard to bounce.
I will. Let me check one card. What it is. Okay.
You've played a lot of this format, haven't you?
Yeah, but the last has been quite a while.
Okay.
I will proceed to the battle phase.
Battle is fine.
Attack with the Bryanak, 423.
23.
So yeah, it will be a 57.
57, and then
attack with 24.
Yep, that's fine.
So 33.
33.
So you both had identical life points.
Yes.
Then main 2. I would activate. Or do I?
What do you have left here? Is it a glow up bulb that's live?
Yeah.
Okay, you've
I
got a live
just
bulb.
set the card to my back row and pass.
All right. Let's see what I can draw to get out of the situation. Draw for turn. Okay. I will set 1 and set 2 and go to you.
Okay. Draw for turn.
Sure.
Stand by me.
That's fine.
I will start with Bryanak effects, discarding a Ryo to target this set card to return to your hand.
You can keep doing it, right? Discard and then bounce, discard, then bounce?
Correct.
Sure. All right. Yeah, that's fine.
Then I'll activate again, discarding another Ryo, discarding this set card.
Yep.
Then I will activate it again, discarding Torrential Tribute, targeting the last remaining set card.
So a lot of cards you've pulled from that Maxi there. Sorry, that Librarian. Okay. Well, I guess I'll Econ put it to defense.
Then I'll put.
I was hoping you would remember, but sure.
I guess I'll proceed to the battle phase.
Yep.
Attack with the Bryanak 423.
Now, what if I was holding Gores despite having the set cards, just baiting you into using multiple Bryanaks? How would you feel about that?
That'd be fine. I still have response
unfortunately
for that.
not. That is the end of the game. Wow. Good game. Yeah.
Good game.
That's great. So back to us here at the desk. That was probably as good as of a display you'll ever see for Reborn Tengu. It's a deck that, as massively shown here by Juho. Has a lot of explosive synchro plays, good defensive options with Maxi, and Veiler as well. Good format. Do you like the mirror match? Is it fun?
Oh yeah, it's really fun for the back and forth here. Since like this was a bit more unfortunate for you because I had those explosive plays here, but it's very fun to play on the side.
Yeah. At the very beginning of the duel, I could have went Econ, put your Reborn Tengu to defense, and just stop all of that. Maybe I should have done that. I'm not sure. But yeah, as a format, I think it's definitely something that goes around about that Time Wizard 2010 format. Is generally what you'll see at public events. It's probably the most popular we see these days. But just as an option around about that time, you do have the addition of Xyz monsters. We didn't actually see an Xyz being summoned, but there's Tour Guide, of course, one of my favorite cards of all time. And yeah, as a general sort of deck, there's other options in 2011, correct?
Yeah, that's like the main difference between like 2010 and 2011 is that 2011 has a lot more access to good tuners like the Globulb and the Spore scene. It also has Veiler and Maxi, which adds a lot more interaction between the two players, even on the opponent's turn. And well, aside from that, it has powerful synchros like the Hyper Librarian here or the
Scrap Dragon.
I think in 2010, I don't think they had Trishula yet.
Okay.
And Scrap Dragon is also like one of the most stronger ones.
Yeah.
And then obviously like strong Xyz monsters like Utopia, it's a 25 buddy for two low 4s, which is really good. Like Leviathan Dragon is the most iconic rank 3, I think.
Yeah, one of the first as well. One of the first ones I ever actually obtained when I was
it's just
younger.
Immediate 25 buddy out of 2 level 3s, which is really good. And like Levia is such a good monster.
Yeah, especially bringing back Spore targets. It's
it was
good.
especially good in Tangle Planet. Like back then, Levia didn't do that much, but the synergy it has with the planet cards is really great for the deck here.
Yep. All right. Again, it was an incredible display there, so I hope you learned a little bit about 2011 format there. Thanks for tuning in, actually. We've got more coverage coming your way. Don't go anywhere. This has been Juho and myself from YCS Bologna 2023.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2023. So, we're still waiting for our top 32 to be confirmed so we can get straight in to that top 32 feature match as we speed towards the finals here at this YCS. Just so you guys are aware, after every round, sometimes some matches will go into some extra time, and that leads to a little bit of a delay between the matches. So, in the meantime, we're going to do a little bit of a quiz with our 2 UK commentators. Tom, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm really enjoying the event.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to casting the next feature match.
Do you have any idea what you think might top the event, might get the first place?
Oh, okay. Actually, when you say top, I was like, the top card has already happened.
Yeah, sorry, we're already there. I mean, yeah, like actually come first in the event.
Well, Basti asked me this earlier, so I'm going to stick with my answer, which is like Dragon Link, Dragon Synchro.
Okay. Okay. What about
good
yourself?
luck with that. There's one remaining, I think. So.
Well, you never know. Could be the only need one.
The only one, yeah. Tiarament strongest, I think. We're gonna go with Tier.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens with that. We've seen some pretty interesting tier matches so far. It's quite a strong deck. I wonder how many Unchained and Rescue Ace we'll see in the top cut as well. We're yet to see the deck breakdown, but soon you guys will have that on your screens as well, and we'll be able to show that off. But in the meantime, gentlemen, it's time to have this third of our category quiz. Both the German duo and the Italian duo have done this, and I can confirm that Alberto won his first ever quiz
let's go,
in this.
Alberto.
And he's very pleased. It's one for the history books, because it's never happened before, and as he said, may never happen again. But this is a category quiz where each of the questions are based on a particular category. So for instance, our first category is Duelicious cards. So these are all food-based ones. So if you buzz in for your answer, okay? Question 1. What card do you need to be able to summon Hungry Burger?
Buzz. Hamburger recipe.
Correct. Okay, 1 point for you. Keep a memory of your scores, because I'm really bad at this. You've got 5? Yeah. Good, good. That's a quick start. Okay, question 2. What is the name of the only Madolche Link monster?
Buzz. Madolche Sistart.
Correct. Well, fresh Sistart, but I'll give it to you. That's 1 apiece. Question 3. What is the 1 Gunkan Suship normal monster?
Buzz. Gunkan Suship Shari.
Correct. Okay, 2-1. God, you were blown away by that, weren't you? Slightly surprised. Don't worry, there's plenty more, and there's other categories, Tom. You've got plenty of time. Question number 4. What attribute is Chocolate Magician Girl?
Buzz. Earth.
No.
Dark.
No, no one's got this right so far. It's water.
Oh.
I know, interesting, right? Because chocolate is...
liquidy.
Water, yeah, I suppose. That's about right, isn't it? I think I've maybe failed school. What type of food is featured on the artwork of Chef's special recipe?
Buzz. Fish?
Incorrect.
Buzz. Soup?
It's a hamburger. It makes sense when you think about it. Unfortunately, no points there. So that's 2 points for you, and 1 point for you.
5.
5 points for you. No, 2 points for you, 5 points for you. Okay, we get into our second category. This category is called Cloudy with a Chance of Dueling. So this is all weather-based kind of things. So question 1. What attribute, this has tripped everyone up, this question, by the way, so let's see what happens. What attribute is the Weather Painter Moonbow? Anyone? Anyone want to buzz in?
Buzz.
Go.
Wind.
Incorrect.
Buzz. Light.
It's dark, I'm afraid. Get it? Moonbow, because the moon comes out in the dark. Doesn't it all make sense when you think about it? What card is listed on the card text of Harpy's Feather Storm?
Buzz. Harpy's Feather Duster.
Correct. Okay, so that is 2 apiece. How exciting. We get down to the tension. Question 3. What type of spell is Ancient City Rainbow Ruins?
Buzz. Crystal Beast. It's a Crystal Beast field spell.
Very good. Okay, 3-2. Got to snap into this, Nadir, or you're going to get left behind in the dust. Next question. Which core booster set featured Armed Dragon Thunder level 10 as its cover monster? Tough one. No one's got this right so far. Anyone want to guess? Take a guess? You're going to have to take a stab.
Buzz, Rising Rampage.
Incorrect.
Duelist Alliance.
It's Blazing Vortex, I'm afraid. Right, the last question of this one. This is an easy one, so this is fastest finger first. I've lost the question. What monster type is Ghost, Ogre, and Snow Ram?
Buzz.
That was 2 equal, so rock, paper, scissors. We'll do 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Someone. Okay, right, there we go. Right, Tom, what is it?
What was the question again?
I can't tell you that. You've got to come up with the answer.
Psychic.
Very good. Okay, so that's 4 points. 3? 2.
Yeah.
4-2.
Maybe 4. I don't know.
We'll say 4-2.
It's 4-2. It's 4-2.
We'll say 4-2. Okay, the next one, which I've butchered a couple of times, the Italian said it was all right, but this category is E Tempo di Duelare. It's time to duel. So, this first question. What type of spell is Kaiser Colosseum?
Buzz.
That was Nadir.
Continuous spell.
Correct. Okay, so that is 4-3. Next question. What attribute is Medulce Messenger Lance?
Buzz.
That was Nadir.
Earth.
Correct. Okay, it's now 4 apiece. We're back into it being tense and even. Next question. What is featured on the artwork of the Twin Kings, founders of the Empire?
Buzz. 2 kings. And an empire.
It was a good guess, but no.
A throne?
It's 2 wolves.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. No points there. Okay. Fastest finger first. What is the original attack of Dante, Traveler of the Burning Abyss? Oh, Tom!
1,000.
Correct!
Oh, no! I can't get that one wrong.
Oh, no. Nadir didn't get it. It's fine. It's okay. So that's now 5-4.
That was a risk because you could have said Dante, Pilgrim of the Burning
Yes,
Abyss.
I could have, but you buzzed in. You took the gamble, and it's paid off, much to the chagrin of Nadir here. But it's fine. One more question in E Tempo di Duelare, and that is, what is the level of Gladiator Beast Octavius?
Buzz. 8.
Incorrect.
Octavius. Well, you think 8 is Oct,
Yes,
right?
you would, yeah.
5?
7. Okay, so that's 5-4 as it stands, and we have 2 more categories remaining. The first one of which is Blast from the Dueling Past. So this is going to be related to things that have happened in YCSs in the past, as you could probably guess from the title of the category. First question. Which monster was featured on the 100th YCS participation game mat? Anyone?
Buzz, Dark Lord Superbia.
Incorrect.
Buzz. Darkworld Grapha.
It's Torbus from the Underworld.
Torbus.
I'm afraid. Okay, next question. Which city and in which year was the last Italian YCS held?
Buzz.
Buzz.
2019 Milan.
Very good. Okay, so that is now 5 apiece. Still tense. Anyone could take this at this point. Who will join Alberto in the winner's circle? Next question. Where did the first ever European YCS take place?
Buzz. It was in the Netherlands. Utrecht?
Incorrect.
No, not even Netherlands.
Amsterdam.
It was Bochum. Bochum.
You tricked me, Nadir.
Yeah. Okay, next question. We have 2 more in this one. What was the deck that won the Bochum Championships?
Buzz.
Which
Synchro?
Bochum?
That one that we're talking about, the first ever one.
Plant Synchro.
Nope.
Gosh, what year was this? Dart World?
It was X-Saber.
Okay.
Okay, now a slightly easier one. Which deck has seen the most wins in YCS history so far?
Wins? Buzz?
Do you mean YCS wins? Or
Yeah,
like
YCS
just game
wins.
wins?
YCS wins. Did I not say YCS wins in YCS history?
Yeah, I buzzed. Most wins, I'll go with Necros?
Incorrect.
Dino Rabbit?
It's Sky Striker.
Ah!
When you think about it, makes sense.
Oh my god, I love Ray.
But now, we're still at 5 apiece. So now we get into the final category to see where it all gets decided. So, this one, incidentally, is called Luck of the Draw. So, first question of Luck of the Draw. While using the effect of Gambler of Legend, what happens if you toss a coin and it lands on heads 3 times?
Destroy all monsters your opponent controls.
Correct.
Buzz.
He didn't buzz, but I'll give it.
Destroy all monsters your opponent controls?
Oh, stickler for the rules, but he got in there first. So that's 1 point to you. So 6-5. Still time. 4 more questions. Next question. Fastest finger first. What is the color of Time Wizard's cape?
Buzz.
That was equal. Rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3. Okay. You answer first then.
Blue.
Incorrect.
Red.
Incorrect.
Purple?
It is purple, but I can't give it you. I can't give it you.
I'm colorblind, so I do get these a bit.
Okay, well, that's probably an insensitive question for me to have asked then, but apologies. Maybe I'll give you the pity point. You're still 1 point ahead, though.
No, he's
oh,
1
you
point
1 point
ahead.
ahead? Okay, good. I'm really doing badly. Tell you what, I'll give you the point because you're colorblind. So now it's even again. Okay, next question. What monster is engraved on the coin featured on the artwork of Lucky Chance? Tougher one.
Buzz? Snipe Hunter?
Incorrect.
Dark Magician?
Winged Karibo. So still even. 2 more questions left. It could go either way. Easier one here. How many life points do you have to pay during each of your standby phases to keep Fairy Box on the field?
Buzz. 500.
Correct. Oh, okay, so... Or do I make this difficult? Because if you get this, then it's a draw, and then we have to do that. Or do I...
You just give it to me.
We don't have a tiebreaker question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this one worth 2 points. So either you get it or you get it. Basically,
I'm happy with the tie if I get it right. It's okay.
We'll see what happens here. So, fastest finger first. What type of spell is Dark Sanctuary?
Buzz. Normal?
Incorrect.
Field spell.
Correct!
Hey!
So you've won. You've won that quiz. That was narrow. You almost had it, though. You buzzed in quick, but unfortunately, commiserations to you, Tom. Congratulations, Nadir. How does it feel?
Incredible, honestly. I don't know why people are trying to win the YCS when they could just have this feeling right here that I'm experiencing.
If you
I'm
know a bit
overwhelmed.
about Yu-Gi-Oh, you should take part in these instead of playing the games. But speaking of those games, here at the YCS, we're going to have our top 32 very, very soon, and we're very excited to see exactly what's going to happen as we speed towards that final here at YCS Bologna.
duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Then Italian food is what our players have been cooking up this weekend, and this is why we are going to discuss the meta breakdown now.
You can see some numbers have changed since the beginning of the tournament, and now in top 64 the most represented deck is going to be Rescue Ace with 22%. It was tied first in the beginning. Now the other deck that was tied with it, Unchained, has fallen down a lot. Only 9% of players in top 64 are bringing Unchained. And we have a new second place competitor, and that is going to be Telements. And I have to tell you, Telements is really going strong. And the most interesting thing about this segment is, actually in Top Cut, we have more Telements decks that are using the Horus engine than the ones that have not used it. And therefore, that's a big surprise, because in the last couple of months, the Horus engine wasn't even that popular in the deck.
How do you feel about it? I mean, I think it's kind of fun, but I think a lot of players their complaint with it was that you had to already be able to play, and then, it didn't do a lot by itself, and it's kind of supplementary, but maybe just having that extra push is worth it.
I think another important thing for the Horus engine in this metagame is that there are a lot of hand traps. Your first turn is very likely to get stopped, and this is great recovery. This is such a great resource to have in the graveyard to just every turn special summon out some level 8 monsters, that you really have a lot of pressure, even if your first turn isn't the game-winning field that you wanted to end on. By the way, talking about the Rescue Ace again, we have done the breakdown ourselves, and in the beginning there were mostly Rescue Aces from top 64 to top 32. Later on, for the extremely high spots in Swiss, there weren't as many Rescue Aces anymore.
Yeah, that's true. But overall, still the most represented deck. And I mean, from top 64 on, of course, everyone is the same, right? You have to win or lose, you're in or out, so it doesn't really matter whether you came first place or last place, in that case 64th place, and therefore, even playing field from there on. And then also we have been kind of anticipating it. Labyrinth really crawling up now. 14% of players in top 64 are using that strategy, and I can tell you a lot of them already won in top 64 too, so Labyrinth really on a good way, with a lot of big names playing the deck to maybe another success here this weekend. And then we see on the right even more surprises, because the brand new Centurion and Fire King decks have actually made 4 people each into top 64, meaning 6% in total, and that's a big number to me personally.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance from brand new decks. This format very wide already, and a lot of players were kind of not sure if it could have any more surprises, but here we go.
Absolutely.
And these numbers, of course, they are lower than Labyrinth, Telement, Unchained, but you have to compare how many players registered with Fire King or Centurion. So the conversion rate, which is a word that Sebastian and I love ever since we got into casting, the conversion rate of Centurion and Fire Kings is insanely high. Those decks are real.
Yeah, and actually, let's compare it to Unchained for a short moment, because in addition, Fire King and Centurion is higher represented than Unchained in Top Cut. And if you would have told me that on Friday evening, I would have been like, oh, you may be a little mad, Tom, because that is not to be expected for this event. But the Italian players have surprised us. And now, of course, there is a big amount of other decks also making it into Top Cut, as you just saw in the graphics. And in the graphics, it's only saying others. But I have a big list of decks here, and so everyone at home, get out pen and paper, because we are going to give you the interesting strategies that also made it into top 64. First of all, not that interesting because it has been around for a while. The branded strategy also represented with 3 decks in top 64. 2 of them were using the Chimera strategy, and one of them just went pure branded. I don't know, I think we saw him on featured match.
Yeah, Victor, right?
Still going strong, and definitely having the time of his life here in Bologna. And I've heard he also won top 64, so definitely still left in the competition. Maybe our next champion, maybe our next YCS champion, who knows? Also, quickly going from decks to players, how crazy would it be if Julius Schwarzkopf, at his age, would just go back-to-back YCS wins? Because I can already spoiler you, he's also in top 64, so how on earth is he doing it? So young, just back-to-back YCS tops, maybe another win?
He switched decks as well, which is somehow even more impressive, because, everyone knows you can do very well with this Rika deck, and now you say, okay, I'm actually going to win with something else. It was too easy with Rika.
Speaking of Rika champions, Jessica Robinson is also still was in the top 64, but she was not playing Rika. She was actually playing Rescue Ace.
Yeah, indeed, she was. And speaking about Rika, though, there still was one Rika deck in top 64. And as we said, it is not you, Julius, it is not Jessica, but maybe still this European YCS is going to end up being won by a Rika deck once more. But there's a lot of other decks, so let's quickly browse through it a little more. Mikanko is represented twice in top 64. I saw one of them losing while I was at the top cut area, but of course it also was first after Swiss with Simon He piloting the deck, so definitely still a great contender to also take down the event. Then one deck, which we also featured on day one, that made top 64 is Kashtira. Again, one Kashtira player there in top 64. Then, of course, the smiling face we all love that is also still left in competition. Pakawat from one suit made top 64, is the only Infernoble player in the field. And he also moved on to top 32, still left in the competition.
And he beat a Fire King.
True, knocked out a Fire King. And then another deck we saw being knocked out in top 64 was Vanquish Soul, right? But there were two Vanquish Soul in top 64, and one of them survived. So one of them still left in the tournament for top 32. So maybe another final appearance of the top of the Vanquish Soul strategy. And yeah, what else do we have here? Let's see. There's Marinces. Where's Marinces coming from all of a sudden? There's one Marinces player also in top cut. Crazy.
To be fair, I don't think that there are a lot of Cybers decks right now. I think this is the only Cybers deck we're seeing in top 64. For a few events now, we've always had some Cybers deck popping up.
True.
We had Salamangreats, we had Mathmex, but now, no, just one Marinces.
Yeah, interestingly enough. And then to round it up, we have two strategies heavily relying on the Dragon archetype. It is, for once, the Beastial Runic deck, but of course, the one and only Joshua Schmidt is bringing to the tournament. And then also one Dragon Link has made it to top 64. So this is what it's looking like. This is all the decks in the tournament. So now you have a big overview of what's still left in competition, of what we still have. And it looks like we are going to be ready for the next feature match very soon. So let's talk a little more about that. But in the meantime, on the side already on the stage, I see some players coming to the table. And I think we got the feature match we wanted, everyone. I think we got the match we were looking at, and I'm very, very happy that we are going to look at that again. We, of course, aren't going to talk about the decks just yet because players are just sitting down, and that would be not the greatest idea to do that. But yeah, at this point, now that we know all the decks in top 64, Leo, I think you have to move away from your initial tip of what to win the tournament, right? Because how is that even possible? But it did happen that an Italian YCS here in Bologna managed to end up with 0 Flunder stacks in top 64.
I was going to say, I mean, a poor showing from all the Fluunderies.
And the crowd is applauding, actually. The crowd likes it.
I mean, Fluunderies is a very polarizing deck for many people. Some people adore it because of the simplicity and the room that you have for as a player who can make it work, and who could just focus on the opposing deck as well, while maybe ignoring a little bit what you have to do because you just go Robina, Eglin, Empen.
Totally.
But some people also say, hey, this is maybe a little bit annoying to play against because I have to summon all of my monsters in defense position. And if you are an Unchained player, that is not always that easy because Link monsters do not have a defense position.
Indeed,
Which would be really cool because of the link markers, and sometimes you could summon monsters in different zones.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a clear favorite now left in the field because there's one Dragon Link player, and you have been preaching Dragon Link the entire weekend. And I already saw him playing the deck. I can tell you, in the last round of Swiss, he played versus Dinkabui. Yeah. Both of them made their way into top 64, so I'm hoping for you that he's still going strong here.
I'm also saying I was including that Beastial Runic deck.
Okay,
Josh,
of course.
I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep my options open. Still got two whole decks left.
Yeah, if you're not cheering for the Dragon Link, then I am going to, because this guy looked really cool while playing.
True.
And yeah, that was just fascinating to watch. But we have seen so many players this weekend, so many different decks. It is just hella exciting around here. But we have just been informed that the players are ready. So we're going to give it over to Ed for an introduction.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, I am here with our top 32 feature match. Very much appreciate all of your patience as we waited for this to get ready. But we're here, and we're going to start ramping towards that final here at YCS Bologna. In front of me, I have Kevin Neftis Semlali and Giuseppe Mincione. And we're ready to kick into this. Gentlemen, while you're shoveling, could we do a high roll with 2 dice to see who is going to be going first, please? Giuseppe, you roll first, yeah. That is an 8. And for Kevin, that is a 7. Are you going to go first? Or
you're going to go first. Okay, so that means Giuseppe is going to be going first here in our top 32 feature match. The crowd is already applauding because they're excited to finally get into the action as we speed towards the final. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Always gotta love these intros from Ed. He's so good with words.
Yeah. Proper wordsmith. Although he keeps saying, like, we're going to speed towards them. I'm really enjoying all of the feature matches on the way. You know, let's take our time. Let's really enjoy it.
Totally, yeah. And those players, they're also having a crowd. And that's what I love about European Championship events, right? The crowd, I mean, the deeper the tournament goes, more and more players just in the venue, even sitting down in front of the TVs, willing to watch the players that are still remaining. Now we're down to 32, and of course this number is going down and down and down, and the likelihood of the player that they're watching is getting higher and higher. They are going to be the YCS champion that we're crowning here this weekend. So of course the excitement level gets higher and higher as well, and the excitement level for this feature match specifically is very high too, because it's actually two strategies that are not on top of the pie chart, and rather two rogue strategies, but players are ready. So why don't we check it out ourselves? Let's get into the playing action.
I'm loving the switch in pace of those melodies when we were entering our match. First of all, it sounds really epic, and then of course we got the aggressive almost intro for our top 32 match right here. Fire King versus Pearly. We are finally going to see the Fire King strategy again. We've been talking about it a lot this weekend. It is, as Basti said, a rogue strategy, because really so many people do not know what the cards do. A lot of them have to do with destruction.
Absolutely. And on the other hand, we have Giuseppe, who won the die roll with his Pearly strategy. But let me tell you, it's not only Pearly, but it's once again the Pearly Sprite strategy. And it's interesting to see that this Pearly Sprite strategy, oh my god, is actually more successful this weekend than the regular Pearly strategy. So I didn't expect that, to be honest.
I mean, have you tried it? I'm curious, because it does seem very cool, and you know, it gives you a few extra things to do. One of the things that I found about the Pearly deck is it's not very explosive at the beginning of the game.
Fair.
Compared to a lot of other decks. So playing it with the Sprite engine, which is now known to be very explosive, you know, you get one monster and then all of a sudden you have 4 in play, and then it does quite a lot. So I can see how they would fit together quite nicely.
Yeah, okay, and we go Sleepy Memory, discard Pretty Memory, getting out the Pearl Lily. That, of course, immediately fetches out the My Friend Pearly. Here we go, Giuseppe on his way to go for a big combo.
But Basti, I think you missed a little bit that we have 4 Pearlies in the top cut, and 2 of them are with Sprite.
Oh,
and
it's
50-50,
okay. But I think by now, in top 32, we have a higher success rate of Pearly Sprite
really?
now. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, and now we have normal some Nimble Beaver. That is something that is maybe going to surprise Kevin a little bit.
Yeah. But the thing about, if you don't know, if you are not aware of how Top Cuts are looking at European Championship events, the Top Cut area is a separated area, basically, where all the players left in the tournament are playing, except the ones, of course, here in the featured match. And the funny thing and the cool thing is that the person that you are going to face next, potentially, is playing next to you as well the round before. So these two guys were set next to each other in top 64. So they probably already know what their opponent is on, just by looking to the left or to the right for one singular time, and therefore it's probably no surprise here.
I was wondering if it was an issue that Giuseppe's prevented himself from summoning anything that's not level 2, but it looks like actually no, it's fine, because even though the Pearly is level 1, the XYZ it summons is level 2.
Yeah, indeed. So My Friend Pearly, but that means he can at least not bring out the Pearly anymore. It's interesting to see a Pearly deck that only plays 2 Pearly and 2 Pearlily, because those are like the cards you absolutely are maxing out on, because those are the ones that you play in the regular Pearly deck. But now, with the mixture of Pearly and Sprite, you can afford to just run 2 of them. And it seems like we are going to reveal 3 different cards again here for Giuseppe. Happy Memory, Sleepy Memory, and Delicious Memory. Of course, we cannot reveal more than one Delicious Memory, because this card is limited currently. Let's see whether he still gets it with a 33% chance. What are we picking up here?
Well, we don't know.
We will see shortly, though, maybe. Also, it's good for Giuseppe that he already has access to Sleepy Memory, because Pearl Lily can now just transform into E-Pearly Noir, and then we can also, through that, get access to Pearl Leap, of course, and that exactly is what's going to happen here.
Yeah, it's such a big upgrade having the E-Pearly Noir.
Totally.
Yeah. This card really opens you up to play the sprites, you know, because you don't have to focus so heavily on your Pearlies. You can just go for one Noir, and later on you will be able to set your Pearl Leap anyways. You don't have to dig through your entire deck the entire time.
So it does seem like we picked up the Sleepy Memory there, because that is the next card we activated. So we did not get access to the Delicious Memory there.
I think Sleepy Memory seems very happy here. Well, it's not happy, it's sleepy, but you know, it seems like a very good pick. Drawing 2 and then activating the Pearl Leap, and then you can draw 2 more. That's a lot of draws.
Yeah, indeed. But I think usually the Pearly strategy plays a lot of non-engine in form of hand interactions like Effect Veilers, Ash Blossoms, Nibiru's, and so on. But now that we have to also fit in the Sprite engine, it's not that much space anymore that you have for that. So the draws in standby phase are not that meaningful anymore compared to the regular Pearly strategy, I want to say. I mean, at the end of the day, he still found space for triple Ash Blossom and 1 Effect Veiler and triple Nibiru as well. So it's actually not that bad.
And
he has space. Yeah, but this one, of course, is not that great to draw in the standby phase of your opponent's turn.
Actually a very good
but
point.
look at that. We have not even used Nimble Angler yet. Just summoning out Sprite Sprint, sending that Nimble Angler to the graveyard to get 2 beavers to the field.
And this is a really powerful field right now. He can go for IP Masquerena under the Sprite Sprint. Would make the... what's it called?
We go for a rank 2. Mannequin Cat it is. Okay, that usually is a card that is kind of coming in game 2 and 3, because you can specifically summon out cards to counter your opponent's deck. Oh, and there's a third Sleepy Memory. I think Giuseppe wants to draw a lot of cards here. Holy guacamole.
That is going to be a lot of draws in the standby phase 6 if you activate the Pearl Leap. And with this, you also guarantee that your Noir is going to be unaffected. But wow, we even have a happy on here as well.
Yeah, it was pretty, but still,
pretty,
it is he's happy and pretty right now, I would say, because that is going to be a really, really big Noir that is coming out of all of this. Okay, so that's the first draw. Giuseppe asking, do you want to cut my deck again? But Kevin says, it's fine, you're going to draw 6 cards. Whatever I'm cutting here, you're probably going to draw it anyway, so we don't need to do that. There comes Pearl Leap. So we're transforming the E-Pearly Noir into X-Pearly Noir. And that one is just going to do the same thing again now. Just 3 more cards, and we drew the same amount of cards that Kevin is now starting his turn with just in his standby phase.
Oh, that is absolutely incredible, and the X-Pearly Noir also can shuffle back so many cards. The Sprite Sprint is there as well, and we also have the Mannequin Cat, but we have seen some pretty neat side deck cards for the Mannequin Cat. What is the Mannequin? Look at this tower of a card. This is half a book already. What can the Mannequin Cat summon out?
I'm wondering, just maybe summons a Sprite monster. Maybe that's it.
That's a good idea, for sure.
Maybe just get out Sprite Red.
Yeah.
I can't think of what else you do.
I mean, if you know that you're playing versus Fire King, then this is pretty easy to summon out the Fire Attribute.
That's actually a pretty clever move then. Okay, but that is just going to be a normal summon here for Kevin, and Kevin is going to start things off with the Arvata.
All right, so he is still playing, and he's not scooping this up against this absolutely massive field and hand that Giuseppe has right now. So I think that there is maybe a way for the Fire Kings to play through this. Let's see.
I mean, if one can do it, then it's Kevin, because he brought this deck all the way to top 32 here. So he probably had some very intense duels all the way around. And I think I see another Avatar in his hand. Okay, Sanctuary first of all, though. Is Giuseppe going to respond to that? Or will he just let Kevin play for now?
If you aren't fussed by the Sanctuary's other effects, you could just let the island resolve, and then when the island is activated, you could chain the Pearly Noir, and then you'd not have to worry about Kevin having another copy in his hand. But other than that, it seems very minor.
That is true, but then you open up your Noir to be affected by card effects, because you only, I think it's 6 materials, right?
Yeah, but you can never sit on this Noir forever, because the Pearl Leap will return it to the extra deck during your next end phase if it's still on the field. So you can't just sit on this as the sort of strategy that some people like to play. You have to make it the proper way if you want to do that.
Yeah, that's true, indeed. So one of the outs that players sometimes have against ex-Pearly Noir is, of course, the Underworld Goddess, which we also saw this weekend before, but I can tell you there is no Underworld Goddess in the extra deck of Kevin.
Only fire monsters.
Only fire. No, not really. There are a couple of others, but... Oh, wait. At the bottom of the extra deck, there is Underworld Goddess. So it is... I didn't scroll far enough, but there is an Underworld Goddess. Oh, and Giuseppe is just going to use the double cross here on the Avatar.
And that is going to be quite interesting. Which effect is he trying to activate? Is he trying to take it over to put it into the sprint zone? Is he reacting to a possible Fire King Island effect? Because then Fire King Island could also destroy something from the hand.
I would think we would just try to attach this as a material to the Mannequin Cat, because that's just safer than taking it over, I would assume.
Can you attach it to the Noir? Does it have to attach to a rank 2, or
Yes.
you just have to control
Has to
a rank
attach
2?
to a rank 2. I'm pretty sure you have to do that. Yeah, okay. And no, okay. He does just take it over, putting it into the zone that Sprite Sprint is pointing to.
That is a little risky, because will it get the effect for Kevin if it's destroyed, even while
That's a good question, yeah. That's why I was wondering about it. When you just put it underneath the Mannequin Cat, that would have not happened for sure.
Nothing yet destroys XYZ materials. You can destroy things in your deck,
Yeah,
your
it's
hand.
just if this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, so it doesn't really matter from which side of the field that happens.
Oh, and I think this is also one of the newer Fire King cards. We have discussed this
Absolutely, yeah.
before. This is the Rangbali.
Yeah, and Rangbali is interesting because Rangbali basically is comparable to a card that Giuseppe is also using in his deck, because it's kind of Sprite Carrot, but just for Fire Kings, and you have to destroy one card out of your hand, which is perfectly fine for Fire Kings, Bo.
Yeah, very similar effect to the Arvata, but instead
Yep.
it lets you negate spells and traps.
Totally, totally. So, Sprite Red, and that means Kevin is not going to win this. Giuseppe, with his Pearly Sprite strategy, is taking down game number 1 in impressive fashion, honestly. He actually played around Triple Tactic Talons very well there. He didn't want to activate any monster effects. He went with Double Cross, and he was just chilling on all of his monster effects, and it was enough already.
I love the fact that it plays around talents. He was like, what do you mean you played around talents? You activated 6 monster effects already this turn, and you're telling me none of them were in the main phase?
Yep, that's true.
And it was the same one every single time.
6 cards off of Sleepy Memory. That is a pretty impressive start. We have not really addressed Pearly at all in our discussions about the winning deck for the tournament. What are we thinking? Is it maybe finally time for the deck? I think I mentioned once that it hasn't had a singular YCS win. It only was part of a 3v3 winning team, but besides that, no wins for Pearly so far. So is it time this weekend?
I mean, I think Pearly has its weakness in Game 2 and Game 3. So if there are cards in the side deck, then they hit Pearly pretty hard. You are very reliant on summoning this one-win condition, the ex-Pearly Noir. Of course, there are also other options. We've also seen the Mannequin Cat, which is pretty cool. You have a double cross. I really like the Sprite variant in this format, because you can now extend your field from just being a Noir with a lot of resources. But if this Noir gets outed, it is pretty hard to come back.
Yeah, the thing is that Sprite variant of the deck really solved this problem to some extent, because now just XYZ, what's the quick play spell that just puts it back into the extra deck? Encore isn't that impressive anymore when you still have Sprite Red and Sprite Sprint there or something.
Or
so
Carrot too.
Carrot as well. It's just actually totally fine, and I think this might be the solution to all of this. And also, additionally, I want to say, people probably were cutting on this card specifically because they were not as scared of Pearly anymore.
But you think you should be scared?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, he's sitting here in top 32, so
Very
maybe some
frightening kitty
people,
cats.
maybe some people made the mistake of not respecting it anymore. And Kevin, I'm looking here at his side deck, is not crazily prepared for the Pearly matchup either. One card that kind of is working well against Noir is Skill Drain. The thing is, if you go second versus that, they can just shuffle it away in the end phase, so Skill Drain doesn't seem that scary anymore, to be honest. But now, going first, it's probably going to be a card he's going to bring in, I would assume.
Yeah, Skill Drain seems like an immensely powerful card going first against almost anything, with the possible exception of Labyrinth, which plays it themselves.
Yeah. One card that is there is evenly matched, also in the side deck of Heavens. So right now, of course, going first, but going second, that could be a solution to the big Pearly or Pearly Sprite fields, because they have to leave X-Pearly Noir on the field. And then if you start playing, at some point, maybe you can outgrind them because you have to use all the effects.
They might have a carrot, though. I think that maybe if you want to go for a gigantic sprite line, then you don't have to summon the red. You are Nibiru protected, so you might go for a carrot later on to protect your field from Lightning Storm, which has picked up in popularity as well. But the players are ready, as you can already see. So let's go right into game 2.
And there we go, Kevin now going first, hopefully being able to show us once again what Fire Kings are able to do now with the support of the new structure deck.
Oh, and it's going to be interesting to see, because I had a little peek at Giuseppe's hand. I think I saw 2 Ash Blossoms.
Oh, okay. One usually enough, but I mean, we'll take 2. Oh no, is that... Okay, I think we just clarified to go into the main phase. It looked like a pass for a second, but no, there's Sanctuary. And Sanctuary, of course, is going to activate the Fire King Island from our deck. And once again, that cannot be met with Ash Blossom because we're directly activating it from our deck.
What do you think? Do you think this is a good thing to Ash? Because I feel like it's an excellent thing to Ash. Giuseppe agrees.
And he does, immediately responding with Ash Blossom on the Fire King Island.
I mean, that is the Ash Blossom choke point. You can't Ash the Sanctuary, but you can still always Ash the Fire King Island, which actually does look like a cool place to take a vacation to.
Oh, looks dangerous to me. Oh, but Kevin has the Ponix. Normal Summon Ponix is huge here. That is the card that now the entire deck is evolving around, and having it hard drawn here definitely helps Kevin immensely. And he's searching out a card that he even included twice in his main deck, and it's Fire King Skyburn. A very, very neat new addition to the deck as well.
And I think that this card is just absolutely crazy. How players are not running 20 copies of this is beyond me. You can actually destroy any amount of Fire King monsters on your side of the field. Oh, we are extending this even further. And then you can destroy an equal amount on the side of your opponent's field, and then you can destroy multiple cards with just one card that you set to your side of the field, and you can trigger all of the effects of it. So this is really strong.
Yeah, I do agree. I see more and more why you like the card totally. So we are searching for the Diabellstar Witch here, and of course that is going to find its way to the field very shortly too. Just having a quick read of Fire King Skyburn. Maybe Giuseppe heard us saying this card is really good, so you maybe should read it again.
I hope he didn't, to be honest.
No, absolutely not. No way.
Are there any other level 1 fires that you want to summon?
Let me check. I think in Kevin's version of the deck, I don't think there is any, because he's not playing the Snake Eye monsters.
Oh, wow.
And therefore, I think it's more and more standard to not, or like, what am I saying more and more? Because the deck is around since 2 days, or maybe 3 at this point. But usually I don't think you play the Snake Eye cards.
So here, what, we're just going to make a rank 1, I reckon.
Potentially.
Sylvan Princess Sprout.
We are going to see very soon. We might as well go for 1 Linkuriboh and then end on SP Masquerena. That could also be something.
SP Little Knight or
SP
IP
Little Knight,
Masquerena?
more likely.
SP Masquerena, let's go. All right. No, I'm sorry.
That's both of the effects.
All right, so we are going to draw 1 card here. There we go. Kevin refreshing his hand even more. Trying to, of course, draw into cards that will have an impact on his opponent's turn. Cards like Nibiru, cards like Ash Blossom, and all that kind of stuff.
He could just leave both Ponix to be destroyed with the Skyburn as well.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. Look at that! Setting 2 cards. He's trying to have enough monsters on the field, so the Skyburn is an impactful interruption. And yeah, I like that. This might be enough, but we will see in a second, because now it's the turn of Giuseppe, and he has this field to overcome.
Oh, and there is a trap card in the hand of Giuseppe. It might actually not be an evenly matched, because I think that would have been the first thing to come down to the field here. We are normal summoning the Nimble Beaver immediately after this effect, having 2 monsters on the field, which I find quite interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, immediately starting things off with that. Kevin thinking about things. Also, Giuseppe made the decision so quickly, right? He did almost not think about it. And whenever my opponent moves like that, having like the instant reaction, having the instant move of what to do, I'm always assuming that they have no real option but to do that, right? So maybe that is the only card that they can summon here. Maybe that's the only monster they have, the only move they have to start with. And then I'm very likely to interact with it because maybe they don't have anything after. Okay, but now there's the Nimble Angler on the field.
Are the Nimble monsters bigger than the Ponixes?
That's a good question.
I actually do not think so.
Because they're all very small. Everything in play is very small.
Oh, I think, wait, Nimble Beaver does it have 200 or 400 attack?
So we can run over both of them here. So because
you can run over one.
One of them is in defense.
Yeah.
And yeah, but Nimble Angler is big enough because Nimble Angler is 600. So that would
It's 400.
It's 600.
Angler, but
yeah.
it was summoned in defense.
Oh, was it? Okay, no, it wasn't. But whatever.
That doesn't matter.
We're going for rank 2 here anyways. We're just deciding on what is... Oh, it's happiness, okay.
Kevin just checking there. Can you really just summon this?
Yep.
Is that allowed?
Totally fine. E-Pearly Happiness is on the field. And I think Giuseppe is just trying to go into the battle phase here and scaring a Zeus, if you ask me.
And I think at this point you kind of have to go for the Skyburn already. I mean, your opponent invested the normal summon into it. And
now,
a valuable resource.
Imagine Giuseppe has Happy Memory now to protect his E-Pearly Happiness. That would be so good. Because it also afterwards could just attach itself to the happiness again. And then this one could attack even multiple times afterwards. That would be the card of all time to have here, honestly.
Yeah, the question you want to ask yourself is it not okay to even let this go? But wow, this actually does resolve, threatening a Happy Memory right here, but there was none. I think in the standby phase, Ponix will return to the hand.
Okay, so, I think Giuseppe is saying, hey, I declared an attack with this. Is happiness not going to trigger? Because this says at the end of the damage step, if this card battled. But I'm pretty sure on attack declaration, the card was activated, and therefore it should not trigger anymore. I'm very sure about that.
Yeah, you have to reach damage calculation at least.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Let me tell you one thing, Skyburn can't activate in damage calculation.
That's the thing, yeah. No way. So we can clarify that that's not going to happen.
Oh.
Okay, look at that. After that, because the Ponix was destroyed, we can trigger the Garunix in hand now. Sacred Fire King Garunix trying to special summon itself out to the field.
This is looking rather good for Kevin now. He also has another set card there, and Garunix is a pretty powerful card. Now he might get into his engine a little bit more. The Ponix will return to his hand in the next standby phase.
On the Garunix.
Oh.
That's interesting. And the good thing is, Kevin so far only used monster effects in the main phase. Was it a pass? Indeed, it is a pass. So I think my idea was correct. Giuseppe had no other play but to normal summon that Nimble Beaver, and therefore he had to go for exactly that move. And after that move was stopped, it's back to Kevin. Kevin now comes in with another normal summon, and he's building up pressure. He wants to put up a lot of damage here this turn, maybe even ending the duel here.
I think this is the clear goal for him. Fire King Island is going to be activated now. Ash Blossom once again. We talked about it earlier. We spotted 2 Ash Blossoms in his hand already, and now Kevin has to find a way to win the game this turn if he wants to end it now. But
Can you negate Ash with Arvata?
That's what I was wondering. Is Arvata maybe limited to just monsters? Oh wait, no, that's Barong. Barong is the negate, and Arvata is not the negate, right?
No, Arvata is definitely the negate.
Skyburn, by the way, has a very interesting graveyard effect that it protects your monsters from being destroyed, and I'm really not sure.
It doesn't sound like what you're supposed to do.
Would have been, yeah, Arvata, you're right.
I think that's what happened here, yeah.
Okay, so let's keep on going. Kevin grabbing his deck here. Not done with his turn yet, of course. Giuseppe only sitting there with 2 measly cards in hand and nothing more. And that should be Fire King High Avatar Kirin that we are grabbing out there from our deck.
And Kirin is incredible for OTKs, let me tell you one thing. Because it can just, as a quick effect, in the main phase, okay, special summon itself by destroying a fire monster you control.
That's true, but I think we saw a very, very cool strategy yesterday of our Fire King opponent. And that was actually going for the Exceed, going for Garunix Eternity, high-ing of the Fire Kings, and then in the battle phase destroying that to special summon out the materials it had. And I mean, that's easily over 8,000 points of damage, and therefore that might be the way there if he gets to the Garunix.
Yeah, so he'd need to be able to get to 2 level 8s along with the circle.
Is he playing the circle?
Let me check. I do not see circle. No, there is no circle in there.
All right, then Kevin will have to find another way to OTK right here. I thought this was the one card that you include to just OTK your opponent all the time. Also, it is pretty flexible.
Probably there's another way to just get out another level Is it level 8? You said level 8. Yeah, it is level 8. You're right.
Yeah, is there some way to destroy it during the battle phase?
There has to be, right? It's all about destroying, so there must be a way to destroy that one as well in the battle phase. But okay, Kevin is going to show us shortly. Let's stop the guessing. Let's see the man in action here.
Runic is being summoned. Now you can destroy something from the deck if you want to. Kirin is also always an option. However, Kirin has to destroy a card then. I don't know if it also has to destroy something from... Could destroy something from your side.
Yeah, I think it just special summons. It doesn't have to destroy anything. I think you can.
Then
you can destroy something from your side, yeah.
So we could definitely go into a rank 8 if we want to. But this alone is a lot of damage already.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. And I mean, still there is this avatar sitting, so it's another interaction with your opponent. Oh, okay. We do destroy the Kirin.
And this might summon out another Garunix.
Is that the Kirin has to destroy summon itself, does it?
So Kevin still thinking this through. Giuseppe making sure that he doesn't miss a single bit here. Of course, he may not be in a good position in this game, but he will always have a game free to come back to, and in that one he would be able to start again as he did impressively in game number 1.
Yeah, and then it is also really important to know what the cards of your opponents do.
Exactly. You don't only learn for life here, you learn for that game free.
Yeah, the more you get to peek into your opponent's strategy, the better.
That looks like an attack. Or is he calculating maybe? Because this looked like an attack question mark.
If I attack, how much damage will I do?
Yeah, Kevin now, bringing out the Ponix. Ponix using its effect there.
Maybe for a second copy of Skyburn.
Yeah, but can you destroy... Can you actually use Skyburn if your opponent has nothing on the field? I think that's actually possible. Oh, no, it doesn't.
No, it's not. You're right.
But
I mean, having it as an additional interruption, it worked out very well last time, and now Giuseppe has a lot less cards in hand, so it should be working out another time. I would be confident in just grabbing Skyburn there again. Kevin took a while to figure this out, but I mean, at the end of the day, that should be a safe route to win this game here.
Yeah. Kevin has so much value right now. He's activating the Kirin right here. This is even more damage. Might be destroying the Ponix. Ponix not immediately going to trigger and special summon something or anything like that. Okay, we value the 500 attack points on the field. And this is the scoop right here.
Kevin with his Fire King strategy equaling the score 1-1. There is only one more game to come. Who is it going to be? The players are picking up their cards, shuffling, and of course immediately grabbing their side deck. And now this is where the match most likely will be decided with. Giuseppe has a couple of really interesting options in his side deck, mainly connected to number 29 Mannequin Cat, which he's already having in his extra deck, of course. He summoned that out in game number 1, but now after siding, there are some very interesting options he could rely on. The question though, Tom, you're already looking there, is there an option that's really good against Fire King though?
I'm not seeing any fire monsters to special summon. It has to summon with the same type or attribute?
Yeah, exactly, that's the case.
I don't think he's got anything specifically for this matchup. I don't know
so,
what you can
I mean, they're in this main deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Sprite cards are in his main deck for sure. I'm just wondering, is there any way that he could get to Arklor Christia? Because Christia is in his side deck, but there's probably no fairy monsters in the strategy of Kevin, right? So Christia cannot do it.
Can you not summon with Mannequin Cat to your opponent's side of the field and then trigger that? I remember something like that.
Yeah,
there was a combo with Neptibus once.
But just from the graveyard of your opponent, I think.
You summon from your opponent's graveyard, and then when your opponent, a monster is summoned to your opponent's field, you can summon one of the same type or attribute from your deck.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we see that Giuseppe is also side decking Keldo and Mujora. And is there any way we bring these in versus the Fire King strategy? The problem is they are already triggering in the graveyard, right? When they are destroyed, so shuffling them back doesn't do anything, correct?
Yeah.
So probably not the way to go. Those cards are most likely sided in against Telements, which is also very popular this weekend, so it's understandable to bring them.
I don't even think that there's one card that exists that states that you can destroy something for cost, because then Mudora and Caldo would work against that. If you shuffle something back that was sent to the graveyard for cost, then it won't trigger if you shuffle it. So I don't think that this mechanic exists.
Yeah, you're right. And now, of course, also some mind games are going on while siding because both players decide to include Nibiru into their main deck. And now, Kevin, do you keep in Nibiru versus that deck when they are constantly summoning Gigantic Sprite, which is preventing you from even using the Nibiru? Do you just hope that he has an awkward hand and he has to summon 5 times first before he gets into the Gigantic Sprite? And then, of course, the impact would be immense. But what would you say? Do you keep it in or not?
I would say no, because I think I saw Giuseppe very deliberately make that Gigantic Sprite. So he summoned 1 Pearly, and then 2 level 2s, and then a Gigantic Sprite. So I think if he's going to do that again, then that's only 4 summons, and you're not going to get to use that Nibiru.
I think he was explicitly playing around Nibiru because the card is very popular this weekend. I've talked to a bunch of players, and they were saying, yep, you kind of have to include Nibiru at the moment because there's a lot of decks struggling versus it. Even Labyrinth at this point very often plays into Nibiru, funnily enough, as a trap deck.
I think you actually just go for it, because in game 1 we saw a normal summon Beaver, special summon Angler, go into Sprint, special summon out 2 Beavers, and then you already have it. So I think Nibiru can make an impact depending on the head. And in this scenario, you want to go all in. You want to just, in game 3, you have the disadvantage of going second, so you want to have all the options that you can. But the players are ready. Top 32 of YCS Bologna. Let's go into game 3.
Giuseppe, not only with the advantage of going first, but also the home crowd advantage, being an Italian player here, and Kevin has to rely on going second here and maybe resolving one of his impactful cards like Evenly Matched or something. But first, let's watch out. Let's have a look. What's Giuseppe going to do here?
I think the hand of Giuseppe is very interesting. It's really sprite heavy. I think I can see sprite blue and sprite carrot as well.
Ooh.
But we're starting with a My Friend Pearly first. 500 life points down the drain. However, you get to add a Pearly spell card, and I think that's just absolutely worth it.
Yeah, let's see what he's revealing here, because we've seen him reveal 3 different ones all the time, but immediately Kevin says, I want to keep you down on cards in hand, only 4 more left. And I think when the Pearly deck is not really getting to go, it's kind of tough for them some of the time.
Oh yes, I think that we are just going to see a big Sprite combo this turn, maybe. Even though that's like really good. Sprite is still a valid deck that can put out a big field with good interruptions.
Especially, it's kind of cool because Sprite Red does not have to destroy the monster. You can negate the effect of a monster, but you don't have to destroy the monster. And versus Fire Kings, you would only be helping them if you destroy stuff. So I think that's a cool interaction there.
Sprite starter activated. No max C chained right here because it is absolutely forbidden right here.
Totally.
We're going to special summon out the Sprite Red first, which is 1,200 damage.
I think he's got 16 minutes. That should probably do.
Yeah, I agree. It should be fine.
Does he have enough life points? If he continues playing this way, he played 2 cards so far, and he's already taken 1,700. It's getting dangerously close.
Look at that. There's also the Sprite Carrot, as you were seeing correctly. Now Sprite Blue, and we know that he's on the trap card as well. We know that he's also on Sprite Double Cross. So if he goes for Jet here, that would be probably the card he desires to get there too. And then, as you were saying, even though he does not have any access to his Pearly cards at the moment, it would be somewhat of a good opening.
Yeah, the Pearly cards are just baits right here to get those hand traps out, and now you can play Sprite as much as you want. But there is one more Pearly card in his hand, and that is Pearl Lily. And as you have already started with My Friend Pearly, Pearl Lily doesn't really get you anywhere. Actually, it gets you legit nowhere here.
Yeah, well, you can search a Pearl Leap for all the good it's going to do you.
Can't even activate the effect of Pearl Lily because there's nothing in the graveyard. Now we're going for Sprite Sprint. Nimble Angler is going to be sent to the graveyard, and then we're going to be able to summon out 2 Beavers. But at this point, not even Mannequin Cat makes sense anymore because you have Carrot and Red on the field.
Yeah, I do agree. So 2 Beavers, but there's other options he still has left in his extra deck. So let me just have a quick look. For example, he could just go into SB Little Knight. We have not seen him do this yet, but that seems like a pretty strong play. But he still goes into the Mannequin Cat anyways. Okay.
Maybe he's got a surprise for us. I was wondering if you could make a Pearly XYZ and then normal summon the Lily and search the Leap. Maybe that's something to do, but...
Yeah, true. That would have been an interesting way to get to X Pearly Noir. You're right. I like that as an idea, honestly.
You should pick up the deck.
Yeah. Totally, you seem like a master in it. I asked you before the round, Tom, are you an expert by now in Pearly Sprite, because we might feature it again, and you were super confident about it. And I now see why, honestly.
I've never played this. I've played a lot of Pearly.
Okay, we start with Impermanence on Carrot, and Kevin seems happy. Ooh. Is there going to be an evenly matched after? Because that would be the card he wants to follow this through with. Oh my, is it going to be there, though?
Is he playing it?
He is playing it, yes.
You are in Giuseppe's deck right now.
That is correct.
Oh, but there is also evenly matched in Kevin's side deck. You are absolutely correct on that one. Negating the carrot is already dangerous. We are hearing dangerous music right here. If we are Giuseppe, this is looking dark right here if Kevin has proper follow-up.
I mean, one thing is for sure. If you are using Impermanence on Sprite Carrot, there is going to be an impactful spell or trap card coming down. Be it Engine or be it evenly matched. One of the two is very, very likely to come down here.
Are thinking, while there are no cards on the field, this might have been the announcement of the battle phase right here.
Oh, Kevin. Can he pull it off? Evenly matched for an insane impact here in top 32 of YC's Bologna. Is it happening? Giuseppe probably, I mean, he's considering to do something that must almost mean that we are going into the battle phase and he has to do something.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, there's no way you do this. There's no way you do this preemptively, honestly. I think we are going into the battle phase. And Giuseppe just wants to secure some kind of follow-up here.
Yeah, the one way he could summon out the Ash of his opponent to get this banished Sprite Sprint. Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, okay. What's happening now? We can actually just get that Sprite Red to the head, and there is the evenly match! The crowd is going wild! Evenly match going to banish almost the entire field of Giuseppe, only leaving him with Mannequin Cat on the field. But it was still a smart move by Giuseppe to recover that Sprite Red there through the effect of Mannequin Cat combined with the Sprite Sprint.
Yeah, now he can use the Mannequin Cat to special summon out the Sprite Red again, so he has an interruption that is very strong.
Fire King Island coming as well for Kevin. Does he have a good monster to destroy with the Fire King Island? Ideally, there's a Fire King card he can destroy here.
Oh, and it is the Kirin, and that is the best one by far, because this one can also take out the Mannequin Cat in Resolve. If you special summon out a monster, the Mannequin Cat will be popped at the same time. So there is no Sprite Red coming down for Giuseppe afterwards.
Yeah, that is so strong here. Kevin with the perfect answers to what Giuseppe had to offer. That evenly matched, really clearing the way. And now Kevin in the driver's seat here in this.
Yeah, Giuseppe left only with one Sprite Red and one Perlily. Not very much to do next turn. Well, he will get a next turn because evenly matched. Used up the battle phase already.
And that is true. I'm incredibly excited because this is maybe the first time we are seeing an uninterrupted-ish two-card combo of the Fire Kings right here.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it too. We know Giuseppe has nothing to do here this turn anymore. And that looks like we are searching out Runics there. Looks like an Ultra Rare that could almost only be the Runics, to be honest. That is the wrong Kirin, indeed. Also cool Kirin, but not the right one here. But now we're going to trigger the Kirin. Kirin now would allow us to special summon out the Runics from hand and then destroy the Mannequin Cat. Yep, Runics, and there is the destruction of Mannequin Cat. We outed the entire field. 0 cards left currently for Giuseppe, and Kevin is just getting started.
Yes, now we are going to see the true power of the Fire Kings unfold. I was going to say True Kings, but the Fire Kings, they just got rolling here. We are destroying the Kirin, getting rid of the Mannequin Cat, and there is no follow-up from Giuseppe as well. He needs to draw into one of those memory cards.
Yep, Giuseppe's world right now kind of on fire, and Kevin sitting there like a king, and he really is going strong here. Sending Barong now to the graveyard.
That should get you some follow-up for the turn after next.
Oh, and Prosperity too! What a hand that was for Kevin! Looking into the graveyard before deciding on which cards to banish there.
I can imagine that you definitely want to pick up some non-engine right here. You maybe want to go for an Ash Blossom or something on the likes of that. Have we normal summon? Is there maybe a Ponix that you want to pick up?
Yeah, I don't think we have normal summon, and therefore Ponix seems like a good choice. And then Ponix just get out Fire King Skyburn again, and that has worked out in the last game, so why not again here?
Arvata also a very good option. 1 extra monster negate.
Fairly certainly true. Okay, so we have decided on 6 cards that we are banishing, and now let's see what there is. Prosperity not the choice, but okay, we can decide between Arvata and Ponix. Both cards have been revealed there.
There's also a Skyburn, so there's a possibility to skip some steps and just take the Ponyx and add the Skyburn to hand. Of course, we want to resolve everything correctly, so Kevin will now take his time. He is thinking, are we going to definitely not pick the Pot of Prosperity?
Okay.
So that one's out of the way.
I was like, you are really going to pick the Prosperity there, but he just makes sure to immediately put it away, so it's not giving him any bad ideas there. Okay, and I think Ponyx is going to be the card we have settled on, and that is ready to be normal summoned right away.
Have a Destroy 2+. Good follow-up in the next turn as well, because if Ponyx gets destroyed, you can add it back to your hand in the standby phase. If we are even going for the Skyburn, yes, we absolutely are.
The Barong as well in the graveyard. It's a bit like Skarm, but you have to wait even longer, not just to the end phase, but to your next standby phase, and then you get to search a card.
Yeah.
Be patient, everyone.
But I'm confident, honestly, that Kevin is going to get that time. I think we are going to have the time to get to our next turn, and then it's going to be high value. Oh, and I think we picked up another monster card there for Giuseppe, and Giuseppe is in the need of spell cards, honestly, because he wants some of the quick play spells of the Pearly deck to now, after his Sprite engine kind of getting countered, play with his Pearly engine.
But he can now normal summon Pearlily to just add a My Friend Pearly and then hope that that works.
Ooh, I think we used Ash Blossom on the Barong then, right?
Maybe Barong is just the next standby phase rather than your next
Yeah, it is just the next standby phase, you're right. So we just used Ash Blossom on that, but that tells Kevin, hey, I only have 2 cards left, and you only have to face 2 more cards. And he even knows now what the other card is. There's only Sprite left, there's Sprite Red left in the hand, so I think Kevin is feeling good about this. Giuseppe grabbing the deck, and probably just getting My Friend Pearly here.
Kind of has to. If he goes for Pearly, that would be devastating for him. So we're grabbing the My Friend Pearly. Now it all comes down to some good hits by Giuseppe. I'm just questioning if he even has a way out of this, because the Skyburn looks so good.
Yeah, there's no chance that Kevin will let this resolve, right? You pay 500 and then...
Yeah, I think if we just use the Skyburn there and then goodbye My Friend Pearly, then it's not that good of a friend anymore, to be honest, when we just chain Skyburn to it.
Definitely not.
Okay, there it is. My Friend Pearly. Activation, of course, fine. Kevin saying yes. And then to the effect activation, we are chaining Fire King Skyburn. We are destroying both cards on the side of Giuseppe and both of our own. But our own are going to be replaced soon. And it's going over to Kevin. Once again, 5,800 life points to overcome. Ponyx back to his hand.
This is not a follow-up with which you easily OTK on Kevin's side right here, but he has the Fire King Island, he has the Ponyx, and he has the top-decked card, so he can just try to play on right here. He also has the Runics in the graveyard.
Yeah, he just has the ability to normal summon the Ponyx, get another Skyburn for next turn, and then use the Fire King Island. He's got the world in his hands here.
Yeah, Ponyx going for the Surge. That would be a card, though, that you maybe side out a second copy of, that Fire King Skyburn. I could imagine that, but no. As you can see, Kevin just says, nah, this card is super good to break fields, and therefore we are going to keep it in twice. Now, the Fire King Island activating, destroying the Ponyx. And Kevin getting to summon out another monster.
He's not certainly sure what he's going to take. He might go for the Kirin because it is very flexible. You can also use it to special summon itself in the opponent's main phase. This might help you to play around any card. I'm very curious to see what Kevin has drawn for turn, because now the High Avatar Garunix is being special summoned right here. You can destroy something else from the deck as well. This is looking very good for Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin nodding. He's agreeing with you, Leo. This is looking good for me. I'm on my way to top 16 of this YCS with one of the most creative decks left in the field, Fire King. Just 3 days ago, as I was saying earlier, getting the new structure deck. The cards you can see there right now, Garunix, Kirin, they're brand new, just around for a couple of days, and still Kevin managed to master them already. All right, Kirin now in the graveyard, activating. Barong being summoned out.
This is not quite enough to go for a game right here. The question is, does he have a way to deal more damage than that, or will this be a slow victory for him? He activates the Kirin. We're getting closer.
Summon out, attacking for game! Kevin Semlani moving on to top 16 of YCS Bologna with Fire Kings. What a show he is putting up there. Impermanence, evenly matched, and then all the Fire King stuff after. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly a crowd favorite as well, which is really exciting to see. It's so great to be here in Italy, and, you know, seeing the Italian win on stream means, you know, we get the
let me
wonderful
correct you.
crowd.
He's French, actually.
He's French.
He's from France, yeah. But I mean...
Still a crowd favorite.
Yeah, for sure. Historically, the French people have always had a loud crowd, a lot of supporters, and of course the deck also does the rest, because the people, of course, want to see the underdog decks drive, and therefore I'm not surprised that the crowd love that.
And I'm convinced on 2 Skyburn now. We have seen players play one of those, but 2 Skyburn, this card is just so good, and apparently this deck, if you do not include the circle, has sometimes trouble to win the games in one turn, to deal 8,000 damage to your opponent in one turn. So you might want to go for a more grindy approach. Do you like not playing the circle?
Honestly, yes. I have to say I like the consistent approach, the grindy approach. There are a lot of grindy decks right now in the format that you have to play a bunch of turns with. We saw that Labyrinth is super popular, so I honestly just like playing it slow, playing it safe, and we see it's working out like a charm. And still, you're able to summon out a lot of big attack monsters, and therefore you will be ending turns quickly.
But keep in mind that Circle of the Fire Kings is not like Sprite Gamma Burst, for example. That is purely a card that you use to OTK. This card is very flexible. You destroy one card on your field and you special summon out another Fire King. So this could also be an extender or help you in the grind game later on.
You're right.
Yeah, playing around things like Infinite Impermanence or other kinds of effect negation. It does seem like a really fun card. It seems like the sort of card, though, you'd love to have sometimes, and then sometimes you don't want to have. Whereas the Skyburn, a bit more consistent. Why only 2, Leo?
Why only 2 Skyburns?
Let's throw in the first one. Let's throw in the first one. Why not?
I think you can search it sometimes.
Yeah.
And I mean, you want to search it. This is not necessarily something you want to hard draw, because of course you want to have your consistent cards. You want to be able to play. You want to have the Fire King Islands. You want to have all of those monsters that you can destroy. But you want to, because sometimes one is not enough. You have seen this time. If he only had 1 Skyburn, then he might have lost that game. But we have talked a lot about Fire King now, but let's have the expert have the chance to talk about Fire King. Ed is ready for the interview.
I'm here with that Fire King expert, Leo. Right here I have Kevin, who's just won that top 32 feature match, and it's super exciting to see. You've got something in your hand. Show us. There it is, the Fire King.
The chicken are back.
So happy with it.
I start playing this game competitively with Neftis, my ace cards, and now I succeed to put it in top. So in a way, it's the children of Neftis, but I'm happy.
So what is it that you like so much about Fire Kings? Because it's relatively new. Some of these cards only came out in the structure deck recently.
Exactly. You have the Jeff Jones syndrome. Everyone is looking in Japan, saying Fire King is playable there, but think we have to wait 3 months. Now I'm taking the months 2 months before the Populous, and it works a bit. And a lot of people, even the pro players, has to read the card. Always, always, always. Shout out to the guy who give me the deck in English, Ryan, who helped me during all the game, because I'm known to be a very long player. I want to kill you at the last turn of the time with all your life points, but during the tournament I don't have to translate all the cards thanks to him, and it helped me so much, because when you play a challenger deck like that, no one knows. You have to. It's easier when you have the English translation.
Absolutely, it would certainly be easier for me. I wouldn't be able to read them.
At least the cards are too new, so too many people are so expecting stuff from Japan that they are not here anymore. So I'm in a timeline with cards that they don't really know.
Well, let's talk about the game, because obviously the first one, Giuseppe built up a huge field. You couldn't really do anything, so you just went to the scoop. So what's going through your mind in game one?
I was about thinking to scoop, because I don't want to show him too many cards. But Samir says, if your opponent gives you a weakness, a misplay, you have to see it. So I have to play. I probably did myself a misplay, not chaining my quick play to the trap. But at least the Noir will break all my play on this time. So I was about to lose anyway, because the Noir will beat the island anyway. I was building the deck thinking about Noir, because it's really popular in France. I was hesitating pushing one coup de color, because you can search it with the Snake Eye. But I finally decided to don't play any Snake Eye today.
Interesting. Well, it's clearly worked out for you. Look how well this has gone. Your second game, a really good performance display of that Fire King deck. And then when we get into game 3, that was where things got really exciting. You obviously had to go second. He had a really good opening hand with the sprite stuff, but then you had that huge, evenly matched, and then you just proceeded to go through, take life points.
I see the hurt of the cards when I see evenly plus imperm. He didn't see any poorly. Unfortunately for him, he saw it too much in the first game. So when I cracked the hash because it was free, I think. And after that, I was just expecting he has only one omni-negatable spell trap. He don't play the frogs. It's not the deck. So I was just over-lucky to see the side deck, as we say.
Well, here we go. You are now on your way into that top 16 cut. Do you think you could take it all the way with Fire Kings?
I'm not sure. I have to do it because a friend want me in his team, and I told him I have to win the event to be there. So I am with no team now.
Well, Kevin, best of luck to you. It's been great chatting to you. Congratulations on your win. Best of luck in the top 16 cut. We might be seeing you later. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more coverage coming your way. We've got that top 16 feature match, hopefully very soon. But before that, we're actually going to have Joshua Schmidt teaching Basti exactly how this Fire King deck works.
Welcome back to the live coverage of YCS Bologna 2023. I'm joined by Joshua Schmidt, world champion of Master Duel, but also, of course, a very big enjoyer of the TCG still. And we have another deck to look at with some combo tutorials, because there's a brand new and fresh deck being, or I mean, it's not a fresh deck, but it has gotten some really, really great support through a structure deck, and it's Fire Kings. So we are going to look at some Fire King combos and also some other stuff you can do with deck. So let's get into the action. Let's look at it. So, you already have the cards in your hand, and I think you are going to kind of show us a one-card combo, or just go ahead and take over.
The cool thing about this deck, one of the decks that I really enjoyed back in the day, by the way, when it first came out, I think it was like 2012 or something like that.
Ages ago.
Really cool cards, and the cool thing is that even though you said it's a combo tutorial, the cool thing about this deck is that the name of the game is really like establishing a resource loop, so you're not going to do anything, or you can do some fancy things, we're going to talk about that in a second, but at the core of its identity, the new Fire King deck is like relatively resource heavy, and you're just trying to do a little bit of setting up stuff that you then actually do on your opponent's turn. Like this deck is actually capable of performing XC summons on your opponent's turn and stuff like that now. And so I'm going to show you how you exactly do that, because by far the two most important cards off of the new structure deck are the new continuous spell card and the little Ponix guy. You know, level 1 fire. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that in the next couple of months. So you know, like foreshadowing. No, because one of the most important cards that Fire King has always had, and one of the best cards that Fire King has always had, was Fire King Island, right? Yeah. And so Fire King Island is still core part of the strategy to this day, because it lets you destroy a Fire King in your hand, add another Fire King from your deck to your hand. Really, really strong. And the new continuous spell actually plays with that, because now you have more ways to get Fire King Island. Previously, you had to like hard draw it. Now this card lets you activate it from your deck right away. So you actually, that makes it so, which is kind of funny, it makes it so you don't want to draw the Fire King Island necessarily, because this card is like, it's like Fire King Island with some bonuses, because it gives you Fire King Island and it does something on top of that, right? Great, yeah. So basically, this is what you want to establish on your board. The thing activates Fire King Island, and then on your opponent's turn, when your opponent summons a monster, it lets you XC summon with Fire Kings you control. Cool. And so the easiest way to get to these cards is Ponix, and that's the one-card combo I'm going to show you to start things off. That's going to explain most of the cards, because we're going to go through most of them. Yeah. So Ponix, upon summon, lets you add a Fire King spell trap from your deck to your hand, which you're going to use to add the new continuous spell card. Yes. I think it's called Sanctuary of the Fire Kings. And if you already have it in your hand, that's no problem. There's other options, other targets you can search. Like you play one of Circles or Skyfire, which are like neat options, but normally if you just have the Ponix, you always go for the Sanctuary. So the Sanctuary is going to activate the Fire King Island. It activates it right from your deck. It doesn't search it first, which is important.
Plays around Droll and stuff, right?
Like a card like Droll and Lockbird, if you start with exactly this card, is not going to be as powerful, although of course Fire King Island, its effect does search. So like you would get it to your field, but you wouldn't be able to search with it. Fair enough. We're just going to assume no Droll and Lockbird against we're not going to pair our one-card combo against the hand trap. That wouldn't be fair, would it? And then you're going to use Fire King Island, and if you have no other cards, like you would pop the Ponix, send it to the grave, and you would add the new cover card of the structure deck, the High King High Fire King whole Sacred Fire King Garunic.
The Garunics.
The new big Garunic.
Yes.
And this thing is a very, very, very powerful card that upon like the destruction of one of your other Fire Kings, it special summons itself from hand or graveyard, and it destroys another Fire King. Any fire? Let me quickly check. A fire, beast, beast warrior, or winged beast. So not necessarily Fire Kings, but usually you're going to pop a Fire King from your deck.
Ooh, from your deck.
So, yeah, exactly. I kept the best for last. So this will, upon you added it with Fire King Island, this thing has been destroyed.
And it immediately triggers?
You can immediately trigger the Fire King, the Runics, summon itself, and pop a Fire King from your deck. Here, of course, because you're sending from your deck or destroying from your deck, you have a bunch of options. The simplest one is sending a card that's actually very old, which is Fire King Avatar Barong, which is a card that, upon destruction, lets you search a Fire King in your opponent's or in the next standby phase.
Okay.
Which you would think is too slow. You know, when I read it for the first time, when I went back to reread it once these cards came out, I was like, that's a very slow effect to have in 2023. But I do actually think in the current iteration of Fire Kings, it is something that you're still going to want to play because of how much this deck can do on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, fair enough.
So if you go for this line and you just have the Ponyx and this is all you do, you would actually end the turn here, which it doesn't look very impressive yet. I know. In your opponent's standby phase, you have two things that will happen. Ponyx doesn't only search when you summon it, but it also adds itself back from the graveyard when it's destroyed by card effect.
In the next standby phase as well?
Or battle phase, yeah.
Okay.
Or battle, yeah. Just when it's destroyed, sent to the graveyard, next standby phase goes back to your hand. Cool. And then Barong activates to add the new High Avatar Kirin from your deck to your hand.
Yes.
Which is another really, really powerful card because it does something very important for the deck by being both a card that destroys other cards and having an effect when it is destroyed. You know, that's always important when you have these kind of combo decks where like
both sides
one part of the thing, one's like Mermails and Atlanteans, and one wants to be discarded, one wants to discard. It's really nice to have cards that can do both,
for sure,
because that really helps like your consistency and your options, right?
Totally.
So what Kirin does is, as a quick effect, while it's in your hand, you can pop a once again any fire. It's very different. One of them says Fire, Beast Warrior. The other says specifically Fire King. This one says just Fire. In your hand or field to special summon itself, right? And that is, for example, really cool if you get infinite impermanence on your Ponyx. You can just dodge it by having this in your hand already. You know, just destroy it. Impermanence can't negate it because it's off the field.
Yeah.
These kind of things are really neat. So what happens on your opponent's turn now is you could just pop your Ponyx in your hand to summon it out, and then you have 2 level 8s on the board.
And so that will be interesting with the continuous build.
Exactly, because once your opponent summons now, we get to Xyz summon the Garunix Xyz monster from the structure, like the level 8, the rank 8 Xyz monster. And this thing, upon being summoned, destroys all other monsters on the field.
Oh, that's great.
So just off of this one card, we have already established like this kind of like basically destroying our opponent's entire board. And of course, this card also, when you go second, you can make it basically on the right just into the board. You don't have to summon it by card effect on your opponent's turn. You can just do it to blow up your opponent's entire board.
Yeah.
And we've established a resource loop because this thing has been destroyed again. So next standby phase, we get it back again. We can summon it. We can add more spell trap cards.
Yeah.
We can pop it again for the Fire King Island, which once you have this in the graveyard, it also keeps coming back every time because it's not just from hand. This triggers in the graveyard as well. So next turn, this is back in our hand. We pop it with the island. We search whatever we want. This comes back from the graveyard, pops another one in the deck.
I see what you were saying with the resource game.
Exactly.
It's just a really relentless resource game.
It's not a fancy, by itself, it's not a fancy combo, right? It's not. We're not doing fancy 10 summons per turn, locking our opponent from playing or anything like that. It's relatively simple.
Yeah.
And the spice really comes from when you start pairing this with other engines. Like, it's a little foreshadowing, but in the next core set, Phantom Nightmare, we're going to get Snake Eye support, which really makes this deck a lot more capable of really spamming more stuff on your turn and making bigger boards. You're going to be able to incorporate stuff like SP Little Knight, of course, like just the good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff, fire links you can go into, like Sunlight Wolf, to get even more resources back to your hand. Like adding back, if you incorporate this in your first turn combos, the Kirin is really nice to add back with Sunlight Wolf, because you're going to be locked out of using it for that turn, but it has a quick effect, so you can use it on your opponent's turn.
Fair enough.
So that is really, really nice. It makes great use out of these generic fire support cards that we have from the past and that we also get in the next couple sets, right? Like the Snake Eye cards are phenomenal in this deck.
Okay, so that's for the future, but I see that you already have some stuff prepared.
I have more things
that we can talk about for what we may see this weekend. So there's some stuff you would be pairing this up with. So let's go ahead and look into that maybe.
Yeah, hold up. I have two things I want to show you, and then but before we do that, earlier, right, when the Fire King popping the Ponix happened and we added this and we triggered it, I told you one option was to send the Barong, which was the one that you would do for like the long resource grindy game. But this is also where you could, depending on the situation, send the Kirin, because I told you it doesn't only have the effect to pop other cards in your hand to summon itself, it also has an effect when it is destroyed, and that is to summon a Fire King from the graveyard, and you can destroy a card on the field after. And you can destroy your opponent's card. So this is like when you go second and you want to like extend further onto the board, maybe make some link plays happen, get rid of your opponent's board right away. You don't want to play for the long game. You can use this here to bring back the Ponix, destroy a card your opponent controls, and then use these two as link material into like the Sunlight Wolves.
Whatever you
like. You can make
basically.
a link 1 here to make an SP Little Knight to get the effect to banish. So a lot more immediate advantage that you can have.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then 2 more cards I really thought were worth talking about. Or one more rather. We've already talked about Barong. Fire King Avatar Arvata.
Ooh, another older card, right?
This one is an older card. I don't think it was in the first wave of Fire King support, but like the middle wave where we got Fire King Island. I think that's where we got this guy. And this guy is really cool to me because it resembles another card that I really, really like, and that's Sprite Red. This card is pretty much like Sprite Red for the Fire King archetype. Instead of tributing a level 2 or rank 2, you just destroy
Which is even better for the Fire King
deck. Exactly, yeah. And so this is basically like any combo that doesn't need your normal summon, because you already draw like your Fire King Island plus a Fire King or this card, you just hard open this card. You don't need to go through the normal summoning, the Ponix or whatever. If you can afford to normal summon this, you're going to be proof through pretty much any monster hand trap because it negates monsters by popping one of your other Fire Kings, which even usually isn't. It doesn't even feel like a cost when you're playing this deck because you just get all those effects for free anyways, and that's really, really cool. And then if you can leave it around on your board, it's not only going to protect you from hand traps, but also be a disruption on your opponent's turn. So this guy is also really, really good for the deck.
Okay.
Yeah. And they do have an equivalent in the structure deck that does the same for spell and traps. So that's also neat.
So Sprite Carrot also has found its place.
Technically, they gave him a Sprite Red and a Sprite Carrot. Yeah. All right. So because as of now, it is possible to make this deck more combo heavy, but it's before we get the full power like Snake Eye support. I think I would recommend keeping it basically around the resource game of Fire Kings. There's 2 engines, or rather 2 other pieces of cards that I was going to show you that make this a lot more consistent because you really want to get you to the level 1 Ponix.
I think the one is very, very obvious.
One is very obvious, and we're probably going to see it a lot this weekend on stream in some other decks like Rescue Ace, and that is of course the sinful spoil package. No matter which of the 3 you open with, let's say we get the really good one, let's say we get the Wanted. We go Wanted, we add the Diabell Star, we summon the Diabell Star by discard another card from the hand, we get the original Sinful Spoils, we get to send the Diabell Star for it, and we get the Ponix.
There you are.
And here we are, and we haven't even used our normal summon yet, which is the nice thing. So if you pair this up with this, right, you can do this beforehand, and now you have a way to play through hand traps as well, right?
That's perfect.
This is why this in particular synergizes really, really well with the deck. You can already play a copy of Snake Eye Ash, which is the one that on summon adds a level 1 fire in case you don't have a normal summon.
Fair.
Like you would just, instead of summoning this, you can just summon the Ash, get this, and then normal summon this, and you just have an extra body. Right? And so it's very obvious how this integrates into the deck, right? You would just obviously play more copies of your level 1 fire starter. Really, I mean, these are really good in any deck that wants to play.
Pretty much.
Level
Fire decks
1
profit a lot.
Level 1 fire monsters, you're going to want those cards. Another engine that isn't quite as obvious, but also being talked about a lot for this deck, and I actually really like it because it's also a lot more accessible. The cards are a lot easier to find right now. And
I want to see this combo because I'm not aware. So
it's actually really cool. It's the Nadir Servant Dogmatica package because what I showed you earlier, all of that didn't really need its extra deck on your turn, right? You would use the Xyz summon on your opponent's turn.
Fair enough.
And because of that, we don't have to really worry about the drawback of Nadir Servant locking us out of the extra deck for the rest of the turn. And it's a really powerful card. Being able to play this card is really, really nice.
Totally.
So what you do with this card is you would activate it and you would send Garura from your extra deck to the graveyard and add a Dogmatica Maximus from your deck to your hand.
Cool.
At that point, you draw a card from Garura, any card from your deck.
Not bad.
The Garura turns into any card from your deck, right?
Nice.
And now the summoning condition for Maximus is you banish one from your graveyard.
Yeah.
One extra deck monster, basically.
There we go.
And then you summon it. And then you can use the effect where both players send 2 cards from the extra deck to the graveyard. One of the 2 doesn't matter, but the other one, yeah, just any 2. The second one doesn't really matter here. The one I want to talk about is Tri-Brigade Bucephalus. Of course, you're going to want to put other valuable targets into your extra deck, but just like going second, you could send Elter into the Entis. Going first, you would send something else. But Tri-Brigade Arms Bucephalus has a really neat effect where when it's sent to the graveyard, you get to add a tri-type, right, from your Beast Warrior, Winged Beast, from your deck to your hand with a level equal or lower than the banished tri-types, Winged Beast, Beast Warrior.
Okay,
and
there's
because
someone.
we've banished the Garura for the
I
Maximus, we get to search for a level 1 or lower tri-type, and that is, of course, the Ponix.
Nice.
Because it's a Winged Beast level 1, we get to search it to our hand here, and we haven't normal summoned yet, so we can normal summon, and we can do exactly what I showed you earlier.
I really like that. Yeah.
But we have the other send from the Maximus. We have the Maximus body, of course, which could matter at some point.
Totally.
It is a level 8, so if it sticks around, you can use it for the Fire King. Unfortunately, you can't use it with the Sanctuary because the Sanctuary specifies you have to use Fire Kings you control.
I see. I see.
Yeah, but if it's a 3000 defender, if it sticks around, maybe next turn you could use it to go into any level 8s.
Absolutely.
But pretty much from here on out, we can do the exact same combo as before because we didn't touch our extra deck once on our turn.
And we get a free draw.
We get
and
the
some
draw
stuff
from
around.
we get the draw from the Garura. We get the other send from this, and it's just more consistency added to the deck.
For sure. I really like that.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for showcasing what Fire Kings might be able to do this weekend at YCS Bologna. I'm very excited to see whether it is going to be at the top tables at the Future match, maybe in Top Cut.
Yeah.
Are you expecting it to be in Top Cut?
I expect people to experiment with it, but from what I've gotten, I think a lot of people are hesitant to use right now. I think if a lot of people did, or like if people trusted the deck and like put their faith into it and just figure out a list, I think it has the potential to make it far into the tournament, day 2 at the very least. My only issue is how many people are actually going to try it, because everyone already knows, everyone's already like basically in full anticipation of the cards we get, because what I showed you right now pales in comparison to what this deck can do just like 1 or 2 months from now.
The surprise factor isn't as big as it would normally be with a new deck, right?
People have already looked at it, I feel like. People have already taken, because people already know it's going to be relevant, right? Because even if this didn't convince you yet,
It did,
if
honestly.
this didn't convince you yet, then you just wait until, the next core set, because then this deck is going to be one of the big boys, I think.
Fair enough. Okay, once again, thank you so much for showing us that.
No problem.
And see you very soon for more live coverage of YCS Bologna.
duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back. We're here with more coverage here at YCS Bologna 2023. Now we're still waiting for our top 16 to be decided so that we can get in and bring you that feature match, and hopefully it'll be happening very soon. But in the meantime, you can clearly see that I have Leo and Basti here with me, and we're going to do a little bit of a quiz that's a slightly different one than what we've done before. Firstly, gentlemen, how are we doing? All well, Leo?
Oh yeah, I'm amazed by the plays that we have seen so far. We have seen Fire King succeed in the top 32 featured match. That is nothing that we expected for this tournament. We did not think that this deck would be able to contend with all of these top decks. We think, hey, there might be an upset here and there, but 4 Fire Kings in top 64 is absolutely crazy.
It is crazy. And Basti, how are you doing? Are you excited by what we're seeing in the top 16 at the moment?
Totally crazy. Let me tell you, Joshua Schmidt, Gabriel Nats, so many big names still in. It's going to be a fest.
It certainly is, and we're very excited to see what happens as we head towards that grand final here at YCS Bologna. But in the meantime, like I said, it's quiz time. So this is a game where it's essentially, what card am I? So I'm going to give a card to one of the two boys here. They're going to have a card on it, and then it's the duty of the other person to ask questions and try and figure it out. Should we have a limit on how many questions you're allowed to ask?
I mean, you're the game master, right?
You're right, I am. I am the game master, and I say you can only ask up to 10 questions.
Okay,
if you can't get it in that, you fail. You lose.
You're done.
Lose.
All right, all right.
Okay, so who wants to go first? Should we rock, paper, scissors? 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, okay. Rock.
It's well.
I win.
Okay. Paper beats rock. So I'm going to give you these cards now. I know you're both fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. So these are GX era. So I am going to hand a card over to Basti, and you're going to ask him questions.
Okay.
Basti, here is your monster card.
All right, go ahead, Leo.
I haven't really thought about a strategy yet.
That's good for me, because now I can learn.
They are monster cards.
Does it have more than 1,500 attack points?
Yes, it does.
Does it have an effect?
Yes, it does.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Nope.
Is it a machine?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay, so because you were hesitant, I don't think it's Cyber Dragon.
Maybe I'm tricking you, though.
We're playing together, you know that.
Are we?
Yeah.
We're a team? Okay.
Yeah, you gotta help him.
Yes, it is a machine.
Okay. If I take a guess, is that just one question?
That's one question. That will count
is
as
it
a
Cyber
question.
Dragon?
It's not.
Okay.
Okay, so we've had 4 questions. Here we go. You can see the lip quivering. You can see the cogs turning.
Main deck monster I already asked, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
You asked if it was an extra deck monster. We said no.
Is it level 3?
No.
6. You have 4 more questions.
Yes,
Leo.
don't stress me
You
out.
can do
Ed,
it.
thank
You can do this. You've got this.
Am I a roid monster?
No. Totally not.
You're
Is
getting
it a
there.
cyber dark monster?
No.
These are all
Cyberdark's even
level 3.
around back then. And
Yes.
also that.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Okay. I don't even...
Then I will let you have 1 guess after the 10 questions.
Is it
as well.
Cyber Phoenix?
No. You know what
No.
would have been a good question? Am I a cyber card?
Am I a cyber...
No.
Little late.
Okay, now you get 1 guess here. You get 1 free guess at the end of the 10 questions.
Okay.
Iconic machine monster from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. 3, 2, 1.
Let me think about this.
Okay,
Okay,
we're
wait.
nearly there.
Wait, I'm physically preparing for this one, you know?
You got a boogie while you do it.
No, I can't focus.
Okay.
So, I mean, Jinzo was very iconic, but it is also a classic
That's a
Yu-Gi-Oh!
classic
card.
era.
So, the obvious question, the obvious answer is Rottweiler.
It was Ancient Gear Golem.
Yeah, the first episode.
Okay.
First episode.
Right.
Okay.
I'm going to give you your card now. So now it is your turn to ask Leo questions about this.
Am I an elemental hero?
No.
That is kind of...
That's thrown you off entirely.
Throwing me off. I was very sure.
You're not going to get this. I'm telling
To be
you
fair,
now.
when I wrote this one down, I did go, uh-oh, this
Am
might be a tough one.
I an extra deck monster?
No.
Do I have an effect?
Absolutely.
Am I level 4 or lower?
No.
That was a no, right?
Was that no?
Just
Yeah.
confirming, just
So with
confirming.
5 questions, you're halfway through.
Okay, okay, and I'm also 5 or higher in terms of level. Okay, am I dark attribute?
No. Very, very convinced no.
Very convinced though.
You did
okay.
hesitate for a second.
Are my attack points 2,500 or higher?
No.
Ooh. So I'm higher level, but not that high in terms of attack. So maybe I'm a machine as well?
No. No. I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
I don't think it's a machine, right?
No, I don't think so either.
It's not a machine.
It's not a machine. Okay, so easy, yeah. But apparently it looks like a machine.
You
So
have 3 more questions.
3 more questions. Okay, I mean, you also didn't really make me hope when you were saying you're never ever going to get this
To be
one. so-
fair, I'm not sure you will. If you do, it'll be miraculous.
Am I a light monster?
Yes.
Oh, I'm on my way
We're
to
getting
victory
close.
now. Yeah.
2 more and then a guess.
So not a machine. Am I a psychic monster?
They were introduced with 5Ds.
I knew that, yeah. Is that a question?
Unfortunately, it is.
Oh, sure, yeah, of course.
So you have 1 more question and then you have
Am
to
I
guess.
a roid monster?
No.
Stealth roid?
Okay, that was a difficult guess off the back of no, it isn't a roid monster. It was Cyber Angel Ben 10.
I could have gotten that. Why were you so unconfident?
Because you don't know it's from GX.
Okay, right, Basti, it's your turn. You're going to have questions asked about this.
Ooh. You can do this, okay? This is how you support your team partner.
Okay, thank you.
Now we're going to
Basti.
get through this one, and then we're going to go over to our top 16
All
feature
right,
match.
all
So
right.
let's see what happens.
Okay, I'm going
Quick
to do
fire
this
questions. Ready?
Go. Hero monster.
A what?
A hero monster.
Yes.
Do I have an effect?
Yes.
Am I level 6 or higher?
No.
Okay.
Am I
Cog's turn.
an extra deck monster?
No.
Am I elemental hero wild heart?
No.
Can I be special summoned by my own effect?
No.
Four more questions.
So 5 or lower. No fusion monster.
Let's maybe establish what kind of hero it is.
Am I
very kind of the?
Am I an
We've got to
elemental
get
hero?
one thing if we're going to do this.
Am I?
No.
Oh, am I the diamond dude?
Yes,
you
are! Okay, right. That's a good place for this to end. Right. Give us just a moment. We're going to be over at the main stage with our top 16 feature match here at YCS Bologna. Welcome back. That's enough quizzing and card guessing for now, because it's time to get into the top 16 here at YCS Bologna 2023. In front of me, I have Gabriel Netz and Giovanni Intravaya, who are both ready to kick off this round 16 feature match. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll. So if one of you would like to start off the rolls, whomever gets the highest will go first, or decide whether to go first. So that is a 7. And that is a 9. So are you going to go first? Okay, that means Giovanni is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to be your commentators for this top 16 feature match. Gentlemen, we're almost there. Take it away.
Thank you once again, Ed. And as you could already see, Gabriel Netz returning to the big stage. He made top 8 in YCS Dortmund just a couple of months ago, and now he's back and he wants more. He was very upset after losing in top 8 on stage there, but this time he brought a different deck and he feels even more comfortable in it, and he wants to win it all this weekend. What do you think? Is he capable this time?
I think so. Why not? I mean, somebody consistently topping events. It seems like it's time.
Yeah, it wasn't a miracle run in Dortmund. He already did this at the European Championships. He was then defeated by Christian Thomas in top 8 as well. He has been to some American YCSs and also made top 4 or top 8 there.
Yeah.
He is well known for those deep runs. I saw a socials post from him once. He says, man, I just want to win a major tournament. And I mean, that's a lot to ask, but he can actually accomplish it.
Yeah.
And I think this might be the tournament for him.
He's on a run, he's on a roll. Let's see whether this run continues here in top 16 of YCS Bologna 2023. Let the duel begin. But of course, we cannot disregard Giovanni Intravaya, one of the many Italians still left in competition, who brought the very popular Rescue Ace strategy, basically the deck to beat if you just look at the numbers before Top Card started. And he won the die roll as well, and therefore you definitely have to look out for him. And he starts off with Kashtira Fenrir here in his Rescue Ace strategy.
Yeah, that makes much more sense. When I saw the hand initially, I thought, why is he running Card Trooper? But it is the ultimate rare copy of Kashtira Fenrir. And now we are seeing something that Tom mentioned earlier, special summoning Kashtira Fenrir and then not immediately activating the effect, but going for a search first, so you can get those valuable searches before you get hit by Droll Lockbird.
Yeah, respecting the Droll Lockbird, which is even in his own deck, so obviously he respects it a lot if he's going to include 3 copies of it.
Indeed. Giovanni now normal summoning the airlifter. He just searched with the reinforcement of the army and then activating the effect, of course, as well. Quickly reconsidering his options in hand, but deciding on Emergence as the search target.
What do you think of this matchup overall? I've heard a lot of people say that it's very nice for Labyrinth because those powerful cards, the Rescue Ace set, don't do too much. They don't destroy spells and traps, so...
Yeah, I do agree. It seems like a good call into specifically the Rescue Ace deck, and that's probably one of the main reasons why Labyrinth is this successful this weekend.
Yeah, I think Labyrinth is one of the best decks right now, especially in this tournament, especially this meta call. People have been dropping a little bit of spell and trap removal. People are, of course, also shifting towards Cosmic Cyclone, which is naturally very strong against the deck. However, you're laughing right now because of the Cosmic Cyclone, but they're maybe not playing those Lightning Storms, those Evenlies. I mean, we've seen all those Happy Feather Dusters anymore. And the deck has changed as well. It's not just set for back row anymore. It's a lot of combo-ish play.
Absolutely. And I mean, let's be honest. Gabriel Netz has switched away from Telements, and we know how much he loves that deck. He was so happy he could play that again at YCS Dortmund. And when he goes away from that deck to play the Labyrinth strategy, that already tells you that the deck must be in a really good spot right now in the format.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't strike me as the type of person who wants to go around setting 4 traps.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think he's going to set a few traps and then summon some monsters.
I do agree.
I've always kind of thought that the Rescue Ace deck is a bit like an upside-down Labyrinth deck because it summons some monsters, which then set all your traps, whereas the Labyrinth, you set a bunch of traps and then summon all your monsters.
That's a very good comparison. By the way, this would have been an angle for Gabriel to respond. If you have the Arias and Daruma Karma Cannon, I think this is the best position you can use it on, discarding the Arias, activating the Daruma Karma Cannon to just set this Fenrir and, of course, also the Turbulence.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, we saw Giovanni there just setting one of his trap cards, but in his list we see that he's running Contain and Extinguish, so I would personally assume that he drew one of those. But he also can, of course, still right away activate one of the cards he just set. Even though it's a quick play spell, we have Hydron on the field, and that allows us to immediately activate one of those cards that were set this turn, and therefore we are going to, I think, grab Preventer there, was it? It looked like Preventer to me.
Makes sense to me.
And then we are going for a link into IP Masquerena. Of course, SP Little Knight being more popular, but still we see quite a bit of IP Masquerena this weekend, honestly.
I mean, if you use IP Masquerena to go into the SP Little Knight, you, even if you're starting the game, can get value off of the summon effect of SP Little Knight, which is banishing a card from the field or the graveyard. Very flexible here. Don't get confused by the different artworks. There are two for IP Masquerena.
Yes, indeed. So it looks like Giovanni may be done with his turn, and Gabriel says in end phase, I want to also start playing on your turn, and we are going to activate one of these so-called furniture pieces of the Labyrinth deck, and this is going to be Chandelier activated its effect, sending Ariana to immediately set a card to the field.
Yeah, Gabriel's deck including an awful lot of this, so some of the Labyrinth decks play like a trap deck. You kind of set a bunch of powerful trap cards, skill drain, goes and match, whatever. But in this deck, we're using a lot of acceleration. Get your Labyrinth traps to summon the monsters.
Yeah, for sure. He plays triple Chandelier and also triple Stovey Torby there.
And this first felt like not the strongest play ever because you are discarding two cards to just set one. But those Labyrinth furniture pieces, the Stovey Torby, the Coup Clock and the Chandelier, they just recycle themselves all the time. So you can really, I think this is the grindiest deck in the format.
Yeah, most likely. And then we can also start our turn off by activating Pot of Extravagance, as we know, only at the start of main phase 1. But that's perfectly fine if we can resolve it and get 2 extra cards through it. And Gabriel now with everything ahead of him. 4 cards in the back row. It feels like a Labyrinth mirror match, but as you were just saying, the back row that the Rescue Ace deck has to offer isn't that impressive into Labyrinth.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see how Gabriel navigates this.
Oh, is that... Okay, look, there's the little brother of Chandelier. That is Stovey Torby, maybe even the big brother, some would argue, because it's the slightly better card, if you ask me.
Yeah, it summons itself back to the field. However, this could trigger Kashtira Fenrir if you summon it back soon, and Kashtira Fenrir would be able to banish it face down. We are discarding an Infinite Impermanence, which is not a card that you necessarily always want to discard. However, it also doesn't hurt you to discard it. It's not a valuable resource. It's just good to have sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. So we're holding back on activating the Labyrinth trap that we set before, because we don't want to have a card face up on the field when we activate all of those effect monsters or monster effects, and therefore we would be able to trigger the Fenrir. So far Gabriel perfectly playing around the Fenrir, and now we set the field spell Labyrinth for Labyrinth to our field as well.
I think that Giovanni just pointed his IP Masquerena, identifying that Labyrinth could be a really big powerhouse for Gabriel in the grind game, going for an SP Little Knight already, possibly trying to target the Labyrinth, because of course every time you activate a Labyrinth card, then you're going to trigger all of your Labyrinth Chandelier or Stovey Torbys in the graveyard.
Yeah, totally. I like that. Because Gabriel can interact with a lot of his things, but he cannot interact with the set field spell right there, and therefore I like going after it with SP Little Knight, and that is exactly what's going to happen, and that card now gone for the duel.
And we're going to special summon back Airlifter because, of course, the Preventer has been linked away into the SP Little Knight, so we're going to be able to special summon out a banished Rescue Ace monster right there.
Yeah, and now that Gabriel's field spell is gone, Giovanni decided it's time for his own field spell, and he searched out the Rescue Ace field spell, being Rescue Ace Headquarter.
A nice little trap from Gabriel here, summoning the Ariana. If this is negated or attempted to interacted with, then you can chain that big welcome that he's set face down to return it to his hand and summon another Labyrinth from the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, look at that. Giovanni immediately trying to activate the effect of SP Little Knight, kind of forcing his opponent to maybe use the big welcome. But Gabriel is, Gabriel's saying I'm fine with this because I am going to resolve the Ariana anyways, right?
You could just still get the effect off of it, so I don't see the big problem for him with it. Now, what I think is going to be interesting, I thought he would maybe search for a coup clock to discard this one and have a little bit more follow-up play, go for the big welcome, then later on get the Chandelier and Stovey back and then add the coup clock off of their effect again. But he decided to just search out the Lady.
Yeah, okay, we set another card, we activate the effect of Lady Labyrinth and we summon it out in defense position 2.
Lady Labyrinth super clutch here because all of Giovanni's interaction is targeting. And the Lady Labyrinth can't be targeted while you control a set, so Gabriel just setting another face down to prevent the Lady from ever being targeted.
Ooh, but Giovanni is thinking about a response here, and indeed he is going to respond with Alert, apparently. And Alert is going to target the Preventer in the graveyard.
I like that here. It's just solely to prevent the Lady from being able to set a trap
true.
for free.
Very smart there. It's not about the summon itself, but just preventing the effect of Lady is definitely valid here.
I find that really interesting because he himself has some normal traps set. So the Lady could chain off of those. However, with Big Welcome, the Lady is probably going to be taken back to the hand. You're trying to maybe summon out a lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, and then that one would be really fragile if you add back the Lady Labyrinth, because you can actually just contain it or extinguish, or both if you want.
Or Fenrir. There's so many.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways, but still, like, this big Welcome Labyrinth is still going to have a huge impact here because we have Chandelier and Stovey in our graveyard, which both are going to recover and which are both going to come back to the hand there. Oh, look at that. We still want to play around all of those targeting cards, and therefore it's another Lady Labyrinth coming down there.
Looks like Gabriel took what you said into account, Leo.
Yeah, I like that a lot, because we basically just switched the battle position of the card. Now you have it in attack position. You can, if you want to special summon it from the hand via its own effect, you can only summon it in defense position.
Yeah, I think that was a very smart move there by Gabriel, and he's just accumulating resources here. So he wants this game to be very long, he wants this game to go on for a very certain time. Oh, but he does summon back the Stovey, which I find interesting, because now we could use the Fenrir on the Stovey.
But Stovey is a quick effect, so if the Fenrir targets the Stovey, you can just chain it immediately.
But I'm pretty sure we used the Stovey this turn, didn't we? We started with Chandelier on our opponent's turn, and then when we did the Stovey on our turn, so I think it's actually somewhat vulnerable here, and I would probably just use it, because if we don't use it here, there might be Chaos Angel that comes down.
Yeah, it's good to keep in mind which of the Labyrinth cards prevent you from summoning from the extra deck. And I think it's just the ordinary Welcome.
Alright, he set the Labyrinth with the Stovey. Now I was trying to find the card that he set with Stovey. But I mean, Giovanni doesn't seem to respond.
Yeah, and now he can just attack over the Fenrir, so that's really, really interesting.
Yep, I agree. I think it's... Oh, we are attacking over the Preventer.
Interesting.
Might be because Preventer's special summoning back effect is, of course, hard once per turn, meaning that it can only be activated once, even if you summon multiple Preventers.
Yeah. Okay, so Giovanni thinking about it carefully here. Is he going to respond? Is he going to do something about this? No! Preventer is being attacked. Preventer is being sent to the graveyard as a result of the... as a result of this attack.
Yeah, Preventer was prevented.
Preventer was prevented. I'm interested. Did you not just, like, set the Stovey there?
He could have. I mean, yeah, I like it, because then you cannot activate the quick effect anymore. That's true.
Yeah, it's like, why not?
Okay, we set one card into a column where already a card is from Giovanni, so that may be an indicator that we comfortably discard the impermanence because there's another one in our hands.
Oh, that is a very nice train of thought. We're summoning back the Ariana, this time in defense position. Of course, it is returned to the field and not special summon. Okay, we're returning it in attack position then. But it also has another effect. And now we're activating the Stovey. Is this possible?
Yeah, I think this was the first action this turn rather than the Chandelier, but maybe we got them in the incorrect order. But I think Leo is correct that we've already used it once this turn.
I would say so too. And I mean, we are still on the same turn, so this should probably just not be possible.
Yeah, Giovanni's not drawn a card yet for his turn, so...
Indeed.
Did he activate the Stovey-Torby in the end phase?
I think it was the Chandragleer. I might be wrong.
I mean, he activated the Chandragleer in the end phase, and maybe he activated also the Stovey-Torby. That is a possibility.
No, I mean, maybe we got it wrong. It's very possible.
We can't hear what the players are saying, so this might be room for some confusion. But let's see if the judges have anything to say about that. If not, then we are probably incorrect about this. However, let's focus on the game state again, because this did not look like a very impressive turn from Gabriel Nets. He just summoned out a big monster with 3,000 attack points there, and he now has 3 cards set. But what it does is pressure the opponent. Giovanni now has to out this Lady Labyrinth, and that is not easy because you can't target it. Especially with this deck, you can just wait. His opponent has to go over many motions to get rid of that card, and then you could just summon out another one.
Yeah, it's very annoying and very inefficient to deal with those face-down cards. Some decks kind of just breeze through them, but other decks, you know, you have to go to a lot of effort, and the Rescue Ace interactions are mostly with monsters.
Yeah, I do agree. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we caught it correctly, or at least we are trying to think about it here, because Stovey-Torby was definitely the effect was used there the second time, because Stovey-Torby is the only one that can send himself from the field there. And now the question, of course, is going to be whether it was the Chandragleer that was used in the previous turn or whether it was Stovey-Torby.
It's good that we are actually paying attention sometimes.
Yeah. We're just double checking now. As you can see, the judges are kind of reconstructing what was happening there.
Rare occurrence, huh?
Very.
But I'm very sure that I started off saying that Chandragleer was the one activated in the end phase, right? I'm pretty convinced that was the case.
Chandragleer was 100% in the end phase. It discarded the Ariana.
Yeah, and then, of course, we activated the...
Pot of Extravagance.
Yeah, we activated the IP Masquerena to get rid of the... It was definitely in the same turn. I'm very, very sure.
I mean, the Stovey-Torby could have also come down in the end phase. There's also in the reign of possibilities, but I think it was after drawing something with the Extravagance, right?
Okay, so now... Okay, Stovey-Torby has been returned to the field, so we have agreed that Stovey-Torby was used that turn before.
So I think we're just rewinding to the end phase, and Gabriel's using the Chandragleer rather than the Stovey-Torby.
Yeah, true.
Another Kashtira Fenrir wants to chain. And
oh no, maybe we've gone...
Now I'm confused.
Yeah, now we're into Giovanni's turn, so maybe we weren't rewinding and just using the Chandragleer on our own, on Giovanni's turn, but then I don't see how you could activate the big welcome.
All right, so we now figured it all out. I think I just got the information by the judges that by mistake, Gabriel was trying to activate Chandragleer all the time, but he wasn't aware, or in that moment forgot that he could only send cards in hand for that. So he was trying to activate Chandragleer, but he sent the Stovey-Torby from the field, which of course is not possible.
Aha.
Okay, emergency. Oh, but Big Welcome Labyrinth is being activated, and now Lovely, for the first time, is having a lovely time on the field, and of course, most likely trying to destroy something. Are we going after something on the field here?
I
Probably
think
with
we're going
Turbulence, right?
after Fenrir.
Maybe even Fenrir? You could be right.
I mean, if Fenrir takes out the lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle and banishes it face down, then it's gone for forever, or rather for this game. And this really hurts the grind game of the deck.
Yeah, I do agree. That could be the solution. But maybe there's an impermanence set, and then that could also be prevented somehow.
We have to wait and see, because Giovanni can chain to the Lovely, perhaps. And the Lovely, you don't actually have to choose until it resolves.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Chandragleer activating here again, returning to the hand, and we go after the field spell. So both players deciding that the field spell of the opponent's deck maybe is the most important card for the duel, and therefore also the headquarter goes to the graveyard now. Oh, but let's not forget that you can also activate the effect of Turbulence there, going after the back row too. Some people forget about that effect sometime, and so Gabriel is forced to chain the Welcome Labyrinth there.
Leo himself just looks fairly shocked at that.
No, I just definitely only got the card up for the audience to also read the text. Did I say also read the text?
I mean, honestly, it is surprising, because Turbulence for the first effect is already so crazy that you can just set 4 cards from your deck and then just casually on the side also being able to, when one of your cards on the field leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, then destroy 1 card on the opponent's side of the field. Seems like a nice add-on, isn't it?
Yeah, I love those
like very good bonus.
Yeah, okay, welcome Labyrinth now though being activated. Gabriel, as you can see, really having to think here. At first, the Labyrinth deck seems pretty easy because it's all about trap cards. Yeah, you activate some trap cards, welcome Labyrinth, big welcome Labyrinth. But it's so complicated because you have to have so many resources in mind all the time. You have to kind of calculate on how long the game is going to go on, how long you want the game to go, because you are kind of dictating the pace of play with a Labyrinth deck, and therefore you always have to have so many factors in mind.
Yeah, it's a bit like constructing a clock.
Yeah, but we didn't see Kuklok just yet, yeah.
Oh, we might actually see Kuklok, and we are getting rid of the lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. Gabriel decides it's worth to activate the effect to just destroy the HQ, because it would generate more value than having the lovely Labyrinth in the game as well. And now I'm curious to see what the Ariana is going to search of. Maybe we're going to get a Kuklok out to make this impermanence life that he just has set by the Lady effect.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the only part of the engine that is still missing, right? We have Stovitobi in rotation, we have the Chandelier in rotation, and the only thing that is missing is the Kuklok. But of course, we could also just go for one of the trap cards to have more setup for the next turn, assuming that we're going to survive here. But, of course, Giovanni can still respond with all the traps that he set, and he finally gets a chance to do so, to activate Contain here. And Contain is probably going to target that Ariana here.
It's the only target, right? Can't target the lady at the moment.
Oh, but Gabriel may have another response here.
This is looking troubling. Oh, and Daruma. Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon is not only one of the best defensive cards in the game that will immediately get rid of the SP Little Knight, but it also sets all the other monsters face down. However, I think that this turn, Kashtira Fenrir and Turbulence might be able to just be flipped up again. But we're getting rid of the SP. Oh, SP actually banishes the Kashtira Fenrir.
I mean, of course, the SP Little Knight is never going to be sent to the graveyard through Destructive Karma Cannon when you can just chain it instead. So that was an easy way to avoid it. And I like getting the Fenrir also off the field. You kind of had to target something, and I think the Fenrir there might have been the correct choice.
The Kuklok, though, has just been shut off because you can't activate a trap card this turn unless you already control a Labyrinth monster.
Indeed. Okay, normal summon Hydrant.
Oh, that looks
That
good.
is a pretty good normal summon to have there. Giovanni with all those set monsters on the field now. It's more set monsters than set spell and trap cards there, actually. Okay. There comes the Kuklok. Chandelier also being activated, discarding Stovitobi. We knew about those cards in hand.
That is good, because now we know how we get this Kuklok live again, because Kuklok is now going to special summon itself out, and you're able to activate a card, actually, and that is going to be the Impermanence, probably, to shut down this Hydrant.
Yep, very well planned by Gabriel. Looking good. Can he do this? But Impermanence always, of course, kind of tough. Oh, but look at that. We could just get rid of another one, but we just chained the Imperm there. Okay, so we were trying to get rid of the Fiend monster, but smartly enough, Gabriel just chains the Impermanence on the Hydrant.
Do we think there are more targets for Turbulence if you just flip summon it now?
Yeah, I think we can set up to 4, right? So it's fine. So we are going to now use Extinguish there.
Sometimes players also forget that they can just change the battle position of their monsters.
Yeah, it's a classic. You know, if you use like Triple Tactics talents and somebody plays Book of Moon, you can just flip it up, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I assume there's nothing on Daruma Karma Cannon that says otherwise, right?
I don't think he's going to flip it back up.
Oh, this would have been a very disruptive, destructive Daruma Karma Cannon right there, if this is the end of Giovanni's turn. Gabriel Netz must be on the edge of his seat right now. That was the pass.
In fact.
Oh, we're going to get the SP back, though, and the Kashtira family Giovanni almost forgot about those, and then Gabriel said, hey, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive there, because if you flipped up the Turbulence, then you can't target the Hydrant anymore, so then, you know, quite a lot happens there. The Hydrant might not have been able to be targeted by the Impermanence. You can resolve it.
Was the Turbulence on the field before, or was it summoned this turn?
It was on the field before.
Okay.
Okay, so checking the options. Or maybe Destructive Karma Cannon says you cannot flip them back up. I'm just double checking on that real quick. The Destructive Karma Cannon.
Let's get Neuron out.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. So, back to Gabriel. He flips the Lady up again, and probably the Ariana is going to follow soon. Yup, there it is. Ariana also being flip summoned. And what's next, Gabriel? Do you have a way to get monsters off of the field? I mean, battle phase is a pretty easy one. Attacking over the Hydrant, taking out opponent's monster. #1, but Giovanni may have an answer ready.
Ariana, of course, a powerhouse in terms of attack and defense. But we're going to attack over the Hydrant now, and now SP Little Knight is open for an attack as well. That Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle is looking funky right now.
Ariana's like massive. It's got 1/6 and 2/1 defense. It's just, that's so big for a level 4 monster.
And I really like that we're attacking over the Kashtira Fenrir right now, not the SP Little Knight, because Kashtira Fenrir, it looks more threatening to me.
I do agree, it does indeed. The SP Little Knight also somewhat scary. I don't even know. Both of the cards are really valuable. And this game won already such a long and draining duel here. Already more than half of the time gone for the entire round, and we are still in game #1.
Yes, and now we're seeing the SP Little Knight chain to the Welcome Labyrinth. Of course, this is to prevent the Lady Labyrinth to chain and just set a trap card, a normal trap card with a different name from the deck to the spell and trap zone. And this is looking... I don't know how it's looking right now, to be honest.
Yeah, it's still super undecided.
Is this a little trick from Gabriel? Because now that he's forced out the SP Little Knight, you can chain the big welcome from your graveyard. Get rid of that SP Little Knight for good, and then trigger all of your furniture from the grave.
Oh, look at that. Gabriel has exactly that in mind. We are going to target the SP Little Knight with the big welcome Labyrinth. And indeed, it is gone.
Maybe Gabriel just checking there what happens to the other monster that was targeted by SP Little Knight.
Yeah.
And now you're going to resolve the Welcome Labyrinth first. He was already getting into that graveyard right now, going, hey, I'm going to get my furnitures back. But no, you first get another card from the deck, which is also kind of fine.
Yeah, sorry, Gabriel. Can't do that yet. You just have to summon a monster from your deck first.
Also, I just double-checked. The Rumor Cannon certainly does not tell the player that you cannot flip them back up. So he could have absolutely flipped the Turbulence back up. So maybe a big mistake there for Giovanni. Of course, Gabriel, the far more experienced player, having a bunch of tops on his resume. And Giovanni, a new face here in our coverage.
Have Ariana, the Labyrinth Servant. We're pointing at it. I don't know why we are... Oh,
it also has another effect, yeah, to set a trap from your graveyard, I think.
No, that is... Wow, we are actually scooping on Giovanni's side. Gabriel, and that's out grinding the Rescue Ace player Giovanni after a perfect Turbulence SP Little Knight start. This was looking very good, but he just went through it with a monster with 3,000 attack points and a few sets.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see that he's confident in himself. He was nodding. He was really, really happy that he could win this going second because the setup really was immense. And still, he was able to get through all of that. He really wants to win it this time, and I think he's ready. He had enough just tops. He wants the win this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really rare sight to see, what we saw from Gabriel there, just allowing the Rescue Ace deck to do everything it wants and then just pushing through it anyway. I think a lot of players said, if I'm playing against Rescue Ace, I have to stop the Turbulence. If I let them resolve the Turbulence, that's just too much to push through.
Yeah.
But Gabriel says, no.
Exactly.
You don't have to push, you just slightly shove from turn to turn, and all of a sudden your opponent is falling down the metaphorical Yu-Gi-Oh cliff.
Yeah, and it's actually quite interesting because we saw Giovanni, yes, he made a cool field, but he decided not to include the Synchro package into his extra deck and also not the Cybers package. So he just goes for SP pass all the time, apparently, or maybe IP Masquerena, like one of that. But there's no Baron de Fleur, there's no Isolde, there's none of the Cyber stuff, as I was saying. So maybe it was just not good enough because he didn't rely on the extra engine to be in there.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of situations there. Maybe if he'd remembered to use the Fenrir on Gabriel's first turn, or flip up his Turbulence the turn after, he might have had enough. I mean, it's tricky. It's always that decision you have to make. Do I include some extra stuff for going first, or do I just make my deck as consistent as possible? No.
Yeah, but I mean, he's certainly going to include more stuff going first here, because he can now use his side deck, and there is a card that has already won games this weekend. Solemn Judgment it is.
Yes, and I think that both of the players are already set for game 2, so let's go into the game.
Additionally, cool cards to bring in versus the Labyrinth strategy, which don't seem amazing initially, are the Beastials, because you can just take care of the Chandeliers and the Stovey-Torbys of the world, because those, of course, activate in the graveyard. And then being met by a Beastial Druid Swarm or Magnamut is definitely something you want to do, and it's definitely something that could help you win the duel.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking that myself. I was like, can you side in those Beastials? The only issue is they won't be alive on the first turn, because you can just use the Chandragliers and Stovey-Torbys during the end phase, and the Beastials are not a quick effect until you have a monster on the field. So maybe not, but maybe.
Yeah, okay, so Giovanni grabbing Kashtira Fenrir off of the first copy, and then summoning out Diabellstar the Black Witch by discarding the other Fenrir. Now there is a Veiler on the Diabellstar the Black Witch, though.
Yeah, the Occultador de Efetos is really striking right now, and we're going to see a Pot of Prosperity follow-up. So no normal summon use, 2 monsters on the field already. It is still looking good for Giovanni. He could just find his way into an Airlifter, which would make everything okay.
I'm pretty sure he would be happy about seeing an Airlifter here, or maybe a reinforcement of the army or something. Maybe he already has that, and the Pot of Prosperity here was a bait for Ash Blossom, and then he just continues to normal summon anyways. But whatever it is, we will see in just a second. What is he going to take? Maybe there's also Solemn Judgment, and I mean, having Fenrir plus Solemn Judgment sometimes could also be enough, let's be real. Okay, so Impulse is there. There's Emergency, which would be a way into Engine 2. And the last card was Airlifter there. Okay, so if he wants it, he has it. And indeed, he is taking the Airlifter. Yes, he does take the Airlifter.
That is just the best normal summon.
Yeah, I'm wondering who signed that card, right? Because he has someone signed that card. Maybe someone that won a tournament with it before, and Giovanni just wants to win this tournament, and so he was like, I need you to sign this card so I can do the same.
Was it not you, Basti?
Sure, it was me.
I see you signing cards all weekend.
Nah, it wasn't me, I'm pretty sure. Giovanni was busy playing the tournament, so he wasn't asking for autographs this weekend. Okay,
it kind of looks like Puck, to be honest.
Could be, could be.
But let's stop speculating about that one. We are going to see the Emergence activated, already trying to put it into the graveyard, but we are not quite there yet. If it even was put into the graveyard, maybe it was just put into another monster zone. But now we have the, there we go. Now we have the Turbulence already, and Turbulence is ready again to set 4 spell or trap cards of the Rescue Ace archetype.
Yeah, wasn't good enough in game number 1. Let's see how it works out in game 2. He does not side any additional trap cards, so it's just probably going to be the same setup that we also had in the last game. Okay, okay. Or maybe he just sets 1 trap again. Looks like he may have drawn the 1 trap once more. Maybe he also sided it out though, because it's not that great versus Labyrinth, let's be honest.
Yeah, maybe you would rather have more spell cards to gain more additional value, and of course to stop the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle to set spell or trap cards. Or rather just trap cards. Definitely just trap cards, to be honest.
Okay, another card being set, and nothing else by Giovanni. He says, this is enough, this will be carrying me to victory here in game number 2. And now it's over to Gabriel, who I think is still thinking an end phase whether he wants to do something there. Is there going to be Stovey-Torbey or Chandelier again?
I'm wondering, you know, who's playing Labyrinth here? That's
yeah, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell you. Giovanni with a full set of 5 cards in the spell and trap zone, and yeah, it looks like, as in the last game, Chandelier is going to be the first one that is being activated.
Oh, and we're actually discarding a big Welcome Labyrinth, which can be really nice because it is this additional resource in the graveyard, just a bounce, returning something from the field to the hand if you have a Fiend monster on the field.
Yeah, indeed. So, Gabriel, another card that he has included into his deck there, which we just had a quick look at, is the Phantasme. And I think Giovanni might have just played around that here, right? He did not link summon because Phantasme has been a very popular card in a lot of side decks that I saw throughout the tournament, throughout the weekend already. And by just not link summoning, you give your opponent one card that he cannot do anything with in his hand.
Well, you say that, but the Labyrinth deck has got this unique way of using all of the cards in their hand just by putting them straight into the graveyard.
Fair, yeah, true. Okay.
Already playing again on our opponent's turn. The Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle is just being summoned in defense position, and of course it is untargetable right now.
You can even use the big welcome this turn. Yeah, because it's in the graveyard.
Oh, right.
So you can only use each one of the effects per turn, and only once that turn. But
just immediately getting rid of the Fenrir, maybe? That could be something that Gabriel wants to do here. But it looks like he was already grabbing his deck bear, ready to draw for turn, and that is indeed what is happening. So now Gabriel immediately again going into that pose where you see that he's really thinking about it, going into a mode of heavy thinking. Okay, one card into the spell and trap zone, attack position for the Lady Labyrinth.
I like this. Before you start playing with the big welcome, you can just use this attack over the Fenrir to play through your opponent's field. Fenrir is really annoying with the interaction that benches something face up from your side of the field, face down, and now we're going to attempt to go into the first big welcome Labyrinth, trying of course later on to chain the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, but there is an Ash Blossom!
That's huge! That's the card you want to have versus the Labyrinth strategy. The field, kind of similar to the field he did in the first game, but that card in hand, that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, may be the game-deciding factor here.
Yeah, that's absolutely the difference maker in this matchup. Ash Blossom is a simple yet so cruel card if you're playing Labyrinth, because everyone just includes it in their deck. It is just so generically good, but it stops your, I want to do some quotation marks here with my hands, combo.
Yeah, I mean, just compare how long the last turn of Gabriel Nats in the last game was, you know, and now this one right here. That was just a huge difference just because of that one Ash Blossom.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. You get like multiple effects. You get the Lady, you get the Chandraglare from the graveyard, just from negating the one big welcome.
Yep, okay.
Oh,
and
wow.
Gabriel picks up his cards. Giovanni equaling the score against Gabriel Nats, and therefore we are going to see a third game here.
You can just see what kind of difference one Ash Blossom makes there. 5 set cards, 3 powerful monsters on the field. And an Ash Blossom is just way too much to play through.
Do you remember the first time we saw that version of Labyrinth being very popular?
I remember it, yep. You remember
what
it
event
too?
was it?
YCS London.
It was, indeed.
Yeah, I just remember seeing the turbo into Eradicator Epidemic Virus.
That was sick, yeah.
Yeah, and the first thing I remember us saying after the match, where the deck was super successful and showed its strength, was, isn't this pretty vulnerable to Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring? And as you saw, it still kind of is.
Yeah, you don't have all of those other trap cards to fall back on. You played Rumor Karma Cannon. I have seen players play around with the Dogmatica Punishment and the Ice Dragon's Prisons. Those are very valuable cards as well. They also gain some resources sometimes, in the case of Dogmatica Punishment at least. But
yeah,
I mean, if you're just playing without those backup traps, we've also seen Solemn Strikes. I think Dinka Bui won the German Nationals with Solemn Strikes in his main deck.
You know, speaking about Dinka Bui, I got some live updates for all the fans at home. Dinka Bui moving on to top 8 by defeating Kevin Semlali with his Fire King strategy. So that's some information for you guys at home. But now, of course, we are here in the middle of a match, here in the feature match area. Top 16 it still is. Game number 3 starting now.
Game 3. Gabriel now has the advantage of starting. He can accumulate this advantage from the Labyrinth monsters in his hand earlier, but we are seeing double Lightning Storm on the side of Giovanni.
Wow, that's crazy. So Gabriel leading this off. For the first time in this entire match, he finally gets to go first with his Labyrinth deck. So he should be happy, but he doesn't look necessarily happy at the moment. He's really trying to come up with something here.
sometimes this deck also just doesn't deliver. We call this in the community a brick hand sometimes, if you just can't find your way into any good place or just have some lackluster place. And this might be the case for Gabriel now. This might happen sometimes with it.
Yeah, totally. I think overall the terminology brick is kind of overused. People like still do stuff, but they are going to call it a brick at the end of the day. But okay. I mean, I see what you're saying, because activating Arias there in your first turn to start playing doesn't seem optimal, but now all of a sudden we kind of get things going. This does not look like a brick at all. Okay, Arias setting a trap, then of course also the lady, and now Ariana right after. This is looking nice.
Oh, and we're going to see the infinite impermanence chained to it. However, we do have the Welcome Labyrinth that can be activated. This is not a big Welcome Labyrinth, so you cannot use it to bounce back the Ariana and dodge the impermanence, but we can chain the Arias from the graveyard because there was an effect reacting to a Labyrinth effect of Gabriel.
I was wondering also, do you want to chain the lady here as well?
You could, totally.
Yeah. He's got to pick one though.
Oh, he does it. Does he? I mean, he has the Welcome Labyrinth, so he could chain to that one as well.
Yeah. But that might be negated by Ash Blossom. I think that's one of the things you think about with the Labyrinth deck, is you think I can go all in on trying to resolve my monster effects, but my trap effects even. But if you get Ash Blossom, it could be devastating.
This is top 16 of the YCS Bologna, and honestly, do you go all in or do you try to play it safe?
You are always playing for the win here, of course, because only the winner will be left in the tournament, so there's no choice. You have to go for it. And Gabriel hesitating, but now using Welcome Labyrinth.
So he decided to chain that, and the lady not at all.
I think he chained the lady as well.
Oh yeah, that might be true. He just accesses the deck with it.
Yeah. I mean, no, this is for Welcome Labyrinth, but I'm pretty sure we're also going to resolve the lady. Yeah, look, we're still in it. So Chainlink number 3 was the lady, and then Chainlink number 4 was the Welcome Labyrinth as well, which makes sense, because you are checking out whether your opponent has an Ash Blossom for that, and that kind of makes your decision on the lady as well there on what to set. So I do like it by Gabriel there a lot. So, Gabriel, so far, only 1 draw and 1 loss in the entire tournament. And Eradicator is his card of choice there, okay.
Oh, and we have seen it before. There is a Lightning Storm in Giovanni's hand too, even. So you can actually go for a devastating spell card call right there. And we have Stovey Torby in hand as well. Additional resource. We can set so many cards. The big Welcome Labyrinth is going to come out flying from the deck into the spell trap zone right there.
Yes, that's a very, very good setup. Leo, you were thinking, oh, maybe a brick, but this totally does not look like a brick through even impermanence here to me. This looks very, very strong as a setup for Gabriel Nats.
This is the absolute opposite of a brick, and I see some Labyrinth fans in the crowd. They're going crazy right here because of this opening, and now we're going to see what happens next. Gabriel Nats is hesitating over the Eradicator Epidemic Virus. Is he just going to activate it immediately?
Is he waiting? If he is waiting, that might be bad, because then the Lightning Storm can be activated.
This is looking good. We are going to activate a big welcome first. That makes sense, because you want to chain the lady, of course, as well, and you cannot do that if you tribute it for cost.
Okay, Destructive Daruma Cannon was very successful in game 1. He wants to have it again then. There comes Kuklok.
Kuklok is immediately being bounced back to the hand as well. And now you can activate Stovey Torby. You can activate the Welcome Labyrinth from the graveyard. You can activate the Chandelier. This is so much value on Gabriel Nats. The only question is, does he activate the Eradicator Epidemic Virus right now?
The Ariana can draw a card. We've got to wait just 1 more second.
This is so much. Like Chainlink 1, 2, 3, 4. All the things happening. All the good things for Gabriel Nats. And now also the Eradicator. And the crowd is going wild. Of course, going after spell cards. Lightning Storm is gone. And so no fear anymore for the cards in the spell trap zone of Gabriel Nats.
But this game is not over yet. There is Hydrant, there is Airlifter, and there is another trap card. We have discarded the Kuklok. Our trap cards are safe and they're ready to be activated.
Okay, Giovanni, what is he starting with? He's just checking. Welcome Labyrinth and the Daruma Cannon are the cards he has to deal with. Norman summon Airlifter using the effect, of course. Gabriel, does he even have a response to that? I would be thinking no, and therefore the thumbs up is coming. Giovanni reaching his hands to the deck.
But does he need a response to that? That is the big question. You can respond to other stuff. I think the only play that you can go for is searching out an emergency right here. And once you go for the emergency, special summon out something else, you can use the Daruma Karma Cannon to end the turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is true. So we are getting closer and closer to timeout. So maybe Giovanni just wants to go into the battle phase here, potentially trying to run over the Ariana and then be ahead in life points. That could be a way to at least be in the driver's seat in the life points department.
I mean, Gabriel also, I think, had an Ash Blossom in his hand to complement everything else.
Really?
Really?
Oh,
wow.
Look at that. Okay. Oh, yeah, we want to get ahead in life points. That's 100 points of damage for Gabriel Nats, and those 100 points of damage could be impactful because, as you see, 5 minutes left on the round here.
Giovanni is thinking. His face is already giving it away. This does not look good. Immediate drop of the Ash Blossom, and Gabriel Nats is advancing to the top 8 of YCS Bologna.
What a show. Gabriel Nats is just unstoppable at the moment. Maybe one of the hottest players we have at the moment in Europe, maybe even all over the world. Wow.
What a win. It's so exciting to see him win after coming so close in YCS Dortmund. So
I love that.
Let's see if he can take it all the way.
Wow, we were thinking, wow, he's hesitating a little bit. Usually the first turn lines of the deck are kind of obvious, but if you have so many plays, you just have to think a little bit about it. For the Arias, the Lady, the Welcome, the Ariana, even through the Impermanence, this was the absolute perfect setup. We got into our engine, we have so much value, and we even eradicated our opponent for those valuable side deck cards.
Yeah, and I love that. The crowd, of course, celebrating the winner of this feature match, but I think also the friends of the loser here, the friends of Giovanni, applauding him for, of course, a very great run all the way into top 16 here too at a home YCS in Bologna. I love to see that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it cannot be overstated just how much of an achievement it is to make it to the top 16. I mean, it's always, you know, we always talk about the winner of a feature match, but, you know, there are nearly 2,500 players here this weekend.
Totally.
And you've come in the top 16, so you've beaten over 2,000 players.
Yeah,
You've
but
done
now
such
that
a
you
fantastic
mentioned
job.
those last 16 players, let's have another look at who still is left in competition. Let's see the bracket and let's see who's still fighting, competing here for the last remaining top spot for the YCS finals. Oh, and look at that. We already have a result between Andrea and Simon, he is moving on and he will be meeting Joshua Schmidt in top 8. What a matchup. And then after that, we also have Yoho. Okay, oh no, it's top 16, I just got told.
So that match is happening right now.
It is happening right now indeed. So interestingly enough, so Joshua Schmidt versus Simon here right now. That's crazy. Then we also have Yoho versus Matteo, I see. Okay, let's move on even further to see what else is there. I've already got the spoiler for you guys that Kevin lost to Dinkabui. So Dinkabui also one of the top 8 competitors once again. Like Gabriel Nats and Dinkabui, when are they not in top 8, honestly? We could already include them at the beginning of the tournament, to be honest.
That is true. The German players are going strong right here. We have seen Gabriel Nats, of course, also winning. And Pakawat versus Luca Foyan is also a crazy match, as well as Anthony Lopez versus Eduardo. The names, they are not even stopping at all.
It's such a crazy YCS, so many great names.
Oh!
Andreas Vrelos, of course, a person we have not even talked about just yet, because that actually is somewhat of a defending champion here in Italy, because he won YCS Milano in 2019, still competing as well in top 16.
With the Orcus Sky Striker deck back then beating True Draco in the finals, a deck that nobody ever thought about. I mean, not ever, but nobody thought about that turn.
His opponent also is going really strong. Victor really is showing up here with his branded strategy. The only pure branded deck in top 64 still left in competition. I really think he's a good shot at he has a good shot at winning the tournament too, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a super cool strategy to take. I really love playing with that deck, so I'd be really excited to see if we get it on the feature.
Totally, and I mean, let's not disregard Danilo and Georgios there at the end. They're also, of course, still left in the tournament, have an equally good shot at making it all the way into the finals. Not that many players anymore in the tournament, so all the players right now, of course, have the chance to do it, but one step closer to actually making it to the finals. Now, being a top 8 duelist is Gabriel Nats, so let's hear it from him in the winners interview.
Hi, Basti. Yes, I am here with Gabriel, who's just won that top 16 feature match and has now made his way into the top 8. Gabriel, you're no stranger to topping these kind of events, but how are you feeling here at Bologna?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was not really confident coming to this tournament because I didn't practice a lot, but I had a list from a friend and a lot of support from my friends, and yeah, it's working out.
You just reminded me of those friends at school who go into an exam going, oh, I haven't revised much, and then breeze it, no, I haven't practiced much, but I've just got to the top 8, you know?
My friend group calls me a homework stealer, so I think it's right on topic here.
Well, let's talk about this game because you were pretty much being another expert display of a Labyrinth deck in our feature matches. So a lot of interaction in game 1. You managed to take control of the field. You managed to out-resource Giovanni, so he scooped. So then game 2, he had a stronger start, that Turbulence. So Turbulence setting 4 from the deck. When you're up against that with Rescue Ace, how do you as a duelist with Labyrinth prepare for that?
Yeah, so with Lab, like the win condition is basically establishing Lady Labyrinth of that, so he can't use Extinguish and Contain on it. That was actually bad because his hand wasn't that good. So I had the bounce from a Big Welcome. But because he didn't commit and he ended on the Turbulence, I couldn't use the Big Welcome bounce in the end phase because the Turbulence would pop a card. So him not going into IP actually like really screwed me over because I just had Lab Engine and I couldn't bounce. So and then he had the Ash for my trap card, which is the Lab's biggest weakness.
Yeah, that's a huge weakness, that card. We were all talking about that backstage as well. Nadir going, an Ash. The worst nightmare of Labyrinth. But then let's talk about game 3, because game 3 was really exciting. You obviously had headphones on and were in the game, but you should have seen Leo in that game, especially when that Eradicator hit both of those lightning storms in the hand. He went nuts, the crowd went nuts. It was such an exciting moment. When that happened, did you basically think you had it secured?
Yeah, I mean, once I did the turn 1, I was pretty safe, I think. I just tried to play it as safe as possible, so I didn't use the Arias. I chose to chain the Lady, so I guarantee follow-up if you had an Ash. But I still was able to set up an Eradicator. And yeah, I mean, against this matchup, like if you have that plus Karma Cannon, which was a setup, it was fine. And then I drew the Ash of the Ariana. When I drew the Ash, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. We got this.
You knew you had it.
Yeah.
You knew you had it sorted. Well, congratulations. You're going to be in that top 8. Very exciting. I'm sure we might see you go really far down this. Best of luck to you. He's going to stick around, though, because we're going to speak to Gabriel and the rest of our top 8 contenders in just a moment. But before that, we have Leo, who's going to do a little Rescue Ace combo tutorial with Ben Kreutzkampf as well, so that you guys can see how that deck can be played. And considering we just saw it in the last feature match, it's pretty apt.
Welcome back to our little break content of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Bologna. I'm joined by Ben Kreutzkampf, and we are going to discuss a little bit the Rescue Ace combo lines for you guys at home. If you are not that familiar with the deck and you're wondering what is going on, why are the players playing the combo like that, Ben is here to explain it to you. Ben, how are you feeling for this tournament?
Very good. I think the Rescue Ace deck is in a good spot. Right now it's considered a tier 1 deck, and I'm very familiar with it. I'm comfortable with it, so I think it's probably a good pick.
All right, then there's probably no better person other than you to explain it to us. So I think let's just go right into the combo. We have just seen with Age of Overlord the Diabellstar engine, as we like to call it, that made this deck incredibly good. It was very cool before, but now it is really popular. Why don't you just start us off with a 1.5 combo?
Sure. So in this opening hand we have one Wanted, and a random discard can be any card basically. You want to start with Wanted in the draw phase to play around Droll and Lockbird. Wanted will search you the Diabellstar, the Black Witch. Then you'll go to main phase, special summon Diabellstar by pitching the random card and activate the effect to set a Sinful Spoils spell from your deck, which will be the Snake Eye. You'll activate it by sending the Diabellstar. This will summon Rescue Ace Hydrant typically. Rescue Ace Hydrant can search you once per turn any Rescue Ace monster from your deck. So you will search for Rescue Ace Airlifter. Since you haven't normal summoned yet, we can normal summon the Airlifter and search for any Rescue Ace spell in our deck, which will be the Emergency. All the Rescue Ace spells don't actually have Rescue Ace in their name, but they're all considered Rescue Ace spells by their effect text.
Important.
Yep. Then you'll activate the Emergency. Emergency special summons a Rescue Ace monster from your deck in defense position, and then tributes a Rescue Ace monster from your field or hand. And then you'll summon the star of the deck, the boss monster, Turbulence. And tribute of the Airlifter. And then Turbulence is probably the card you maybe have heard of. It sets up to 4 spell or traps from your deck immediately. So we'll go ahead and activate it and set as the 2 traps, Extinguish and Contain, which are the interruptions. Contain will negate a monster and prevent it from attacking, and if you control the Hydrant, it can also not be used as material for an extra deck summon. Extinguish will destroy an effect monster, and if you control Hydrant, it cannot use its effect for the rest of the turn. So if, let's say, your opponent plays Unchained, they couldn't activate the monster to special summon from deck, even though it was destroyed. And then we have Rescue, which is a reborn, pretty much, and with Hydrant you can also summon from the opponent's graveyard. Then you have Alert. It can add back a Rescue from your grave, and if you can control Hydrant, you can also add from deck. Important part about Hydrant is, if you set a spell trap from your Rescue's effect, you can activate one of them immediately, even though it's a quick spell. So we'll go ahead and activate Alert to search for Rescue's Preventer, since we control Hydrant. And then we can go ahead and link off the Rescue's Turbulence and Rescue's Hydrant. For
Turbulence already did the job.
Yes, for IP Masquerena. And then we can special summon the Preventer by banishing one of the Rescue's monsters in our deck, typically, in our graveyard. I usually banish the Hydrant.
Makes sense.
I prefer this setup because Preventer, if it goes to graveyard, will still summon a Rescue's from banished. So if you get hit by Nibiru the Primal Being here, we still get a Rescue's monster back and all traps will be live. So it's a rather minimalistic setup, even though you have the back row, but it's usually enough because IP Masquerena allows us to link in our opponent's turn into SP Little Knight. And then
very good card.
We get the extra effect of Little Knight because it was made with an extra deck monster, and also the effect of Preventer to summon back the Hydrant, and now all of our spell traps will have their extra effects again.
All right, that is perfect. That's why you also banished it. Makes sense. So, as you guys could see, this is heavily reliant on the Turbulence. So if you want to disrupt your opponent playing Rescue Ace, then throw Impermanence or Effect Veiler or Ghost Mourner onto the Turbulence. Now, of course, with a one-card combo or a one-card plus a discard, it's not really possible to play around hand traps that much.
Yes.
But how do you, or when can you play around those Impermanences or those Effect Veilers with a deck?
Well, one of the main points would be if we already have Emergency in our hand. So let's say we start with the same hand, but we already have Emergency.
Mm-hmm.
We would go draw phase, activate Wanted, search the Witch again. Then main phase, special summon the Witch by pitching the random card in our hand and set the Snake Eye spell. Summon Hydrant again.
Where is it?
Sure. Summon Hydrant again. And now we always have the emergency life in our hand to dodge hand trap. Let's say we activate Hydrant here.
Veiler, Impermanence.
Opponent activates Impermanence. We can chain Emergency and, for example, summon the Turbulence directly from our deck. Tribute the Hydrant off. And now because the Impermanence can no longer negate the Hydrant, we still get the search of Hydrant and can search for Airlifter.
Is there a way to stop this by just activating the Impermanence on the summon of Hydrant?
Good question. So we can go back to this spot. I have the Emergency in hand and the Hydrant on field, so you activate it on summon. And
deal with it.
Now we can use the Emergency still, and we can either go for the Airlifter, tributing the Hydrant, and search for the Rescue, the Reborn spell. Bring back the Hydrant, and then still get our search. Or we just immediately, instead of the Airlifter, we can also just immediately summon the Turbulence, of course, and from Emergency, because we already had it.
Yeah.
And that still does the job, because we get our 4 sets. But this line is can extend less than the Airlifter line.
So is there a way to stop Impermanence or Effect Veiler if you don't have the hard-drawn Emergency?
Yes. If you open multiple engine cards,
fire engine cards.
Yes. Let's say if you want to wait for the Turbulence to resolve, to activate, to use your Impermanence. Typical setup would be if we open Hydrant plus Preventer or Hydrant plus Turbulence, doesn't really matter. So you'll often come into a spot where this resolves, you search the Turbulence, and Then we can link off the Hydrant, special summon our Preventer by banishing the Hydrant. Then link 2 into Proxy F Magician. Then the Preventer will trigger, bringing back the Hydrant.
Oh yeah, I see where you're going.
And then we can activate the Proxy F Magician to fuse off these two, because they have the same attribute but different types, into Muddragon of the Swamp.
Oh, that is so good.
And then we can call Fire and then summon our Turbulence.
And now it can't be targeted anymore.
And it can't be targeted anymore. Of course, this specific line would still lose to the Imperm on the Hydrant, but there's many lines that open up this this spot after one hand trap, or if you open multiple engine cards. Or some people would just wait for the Turbulence because they know it's the biggest threat in the deck.
Yeah. All right, so are there any other creative ways to play the combo? I think I have heard players playing Isolde now.
Yes, because the deck ends on multiple set cards, people will try to side cards like Evenly Matched or Lightning Storm or Feather Duster against you. So there's been ways to stop these back row removal cards that's been experimented with. For example, an Isolde combo, which would be just one Airlifter, for example. Multiple setups, of course, can send can lead to the same end board in this deck. But for this, like the most minimalistic is one Airlifter. You search the emergency, you activate emergency.
Fair enough.
Summon the Hydrant from deck, tributing the Airlifter. Hydrant effect will search the Turbulence. And now, since we have 2 Rescue Ace cards in our graveyard.
Right, because this is in a Rescue Ace card every time.
Exactly, because emergency is always considered a Rescue Ace card. We can summon the Turbulence. Then we can set from deck our 4 Spell and Traps, which will be the exact same 4. Then we can flip the alert because we control a Hydrant. Go for Preventer. Then we can summon the Preventer by banishing the alert, because again, it's considered a Rescue Ace card. And we can link 2 into SP Little Knight. In this case, SP Little Knight will leave our board soon, but it's important because it's a generic Warrior Link 2. You could also summon the Flame Swordsman, retrain the Link 2, which is actually really cool. And but in this example, we will use SP Little Knight because it's overall a more powerful monster to include in your
It's one of the best cards in the game, and you just summon it out because you want to play around an evenly matched. I love it.
Yes. Okay. So Preventer in the graveyard will trigger and summon a banished Rescue Ace, which will be Airlifter. And funny enough, Airlifter is also a Warrior monster.
Oh, wow.
So we can link 2 with the Little Knight and the Airlifter into our favorite Warrior Link 2. Isolde. Isolde can search you any warrior as follow-up. For example, we could search another Airlifter from deck. But for the sake of the combo, we're just going to use the second effect. Send Infernoble Arms Durandal, which is actually not as bad of a brick in this deck, because it searches any warrior fire level 5 or lower, which can also be Rescue as Airlifter, so it's a suited starter.
Fair enough.
And then we summon a level 1 warrior from deck, which will be Infernoble Knight Ricciardato. I probably butchered the name, I'm sorry, Italians. On summon, it will reborn a warrior fire level 4 or lower, which will be Airlifter. And now we can only summon warrior monsters for the rest of the turn.
Okay.
But that shouldn't interrupt us here, because it's a level 1 tuner monster. And Turbulence, funny enough, is level 9. What's a good level 10 warrior synchro we could make here?
Well, enlighten us, Ben.
Take a guess. It will be Baron de Fleur.
Very good.
And then our remaining monsters, either we could leave the Airlifter on board because it's a Rescue Ace monster that makes our spells and traps live.
Yeah.
But we could also link it off because we set the Rescue earlier, so we have a reborn for Rescue Aces. So we can link it off with the Assault and make another SP Little Knight.
There we go, twice in one turn.
This one would remain on the board now. So you can, even if you want to, on summon, use the first effect to summon to banish a Rescue Ace monster from your graveyard, for example, an Airlifter, because you maybe want to have it in the banish pile as a target for Preventer. Yeah. Let's say in your opponent's turn you were to reborn the Preventer, and they destroyed in some shape or form, then you would have follow-up because you could summon the Airlifter back.
Yeah, perfect. And then you can search another spell.
Yes.
All right. I would say that is enough for now. Thank you very much, Ben. This was a very insightful. I think that we are all a little more prepared for the Rescue Ace now, even to play it, to be honest. Yeah, again, thank you very much. This was very helpful. And we're going back to the live coverage.
Welcome back. You're here as we approach our top 8 feature match as we head towards the final here at YCS Bologna. So, in the traditional style of these YCSs, it's my duty and my privilege to do a very rapid-fire interview with our top 8 finalists as we head towards this. It's going to be very exciting. So let's start with our first 2 who are going to be part of our feature match for our top 8. First up, it's Joshua Schmidt. Now, Joshua, we've had many of these interviews before. I've interviewed you this weekend, in fact. How are you feeling at the event so far?
I'm feeling very good. It's very nice. I told you yesterday, I'm just playing a deck that I really enjoy, and I am very happy that I was able to bring me here. So,
well, these kind of plays have taken you all around the world. Can it take you to a victory here in Italy?
I mean, it could. I need a little bit. I just need a little bit of luck and play well. Then I think it could. Yeah.
Well, best of luck to you. I'm going to let you go and get ready for your feature match. Best of luck, Joshua Schmidt. Next up is Juho Ahn, our second player in the feature match. Juho, now we've also spoken around the world, but how are you feeling here in Italy?
I'm feeling pretty good here. Like, aside from the trip that was really rough because of the weather, everything else has been good.
Now, do you feel that in this very diverse meta that you have what it takes to take it to the finals?
I think so. It's just my next opponent has a very rough matchup for me, so I'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. Best of luck. I'm going to let you go and get ready for that top 8 feature match, but it's very exciting. Next up, we have Pak Palmansuit. Now, Pak, you've come a long way to be here, but can you go all the way to the final?
I think I can. Yeah. I think I can, yeah.
Have you had a good time here?
I had a great time. I love Italy. It's been great.
That's what we like to hear. Best of luck to you and yours. We're also going to let you go and get ready. I told you these are quick fire. Best of luck to Pak. Next up, we have Dinkar Bui. Now, Dinkar Bui, we have had many of these interviews. As with all of them, you guys are regular toppers. The fact that you have so many amazing players, including yourself in the top 8, does that threaten you or does it inspire you?
It's a bit scary, to be honest. I'm playing Net's a very good player in debate, but I'm still hyped to be still in the tournament and play it.
We're hyped to have you. Best of luck to you in your top 8. I'm going to lead you off here. Best of luck in your one. Next, we have Anthony Lopez. Now, that's a big cheer for Anthony. Anthony, how are you feeling at this point in the tournament?
I'm feeling pretty good. I hope it continues like that.
And I hope so as well.
And I'm here to extinguish fires.
Oh, here to extinguish fires. Now, that's a biting thing to say. Are you excited? Have you really enjoyed your time here at Bologna?
Oh, yes, very much. Very nice city.
Do you have a lot of friends here?
No, actually, but a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh friends here at the tournament.
That's what we like to hear. Best of luck to you in your top 8 feature match. I'll lead you off here as well. So next up, we have Victor Ivanov. Now, Victor, we've spoken already. You told us that you started sort of around the pandemic time, but here you are making your way into the top 8. How does that feel?
Pretty good. Yeah. Yep, it's fine. It's exciting.
So do you reckon you could take it to the final?
Of course.
That's all we need to hear, really. Victor, thank you very much. Go and get ready for yours. And we have a couple more people to go. Next up is Danilo Siracusa. Now, Danilo, you are our remaining Italian in the top 8 here in Bologna. How does it feel to be the last Italian standing?
Great, but I hope I will still be the last one by the finals.
Well, so do we. Yeah, imagine taking home a hometown or a home country YCS championship. That would be very exciting. Best of luck to you in your match. I will lead you off here as well. And now, last but certainly not least, it's Gabriel Netz. A nice cheer there. People are still enjoying this. Now, Gabriel, we spoke mere minutes ago. How are the nerves settling in before the top 8?
It's my third top 8. I always lose them, so should be fine.
Should be fine. That's what we like to hear. You're a confident man. Best of luck to you. I shall lead you off so you can also go and get ready. Goodness me, the top 8 interview rapid fire is a heck of an exercise for me and a heck of an exercise for all of them. They put on the spot before having to go and do either a feature match or a very, very tense match. This is very exciting, but we're going to waste no time to get into this top 8 feature match. I'm going to throw you guys over to our wonderful casters who are going to take you through.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to the top 8 from us as well. Only 3 duels remain to crown YCS Bologna champion, and I'm in for it. What a stacked top 8 we have, right?
Incredibly stacked top 8. I mean, there must be 100 tops between all of those guys combined together. It's unbelievable,
Crazy.
just the amount of talent that we have here in the top 8. What an incredible tournament it's been so far, and what a great feature match we have coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm very impressed by the number of our players, and especially impressed by the number of Labyrinth in the top 8, Nadir. So, I mean, you were skeptic before, and now we have 3 Labyrinth, right? I gotta say that you actually got incredibly close, because we had 14% of Labyrinth in the top cut, and you said 15, so amazing. But before we actually talk more about the match, who better than to introduce it than Ed again?
It's me again, and we're here with the top 8 feature match. In front of me, I have Joshua Schmidt and Juho Ahn, who are both raring to go as we speed towards the finals here. Gentlemen, it's high roll time. Joshua's going to roll first. We're going to see what we get here. That is a 7, and what is Juho going to roll? That is a 2. Snake eyes. Okay, Joshua, you're going to be going first. Joshua is going to be going first. So this is very speedy. We're going to hand you back over to the amazing Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to take you through this top 8 as we head towards the grand final. Guys, we're almost there. I'm very excited.
And we definitely are too, Ed. And, well, what a way to start things off. Obviously, both incredible duelists. Joshua, I mean, we have said multiple things about him, but Joe has been a newcomer, we can say, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, and he's crushing it this season. Wow.
Isn't it incredible to say that going into this top 8 match, a world championship competitor is the underdog here? You know, I was talking to both of them just before this. You know, they're good friends. They know each other's decks at this point. And Juho was just saying, I hope you break because it's such a bad matchup. So we'll see how this one plays out. And not great fortune starting off here, starting with the Snake Eyes roll on the dice here for Labyrinth. Gonna go second. That's not ideal.
Especially like you roll a 2 in the top 8, but still, I mean, I think we don't want to keep you guys posted.
Yep.
And our players are ready, so I would say let's go to the table.
As you mentioned, Marcello, the amount of talent that we have here is just incredible. Juho is just sort of one of the kind of new up-and-coming players of this generation as we go back to us here
just
for just a moment.
To quickly fix the names and life points.
Yeah, we just have a slight technical issue. But yeah, they have started play here just now. We'll be back there in just a moment. Juho, one of the sort of most up-and-coming players recently over the last year or so, especially with the release of Power of the Elements. He was absolutely tearing things down, playing Tier Limit across the multiple different formats over last year, getting very good results, and of course getting into the World Championship final this year. A great talent, and I'm sure he'll make a name for himself regardless of the outcome of this matchup.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, I mean, for anybody who just tuned in, we did see both of them this weekend already on stream, so their decks are quite known, and although Joe tends to think there is a bad matchup, he is on the Labyrinth deck, not a surprise, while Joshua is playing quite a unique deck in this top cut. I mean, it's Runic, so we know how much he loves those cards, and he just mixed them with Beastials and, you know, some incredible tech cards that seems like are working out for him quite well.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of different engines being played here, and I guess most surprisingly, I don't believe there's any Rescue Ace left in top 8, right?
I think
there's one.
Only one.
One top.
Yeah.
It's crazy to
so
consider.
There's also tier, so our pick
Yeah.
Did you pick Centurion this time around?
How's that going for you?
Not so much. Not so much. But actually, technically, we could say there is even more Rescue Ace because there is the only tier left, actually. I think he's playing the Rescue Ace package, which is quite interesting.
If he's going to win one,
I guess you both win and just lose. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that's our pick here.
Yes, but before, I guess, jumping into the match, we can show the top 8 bracket real quick while we fix it. So this is what it's looking like. Obviously, we saw all of them, but we can also talk a little bit about the road that they had to face. Joshua knocked Simon E. We said it, top of Swiss. Still, he will walk home with the oversized another versus Glutonia, so nothing to complain about. But on the other end, Juho also had quite the run, but we can move to the other side as well.
Yeah, this has been an incredible path taken here by these players. I mean, just so many different amazing talent that's had to be gone through here just because of the competition is just at its absolute highest. And now, you know, I wish we could just show all of the top 8 games.
Yeah,
I mean, look at this.
one.
Gabriel Nets versus Dinka Bui is going underway right now as well. Just titanic amount of talent in this top cut here. And over onto the next slide, we've got another incredible bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Paco was showing up. He won YCS Brazil this year, and also he came up 3rd place at YCS Richmond. And maybe his first time playing here in Europe. He wins a YCS.
Could be. It happened before. And as you see here, again, Victor to end the last top 8. But as we mentioned, we will focus on the first of these matches, which is Joshua against Joe. Let's go back because they are just starting off.
Back to the table here. Apologies for the slight technical error, but we are now starting off our play here. The first motion taken part is Joshua Schmidt, of course, winning the dice roll here. Big unfortunate start from Juho, losing with a 1-1. And Josh going to start off with the Beastial Lebellion, adding the singular copy of the Beastial Magnamut. Potential usage in this matchup here, hitting the lovely the furniture pieces out of the graveyard. It's a lot of good utility here, but Josh is playing the Bestial Runic deck. It is
That's it?
But just one face down. Maybe what Joe said, please break, didn't work.
I guess we take that trade. In the end phase, we're going to discard the Chandragleer plus the Infinite Impermanence. We do, in fact, actually have a starter here so that we can get our engine rocking and rolling for the next turn. The big welcome has been set directly from the deck, and now Juho is going to be in a decent commanding position here. Joshua Schmidt, I'm not sure how many different hand traps he plays. There's probably Ash Blossom in his main deck, the synergy between the Runic cards and hand traps can't be understood. That's a pot of extravagance at the start of main phase 1 here. Juho with a dream start, all things considered, with that dice roll. Banishing 6 from the top of the deck here, and now you get to draw 2. Follow Greed is not a bad card.
What a start from him.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets, I think. And wow, really unfortunate hand from Josh here, as we also have picked up an Ariana, the best normal summon in the deck here, searching out any Labyrinth card from your deck to your hand.
No response from Joshua, so
what do you think the overall game plan is for Labyrinth in this matchup? You know, there's so much like tricky things you need to deal with against the Runic deck, because there's a lot of protection with things like Fountain. It's kind of annoying to deal with Hugin Protection, the advantage it generates. I mean, you'd think Labyrinth is the deck that generates a lot of advantage, but Runics are, I mean, 3 cards in 1 almost for each piece.
It basically depends on the trap lineup that you have, because we saw this weekend a lot of these Labyrinth players cutting on, you know, Skill Drain and some of these trap cards, and then it's all up to what you can get. Because in the side deck, most likely Duelists use Epidemic Virus, which is amazing. But in the main deck, that's not really popular this weekend, right?
Yeah, I think Juho is siding the copy of Eradicator, so if at some point there may be, in this whole match here, the flipping of the Eradication. But we're going to actually set here the field spell, Labyrinth, and that's going to get double value with the Lovely for multiple destructions. And I think this matchup, you're going to see a lot of back and forth interaction. There's going to be so much taking away of resources and generating, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. You enter battle phase, right?
Yeah.
Just a nice little poke for 16 here. Could go for the big welcome as well, potentially.
Joshua's thinking whether he wants to take this damage or no. He does go for a Bestials. What does he target? Because there is also a chance to play around that potentially. Let's see.
So Juho sort of has to make the decision here. Do I save my Stovey Torby and prevent the Magnemite from coming down, or will I go for the Lovely to get the added sort of bonus of having the destruction effect here? Because if the Magnemite hits the field and the Lovely does as well, you are going to be able to actually destroy the Magnemite and it won't trigger. So that's an option. Oh, actually goes for the duality that's set here. That card not really... that sort of acted as a bit of a... how would you say? A tech card, right? Yeah. For the deck here. And something like that kind of... Oh, we've also got the Beastial Druid's Worm. Just a big hand of Beastials. Very fortunate that Josh's turn wasn't really great. But because we've drawn a lot of Beastials, we can get value out of the Darks.
The only thing is, I think... Did Joshua even activate the Magnum? Because it looked as if he chained that right away, but then the sequence would have been that you need to declare first the Magnamut and then chain the Druid's Worm, you know? Didn't look to me as if he did declare that, but we'll find out later on, I guess.
Probably just on resolution, right? You can use
but
quick effect.
the problem is that you need to chain it to the Chandelier gear, because they're both, you know, trigger effects.
Both triggering?
Yeah.
Okay.
But whatever, we'll find out. Regardless, they are close friends, so there is also the chance that, you know, Joe was like, it's fine, whatever.
All right, so punching over the Magnemite here. Druid's Worm is slightly annoying to deal with because it hits the graveyard. It will be sending a card. But
yeah, Memphis Jew, we can get something back, and it is again the big welcome. Wow.
That's a huge...
Great turn.
Yeah, no, that set 3 cards is massive here.
And yeah, Joe just gonna take a read of this duality, and then Joshua is gonna add the dragon.
Imagine if he has the Ice Dragon Prison.
Yes.
Yeah, that is actually
that would
one of the
literally
main
be a Dragon Prison at this point.
Oh wow, okay, looks like Josh has just drawn a handful of Beastials here. Actually, no, sorry, this is the search in the end phase for the Magnemite to get the 3rd Lebellion. And that's going to probably search out another Beastial, and hopefully Josh has seen a Runic card at this point. That would be really good for him.
Yeah, but it might be too late, because if you see just one, you need a card to discard to just get the Fountain, and then he only has 3 cards in his hand at the moment, I believe.
I think Juho is deciding whether or not he wants to go in the standby phase here. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a very early big welcome. And, well, I mean, you have so many options here. You've got the Coup Clock that's available to be added back if you can trigger one of the furniture. You can special summon basically anything out of the deck here, maybe potentially the Lady, or rather the Ariana to get the Lady. That's going to give you more value, but actually goes for the furniture here. We're going to go for a Stovey Torby to bounce to the hand and then destroy the Druid's Worm with the Labyrinth. And then also Lovely gets to destroy as well.
Wow. Yeah. Nice sequence here from...
great stuff here by Joe. Let's take a look at this Knipe, though. This one is important.
3 cards in hand. It's the middle one. It is...
Duality.
Is that another Duality? Oh, gosh.
What a hand that was, yeah.
Actually, truly has bricked here. That is not a good hand at all from Josh.
But now at least he gets to get rid of this Lovely, and there is hope, at least a little bit.
All right, let's double check the grave effect of Duality, which is banish this from the graveyard and target a light and a dark in your grave, and then shuffle both into the deck and
you get
draw
and there
one.
was the cold buy.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's see. Do we still get the target a light and the dark shuffle both into the deck? So you don't, you do not get the draw here based on that PSET. So Juho has kind of everything to respond to this. Wow.
Yeah, especially because like now Josh is left with 1 copy, which is not...
And he passed back.
Pass back. Nibiru in the hand here, discarding with the Stovey Torby, getting a regular welcome from the deck here.
Yeah, this is brutal from Joho. I mean, he did say it, please brick. that works, I guess. So.
And then extravagant turn after turn, drawing once more Pot of Greed in this deck with basically no downsides. I mean, sacrificing maybe Chaos Angel, I suppose. Only 3 cards left in the deck. Did he go for 6? It was 6, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Those are the only one remaining.
Yep. Literally like 2 cards in your extra deck that you need in this deck. It's basically just Muckraker and the Chaos Angel.
And do you really need them? That's the thing.
Yeah.
When you
nice
resolve
bonuses.
Yeah, when you resolve True Extravagance, probably you're good without them anyway.
Oh, we have a Shuffler as well with discarded off of the Chandraglyph. That's more disruption.
Yeah.
Shufflers can put back Runic cards, that have been targeted with the Fountain. We can put back Beastial targets, Lebellion. I mean, so much value here.
Those are by far the best cards he has as tech cards in his deck against Joshua.
Trigger the Coup Clock, add it back. I mean, this is looking extremely grim here.
And you can see Joshua kind of smiling. He knows what's up. So
this is really, really rough here, unfortunately. Welcome after, I believe we're in the battle phase right now. Yeah, I mean, Juho did point out that it's a really bad matchup for him, but I suppose if your opponent doesn't really do much, then it becomes quite a positive matchup here. It's been quite favorable.
Becomes a humble matchup.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna let me live that down?
No.
All right, there's the Ball Drake here targeting. We can dodge with the Shuffler here. Oh, that's actually just incredible, because you can just summon from deck with the Big Welcome anyway. Oh, this is...
That was kind of a tell, because Joshua did not use his Lebellion, so it was at this point almost guaranteed that the last Beastial was also in the end, and that was the case.
Yeah.
So very unfortunate, and it's basically 2 dualities on all the Beastials he plays. So
putting back the Lovely into the deck, summoning it back out with the Big Welcome, just completely for free.
Flexing on him almost.
Yeah, and then triggering everything in the grave here.
Yeah, then gonna get rid of one more card from Joshua's hand, and
there's a Lebellion. The last card in hand is a Ball Drake, and I don't even know what you can possibly top deck in this situation. Try and summon the Ball Drake again, bring out the Lebellion, something like that. Yeah, it's very hard to just find like one singular good top deck in this situation.
Yeah, and now we said more. I think this is just, a formality at this point, and it will be Joe who advances at least with this game one. Only 500 life points, one more draw.
Yeah, I think like in the long term, it's probably fine for Josh to keep trying to play this. You never know what can happen. Your opponent can mess things up. You might be able to see a dream top deck. But also a really back and forth interactive matchup like this, at least when you get to play.
And that's it.
Yeah, no, that's the last card.
1-0 to Joe. Yep.
Joshua Schmidt faltering here as Juho takes game number 1 in this top 8. It's quite a convincing victory, but also, these things happen. You will just eventually not draw the cards that you need to see.
You sit at the top 8, you roll your dice, snake eyes, you definitely don't feel good, but then your opponent bricks, and yeah, that's sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh! And we'll take it. So now we can talk about the side decks. We already mentioned what the plan from the Labyrinth deck might be, but what do you think about Joshua?
There's a card in that side deck we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Shall we spoil it? No.
Not yet?
No,
not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
No, maybe not.
Maybe if it,
maybe not. Maybe
let me know. But it will be this one, honestly.
Yes,
apart from the other ones, I can't really.
Yeah, it seems like he only has one card in his side deck for this matchup. But oh boy, is that a card! But
that'll be a throwback. We'll see if it ends up coming down here. Now on the side of Juho, I think his sort of main deck is kind of designed to just sort of be quite a good contender in this matchup. Regardless, I think you bring in Eradicator regardless if you're going second. I think it's really important. Do you think you bring in something like Droll against Runic turn 1? It's kind of weird, right?
I was never a fan, honestly, because they can use it in the draw phase, the Yugin, and then I don't really like it, because it depends on the other engine usually. Against Runic by itself is not the best, so if the other engine, searches a lot, then it's good. Joshua's deck is kind of an in-between, but I do think his own copies of the Beastials might actually be interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. I think the Beastials are incredible against Josh's deck here, because there's Josh is essentially playing a Beastial deck with the Runic engine, but also supplemented with the Quem and the Cartesia as a synchro engine.
Yeah.
And hitting those light and dark monsters is really, really strong. So I think Juho's definitely going to want to bring in those Beastials for this matchup here in the Eradicator. Probably taking out that Nibiru. I don't think
it's needed,
popping off too hard with that.
No, for sure. But as you can see, it's taking a bit of time. It's not an obvious matchup. I want to say it was probably the only one in the top 64 with the deck, right? And it's definitely something we have not seen at all this weekend. So you can see how, you need to take a little bit of time to just improvise your strategy. And hopefully, that goes well. But at the end of the day, you still have game 3 if things turns around. And that gives you a bit of confidence here. But Without further ado, I think they're almost done with their side decks. So let's find out who will be the winner of Game 2.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us here now, we are currently in top 8 of YCS Bologna. We've got the world champion of Macedo, Joshua Schmidt, against world competitor Juho An here. Juho took down game 1 with an unfortunate opening hand from Josh, and we're gonna give it another shot here and see if maybe Josh can open something a little bit more convincing there. Try and show off this strategy to a little bit more of a stronger extent as we activate the effect of Freezing Curses, special summoning out of the deck, out of the extra deck, the copy of Hugin, discarding another.
Ooh,
infinite
but the
impermanence.
impermanence, this might be a big one. Let's
Huge
see.
disruption here as we stop the. Oh, we already hard drew the fountain. That's massive. Oh wow. Okay, if we have another Runic card to trigger this fountain, that's going to be huge.
I think he might have passed. Because I think Joe is thinking now, maybe on a furniture. Yeah, this might be it. I think Joshua passed.
Wow, passes on the fountain. And yeah, Juho just going with the Kuklog into the Chandragleer, getting the trap from the deck in the end phase. Runic Destruction baited! That's incredible! Oh, wow! The read on that. That is amazing. Now the Runic Destruction results destroying the trap card. We can't actually use it because we didn't have... Did we hit a lovely? We hit a lovely off the top of the Runic. So wow, that is karma here. And then on the new chain, the Runic Fountain gets to activate and target 3 in the graveyard. And now we get to draw 3 cards. Wow. What an incredible display of reading there.
But we used the Kuklok first, right?
Yeah.
Because then you couldn't have just chained it?
Do you not need to control a...
No, because otherwise... Let me check.
Let's double check the text
on the
clock. I think so, but I think you need to control a Labyrinth card in order to use that trap, right?
No. Yeah.
In order to use the trap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. All right, so moving on here, Juho is going to begin the turn with a normal summon Ariana, so huge destruction coming out in the end phase there, and now we can, well, it's some kind of commiseration
this is now
here.
super rough. Basically a double bait with the impermanence and then the destruction, and yeah, this was a huge risk. I mean, Joe thought about it, but wow.
Runic Dispelling here, this could hit something very important out of the hand here. We're going to chain the Kuklok and chain the Stovey Torby.
Makes sense.
As well as a trap card to discard, set from the deck here again. I'm curious what Juho's hand advantage is here. He might be complete. I don't think he has any
0
hand
cards because Dispelling would have discarded 1, you know.
Yeah, so actually, that's also, really good play from Juho there, dodging the Dispelling. But regardless, it is still a valuable card in the grave, because if Josh drew into any other Runic and then trigger it again to draw 2 more, Juho's going to be quite low on resources right now. But we do have the Kuklok that is active. Brings itself back here from the discard of the Stovey Torby. The trap card is live. Let's see if Josh does have a response for this, though. Thinking on resolution here. No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like we're going for a Link Summon here into Relinquish the Anima. And that is a flashing fire from the hand. Destroy a special summon monster on the field here. Do we have more Runics to draw 3, or are we just going to go for the draw 2?
No,
Change the welcome into Ash Blossom! And Joyous Spring, the most important hand trap against Labyrinth. Denying the special summon out of the deck here, and I think Juho is just down to an Ariana and the Relinquished.
Yeah. Yeah, this might be a quick one, honestly. It doesn't seem like he's got too
Yeah, we don't even have a discard for Muckraker. Okay, gonna chain Big Welcome here to bounce the Ariana to the hand. Yeah, Flashing Fire resolves. We're gonna hit a couple off the top of the deck. There goes the one-off Magnamut as well. So Lovely and Magnamut gone this game here. So because we bounced the Ariana to the hand, we now get to trigger both of our furniture here. We got the Chandragleer and the Stovey Torby back to the hand. Into Runic Tip. tip from the hand. That's the best one. We get to get a search here. And now the fountain, potentially. I think this is definitely where you'll use the fountain here to draw 3 cards.
There's so much advantage from Joshua.
Yep, there it is. Runic Fountain resolving to draw 3 from the top of the deck here. Every single turn you can draw this many cards. It's absolutely crazy. We haven't even seen the synchro plays yet come out from Josh. Which just goes to show you just how good the Runic cards are versus Labyrinth.
That's from a moment in which basically it was quite over.
Yeah, I mean, we thought like that wasn't the greatest or strongest opening at all from Josh, but it can't be understated just how good that end phase Runic Destruction bait was.
This might be it, right? And that's it.
Yeah, that's
it. Scoops it up. Juho realizes he is far behind in resources and concedes game number 2 here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go into a game number 3. Wow, that is exciting.
Yeah, what a start to this top 8, honestly. We mentioned it. 2 amazing players. None of them was going to go down without an effort and without a fight. And this is exactly what's going on here. You can see the large crowd gathering to watch this amazing match live here at Bologna. But now, it all comes down to this last 5 cards for one of these duelists. They will be knocked out and the other one will advance to the semi-final. But it's Juho.
Yeah, game number 3 here. This is going to be really exciting because I did want to see Juho go first post-siding. The all-important Eradicator Epidemic Virus in the side deck might be coming out here. Can we resolve it turn 1 against a spell deck?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking forward to it, honestly. I mean, I think he's not going to change his side deck that much. Because, like, I think it's going to be the same cards as he sided in the second game. Yeah, I mean, we really need to capitalize on the Eradicator, honestly. Yeah,
absolutely. That's the most important card here.
And still, I mean, there's the...
For Josh, there is
still one card.
There's still one card, and maybe...
We will
see.
Yeah.
But,
maybe we could see it. Yeah.
All right. This is going to be an exciting duel here. I can't wait to see who takes this down here. This has been an incredible game too, at least if not for game 1. Unfortunate brick there, but you know that was just an incredible back and forth, and Josh really showing the expertise and experience from some of those plays there. So I think our no, we're still siding up here. Yeah, no, game number 3. I mean, I think both players are probably quite used to the emotions, the highs, the lows that you can feel at this point in the game. Just got to stay in it and focus on the duel, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And as mentioned, they have both been multiple times at this stage before, but very different careers, as you mentioned. It's not often that a World Championship competitor is the underdog, but Joe is one of those players who has been on a roll, but still missing that win. And the same cannot be said for Joshua, who obviously has been here multiple times before. But it is all down to one last game, 5 last cards for one of these 2 duelists. Let's find out who will advance to the top 4.
And it's game number 3 here with the final fist bump. Who will be taking this down? Joshua Schmidt, Juho An in this last and final game for this
and we see the Butler right away, which is a great start.
Butler Ariana is a massive start, actually. We get to discard the Butler. That lets you set a trap from your hand, and you get to activate it this turn. Ariana gets you the welcome from the deck here. Now we're going to go big welcome, special summon. No Ash Blossom from Joshua Schmidt this time. Does get to resolve the big welcome, and that's a huge...
Big start.
Yeah, that's probably a massive swing right here in Juho's favor. Let's see if Josh can counter this, because we are going to have a card sniped out of our hand right now. Let's see if we can see any interesting techs or side deck cards coming out here.
Wow. Let's take a look. 5 it is, and it's Runic Destruction. Okay, not the best, not the worst.
Yeah, I don't think you're too upset about hitting a Runic card. At least Flashing Fire is kind of nice to have here, but that's going to be set 3. Did we hard draw it? Can we set it up? End phase? Magnamod.
Why? The one Magnamod it is.
Yeah, there goes Butler here. Magnamod in the end phase gets to search for a dragon. That's most likely going to get the Beastial Lebellion from the deck. Very important card that you access in the graveyard. Discarding, adding from deck to the hand, special summoning onto the field, and getting the Regained up, which we have not seen yet in this duel, but it is actually a massive part of Josh's strategy. We didn't even get to talk about it, but Josh is playing Cartesia, Quem, and the Regained, which is like a whole point of the strategy, is to do sort of a synchro style deck.
Are we going to see anything in the draw phase from Joe?
Yeah, no, standby phase coming up here. Do we go straight into the main phase, or is Josh going to go
Doesn't
straight?
seem like it.
Nothing here in the main phase. Does
You
he
know what
have
I'm
it?
thinking.
Does he have
You
it?
know what
Main
I'm
phase
thinking
1.
about it.
No,
No.
doesn't look like it. All right. Starts with a Beastial Lebellion discard to add from deck to the hand here. No targets left for the Beastials that we search here. We ideally want to leave this Lebellion in the grave.
Yeah, but for now we don't see the Eradicator play we talked about, and yeah.
So I think, what is it we have set? Welcome, big welcome, and a mystery spell.
Oof, but there is a Droll and Lockbird. Wow,
Okay.
let's see.
Yeah, keeping the Droll and Lockbird in, or bringing it in rather from the side deck here is quite important, because this matchup you will be drawing a lot of cards. So we might be forced into some synchro plays here potentially. We'll see just exactly how Josh plays it out. Lots of Runic cards do have the ability to facilitate some of those nice extra deck plays, as we lead first and foremost with Lebellion, a free special summon built in from the graveyard. Do we have anything on summon? We probably want to try remove this to stop the Regained from hitting the field.
The Regain is so strong. Let's see if there is a response from this.
Do you think it's worth maybe just letting this resolve and then hitting the Regained so that it's gone for good? Rather than just hitting the Lebellion? Because at least that way, you know, it's not going to be able to be recurred.
Yeah, but this way around you can actually still access the Eradicator combo if you want. So this is all down to Joshua.
Big welcome. Do we have? We need to probably chain something in resolution
you can
here.
chain a Beastial, or you can
Freezing
chain. Okay,
curses.
that's a good one.
Yep. Okay. So Trap is being chained. Oh, I think they're double checking that you can't respond to normal trap cards, right? But double check the text on Lovely here.
It says monster effects in activation.
Yeah, okay, so it's just monster effects. So we can use the freezing curses in response here. Let's see, we hit off the top. We got a Daruma Cannon. That's a one-of. That's one of the...
That's a big...
Yeah, it's kind of crazy things about the Runic cards is that they all do 3 different things. They either have some sort of utility on the field, they can special summon from the extra deck, so it's instant fusion and a card, and a random banish off the top here, so a ton of value that these things offer you.
As expected, we had the Cook Lock, which means the last card should be something that we can use, right? No, it doesn't go for it. Interesting. Okay.
There's the Regained being set up here. And that is a massive portion of the Beastial strategy, is resolving Regained multiple turns, getting multiple searches with Magnamut, and recycling back into the deck to draw. If you enjoy drawing cards, this is definitely the deck for you. That's the whole point of the strategy, and it looks like we're not going to be using anything on Juho's side to stop this Regained.
Okay, and as Lumber coming down.
Third Runic in the graveyard, but also this is most likely going to try and go for the Fountain.
Ooh,
is that a dimensional barrier? Okay, all right. That was what the last mystery card was.
And I think...
So I think Juho waited because he was unsure if maybe Josh would have another chainable card. Because he really wants to try resolve this lady here.
We know about the... Yeah,
we do have the Beastial Druid's Worm.
Yeah, and we can chain that. I think Joe thought that he couldn't, but this might be a big of a misstep, because now the Lovely is negated, and if he used it in the same chain, it wouldn't have still resolved, you know? And so he could not chain the Beastials, but now he can, because obviously Lovely is negated.
Yeah,
so
that's actually a huge point here. Juho probably should have used that in response to the freezing curses, as you mentioned, because then you would have been guaranteed to get your lady search, and then the lady would get you the Eradicator. The Cook Lock is already resolved, so we would get a free trap from the deck, essentially, but that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, bit of an unfortunate play here, maybe from Joe, but...
SP Little Knight is summoned to the field here, and Druid's Worm can activate now to send the card from the field to the graveyard, potentially putting the lady back into the grave. Quite annoying to deal with from its targeting protection, but no sets on the field here. Josh opts to go for the Lovely instead.
That there's just one sec card, it seems, from Joshua. Obviously has to skip the battle phase yet.
So he's under Droll and Lockbird, but can you return the Magnamut anyway? I don't think you can activate the regain to return, even if you don't draw, just because of the draw and lock part having already previously resolved in this turn. If you're wondering why Josh has not drawn any cards, it's because of the all-important draw.
And now we are back to Joe. He has obviously the big welcome, you know, compulsory-like effect. But ooh, another slumber. Okay, to protect.
Josh still not having access to that Runic fountain. That's how you keep your resources up here. So unfortunate that he does not have access to that all-important draw engine, and we still have not seen a synchro play here.
Could big welcome it away, I guess, but he's thinking about what to do, yeah.
So considering the effect of SP Little Knight, kind of banishes itself and the lady potentially.
Yeah, the thing is there is no face down, so yeah.
That's a Labyrinth off the top of the deck here. More one-offs being hit. I suppose if you play so many one-offs like that in your deck, you are going to see them, but these are very fortunate Runic banishes here. And does get to trigger the regain because we hit a light and a dark. Puts it back. Josh gets to draw another card. 2 in hand here. Going to go up to 3 on his turn. Normal summon Ariana. That's huge. Get to try and build up those resources again.
Yeah. At the same time, again, though, I don't know. We don't know the cards in hand, I think, outside of the 2 clock, maybe. But, yeah, if he had a spell and trap, it would have been really nice to set that and then try to attack, because then the Little Knight would have been useless. But
all right, going for the Stovey Torby here. Activates the Coup Clock, and then activates the Stovey Torby for the second
another draw. Okay.
Second draw on Lockbird here. It's going to get the... that's Juho's last card as we've depleted our hand, getting the big welcome from the deck onto the field. It is live this turn. We can bring back that Lovely, which is extremely important. Okay, so this is a real nail-biter here. Both players not looking like they're in the best of control. But that's an Ash Blossom off the top from that regained draw.
Yeah.
Oh,
big
so
top deck
fortunate.
from Joshua. Huge top deck.
Nice one.
Yeah, that really is a massive turn here. Juho arguably was in a bit of a strong position. I think if we resolve that, we'd bring back Lovely. We trigger like 27 effects in the graveyard. But Ash Blossom coming down on the big welcome and passes turn. It looks like over to Josh here. Goes to the end phase, checks graveyard.
Huge
and
top
now
deck here. Let's see what he picks up.
If we can get Fountain access, Josh is going to be in a really, really strong spot. The deck is, the grave is filled with Runics.
Yeah, he needs more Beastials maybe. Let's see, because that could be the one. Otherwise, he doesn't have enough cards to activate the Yugin, you know?
Yeah, there's...
I think he has 2 cards in hand, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So still a while away from getting to that Fountain and being able to resolve it. Unless we hard drew Fountain maybe on another Runic, that would work, but triggering Regained again would be really strong.
It's a very close one. Ooh, and a Beastial is huge. That's one of the best ones, yeah. You needed a Beastial here, for sure.
Do we have a way to protect Lovely? No, we don't. Lovely has left the building. She is gone and banished, and I don't think we have a... Wait, there it is! Denko Seka! That's the card we were talking about in between side decking. A blast from the past. That is a throwback. We're still really hyped, I'm sorry, you know, but there's clearly no value here. Juho doesn't have any set cards, but still, incredible to see Denko Seka being summoned in 2023.
Yeah, regardless, it made an appearance with it. So
there we go, she's here, using it as link fodder. Contact into a Chaos Angel. That's a light and a dark Chaos Angel, by the way, protected from monster effects as well as battle. Not too huge versus Labyrinth, because there are lots of traps that can deal with the Chaos Angel, but in such a simplified game state, it is going to be quite relevant here. Okay, choosing to use the big welcome in response to the Chaos Angel, targeting the lady, chaining the SP Little Knight, banishing itself and the lady until the end phase here. And the Saranir gets to dump a Baldrake from the deck to the grave now. And then that triggers the Regained as well, so now Josh also gets to draw a card.
Yeah, this is big. Big, big, big.
If I'm not
One
mistaken here, Josh is looking like we're in quite a good spot right now.
It's close.
If we get this fountain online, it's going to be massive.
It's close. He only has a card, pretty much. And it's a spell, but I can't quite tell which. Very close game. This one is down to the wire. It could be any one game, and it's a face down card. Now we'll skip the battle phase, I believe, and then it's back to Joe.
Yeah, SP Little Knight returns here. And now Juho is should return his lady here, no? Oh no, it was shuffled back to the Unchained. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so SP Little Knight just acting as a banish every turn. I suppose if you have a light and a dark to get rid of, that is, yeah, what a ridiculous interaction, actually. Absurd. Just one card on Juho's side here. Double checking the text on Chaos Angel. Yep, it is going to be a problem. Some resources in the graveyard here. We might have a big welcome in there still.
Yeah, there is another one, but yeah, that might be the only line that he has, and that's not really a good one.
Yeah, I think we might need to go for big welcome on our own Ariana, so that we can at least get some value.
But then,
yeah, but then you're stuck in a hard place here.
Yeah, because again, the Little Knight is there, so it's tough.
Yeah, Little Knight with 1600 attack as well as Ariana, so it's not even like you can bait by going into the battle phase. Well, he's doing it anyway, I suppose. And I guess Josh will... Oh, right, of course! The Chaos Angel protects all dark monsters from being destroyed by battle, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, no! That's... things are turning from bad to worse here from Juho. First with that trap interaction on that D-barrier, as you mentioned in the previous turn. Now, I think this experience and the nerves and emotions are getting in the way right now. This is not great from Juho. This is really unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate here from Joe.
What do we have left? Linkery? Like, what can we do?
Anima, yeah.
Anima into not really much here.
Yeah, this is rough, and this is looking like now the entire game is looking towards Joshua.
Resolving the regained here.
Yeah,
normal summon Ku Klok. Oh, I didn't realize he was playing multiple Ku Kloks. Okay. What can you really do here? There's no cards in the hand for the discard of Muckraker. What Link 2 can you possibly make here? His own Little Knight, potentially? Little Knight targeting the regained. And that's one thing to get rid of. I mean, on the plus side, Juho's is technically a higher rarity, so he's got that going for him. Maybe it vanishes too, I don't know. There goes the regained now.
And that's it, I think. Yeah.
Pass turn.
Wow.
Oh no, Josh looks like he might be edging closer to victory here. 8,000 life points to take away. I think we didn't use a Runic last turn, and we did skip our last battle phase, so we do have the battle phase here.
We have the battle phase this turn, and this will be a bunch of damage, and only one more top deck for Joe.
35 into 16, plus the SP Little Knight and the Baldrake here dealing damage. Josh with a set card, a top deck, the Little Knight interaction. Not so relevant right now, I suppose, with the regain, but when you're in such a simplified game state, top decking, I mean, what can you really see here? Pot of Extravagance into Ariana?
Yeah,
into the dream, right? Like, you need absolute heart of the card custom draw here, basically, and the Runic tip.
That's the tip as well.
Special summoning out the Jerry. Dualities away the Jerry. Okay, we get the Fabled Unicorn.
Wow.
And attacks with the Fabled Unicorn for
it.
game. That's it. GG. Joshua Schmidt takes away top 8 with a reverse sweep 2-0 on Juho. Wow.
What a match.
game.
What a match. Honestly, I mean, not expecting this at all. Joshua stay calm, and I mean, after losing game 1,
yeah,
congrats.
We could say not the Denko Sekka that we expected.
Link material.
It worked. It worked. It worked into that Chaos Angel, and overall, what a match it was. Very much everything that you can hope for a Yu-Gi-Oh match. It started with some drama, with the Snake Eyes into the brick from Joshua, and it looked as if Joe could walk away with it. But then game 2 was as quick as probably nothing else this weekend in terms of with victories, and game 3, wow. Honestly, I think there is so much that both of these duelists can consider, and probably Joe will look back at a lot of the plays. There were a lot of different decisions to make, and I still think as probably, you know, there were multiple lines in which you could have had an advantage, but...
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, especially when you get gifted a game, essentially, you know. Josh really, you know, kind of just gave away the game 1, you know, well, you know, indirectly by just not drawing anything. Juho, all you had to do was win 1 more of the 2 games. You would have had it for yourself, but I mean, the game 2, I mean, yeah, it was full control by Josh. In game 3, I think Juho really just made too many missteps there.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think he had the opening to get into the top 4. If you think about it, he had the Butler, the Ariana, and the Droll and Lock, which we really thought was going to pay in.
Don't think you can ask for better.
No, but I think the turning point was the dimensional barrier. I think the game maybe would have not been over, but it would have been completely different if you just chained the barrier there, because the Lovely was not negated yet, so Joshua could not answer with a Beastial, and that, I think, the entire game would have been completely
And even then,
turned
you could
around.
argue it was salvageable potentially, but then Josh top decked that Ash Blossom from Regains, and I think that was what sealed it.
That changed the game once again entirely, you know. But still, I mean, congrats to Juho for the top 8. I mean, what a run, what a year for him it has been, and I mean, still, congrats. And Josh advanced into the top 4 now, and he has a chance to bring home another YCS title.
Yeah, but the competition is still fierce. We did mention it, and in our top 8 interviews that we have a stacked roster for this YCS. Even just the next match lining up, Joshua will be facing against the winner between Gabriel Nets and Dinka Bui. That's not an easy top 4 match.
That's another Titanic matchup. Yeah.
But regardless, thank you a lot, guys, for being with us with the top 8. But before we go on a break, let's hear it from Joshua and Ed.
Yes, I am here with Joshua, who's just advanced into the top 4 here at YCS Bologna with some serious main character energy going through that duel. Now, Josh, let's talk about that duel, because game 1, we saw that you sort of, did you brick game 1?
It was funny because before the match we were talking and he was like, that matchup was pretty bad for me unless you break. And I was like, I don't think my deck can do that. Like, I don't think my deck does that ever.
You jinxed it.
I did. That was my fault. Game 1 was my fault. I just threw like an impossible, no Runic spell. I played like 17 of those. No access to the tuners, just Beastials and Duality.
And then in game 2, you pretty much out-resourced Juho, but there were some really amazing exchanges. Talk to us about, especially after a slightly weaker start in game 1, how were you feeling in game 2 with all the exchanging?
It was, again, not the best possible start, because once again, I didn't have access to a tuner, so it was just a Runic card. It's not even like much Beastial energy going on. So he could have very well taken that with a little bit of a better hand. I had the Ash, though, which is really good against that deck. And so the game 2, Runic cards are really good against Labyrinth cards. So that was, I think if that's a different matchup, maybe I might lose that with a hand like that, where I only have the Runic cards, but against Labyrinth, it was enough, luckily.
It certainly was. And now let's talk about game 3, because there was a lot to happen here. So Juho started really well with Butler and Ariana to start, so that's already a really good start for Labyrinth. But you managed to Ash the big welcome. So then he just passed down, so that's already a huge moment. We then saw Denko Seka as well, which was a nice big throwback. And then your Chaos Angel protected SP. So do you want to just let people know what was happening with that interaction? Because there was a little bit of a misplay from Juho.
Well, since Chaos Angel was made with light and a dark, it actually protects all the monsters by being destruction by battle. And he read the card, and the first effect is it makes synchro monsters unaffected by your opponent's monster effects, right? That effect only applies to synchro monsters. So he thought both effects only applied to synchros, but the battle destruction, battle protection one actually applies to all of your monsters. So he just lost the Ariana for.
Okay, and then obviously there was the big moment with your duality into the Unicorn and then attack for game. So must be feeling pretty good. You're no stranger to topping these events, but how does it feel at this point going to the top 4? Do you feel nerves at this point, or do you feel pretty confident?
I am nervous. Yeah. I'd like to think the other 3 are probably going to be a little bit more nervous than I am, but I still feel very nervous, and I really want to take this home. And it's just 2 more, and the closer you get, the more excited you get. So,
dang right. Well, best of luck to you in those next matches. Let's hopefully see you in the final. Guys, don't go anywhere, because that top 4 feature match is hopefully going to be here very soon. And then after that, we're into the grand final of YCS Bologna. Don't go anywhere.
What is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card?
I'd say
Maybe Sprite Blue.
Well, my favorite card would be Artifact Veil Knot.
Judgment Dragon.
My favorite card right now it's Tour Guide from the Underworld because I play Unchained, but historically is Stardust Dragon. I'm quite OG player.
Endymion, the Mighty Master of Magic. Starlish Seifert.
Salamangreat Gazelle.
Card Tropper and Amano Iwado, I have two.
Well, Hyperia. It's best card.
Terralman's Kit Claws. Heavy Metal Foes Electromite.
My favorite card, I think, is Shadow Constructor.
What deck do you think will win this weekend?
I'm gonna play Rescue Ace, and I think Rescue Ace is gonna win.
I don't know. It's a really hard question. I don't want to make hard predictions.
What deck are you playing?
I am playing Lightsworn.
I think, honestly, Unchained is going to take it.
I think Unchained and Rescue Ace have an edge on all the others, but I'm gonna say Tearlament because someone here is gonna high roll with that deck for sure.
Unchained or Tier?
Salamangreat. No. I think it's a Rescue Ace.
I think probably Unchained is one of the top favorite.
I hope purely, but I feel like Unchained and decks like Rescue Ace are the most popular right now.
I think Unchained is a big one. Rescue Ace as well. I think something like Rescue Ace, but it's a very diverse format, so I don't know sincerely.
What's your favorite memory of playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Well, I think my first regional, it was a blast. Yeah, I mean, I was very young and I met all these people and played all these strong decks, and I was playing like a for fun deck. So, but it was sincerely a really good experience.
My favorite memory from playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably was tier format when I was playing Sprite with Elf. Yeah.
When I was a kid with my friends in the school or outside playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Every time, I like Yu-Gi-Oh!
My first Yu-Gi-Oh! Pack.
Probably meeting my friends from when I started playing again more seriously in a more competitive setting.
Playing with my brother when I was little. Maybe play with my friends in like middle school and play with the junk decks, you know, the card you found during the week, and it was like very fun.
It's, I think, European Championship 2022. Yes, we go with friends and good trip. I go on the camera too in a future match. Very good experience.
When I was a young kid, I found Crystal Beast, Sapphire in the back, and I was very happy.
I feel like my first local with my friends, and my best friend opened this local and started playing in it, and it was fabulous.
When I played tier and I could have won an OTS tournament.
My favorite memory, I think it's from back in the days where I was playing at the playground with my friends, no competition, spamming synchros, who has the biggest monster wins. That was a really happy memory for me, Yu-Gi-Oh! But now playing competitively is definitely enjoyable as well.
Thanks a lot for your time and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
We're nearly there. This is the top 4 feature match here at YCS Bologna 2023. In front of me, I have Anthony Lopez and Victor Ivanov, who are both raring to go, about to get into this match. Gentlemen, can we do a high roll, please, to see who is going to go first? Victor's been gentlemanly and let Anthony roll first. Oh, asked for a 12, got a 3. And that's a 10. Okay, right. So are you going to be going first, Victor? People are already cheering. Are you going to go first? You are. Okay, Victor is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to be your commentary trio for this top 4 feature match. Guys, this is basically the semi-final. We're almost there.
Exactly, we are in top 4 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna here in 2023. And this has been a phenomenal experience, Basti and Tom, of course. What did you think of the tournament?
Oh, it's beautiful, and it's getting better and better and better. Top 4, as you said, 4 different decks left in competition, so basically anyone's ball game now. It could be the Labyrinth strategy that we saw earlier, but it could also be Beastial Runic, and I think that could be a really good call because Joshua Schmidt now playing Labyrinth again in top 4, and it seems like a good matchup for him. But we have a really cool feature match coming up as well with Anthony Lopez, of course, a name worth noting because he's the 2nd place finisher of YCS Lyon not too long ago, of course. It was Lyon. In London, we had Samir versus Tom in the finals, right?
That is absolutely correct.
And then, of course, we also have Victor Ivanov, who's from Bulgaria all the way. He's the reigning national champion of Bulgaria even, and he's just playing with his branded deck through all of the opponents. Very high up in Swiss after the ending of Swiss, and now ready to go still in top 4. He won the die roll. Is he also going to win the entire match? We are about to find out. Let's go, semi-finals, top 4. Give it up, everyone.
Have followed Victor Ivanov around a little bit in Top Cut, and we were watching him play with such confidence, almost majestic in his movements as well.
Majestic is a good term to use there, honestly. I'm impressed by him. I'm kind of a Victor fan at this point because the way he moves, the way he stares into the soul of his opponent is really, really impressive, but the way he sets 2 cards in the spot trap zone isn't really. Victor, no real play, going over to Anthony. That's not what you want to see in top 4 of this YCS.
Have you looked at Anthony's face when he saw the set 2 pass? He was thanking Slifer, Ra, and Obelisk for that one.
Yeah, and he instead has the best starter you could ask for. Normal summon airlifter it is for the Rescue Ace player. The only Rescue Ace player left in the tournament.
Yeah, Victor not on Unchained, not on Labyrinth, so setting 2 cards is nothing.
Absolutely correct. So, searching out emergency, you could even wonder what would that even be there for Victor. It's not like there are any cards you could really want to set there in the branded strategy or in his specific version of the deck. Only thing I could imagine would be impermanences, but would you even set those? So maybe it's a mixture of impermanence and super polymerization. That would make sense, maybe?
Exactly. The problem is that most of the decks, if they set 2 cards, they can kind of play around with something. For Tier Elements, you could argue for maybe a set Salik and then a Tier Cash from hand or a Havnis. But the branded deck really maybe only just has the super polymerization here.
Yeah, I could see that card for sure. So emergency coming down and Anthony making sure that for now there are no there aren't 2 different monsters on the field. So super polymerization, at least so far, not being able to be activated.
Hydrant is now activated, and it is going to fetch the Turbulence. So what we could see to play around the super polymerization would be linking off the Hydrant and then summoning the Turbulence, just so that there are no possible fusion targets in the extra deck for Victor.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. Only downside, of course, then, though, that the Hydrant is not on the field, so the cards you're setting aren't available anymore. Okay, but we start off discarding the Nibiru for the Diabellstar Witch, and Anthony just goes on, immediately grabbing the deck. Victor just nodding. It is still some kind of majestic behavior, but of course it's also kind of resigning, right? He's not really having fun there.
Yeah, you might actually argue for going into a Linkuribo right here and then going into the SP Little Knight just to get rid of one of those set spell or trap cards right there.
Look at that. He heard your call. There comes Linkaribo. Victor quickly having to think about that, but no response apparently.
Got to use the battle phase first, though. You can't attack directly after the SP.
Good point. Good catch there. Maybe Anthony just announced the battle phase here.
Also, this is a possible super polymerization right here.
Yep, it is indeed. You could just super poly there, but Victor is giving the action back to Anthony, showing him you are able to proceed, ready to proceed. SP on one back row, and is it going to be super polymerization is the question here.
What is going to happen?
It is super polymerization is gone for the turn, but maybe it's another one. We don't know. He could have just set 2 of them.
Throwback to Lyon, the card that almost kept Anthony Lopez in the game, making him win Lyon, which didn't happen, was super polymerization. I remember completely freaking out about it, and now he just banishes the card, not even caring about it, goes for the turbulence, and there is the infinite impermanence.
Impermanence on the turbulence. And I feel like Anthony invested quite a few cards out of his hand into all of this. So, but on the other hand, yeah, I think he's fine here. He should be fine. He could chain SP Little Knight here, couldn't he? But that probably was on the summon, right? I agree. I do agree. So what's next for Anthony Lopez here?
Oh, he has the Snake Eyes spell card, I think. The original Sinful Spoils.
Yeah, it was set from Dival Star.
Yep, we sent the turbulence. Therefore, we are going to go back into our deck, bringing out another Hydrant.
Oh, wow, that is so good. He has the Preventer as well. He's going to link off all of them for probably an Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. Yes, and he's going to be able to special summon out the Turbulence again because of the effect of the Preventer. More like Enabler, right?
Yep, and now the impermanence on the summon of the Turbulence is not great anymore because Anthony can still activate the effect, and he's going to set 4 cards here from his deck. Insanity. Anthony now resolving this so incredibly powerful effect, deciding to go with 2 spell cards and 2 trap cards, and that is just a huge advantageous position here for him, for the duelist coming all the way from Luxembourg here.
Oh, and yet another card is being set. We have the Appaloosa with 2,400 attack points, and there is Druisworm in the end phase, probably trying to activate. Wants to be summoned, banishes the Linkaribo. I can imagine that Appaloosa tries to negate this.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to negate, because otherwise the Appaloosa can just be attacked over. On the other hand, you have other cards to take care of that. Oh yeah, it looked like Anthony was just giving the thumbs up there. And we are going to negate it in the end. Okay, we have settled on a negate. And the Druisworm is going to stay in hand, so Victor. Did he pick up a play? No, he picks up his deck instead! 1-0 Anthony Lopez here in top 4 of YCS Bologna. And that means Luxembourg leading over Bulgaria. 2 nations that are very, very small in terms of Yu-Gi-Oh! Representation, at least. So far with no real major success, but maybe it is starting this weekend.
Right now they are big in terms of representation. There's one of them each in the top 4, only 4 players left.
Indeed,
They make up 50% of the top 4 together, so I think that is rather huge. So this matchup, I have no idea how the Branded versus Rescue Ace matchup plays out if Branded actually gets to play, because this was an abysmal hand.
Yeah.
By Victor Ivanov.
Totally. So we saw for the cards that are regarding non-engine that Anthony picked, he is on Nibiru because he discarded that for the Diabellstar, which is kind of hit or miss versus the Branded deck. It's not incredibly powerful, but sometimes can be pretty good. So it's, I think, kind of similar to other strategies where you are really not sure whether to keep it in or not, because it is on the edge whether you will be able to use it or not. But also on the other end, of course, he's running Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which would be the perfect answer to every Branded fusion ever. And then there are other cards like Effect Veil and the Permanence. And honestly, I like the approach of Anthony. He just plays all of those hand interactions, and so he's very well prepared for all kind of different matchups, and also, in my opinion, pretty well prepared for the Branded matchup.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'd love to see what's in the side deck for Victor.
Yeah, we can definitely have a look at that. And we see, for going first, he apparently feels comfortable enough with his own deck, because there's nothing you really want to side in going first there at all. Like, all of those cards are kind of going second. Excuse me. And nothing really for going first instead.
Yeah, perhaps just that Mud Dragon of the Swamp because we were talking about the super polymerization, but I don't think there was any use for it in the first game because he only has that Garura as a target, so maybe the Mud Dragon being a bit more useful.
That's super interesting.
Kinda insane that you're playing the Mud Dragon of the Swamp in the side deck as a super polymerization target, which is fine if you have the super polymerization in the side deck as well. If you're playing it in the main deck, you might just miss out. But you guys have already seen it on screen. There was a fist bump, meaning that both players are ready to go to game 2. Game 2 will be started by Victor as well. He is picking up the 5 cards that he is allowed to draw in.
And let's hope this is going better, right? At least activate a Branded Fusion this time. But we start things off with Alu Burn, as that would be the way into the Branded Fusion, of course. And that is going to resolve,
Anthony just says, okay, let's go. I'm not going to waste an Ash Blossom on that. Of course, he is waiting for the Branded Fusion if he has this also powerful Ash Blossom, a card that can just absolutely take out entire strategies.
But look at that. Victor grabbing the Branded and Red. And Anthony, another card he brings in from his side deck is Droll Lockbird. And that is not too bad. And Anthony, look at his face. We searched for Branded and Red, and we also have the Branded Lost. So all the Branded cards basically in his hand. And now Branded Fusion, of course, going to resolve too. And to be fair, I'm not sure if a Droll Lockbird is too insane here.
Oh, Anthony picks up his hand. He has not okayed the Branded Fusion yet. He is looking at this. He's trying to think. This is. I'm not sure if he's posing at this moment. He's actually
I do believe that Victor
hard.
is thinking here, to be honest.
Oh, that is also.
Yeah, Victor is just considering how to resolve that Branded Fusion, and that is what's happening here. We see, of course, before Novalbas going into the graveyard, but what is the other material? What is he using to fusion summon, and then what is he going to go to summon out there?
The Droll Lockbird is not a card that completely ends the turn of Branded Despian.
We go for the Despian Tragedy, and that's interesting because that won't be able to search anything here because of the Droll Lockbird that is around.
Yeah, and it's cutting off a search from that Branded Lost as well.
True, so Droll Lockbird already putting in the work, to be honest. It's quite good here.
That is true, and we're going to summon the Lobelion, meaning that there is another discard necessary to fusion summon.
Lobelion activating its effect, discarding Branded Opening. So Victor's hand was just full of Branded cards, honestly. Branded Lost, Branded and Red, Branded Opening, Aluber, all of them.
And there we go, the boss monster of the Brand deck, the Mirror Jade Dragon. It's been a while since we've seen
it. And another set too by Victor. This time a little better though, to be fair, because he also can include the Mirror Jade to his field. And let's see what Anthony now, with 5 cards in hand, can do against this.
He has the Branded in Red, we know that much, though it could be double a Mirror Jade Dragon right here. Anthony now has 5 cards to play through this field. It does not look like too much. A card like a Lightning Storm or Harpy's Feather Duster could be absolutely crucial.
I don't know how you get to a double Mirror Jade, because we did decide to send the Despian Tragedy and not the Ad Libitum, so we kind of don't have the double Mirror Jade. Interestingly enough, because that would have been an option pretty certainly, but now when we go for the Despian Tragedy, that means we have more follow-up. I think that's the approach that Victor wanted to go here, because if we now add back the Despian Tragedy and fuse with it, we can then trigger it to at least have follow-up for the upcoming turn. So Victor feels confident here in having another turn, and he wanted to provide the appropriate follow-up. Ooh, starting things off with a permanence on the Mirror Jade. That's an interesting move, because the effect can of course still be activated and get stuff into the graveyard.
Yeah, it's one of the most beneficial costs of any card, really, isn't it? Just send a card from your extra deck to the graveyard to get a search in the end phase. I'll pay that cost.
Yeah.
The entire Dogmatica engine is just based around that effect, basically. And now we're normal summoning the Airlifter, best normal summon we have. Impermanence is changed. Is there an emergency for Anthony Lopez? Yes, there is!
Immediate response, and he can dodge the impermanence through that. We are going to search 1 card, or even special the Hydrant here, and we are sending the good old Airlift, and that will make sure the card resolves anyways, and we are going to add the alert to our hand.
There we go. Anthony just already climbing over the first obstacle right here. Hydrant is going to resolve as well. Just easy SK going into that Turbulence right now. But then the Turbulence will also have to activate the effect and resolve to get this powerful set 4. We will have to see if Victor lets that slide.
Maybe there's another impermanence. Potentially there's a super polymerization. Plenty of things that Victor could still have here. So let's not be too quick. Okay, there comes the turbulence. Does Victor have a response right here, right now? He is just nodding. I think there's no response. We are resolving this and sending 4 cards to the spell and trap zone. This is looking nice for the Anthony here.
It should be branded in red, right? Is there a reason you can't?
True. It should be branded in red. Yeah, you're right.
Can you not activate it and get a Guardian Chimera?
Oh, that's an interesting call. You're right. Why didn't he do that? Huh. Very good point by you. That has to be the branded in red there. But Victor is so far not faced by this at all, apparently. He's like, I can wait with this. Oh, and we see 2 traps. Interestingly enough, he did not side out any of the traps here. He still has Extinguish, he still has Contain. Feels comfortable enough keeping those in going second.
Yeah, he just wants to play through the field. Branded is not the deck that puts up the biggest field ever. If you even draw it, you might not regret it, and you want to have this full value from Turbulence.
Oh, and there comes Typhon now too, and Typhon, of course, a great way to get rid of the Mirror Jade.
And it's excellent against the Guardian Chimera as well, having that little bonus effect.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Guardian Chimera couldn't even activate if it wanted. This is the first time I am seeing the Typhon this weekend absolutely being insane for one player.
Yeah. I do agree.
Whoa, that is the
handshake! Anthony Lopez moving on to the finals of YCS Bologna here, defeating Victor Ivanov 2-0. So another final for Anthony Lopez.
He immediately concedes this game after the Typhon was summoned. Anthony Lopez in 1 year gets into the second YCS final already. This man is absolutely insane. Just summoning out the Turbulence, setting 4 cards, and then the Typhon. I did not think the Typhon was going to come down, but it just absolutely crushed Victor Ivanov and punished him for not going to this Guardian Chimera earlier.
Yeah, that was a really shocking thing to happen. Like, imagine just resolving branded fusion and then
conceding
within minutes afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. So Anthony Lopez really had everything going for him there, because as well, it were exactly 2 summons from the extra deck for Victor. So Typhon was just able to be summoned because you need at least 2 summons from the extra deck. That was really working out for him.
Anthony Lopez from Luxembourg did what so many other players this weekend couldn't, and that is defeating Victor Ivanov and his branded strategy. We have seen him dominate players with the best meta decks in the field right now. But he says, no, Rescue Ace is such a fantastic deck, and I'm going to perfectly play it.
Yeah, so we said 4 different decks in top 4. Still, at the end of the day, the most represented deck out of top 64 might take it all down, as it's now one of the 2 decks left in the finals. But he will have no easy task, as he will be facing either Joshua Schmidt or Dinka Bui. So I guess that's still a hard task to have.
Yeah, I mean, if there's people you don't want to play in the final, it's people who have been there before many times and won.
I mean, he has been there as well, so it's very experienced players right now. Anthony is just the only one of those 3 who is yet to win one of those tournaments. Both of these players have already won YCS titles. Dinkabui also a German national champion. Both of these players have been to the World Championship already as well. And Anthony is just there to climb up to the throne of European Yu-Gi-Oh! He wants to be immortal with this title, and now we're going to see what he has to say in the winner's interview with that.
Thank you, Leo. I am here with Anthony, who's just made his way into the final of YCS Bologna 2023. Now, Anthony, this isn't your first time in a final. We saw you in Lyon. Do you think you could take it all the way this time?
I'm hoping to take it home, but I'm not sure because my opponent is Dinkabui or Joshua Schmidt, so it's going to be hard, but it's going to be a good game.
It's been a really stacked top 8. Were you intimidated by the caliber of the players around you?
No, not really. I mean, I do play against good players a lot, so it definitely helps. And you should just play well, and it should be fine.
And you did play well. Let's talk about the game that we've just seen. So, right at the start, Victor had a bad start with setting 2 and then passing. So when you see that, what's going through your head? You go, I have to capitalize on this moment.
Oh, definitely. I had Ash, Imperm, Nibiru, so I was definitely feeling a little bit safe, but you never know with branded. And then you just said 2, I'm like, okay. So now my question is, does he play Super Poly? Because I actually didn't know that, and I sniped it with SP, so that helped a lot.
We were all wondering, because we were sat there watching going, one has to be Super Poly. That's what you got to go for. And then when you hit it with the SP, everyone in the crowd went nuts for it. It was so over, and then there was a couple of other moments, but we moved into game 2 at this point. So you drolled, but Victor also had a branded fusion in hand. So at that point, were you suddenly going, okay, he might actually be able to get into stuff here?
Oh, I knew he had branded fusion in hand because he didn't search it off.
Search branded in red.
Of Alistair, yeah. So I had Nibiru in hand, and I was thinking that maybe there's a line where he can still puppet lock me if he has enough extenders. But apparently he didn't choose to do it, so he just did a Mirror Jade set branded in red pass, just like the old school branded boards. And I played through the Imperm because of emergency, and then the rest is history.
That was a huge move, yeah. The emergency, got Hydrant out, and then obviously you got to resolve Turbulence. At that point, Victor just knew it was over. So you're about to go into the final. How does that feel right now? Because some people, I say some people, most people at home haven't been in your shoes. They haven't been in one final, let alone 2 finals before in the same year. How does it feel right now? Are you nervous, or are you still feeling actually pretty excited for it?
I'm feeling excited. I'm ready for it. I want my win finally.
Yeah.
Not end in second place again. So yeah. And Magnum was that one, so it will help.
Well, we'll see what happens. Best of luck to you in that final. We're only minutes away from getting into the grand final here at YCS Bologna. Don't go anywhere. That grand final feature match is coming right up.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother, you're here, you're here.
Attention duelists, it all comes down to this. 2,488 duelists have made their way through this weekend here at YCS Bologna. But now, only 2 remain, but only one of them can take home the title. Introducing your 2 finalists, the blue player, hailing from Luxembourg, is Anthony Lopez. He was a YCS Lyon finalist, but can he make it all the way here in Bologna against his opponent, a world champion of Master Duel, the winner of YCS Utrecht almost a year ago. Hailing all the way from Germany, it's Joshua Schmidt! It all comes down to this. These 2 duelists have battled against thousands to make it to this table for this moment. Gentlemen, you know the drill. We're going to do a high roll to see which one of you will be kicking off this grand final here. So that is a 6 for Joshua and for Anthony. Okay, that's a 10. So Anthony, you're going to go first. Anthony is going to go first here in the grand final of YCS Bologna 2023. So one more time, I'm going to hand you over to Alberto, Nadir and Marcello, because it's time to duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, history is in the making. After 12 rounds of Swiss in top 64, we are down to these 2 duelists and we will crown YCS Bologna champion. Wow.
I have chills right now. Thank you, Ed. That was an incredible intro.
Yes.
Unbelievable. I'm excited. This is an incredible matchup. We've got the well-decorated Joshua Schmidt and, of course, his opponent, not so bad himself, a YCS finalist in his own right.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing another one here against, you know, one of the best players in Europe, if not in the world. I mean, world champion 2023 of Master Duel. And I think that, you know, I can't wait to see this final, honestly, guys. And
it's an amazing one. Nonetheless, 2 very different decks, obviously. We have seen Runic, Joshua. That is a story we have already seen, a movie we know the ending of. But against him is Anthony Lopez with his amazing Rescue Ace deck. And what more can you say about him? YCS Lyon finalist. There he found Crystal LeBlanc, another multiple-time YCS winner, 2 times against such huge champions. That is something quite unique, but now he will try his best again to knock down one of the best players of all time. What a final. I don't want to keep you guys waiting. Let's start here in game 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, duelists, it's time for the final of 2,488 players culminating in this last duel. Joshua Schmidt in the red versus Anthony winning the dice roll, leading us off with Pot of Prosperity in the Rescue Ace deck versus Joshua Schmidt's Beastial Synchro strategy.
Again, the most represented deck, even in Top Cut, against one of the most unique ones there, but this doesn't mean anything. Nobody has the advantage right now, and let's see these reveals from Anthony.
That's everything you could ask for. We've got defensive cards, we've got Preventer, as well as Rota, the most important piece of the puzzle in Rescue Ace, the Hydrant. Will we be going wee-woo in this final? Let's find out what he decides to pick here. And considers the options if we need that starter, and does indeed actually go for the reinforcement of the army to get the Warrior from the deck here. Activates it immediately. No responses from Josh. Ash Blossom doesn't come down on the Prosperity. Actually going for the Lifter here.
Yeah, off to a pretty good start, honestly, and this is actually the first time that we get to Commentator Rescue Ace, and maybe for once we get...
No,
I don't want to say it.
I mean, it was Alberto speak for the event, and it's very close. Ours unfortunately failed, Nadir, but let's see.
Yeah, something a little bit different, I suppose, for us here at least. Rescue Ace was massively represented. It was, I think, I want to say 16% of the total representation of the entire event, as actually no, 12% of the entire event, alongside Unchained. And I suppose, perhaps oddly, Unchained did not convert anywhere near as well as Rescue Ace did. In fact, Rescue Ace dominating the top cut spot, but not actually going that deep into the top cut. But there is one final firefighter remaining, and his name is Anthony Lopez here as we are dropping down Turbulence. And things are about to get bumpy as we set 4 cards directly from the deck here.
What a start!
All right, we've got the 4 cards from the deck here setted directly. I mean, wow, it's an incredible card and so much value gained from a singular boss monster. And will we continue on with some plays here to recycle with plays like our Sunlight Wolf? This deck is in fact playing the Proxy Magician version, which sets up the Terahertz, and that gives you the negate in the graveyard for your turn 1 play. Let's see if he actually goes for that. All right, and there is a search here coming up.
Absolutely. Let's see. On the other end, Joshua obviously has a lot of ways to disrupt this field. Going second with his runic spells. Most likely, we have seen him all over, and he has gone through quite a significant top 8. He knocked 2 Labyrinth decks with both Joe and then Dinka Bui, so he had quite the rough journey up to this final.
Goes for Preventer here from the hand, making the Masquerena, not going into any Proxy Magician plays here. So Josh is going to draw for turn now and fight through these last 3 set cards, as well as the IP, most likely into SP, Little Knight. Lots of disruption and 1-card combos utilized in the Rescue Ace strategy, probably why it's been so popular this weekend. It's just an all-round versatile deck that has so many ways to just generate advantage, control the field. But will it be enough?
Seems like he has 3 monsters and 3 spells, so pretty even, and sometimes you want to see more.
Evenly matched, perhaps you could say.
That would have been a card.
Here is the Beastial Lebellion being discarded from the hand, searching any Beastial from the deck here. Gonna get Magnamut most likely. Doesn't have a ton of synergy in this matchup, unfortunately. The Beastial is a little bit weaker. Rescue Ace, a full fire engine. Literally an engine, get it? Fire engine. So no light and darks to banish to take advantage of the Beastials, but we're going to get Magnamut out of the deck regardless, and I think we're going to be mostly relying on our Runics to try and take this one down here. And we do have 3 spells in hand here, one of which is Tip.
And that's arguably the best one, so why not?
Yeah, this matchup is probably something that Josh has played a lot of going through this entire tournament. Lots of representation, as we mentioned, from Rescue Ace. What do you think about the Rescue Ace matchup versus Runics?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be like so disappointed if I were Joshua to play against Rescue Ace. I mean, the die roll was impactful because like this is huge, honestly. You have the Preventer, which basically gives you a free Book of Moon, let's say. And I mean, with this hand being drawn by Joshua, honestly, it doesn't help much because, yeah, here with the 3 set from Anthony, yeah, indeed, he's just trying maybe I mean, I think Joshua knows what Rescue Ace does, right?
Yeah, for sure. We're going to contain here, it looks like. That is...
Let's see if there is a response. We know, but no, doesn't seem like it. So we'll resolve.
Yeah, so the Rescue Ace cards, for those of you unfamiliar, you have a bunch of effects that you can activate, such as special summoning, negating, as well as destroying. But they also benefit from bonus effects when you have the Hydrant on the field here. And that is sort of the heart and soul of the deck, because it's extremely important to maintain the Hydrant's presence so that you can get maximum value out of all of your spells and traps.
And this is exactly the case here. Magnamut was negated, but also now cannot be used as material. So this is pretty big here.
I'm curious to see if we're actually in the battle phase, potentially, because we could have went battle phase with the Magnamut, then try and bait out Masquerena, but...
That's a great card, though. Discarded as he was forced to banish the Lebellion. He actually has the Saronir, which could just replace it right away.
Yeah, it's a great discard here. We can activate the Hugin potentially.
It resolves?
Yep, it does get good synergy off of that discard, because now the Saronir can dump as well as searching out the all-important Fountain. Saronir replacing itself here with the Libellion, so the banish of the Magnamut, like I mentioned at the start, not a lot of synergy in this matchup because you're really lacking the light and darks that your opponent can facilitate for you to give you essentially free summons and take away their resources, so we're going to have to use our own here, but it's okay. Saronir fills up the grave nicely, which means Libellion should be able to become special summon to the field and get that all-important regained up.
But now Anthony decides that he needs to do something, and apparently he is about to put this face down, which now kind of prevents Joshua from using his extra monster zone, so could be quite problematic.
Yeah, the extra monster zone kind of important here because it is where you summon all of your Runic fusion monsters from. So denying the ability to utilize that right now means that we can't go into things like Chaos Angel, we can't do our synchro plays, and really important preventer activation here. Don't forget we also have the Masquerade online still unused. So a huge amount of disruption still left from Anthony.
And obviously we have seen already Joshua key card in the deck, which is that branded regain to just keep on accumulating advantage. But here comes the tip, even before the Fountain, just because of that Masquerina threat.
Yeah, Runic tip might have to try and search for something that deals with Masquerina before we can commit our Runic Fountain to field. Because you do not want to have your Fountain disrupted here. You can quite easily protect it generally with the Hugin, but unfortunately that's been set face down. So our next order of operations that we're going to have to deal with is the Masquerina, and it looks like Josh is trying to find a tool to deal with it, either going for Hydrant or Masquerina here.
Absolutely, the Flashing Fire. Let's see what he banishes off the top. Nothing too relevant, it seems.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of one-offs in the Rescue Ace deck that you're going to be getting quite fortunate with because of the... oh, actually does commit the Fountain immediately here.
Okay.
All right, so I think that we're probably going to try and resolve the Fountain, but I think Anthony does need to probably respond here.
Yeah.
Or at least in response to a Runic being activated. Otherwise, on the new chain, we'll be able to activate the SP when chained.
But doesn't seem like that's the case. The problem is you have the Flashing Fire, so you can just chain that to the Masquerena. But finally, we get to see this part of Joshua's deck. We have been waiting for a while for this Quems, and now we finally get to see one.
Yeah, Quem is sort of the other kind of normal summon engine of the deck here because it allows you to facilitate more synchro plays. It's also a light in the dark, which is pretty synergistic with your Beastials. You can send the Cartesia from your deck to the graveyard, and if you control a fusion at the end, you can return it to the hand for more resources, and does allow you to go into synchro plays here. Now, it's important as well because Quem is a light rather than a dark, so it does mean you get a lot of good value from Chaos Angel if you decide to go into that.
And also with the duality, I was thinking, you know, when as a shuffler, you know, because light and dark monsters that they have, you know. Yeah.
All right, we're chaining the trap here because we do not want to have Libellion resolve. So the regained is a super important aspect of the deck here. We're gonna
But there is a slumber. Wow.
Wow. So the extinguish being stopped by the slumber protection here, so that we can keep our Libellion on the field and on the new chain as well. Really importantly, Fountain does have 3 targets in the graveyard. And this is where things can get really scary. Once you start resolving Fountain, things can really snowball out of control because that is when you generate all of that advantage and then you dig into more disruption, and then it just keeps going and going until your opponent is depleted of resources and you've accrued a advantage upon your opponent of like 5+ cards. Let's see if Anthony can do anything about this here. This extinguish is, yeah, just a huge dodge on the slumber.
Goes
but now
the IP.
Yeah, IP Masquerena here being activated, so we do know that Josh searched out the Flashing Fire. Yeah, just considering the options here before resolving this flashing fire, but I think it's very likely we're going to have to stop this Masquerena. And there it is. It comes down here, targeting Masquerena. All right, chaining the rescue here.
Yeah, the alert on the turbulence, it seems
Sorry,
like.
yes, the alert.
Yeah.
And yeah, seems like the chain will now resolve, and what a chain it was indeed.
2 off the top here.
Okay.
And yeah, huge chain being resolved here. This was really important. We needed to have a way to deal with Masquerena. And that is the most important part of the strategy, is to resolve this fountain as we target these 3 spells, recycling them back into the deck, and then drawing 3 more. And you can see here Anthony is getting a little bit outgrinded right now.
But now that Anthony has gone for the alert back on the turbulence, this is what we will try to do.
So I think what Anthony is trying to do here is to dodge, or rather use the effect of the turbulence to destroy a card on the field here, and that is really well spotted.
Very, very, very well played. Yeah.
Oh, last card there.
Rebellion, wow.
Huge defensive plays there by Anthony.
What a play by Anthony.
Big spot there to trigger the turbulence in response, sequencing that perfectly as well to make sure that the turn player priority resolves in Josh's favor, so that he can then use the turbulence as the chain link 2.
And that's it, and that's it.
Passes
What a turn by
Josh,
Anthony.
Wow. Unbelievable. That is really, really well played from Anthony. Josh was looking like he was maybe in the commanding seat there, but yeah, Anthony navigated that really well.
Yeah, that was
good catch, honestly, with the alert.
Great play from Anthony. I mean, we mentioned it already, YCS finalist, so 2-time finalist at a YCS is no joke.
Yeah, and this is where things get really out of control here. We've got the headquarters being resolved here. It is just an infinite cycle that you can do with this deck, putting back your banished as well as in the graveyard, rescue A spells and traps, and you can just keep resolving turbulence and the recycling, so you can just keep using these over and over and over again.
What a show off from Anthony,
Absolutely.
honestly.
Amazing.
Very
Rescue,
well
alert,
played.
extinguish, contain. The fire rescue ace strategy is just in full flow here. If you didn't need a display of such perfect gameplay from Rescue Ace, you've seen it now. Anthony doing really, really well here to keep Joshua Schmidt at bay.
With that alert, honestly, I think that that was the game changer.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a huge
The game
swing.
would have been probably over on Joshua's favor, but instead Anthony found the line, and look at this advantage. Usually it's the Runic deck who, you know, can get ahead in terms of card advantage, but wow.
Yeah, just creating so much here because of that headquarters. Hugin goes back into the extra deck, but Josh is completely out
He
here.
left top decking, right?
Yeah.
0 cards in hand, 0 cards on
I think he
field.
has nothing in hand, right?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's really rough here. Josh is going to need something huge off the top here to try and come back into this game here, but I don't even know what you can possibly go for, because Runic Fountain is going to need another Runic to resolve in order to actually maximize its efficiency here. And, well, Anthony still potentially can go for more link plays in main phase 2, setting up, I mean, whatever he likes. Can go into an SP still that we haven't used yet. And, yeah, we'll see if we'll see the Proxy Magician lines come out.
And this is exactly what he's going for, but not just goes for a regular SP, passes play back to Joshua, who will now go for the Cartesian. Let's see.
Cartesian returned from the graveyard here back to the hand as Josh draws for turn. That is 2 cards to a full entourage of Rescue Ace spells and traps set off of that Turbulence.
Tough. Okay, we go for the Cartesia. 1 more card in hand.
Cartesia can maybe go battle phase, try and attack over the Hydrant here, but turn off the bonus effects of the Rescue Ace cards. Yeah, that's exactly what Josh is going to try and do here, but the Preventer activates the effect. And that
Could
can
that
set
be
the Cartesia
it?
face down,
And
but Josh
that's
scoops
it.
it up. That's going to be game number 1, taken down by Anthony. Incredibly well played with the Rescue Ace deck. Especially to spot that with the destruction of the Runic Fountain, and I probably assume he maybe hasn't played against a lot of Runic.
Yeah, well, that was a good catch, honestly. I think that it was specifically waiting for the moment, because like Joshua seems like if he was dominating the game once again, he came back into the game after a very solid start from Anthony, and I mean, game 1 goes to him.
No, it just goes to show how close this matchup is and how close this final will be between two amazing, amazing players that this weekend are just absolutely killing it. But now that we can take a quick look at their side decks, we can try and figure out what their plan could be. And we are thinking maybe of a card that we didn't get to see in action in the previous one. Yeah, a certain word held by a Thunder Monster, we could say. Maybe that could come
Well, yeah, Denko Seka in this matchup could be quite relevant. We'll see if Josh decides to bring that down. There is a couple of answers you can go for in Rescue A, something like Preventer to set it. Maybe could work potentially. We'll see how exactly that plays out. Josh also plays Phantasme. Could be okay in this matchup. You know, there's a lot of ways to generate more advantage via your link plays in Rescue Ace, but at the same time, maybe Nibiru, potentially. There's lots of lines that help you play around that. Josh's side doesn't actually look super well suited for this matchup. But yeah, on the side of Anthony, for his side deck, I mean, he gets to go second this time and deals with the Runic deck with, I mean, it's really popular. We've seen it in every single side deck. It's been more represented than Ash Blossom even this entire tournament in all of our players' deck lists. That is Droll and Lockbird, a huge card that he could see in this matchup that could potentially change things around for him.
Yeah, we have seen it again in the top 8 match where it seemed as if Joe Droll and Lock would completely shut down Joshua, but in the end that wasn't the case. But obviously, Labyrinth and Rescue Ace are completely different. Labyrinth, unless you get things going and the entire setup is kind of slower at setting up the game, if you take just one turn away, as we have seen here from Rescue Ace, that gets tough. So maybe Droll and Lock is much better in this particular matchup.
As we're waiting for the players to side up here, you can probably see here just about the beautiful trophy up for grabs. This is the Another versus Glutonia.
And let's remind why they are dueling and for what they are dueling. This is it. Obviously, we have mentioned it today during the course of the weekend. Simony, top of Swiss, got his chance to walk home with the oversized copy, but here they are facing off not only for the beautiful trophy, but for the ultra rare prize card of Another versus Glutonia, and that is nothing to disregard. So there is a lot on the line, of course. Just as a reminder, once again, Joshua trying to win his 4th YCS, which is just a ridiculous thing to even mention. While on the other hand, Anthony trying his redemption arc from YCS Lyon, which is just an epic story, honestly, epic storytelling. Thank you guys for the script.
Some of us don't even have 4 tops, let alone 4 wins. So that's up for grabs here. That's looking pretty good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a heavyweight matchup here. Anthony proving himself as a competent finalist. Can he take it all the way up a game against the world champion of Macedo? I mean, you must be feeling pretty confident right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, although, he's been a YCS finalist, the pressure must be on him, honestly, after, impressive year by Joshua. And, sitting there at the YCS final as a world champion, honestly, it's a big deal. And I think he also, did he lose a final? He won 3. I think
Joshua?
Yeah, I think he lost the final, or maybe, he made out the top 4s, I'm pretty sure, but I don't remember if he lost the final.
For a few times, yeah, a couple times, but yeah, it's a good question, actually.
Right?
I think he lost in the finals of National for sure to Alpai back in the day we're talking about. But in terms of YCSs, yeah, maybe not. Maybe he's undefeated in finals. And now we're jinxing
That's a record.
Yeah, that could be. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure, so let's not count on that. But
just a small update for you, those of you at home wondering why we have a bit of a delay here. We're just doing a small check on some sleeves here. So we're just going to have a double check, make sure everything is in order for the players so that they can actually have just a good duel for the rest of this match here, making sure everything is in order, nothing is damaged. So that's what we're waiting on right now as we are sitting here for this game number 2 here. If it's possible, perhaps we can maybe bring up the deck breakdown once again, perhaps, so we can talk about that. And just show you just exactly what has unfolded this weekend, because, we've talked about the story all weekend. That is the diversity of the format, and here is top 64.
Yeah, and funnily enough, we do have, what are the two most represented decks in the final, because we have Rescue Ace and Other, because this is exactly what's going on here. Rescue Ace was very represented. It didn't really perform that well throughout Top Card, but Anthony Lopez was the last one standing, and he's here 1-0 up. But among the different variety of decks, Joshua Smith was, you know, a loner as well, and that deck surely shocked us this weekend. It found along his line in the top cut a lot of, gotta say, lighter dark decks, which is why his Beastial side of the deck really shined. But now in the final he's up against a fire one, and those might not be as good. But yeah, again, just as a reminder, we have had an incredible weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of action. I suggest any of you guys, if you have missed any of the future matches or even our very cool, I want to say, reenactments through either Master versus Caster and the Dueling Chronicles, you can just go back and check out any of the action that you might have missed, alongside obviously checking on our social media pages some of the prizes and some of the other events that we have had. We had a very successful Ultimate Time Wizard event for 2005 with hundreds of duelists gathering, and in the end it was Daniele Stella, another YCS winner, who walked home with a copy of Kaiko, which was really cool giant card for this exclusive event. So I'm giving another way to just have fun and compete in Yu-Gi-Oh! And we'll see whether the next one will be and who will take it home. But yeah, it's a lot of different events this weekend.
Yeah, no, Time Wizard 2005, notoriously popular here in Italy. And if you ever go to a YCS, for those of you watching at home, if you are interested in taking part, you know, if you aren't actually a fan of the current format, there's plenty of public events with historical Time Wizard formats going down. And, you know, we host a lot of 2010. That's really popular. 2005 is what we have on this weekend. And huge prizes up for grabs.
Yeah. And the level of the competition, honestly, was huge, because we had, as mentioned before, Italian national champions coming over.
Yeah, that was
I mean,
a blast, you know, from the past.
It was not easy to make top 8, honestly, at this side event. So,
just a small update for those of you wondering, we are currently after game number 1 here. Joshua Schmidt is down a game to Anthony Lopez. Rescue Ace versus Beastial Synchro Runic. Players are currently just re-sleeving right now. So once they get that done, we'll be able to jump back into the table and get some more action on their way.
But in the meantime, for our viewers, so maybe you can type in who you think is going to take this final, so just in chat.
Type it in the chat. Remember, try not to be too biased. I know who you'll be supporting. But yeah, Josh is down a game here. You know, he's got a lot to fight back through. Last feature match, he lost game 1, complete brick, and then reverse sweeped it. So there's so much drama to unfold here potentially. You know, there's still a lot to come your way right now.
Yeah, and you know, some of these fierce animals, when you push them against the wall, they become even tougher to beat, and that might be the case for Joshua. Down again, as mentioned, 1 game, but still completely in this matchup. Can resume now, as our duelists are almost ready to fight it back once again, and we'll be able to see who will take this one home.
I think we might still be in the process of side decking right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the sleeves have been corrected. So yeah, we're just going into the siding process here. As yeah, you got to make sure you got a good side plan going into your game 2s and 3s. Don't forget, a lot of players sometimes underutilize side decking, right? At least 50% of your duels are played with a side deck, and players sometimes don't practice it and have a good game plan going into their games 2 and 3. Do you have any suggestions or advice for the side deck?
Absolutely. I am a big side deck fan in terms of the
side deck guy.
Absolutely, side deck guy. No, not even joking, but yeah, it's the #1 thing you should think about, because as you mentioned, at least 50%, but most likely it's going to be 66. You know, so you play more games with the side deck, and that's a really important thing of your deck. And I really like experimentations, and you can see already in our 2 finalists 2 completely different opposite ways. Anthony, a lot of different tech cards. Joshua, 5 free ofs, and that's it. So really solid choice from Joshua. Makes sense. Although he has Runic and he can draw multiple cards, he just wants maximum consistency. Those 5 cards are the one he feels like are the best, and that has worked out for him. But again, we have Anthony against Joshua, and we are ready to see who will be the winner of game 2. Let's go!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Game 2 underway here at the finals of YCS Bologna 2023. 2,488 duelists have taken part in this event, and it all comes down to this last duel here. Runic tip is led with here by Joshua Schmidt. That's a good start. Your ability to just search your deck for anything is absolutely powerful, and Josh actually opting to go.
That's a big one. He lost to that card in game 1, and now that card is, for now at least, gone.
One singular banish off the top here, and Runic tip hits a critical piece of the puzzle here. Going for the Runic Fountain. Reason for that is it's sometimes easier to play through different hand traps your opponent might have, just so you can guarantee that you get the resolution here. Rather than holding out and searching the fountain. It's a good way to play around Droll and Lockbird.
Okay, and now he's gonna play around.
That's a good discard.
Wow, what a start. Yeah, playing around the Ash Blossom on the fountain. Let's see if there is some response from Anthony. He's thinking about it.
Chainlink 2 for Hugin here, as you mentioned, protecting the fountain from direct contact from any sort of hand trap like the Ash Blossom, which means that we will be able to draw 2 cards here, and then on the new chain, the Saronir can activate to send the Lebellion, and if we have any other Beastial in our hand, which very likely we could see here because we're drawing 2 cards, that's going to facilitate some Lebellion plays.
But for now, it seems like Anthony's fine with this. It will resolve, and
yeah, so even if Anthony drew the side deck Droll and Lockbird, the question is, will it be enough here? Draw phase, Runic tip means you can't draw, and then on resolution you go to your main phase, and this is where you start performing multiple searches off of that one chain, protecting you and insulating really well. So hasn't come up here, but it still is kind of relevant for
sends the Magnemut, so maybe you are drawing the regained. Let's see. Oh no, okay, he does have the Lebellion. Okay.
We got a triple Lebellion in our hand or something, maybe? Dumping the Magnemut, that's interesting, okay.
Promising start from
Ooh,
Joshua.
the Beastial Lebellion. Sorry, the Beastial Aliber. This is a card that you don't see very often here. We actually haven't even seen this in branded decks, honestly, but the reason that this is valuable is because it is a normal summon level 4 tuner that is a searchable target from Lebellion.
Yeah,
nice addition.
Pretty interesting card, and thanks to the Runics, this allows you to get easily into Baron de Fleur, for example, pretty much like the Naturia Runic deck that, I mean, Joshua even won the World Championship with, did, so...
Yeah, I don't know, maybe he just thinks 5Ds was the best year of Yu-Gi-Oh! And just wants to be synchroing as much as possible, because we are going into a 6 year, and that's going to be the Coral Dragon.
Yeah. And this is exactly what I was mentioning.
Second copy of Fountain here, which means that we're going to get at least a draw 1.
Yeah.
As we go for the Dispelling, can go for Jerry. Jerry return the other Fountain from the graveyard to the hand, resolve the Fountain if we don't have any of the more Runics. And, oh, that is, just, we are going to go for
end.
1.
Yeah, 1 goes to end, and 1 goes to the bottom to draw a card.
So
and
only 1 draw, we're not saving for a second one here, but also the value that Coral Dragon can offer as a synchro up into 10 means that it is a tuner synchro, allowing you to access Baron, and on top of that, when it goes to the graveyard, you can draw another card. Don't we just love drawing cards?
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's a very solid start, and this
Veiler.
Veiler is okay, honestly. I think I'm happy if I'm Joshua.
Yeah, you're completely fine with that there.
Yeah.
Effect Veiler comes down on Jerry. We don't get the second Fountain. I guess we're only going to have to settle for drawing 3 cards this turn. What a shame.
We'll draw a 4th one with Coral right now. So
yeah, that's even more
fine.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet Anthony is really disappointed to have not drawn that all-important Droll and Lockbird, which we've seen so many people play over the course of this weekend. Really is the tech card of the format. And we see 1 more off the top here with the Coral Dragon. The question is, do we have a way to... Okay, there's the Regain there.
As expected, he did have the Regain in hand, and now let's
Do we have any Beastial? We do actually have another Beastial.
What a hand from Joshua.
Huge.
Yeah.
Summoning the Beastial here just in order to trigger the Regain so that we can put the Jerry back into the extra. Draw 1 card. I think we're up to 5 this turn, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 5.
Awesome. Great. Cycling your deck for 5 feels great. And then the Regained added resource as well on your opponent's turn. Remember, every single time that your opponent special summons once per turn, you can bring back a Beastial from your graveyard. And we did send the Magnemut, and that's going to get a further search in the end phase. It really is just card advantage the deck. From what I understand, I don't think Josh plays the trap card for Lebellion.
I think he's not playing it. Let me.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
I think he did discuss with me a little bit before the event if he was going to potentially try and play it just for different matchups in the side deck. Turns out that he has opted to not go for that. So another Runic being activated here. I think that was the Destruction.
Yeah, again, this allows him to go once more into the Jerry and now recover the fountain, as it's not once per turn, and that goes the SP Little Knight.
The Little Knight synergy with Baron de Floor is absolutely disgusting. You can actually use the effect of Baron, negate a card your opponent controls, activate Little Knight, banishing itself and the Baron until the end phase. The Baron returns to the field. Remember, Baron's effect is once while face up on the field. So then it leaves the field, comes back, and then you can use the negate again.
Yeah, and there are so many synergies, not just that. Even the regain, the plus SP Little Knight, we have seen now against Dark or Light decks makes for a very nasty combo where you just banish both, but then shuffle back while you banish for your opponent, and only your Little Knight comes back. So this deck is full of, you know, intricacies, and yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes up here. Anthony does have a lot of good, powerful Light and Darks in the extra deck with the Cyburst engine as mentioned, Masquerena, not Decotito, he isn't actually a fire, isn't he? Yep. But yeah, there's a couple of interactions that, as you've mentioned, work really well this format, and it's probably why Regained is such an important piece of the puzzle here. But Rescue Ace not going to be worried too much here. Did he just pass turn?
Wow, Anthony just passed back to Joshua.
That is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few duelists which I've seen. You know, I remember Dinka was in a previous format saying against the Runic decks, sometimes you just want to do for this because then they cannot really attack. You skip their turn, but yeah, it's definitely unfortunate when you don't have enough.
Yeah, there's a world you can just pass because you're not in risk of you know, losing the duel since they can't go to the battle phase. Yeah. But I'm just worried that Josh might get ahead a little too far on.
No.
Oh, wow, okay.
As you see, passed. So Anthony actually was really with an heads-up play here. Makes sense.
All right.
Now, though, we cannot really play that game anymore. We need to do something, and we have one additional card to do that with. So
yeah, I guess you could see it as some sort of indirect 1 day of peace activation. If you really squint hard enough, that's just what happened. So Anthony having another extra card to have a turn here. Let's see if he can do anything about this, because as you mentioned, no Runics were activated on Josh's turn. Josh just goes draw pass, doesn't activate any Runics to resolve Fountain because you will have to skip another battle phase. No point in that. So let's see if we can hold down the fort with just the SP and the Baron, as well as a mystery set card.
Well, Anthony might have drawn, honestly, because he's thinking about it, but
yeah, maybe he just doesn't see a line that does it. And there are still 19 minutes left in this, 26 already down, and this is gonna be a tough one for Anthony, and he passes back once again. Wow,
that is
what
really
did he draw
unfortunate.
Into? Like,
gosh, that's, I mean, full like hand traps or something.
Like are the two Veilers? I don't know. Like,
yeah, that's really rough here. And Josh can probably just try and summon out maybe a Beastial or two. Should be enough to round out the game here, but
yeah, but maybe he has a read again. Okay, no, he's gonna bounce it back. Okay, interesting. So Joshua probably sees a line where he can end this duel right here and puts back the Baron, and yeah, does have a cram. Yeah.
Special summoning the Magnemite out of the graveyard with the tag out effect of Baron, versatile monster, Omni Negate, as well as that synergy we mentioned with Little Knight, but also recurring from the graveyard. And our normal summon Quen's going to dump Cartesia. That's going to give us more follow-up if we can't find a way to find game here. But with a 6 and a 4, we can indeed just go back into the Baron before we end our turn here. But first and foremost, let's see if Josh can figure out any extra damage right now. It doesn't look like it, actually. Every deck has its strengths and weaknesses. Drawing a million cards and controlling the field really well is one of them, but dealing a ton of damage, sometimes Runic decks can struggle with that, with the battle phase restriction and just not being able to put up so many big bodies and monsters, although the Beastials do facilitate that quite nicely, but not in this situation. Josh is going to have to settle for remaking Baron.
Yeah, and now there is essentially one more turn for Anthony to do something to stay in this game. Otherwise, we are gonna go to just game 3. Let's see.
Druid's Worm is added back in the end phase here.
One more draw.
Magnemut searching from deck or adding back from grave. Can't summon the Magnemut now to try and generate free advantage because Anthony does not control a monster, so Beastials aren't completely free. And yeah, Anthony essentially got to just pass and see 3 extra cards over the multiple turns there. And yeah, this is it. We need to play now. We're going to go Diabell Star, sending a card from our hands here. We're going to dump that Headquarters from the hand to the grave there. Gonna chain the SB Little Knight here and into enemy controller.
Okay, let's see.
I saw this card in the side deck of Anthony. I was really curious and wondering, is that a card you would bring in against Runic?
Yeah, and we just negate here with the Baron.
All right.
Let's see if there is anything else from Anthony. At least we have baited both SP and Baron.
Yeah, that's huge here. We're gonna set off of the Bellstar, getting the Sinful Spoil out of the deck here. And yeah, the Sinful Spoil engine is probably what took Rescue Ace into domination over the last couple of months. You've probably noticed that Rescue Ace pre-Age of Overlord wasn't exactly an incredibly consistent deck. Did have a lot of power and strength around it, but over the course of Age of Overlord, the Sinful engine has just given it so much consistency as we also continue our turn here with Emergency.
I mean, Anthony's trying, honestly. I mean,
yeah, but not tries the best. Resolves. So right now, obviously Joshua not really scared by this. Let's see.
Yeah, a lot of responses here. Regained will get to trigger on any summon and give you Magnemut more advantage. And if we have any more Runics in our hand, which, you know, there's a chance that there is after drawing so many cards, that can also snowball and further into more draws off of Fountain. Here comes that Emergency, bringing out the Hydrant and tributes from the hand, a copy of the Turbulence.
Yeah, not looking too good for Anthony right now, but Joshua on the other hand is gonna use that Regained that gives him so much advantage and goes for a Flashing Fire from the end. Just one of the multiple Runics he's probably holding.
Yeah, Chainlink 1 Regained, Chainlink 2 Flashing Fire to destroy the Hydrant. And I think we're doing this just to try and force out any other kind of Rescue Ace spells and traps we have in our hand to stop any potential bonus effects that might come down here.
I think Anthony might have just one card in hand. Yeah, let's see.
We have a discard, then we have the Tribute, so we've gone quite minus here.
No, maybe 2 card. Yeah, maybe 2 cards.
All right, that's huge here.
Okay.
We're going to target the Turbulence. And in response, we're going to alert. Is that Rescue? I swear rescue and Alert look exactly the same, don't they?
I think it's Rescue, right?
Yeah, this one's Rescue. Target a monster in the grave, and then you can special summon it to your field. You can also bring back our opponent's cards if necessary here. There we go, we're going to bring back Turbulence. 2 cards off the top. I think that was a Lifter we hit there, but that is a 3 of, so not too worried about that.
Let's see if there is anything else from Joshua to stop this. Freezing Curse. I mean, we could see the same as in the previous.
So on summon here, Turbulence is targeting the Runic Fountain to destroy. So Josh deliberating whether we want to chain another Runic to summon Hugin and then protect.
The thing is, Joshua can also now just use it, and he's gonna go for both the Magnemut and then the Fountain, because as turn player, Anthony has to be Chainlink 1 right here, which allows Joshua to just resolve the Fountain first.
Yeah, still gets value here because of the turn player priority. His Fountain is always going to come last on the chain there.
That doesn't really matter then. So Fountain is gone, but Joshua still has drawn 2 cards.
Must be some hand traps there if we're not using any other Runics, I suppose. All right, Turbulence going to activate the effect to set from the deck here. We already have 1. That's going to be potentially
solid. The solid
3
turn
more.
though by Anthony again. Once again, trying his best to stay in this.
Extinguish, Contain, and Emergency. Search that of the deck here.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no alert, given that it's being banished before.
Yeah, we can recur that with a headquarters if necessary, but I think Anthony's already actually sent the headquarters from the hand, so the long game is not what Anthony wants to play here, I think. Battle phase not used, remember, so we do have some options available. Normal summon Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
That's not how you counter Fountain. All right. Do we have any kind of, I don't know, maybe an Almirage or something to climb up to some Cyberse plays, maybe?
But we are gonna see Joshua right here actually prompted a response and gonna special summon the Druid Swarm.
Yeah, Resolution, the Regain gets to recycle the Jerry. We can draw one more card off of Regain.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful cycle, but as mentioned here, we knew that the Double Star and
Ash Blossom in response here.
And that's it. Wow.
That's the final nail in the coffin for Anthony. The top deck Ash Blossom drawn from those Fountain draws earlier is going to be enough for Anthony there, and we are going into game number 3 now.
What a final. So honestly, we are witnessing, couldn't ask for more. Both duels have been incredible up until now, and this is exactly what this matchup is about. I mean, a lot of back and forth, a lot of advantage, and a lot of what we could say like vintage Yu-Gi-Oh was all about, which is card advantage, trying even those +1s and end up mattering. But now Anthony gonna go first and gonna try to replicate what he did in game 1 with some important additions from his side deck, most importantly that Drawn and Lock Bird.
Yeah, I think the gameplay that we've witnessed was probably peak Yu-Gi-Oh! I think there was just so much back and forth. There was some really good intelligent plays there from both players to navigate around each other's disruption, and yeah, really well played. I think this is going to be a fantastic game 3.